Introduction. Once I yearned to tear you apart, yet now I am compelled to offer everything, pleading for your love. As the third daughter of the Duke of Winterfell, Victoria Stark navigates the treacherous waters of intrigue and romance within the realm of Westeros. How does a seemingly fragile woman evolve into the Queen of the North? Adorned with a golden crown, Victoria gazes down upon her subjects, flanked by her husband and children. At first, I merely sought to protect my family, nothing more. The romantic interest remains undetermined, leaning towards the Kingslayer, Jaime. 1. Survival in a foreign world. I wish to survive, to live on with my family. This indomitable thought sustained Victoria through nearly 3 days of delirium and fever. When Victoria Stark awoke, it was already evening. The flickering flames of the hearth illuminated the dim stone chamber. Exhausted, Victoria felt as if her mind had been twisted by a giant. Her back ached painfully, as though she had slept not on a wolfskin mattress, but on the cold stone for a week. Stiff and weary, she coughed gently, prompting the elder maid, Saraya, to enter and check on her. "Sarah, my head aches," Victoria winced, attempting to push away the heavy wolf pelt that ensnared her, yet her hands felt powerless. "That will not do, my dear third lady. You have awakened. I must fetch Lady Catelyn at once." Saraya grasped Victoria's delicate hand, preventing her from moving. After ensuring Victoria drank some goat's milk, Saraya hurried off to inform Lady Catelyn Stark. The recently closed wooden door creaked open slightly, allowing a glimmer of light to seep in. A small figure stealthily slipped inside. Victoria smiled softly and whispered, "Is that Sansa or Arya?" Her voice was sweet and melodic. Sansa Stark's rosy visage appeared at the bedside, and she shrugged. "Victoria, I suspected you had awakened. Here, for you, a flower. May it hasten your recovery." Victoria had long inhaled the fragrance of plants lingering in the stifling room. "Thank you, elder sister." In her previous life, Victoria had encountered countless flowers of every variety. Yet in this life, nestled within the icy confines of Winterfell in the north, such a bloom was indeed rare. "Elder sister, you ventured to the small hot springs by the walls. It is seldom visited. Do take care." Before she could finish, Victoria's breath weakened further. Her fever raged, and her frail body left her disheartened, for in her past life, she had been a vigorous marathon runner. The sisters exchanged whispers, but the door swung open once more, allowing a chill to invade the room, causing the flames in the hearth to flicker and elongate their shadows in a whimsical dance. "Darling, are you feeling any better?" Catelyn Stark, their mother, entered, followed closely by her 2 younger children, Arya and Bran. Their enchanting brown eyes were filled with concern, and Victoria's condition stirred their worry. "Oh, do not fret, mother, Arya, and Bran. I assure you, I am much improved, am I not?" Victoria wished to shield her family from the weight of her ailment, firmly believing this was but a fleeting challenge. Arya produced a bouquet, "Little sister, for you." Bran presented his offering, a finely crafted wooden puppet. "I spent the entire afternoon making this." Victoria's face brightened. Sansa, initially gentle, suddenly changed her countenance, discontentedly pointing out, "Arya, why must you mimic me? Just because I picked flowers, must you do the same?" Arya, undeterred, had not anticipated mirroring Sansa's choice, and this realization displeased her. "Sansa, look at your flowers. They are already wilting. Mine are the finest. You ought to discard yours. Toss them into the stable." Sansa's face flushed in indignation as she thrust the flowers into a vase, exclaiming, "Mother, look at Arya. She is perpetually selfish and charges ahead like a wild calf." Catelyn sighed, "Enough, my darlings. Let us not disturb Victoria. We ought to resolve matters with grace, as we are family." The sisters, akin to roosters in a fight, begrudgingly halted their quarrel, shooting each other defiant glares, still eager to claim victory. Bran, with a glint of mischief, sat beside Victoria and leaned closer. "Sister, did you know the king is coming? Did you hear? The king." Bran's excitement bubbled forth as he anticipated the arrival of the stranger from King's Landing. In contrast to their mother's concerns, Sansa lowered her gaze shyly, harboring her own thoughts. As the eldest daughter of a lord, a suitable and elegant lady should be paired with a distinguished gentleman, perhaps the king's heir, rumored to possess charming wit, golden locks, and a countenance as divine as a god's. Could there be a more fitting match than Prince Joffrey? Arya, catching sight of Sansa, immediately pouted, rolling her eyes in disdain, signaling Victoria with her expression, as if to say, "Look at her, a true lady, oh, the lovesick lady." Victoria stifled a laugh, nearly succumbing to mirth, for she knew whatever Sansa endorsed, Arya would surely oppose. Yet Sansa remained lost in her romantic daydreams, oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Bran chimed in, nudging Victoria gently with his elbow. "Sister, will you be well enough to meet His Majesty?" Curiosity sparkled in Bran's eyes. He was a free spirit yearning for knowledge of the outside world. Catelyn embraced Bran from behind, tenderly caressing Victoria's face. "My darling, I desire nothing more than for you siblings to be healthy and happy. Do not concern yourself with the king. Focus on your recovery." Victoria had resided in the world of Game of Thrones for over a decade. She was a soul reborn, her previous life a distant memory, with only fragmented recollections of the saga remaining. Yet they sufficed. From a young age, she had exhibited a remarkable courage and wisdom that outshone her siblings despite being the youngest. In aiding her mother with the castle's management, she garnered widespread admiration. She nodded gently. "Mother, we shall find happiness." Catelyn kissed the crown of Victoria's head and adjusted the wolf pelt covering her. "My dear, rest and regain your strength." Catelyn departed with Sansa, Arya, and Bran. Sansa offered a warm smile that filled Victoria with sweetness. Turning to lie on her side, she gazed vacantly at the hearth, lost in thought. Before long, her elder brother Robb and her father's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, entered. Victoria smiled, her lips curving gracefully. Robb, somewhat clumsy, stumbled in, inadvertently knocking Arya's flowers to the ground, which Jon promptly retrieved. Robb's concerned gaze shifted to Victoria, while Jon, pursing his lips, broke the silence. "Victoria, another nightmare has plagued you. Did you faint again for no apparent reason?" Robb's anxiety was palpable. "Yes, Victoria, you have been asleep for 3 whole days. We were all terribly worried. Why did you collapse on the main road outside the godswood? Was someone harming you?" Having lain for 2 days, Victoria's mind was clearer now. She offered a nonchalant smile. "Robb, Jon, do not dwell on it too much. You know my health is generally robust. No one comprehends why this has occurred." Victoria's skin was remarkably pale, possessing a captivating sheen that could startle the unprepared. Jon, feeling disheartened, reluctantly said, "Victoria, please don't say that." Robb, invigorated, offered encouragement to Victoria. "We are lords of the North. Your peculiar ailment cannot be treated here. I believe the royal physician in King's Landing will surely heal you." "Victoria, do you know? King Baratheon has lost his hand." Jon interrupted. "Robb, that's an unfounded rumor. Please refrain from sharing it with her." Victoria's lively gaze flickered between her 2 brothers, seemingly sensing the unfolding narrative. Robb dismissed Jon's concerns, emphasizing, "The king has indeed lost his hand." Victoria appeared unfazed. "Has our uncle passed away? Then we should observe mourning for him. Oh, may the 7 gods have mercy on our aunt. We ought to make a wish at the weirwood tree." Catelyn's sister, Lisa Tully, was wed to Jon Arryn, a man older than her father. This man was Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, who served as a guardian to Ned Stark and King Baratheon. A brief moment of sympathy did not quell Robb's desire to narrate. "His Majesty may personally visit Winterfell to invite our father to assume the position of Hand of the King, second only to the king himself." He was filled with excitement. Victoria understood and nodded gently. Father would surely refuse. Robb insisted, "But that is the king's command. Can a vassal refuse, especially for such a position?" His tone grew somewhat urgent. Jon Snow reiterated, "Father surely would not want to go." Robb, growing frustrated, retorted, "You don't understand. This is a matter that cannot be changed. Father will return to serve as the Hand." Victoria quickly intervened. "Enough, brothers. Some matters are beyond our control. Let us wait until the king arrives to discuss it. Shall we?" Her earnest gaze moved them. "Very well, for your sake, you should rest. We will step outside for now." The 2 slowly exited. Robb had just quarreled with Jon, but their deep bond allowed them to shake off the disagreement with a light punch to the chest. "Come, let us groom ourselves and tidy our appearance. The king is coming, and we must make a good impression." Victoria remained in bed, gazing at the light streaming through the stone window, observing the tiny specks of dust dancing, reminiscent of the complexities and intricacies of human fate. After a prolonged gaze, her eyes began to sting. Upon closing them, she could still sense the halo of light lingering ahead. What to do? Victoria was merely a teenager, a budding flower. Yet, there were significant decisions regarding the family's fate that she had already been compelled to confront. She firmly believed that since she possessed memories of a past life, destiny would inevitably require her to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. In Winterfell, on this foreign continent of Westeros, she sought to preserve her life and that of her family. Only through strength, iron will, military might, and power games could such aspirations be realized. Here, there was no room for even a hint of weakness or cowardice. When the king arrived at Winterfell, he would persuade her loyal and honorable father, Ned Stark, to accompany him to King's Landing as his hand. For the debauched king, who desired nothing more than a life of indulgence, surrounded by ambitious and treacherous advisors, felt the weight of his solitude. He sought the company of this once loyal and honorable brother to face the rampant corruption and chaos of the empire. Yet, their father, unskilled in the art of politics, would find himself entangled in the deadly power struggles following King Robert Baratheon's demise at the hands of a wild boar during a hunt. And in the ensuing turmoil, they would all face peril. As the head wolf fell, the pups would not fare better. Winterfell would crumble, and their family would be reduced to ashes. Victoria perceived this as a cruel and absurd jest from the divine. Bestowed with memories, yet lacking the formidable prowess to alter her fate, no extraordinary strength, no fire-breathing dragons, nor any divine beasts. Even her physical constitution was frail. Any injury would swiftly lead her to weakness. She raised her delicate hands, pale and beautiful, slender as green shoots, pondering how she might save her family and herself. Victoria murmured resolutely, "I am a powerless maiden devoid of magic, lacking the beauty that captivates men, and devoid of the cunning to manipulate hearts. Though I am weak, I suffer no terminal affliction. As long as I do not bleed, I am as healthy as anyone else. Though I possess nothing, nothing shall deter my resolve to save my family. The worst fate is the destruction of my family. Even if I can change, but a little, even if only a fraction, it would be the best outcome. I am not like Sansa, who dreams of becoming a queen, nor like Arya, with the tenacity to roam the world with a sword. My dreams are modest. I simply desire a family united. Perhaps I possess nothing, but I shall give everything to protect my family." Victoria began to reflect on the reasons behind her fainting spells. Over the years, she had contemplated this, and her recent episode had sparked new insights, revealing common threads. In the past, she had fainted twice, each lasting around 3 days. The first incident occurred while peeling fruit, when she accidentally cut her hand, causing a frightful commotion within her family, who nearly believed that the gods were reclaiming their beloved daughter. From that moment onward, Sansa took over the task of peeling fruit, never allowing Victoria to touch it again. The second time happened when, at the age of 9, she was learning needlework and accidentally pricked her hand with a needle. Once again, she fell unconscious for 3 days. Thus, it seemed that blood loss was the common cause. Whenever she bled, Victoria would face a calamity. Each instance of bloodshed, no matter how slight, felt like a rapid drain on her life. Victoria privately concluded that she must avoid all sharp objects. However, she refused to allow herself to become fragile, and requested Soraya to craft delicate deerskin gloves to protect her vulnerable self. Days later, having regained her vitality and spirit, Victoria ventured to the sacred grove of the weirwood tree, the very place where blood had been spilled. Victoria stealthily returned, knowing that family sanctuaries often held unexpected secrets awaiting exploration. She cherished visiting this place. She donned her gloves and searched the area discreetly, but found nothing. Despondent, she sat at the roots of the ancient tree, at a loss for what to do. Her gaze wandered, and suddenly, a peculiar plant caught her attention. "Oh my, could it be a mushroom?" Victoria stared in astonishment at the crevice in the rocks, where a massive, mutated mushroom resided. It stood nearly as tall as a person, dwarfing hundreds of ordinary mushrooms. Its vibrant colors dazzled the eye, emanating an alluring mushroom aroma. Strangely, this giant mushroom appeared to have been gnawed at by some creature, yet continued to thrive defiantly. A large beast must have feasted here several times. What could possibly allow this mushroom to endure such relentless growth, even after being devoured by a giant? Victoria's complexion paled as disbelief washed over her. "I hope this isn't real." Having fully recovered, she drew a small wooden knife from her waist, which, though not a sword, was sharp enough. With determined steps, she approached the colossal mushroom. Victoria swung her knife down with all her might. "No, no, you shall not intimidate me." Gasping for breath, she relentlessly struck at the mushroom. "Let me see what manner of monster you are. You have no connection to me." Pushing the severed mushroom ball down a slope, Victoria watched it roll out of sight, finally feeling a sense of relief. "Oh divine powers, May I never lay eyes upon this wretched thing again. After a flurry of activity, Victoria meticulously concealed the evidence, behaving as though nothing had transpired, and quietly returned. At the dinner table that evening, everyone celebrated together, engaged in laughter and conversation. Victoria graciously accepted the well wishes from all present, as her brother, Kenry, earnestly proclaimed, "Victoria, we shall protect you. We are all family." A warmth spread through Victoria's heart, and she smiled blissfully, replying, "We are all family." Once the banquet concluded, Victoria retired to her chamber, tossing and turning restlessly, her mind fixated on that peculiar mushroom ball. "Stop thinking about it. I'll investigate tomorrow." At long last, dawn broke, and Victoria leapt from her bed, hastily dressing and racing toward the sacred forest. She halted abruptly, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this could spell trouble." Rather than fretting over her family, she realized her own safety was paramount. In the border town, Victoria had to guard her secret fiercely. She would allow no one to discover the truth about her blood. As she contemplated the enormous mushroom, towering nearly to her waist, she pondered what might compel such a stubborn growth. With trembling hands, she gripped the wooden dagger at her waist, steeling herself and advancing boldly. "Let me obliterate you." Having learned from a previous encounter, she found the task much easier today, swiftly severing the mushroom with just 3 strikes. With effort, she pushed the hefty 60 to 70-pound mushroom over the cliff, ensuring its eradication. Behind her, the face carved into the sacred tree seemed to oscillate between sorrow and mirth as it gazed upon the descendant of House Stark. An idea began to form in Victoria's mind as she glanced at the mushroom's roots, turning to leaving behind a single remark. "All right then, let's see how long my life can withstand this. I fear you not." Victoria's vitality was remarkable. She diligently returned each day to hack at the mushrooms and erase the evidence, seemingly never growing weary. I believe that when faced with the dread of a colossal secret's exposure, one would also become diligent in their pursuit, much like a little girl tending to her mushrooms. For a month and a half, this routine persisted until King Robert Baratheon arrived in Winterfell, accompanied by the Queen, the Prince, and his retinue, marking the end of the battle against the mushroom, which finally ceased to grow. Resting the wooden dagger upon her shoulder, Victoria declared, "At all times, I shall strive forward." This was a victory, albeit a modest one, deserving of honor bestowed upon Victoria, her very name signifying triumph. Forever in pursuit of victory. Meanwhile, Bran, as nimble as a sparrow, joyfully leaped down from the castle walls. Despite Catherine and Victoria having reprimanded him countless times for this behavior, Bran took pride in his climbing skills, perpetually slippery like a fish. In the blink of an eye, he was back atop the walls, singing merrily. Bran brought exhilarating news. His Majesty has arrived with his entourage. Ned Stark had already assembled his family to welcome the king. Just before the king entered, Victoria, like a swift fish, slipped into the line, positioning herself between Sansa and Arya. Fortunately, she did not miss the welcoming ceremony. Otherwise, it would have been a grave disrespect. Victoria was ever impatient with such superficial displays, yet she forced herself to refrain from standing out. She donned a gentle facade to beguile others. Arya, with sparkling eyes and twitching brows, exclaimed, "Victoria arrived even later than I, he." Sansa quietly looked up, wondering, "I wonder where the king and queen are." Arya tugged at Bran's sleeve. "Do you know if the imp has come as well?" Victoria whispered, "I've heard he is quite an extraordinary character." Arya had heard many tales about the imp. He was cruel yet clever, with a tongue as sharp as a blade, and unmatched in cunning. Victoria shared a knowing smile with him, just as Catherine approached with a warning gaze, prompting the two sisters to quickly silence themselves. Victoria held her breath, observing the imposing procession of the King's Guard as they took their positions, noticing a guard donning a helm shaped like a dog's head, piquing Bran's interest. Everyone exchanged discreet glances, but only Victoria, with her memories, remained disinterested. In the moments of waiting, she reluctantly recalled her experiences in the sacred forest, pondering why she had bled. That day, she ventured into the sacred forest, seeking something perhaps hidden yet unknown, such as the insatiable curiosity of humanity, the driving force behind progress and discovery. Of course, if one wishes to label it as trouble-seeking or mere idleness, it matters not, for they are essentially the same. The path through the sacred forest was treacherous, obscured by fallen branches and leaves, hiding twisted stones and roots beneath. Those unaccustomed to traversing such terrain were prone to stumble. During one such moment, as Victoria nearly fell, she grasped a nearby branch for support, only to be inadvertently pricked by a tiny thorn, the cut so small she hardly felt it. As she continued onward, blood gradually seeped from the wound, staining a patch of small mushrooms by the roadside. Victoria struggled on, contemplating calling for help in a crowded area, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing beside the path, fortuitously rescued, and returned to the castle. The mushrooms in the sacred forest, having absorbed Victoria's blood, began to grow wildly, their enticing aroma attracting large beasts that feasted upon them multiple times. Later, upon discovering them, Victoria resolved to eradicate them entirely. Cautiously, she scattered numerous deterrents to repel the beasts, daily wielding her dagger to uproot them. The mushrooms, imbued with vitality, tirelessly continued to grow, only to be cut down again, an endless cycle of growth and destruction. After a relentless month and a half, the mushrooms finally began to wither, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Victoria recognized her uniqueness. Her blood was a treasure that could incite rampant plant growth, and likewise, it could bestow vitality upon others. She was akin to ginseng or a miraculous remedy for the gravely injured or dying. However, should she lose too much blood, her body would suffer, necessitating careful recuperation for recovery. With a formal courtesy, Your Majesty, her thoughts shifted back from memory to the present. Robert, out of respect for Ned, offered a compliment. Your youngest daughter is quite a beauty. Countless knights from the Seven Kingdoms will surely fall for her in time. Victoria smiled flawlessly, appearing no different from an ordinary noble maiden. Her blood was a healing elixir, yet also the source of her peril. The secret of her blood must remain undisclosed, even to her family, to avoid unnecessary complications. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty, Victoria replied with a demure smile, resembling a harmless lamb. King Robert weighed at least 250 pounds, his girth thrice that of Victoria. The excesses of wine and indulgence had drained his vitality, leaving him numb and in pain, his fighting spirit long extinguished, finding solace only in drinking, gambling, and hunting. He held a keen interest in women, yet Victoria was the daughter of his close friend, making her akin to his own kin. Ned, let's dispense with the formalities. It has been years since we've seen one another, and we are both older now. Robert suddenly recalled words spoken many years ago to his foster father, the former hand of the king, John Arryn. He waved his hand, instructing Victoria to rise. How old are your children? Ned, deeply caring for his offspring, was well informed about their circumstances. My eldest, Robb, is 19, my second son, Bran, is 9, and my youngest, Rickon, is 8. Robert nodded. You and I share a bond like brothers. Your son shall be as my own. When you come to King's Landing, I shall bestow him with a title and lands, just a step below my heir. We shall hold a ceremony upon your arrival. This declaration sparked a commotion, astonishment rippling through the Stark family at such an honor. Ned and Catelyn exhibited a more rigid demeanor, as it appeared His Majesty the King had made considerable efforts to persuade Ned to accept the burdensome position of Hand of the King, rendering it an inevitable fate. The fates of lords and commoners alike rested in the hands of the king, yet Robert's fondness for wine only seemed to amplify his capriciousness. Out of respect for their long-standing relationship, Robert did not display his usual abruptness and was quite favorable towards his daughters, demonstrating a measured approach. How old are your daughters? I wish to bestow upon them titles and lands equal to those of my own daughters. Are there any betrothals? Upon hearing this, while others maintained composure, Sansa could not contain her delight, reveling in the thought, her hands trembling with excitement as she mused, what a noble title. How many will envy and covet my standing? Victoria, however, was less impressed by the title of Princess of the North. She feared the inebriated king might carelessly arrange a match for her, and her gaze swept over the king's formidable knights, who exuded an aura of fearsome strength and authority. Ned could not contradict the king's declaration. My eldest daughter Sansa is 18, my second daughter Arya is 16, and my third daughter Victoria is 15. King Robert responded, a son must marry and a daughter must wed. My heir Joffrey is 17, and before he could finish, Queen Cersei, sensing the precariousness of the situation, sharply interrupted, fearing that the king might arrange a betrothal for her beloved son. As a mother, Cersei regarded her children as her life and everything. With a forced smile, she stepped forward, selecting the nearest girl to divert the conversation. Cersei lifted Victoria's chin with her slender fingers, a sight both captivating and unsettling in its beauty. "Victoria, how old are you?" she inquired, her tone somewhat brusque. "Your Majesty, I will be 15 soon," Victoria replied serenely, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. "If you were in the north, you could celebrate your birthday at home. The Tyrells are coming to King's Landing, and there is a young lady named Marjorie, nicknamed Little Rose, who is of your age. She's apprehensive about not being able to celebrate her birthday at home and has shed tears over it. It is indeed better to remain in one's homeland, is it not?" As a daughter of House Lannister, Cersei had steadily expanded her influence in recent years, posing a threat to the king's authority. She wished for House Stark to remain in the shadows, never to rise. Thus, the king sought to ally with the Stark family to counterbalance the Lannisters, only awakening to the reality of their peril when survival was at stake. Cersei's gaze was filled with provocation and suppression. Could there possibly be a girl so small that she could not control? With this interruption, the king chose not to pursue the topic further, yet it did not imply he would forget. Victoria smiled. "The birthday is not important. Reuniting with family is what truly matters. I will celebrate wherever my father decides." "And where might your father choose?" "My father will heed the king's wishes." A quick-witted girl, came the mocking voice of the imp, Tyrion, who admired her unyielding demeanor and courage. Cersei felt discomfort, and the king's guard, with their gleaming swords, began to radiate a menacing aura, their hands stained with the blood of many. In their eyes glimmered the ferocity of predators. These were the most elite knights and swordsmen of the realm. Unlike Ned, who had seen battle, Victoria felt the weight of scrutiny upon her, accompanied by an insidious gaze that roamed over her unabashedly. Was it Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer? That serpentine gaze was unsettling. Victoria could not fathom what warranted such attention. Perhaps it was due to a slight against his sister that had drawn his ire. Yet it had been the queen who instigated matters. Otherwise, Victoria could have remained unnoticed, like a turtle in its shell. The brief but formal welcome ceremony soon concluded, and the assembly dispersed quietly amidst Cersei's arrogance and the king's unyielding reprimand. Tension hung in the air as everyone remained on high alert. The ladies prepared to serve Queen Cersei Lannister in the warm hall, for the chill of Winterfell was indeed too harsh. However, the opulent Lannisters, known for their wealth, certainly looked down upon the coldness of Winterfell. Cersei managed a fleeting smile that quickly vanished. "We have traveled for over a month and require rest. Let us gather again for the feast." Catelyn, of course, had no objections and led the queen to the guest room to rest. Ned accompanied King Robert to the crypts to pay respects to the king's beloved and to Ned's sister. The king gazed at the statue, sorrow and nostalgia etched upon his face. "Ned, my brother, assist me," he implored. Meanwhile, Catelyn, accompanied by several lords of Winterfell, entertained Prince Joffrey and the queen's two brothers, Jaime and Tyrion Lannister. Truth be told, though these two were brothers with charming golden hair, one was tall and handsome, while the other was a small, deformed dwarf. One wielded a sharp sword, the other a sharp tongue. One was a kingslayer, the other a little imp. They were indeed wicked Lannisters. Prince Joffrey shared the same arrogance as his mother, unabashedly haughty. Victoria remained cautious, her mind racing with memories. She recalled that Joffrey would one day resort to deceit, compelling Sansa to accuse her father of treason. He would order Ned Stark's beheading and force his sisters to witness the atrocity. The Starks were deemed the most tragic of families, with scarcely a soul meeting a good end. Each individual bore deep scars of pain and hatred. The wheel of fate had begun to turn upon the king's arrival in Winterfell, and how could the powerless her resist destiny? The weight of it all surged within Victoria, her blood coursing like boiling water. A sharp pain pierced her forehead, causing her muscles to tremble slightly. Overwhelmed by tumultuous thoughts, her mind became a tangled mess. Her heart raced, and she felt a constriction in her chest, sensing impending doom. In a dizzying whirl, Victoria could no longer maintain her composure and lost consciousness. As she collapsed, she fell limply to the ground, startling Sansa into a cry of alarm. "Victoria? Victoria?" Just before her awareness faded entirely, she seemed to hear the light-hearted mockery of the imp. "The eldest daughter has taken a liking to my nephew Joffrey, and the youngest cannot resist fainting to attract my attention. This is the usual behavior of noble maidens." Tyrion replied nonchalantly. "If your vision had not been clouded by the breasts, heads, and thighs of women, perhaps you would arrive at a more rational conclusion rather than behaving like an excited hound. A hound seeks its prey, and what of the dwarf? Where would he find another like himself to excite him?" "Dear brother," Jaime retorted, effortlessly countering the imp's sharp quip, dismissing Tyrion's pointed remarks as he positioned himself in front of the flustered ladies. "Ladies, allow me to assist you," he declared, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Victoria with a single arm. "Where is the ladies' chamber?" Catelyn led the way, while Sansa tightly grasped Victoria's wrist, believing it might help. Arya dashed off like a swift little wolf in search of a healer. By the time Jaime laid Victoria upon the bed, the physician had already arrived. Jaime, tall and imposing, radiated warmth and vigor in the dim, cramped room, yet none noticed him. All attention was fixated on the unconscious Victoria. Behold those lips devoid of color and that delicate, captivating visage. It is indeed an ailment, not a mere ploy to capture his attention. James feels a twinge of helplessness, seemingly reproaching the noble maiden for her unconventionality, which has rendered his efforts futile. Yet, Victoria embodies all the attributes of a fragile noblewoman: a pallid face and lips, slender wrists and waist, easily startled and prone to fainting. Raising an eyebrow, James, moved by her pleasant appearance, decides to indulge in a fleeting moment of appreciation for the girl's fragrance before releasing her. With a dismissive scoff, he exits the chamber, only to encounter the little imp, Tyrion, quaffing from a horn. Tyrion exaggeratedly widens his eyes and performs an ostentatious bow. "The charm outweighs the maladies, my lord. The noble lady would find you more formidable than the others." The little demon's sharp tongue incites James's ire, and with a sardonic smile, he retorts, "The others? I have one beside me, and apart from inducing nausea, she proves of no utility." The implication stings, and Tyrion glares at him as James turns on his heel, his cloak billowing behind him. It is only when the king and Ned emerge from the crypt that news of Victoria's fainting reaches them. The benevolent king commands the royal physician to attend to her, and indeed, Victoria awakens, albeit in a state of great weakness. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness." "Father, I feel much better." The others leave her to recuperate, stepping out to converse with the king. "Ned, my good brother, what ails this child?" Ned, filled with sorrow, replies, "She has been frail since childhood, prone to inexplicable fainting spells. The last episode occurred a month and a half ago." Robert Baratheon nods. "Ned, come to King's Landing to assist me, and bring your daughter. I swear, the finest physicians from the Seven Kingdoms will come to tend to her." Catelyn's gaze is filled with anguish. Accepting the position of Prime Minister is hardly an auspicious choice, yet their options are limited. As a subject, what else can one do but obey? Furthermore, since their last parting, Ned returned with a bastard, Jon Snow. Must their union face yet another separation? Moreover, the role of Prime Minister is fraught with peril. In the tussles of power, Ned would be at a disadvantage. The righteous and loyal Ned is hardly the most suitable candidate. Amidst this tug of war, days pass, with the king and his attendants reveling in the company of northern women. The citadel of Winterfell is bustling with lavish guests, who receive generous gifts from King's Landing. James and his twin sister, Queen Cersei, also indulge in secret pleasures within a hidden cave, sharing their intimacy. Bran's favorite pastime is to climb, and as he ascends once more, he is called back by Saleya. "Young master, the third miss is unwell and wishes for your company." Bran feels a twinge of disappointment. Gazing up at the lofty cave, it seems his adventurous aspirations will have to wait. Victoria, feeling anxious, fears that Bran might witness something he should not, recalling a past life where James, in a fit of jealousy to protect his love, cast him from a tower, leaving him with a broken leg. Thus, she insists on Bran's companionship to alleviate her boredom. Reluctantly, Bran spends his time in the stone house, feeling it pales in comparison to the joy of climbing. He fails to comprehend Victoria's sudden frailty. Cersei and her companions linger in the tower solitude, where she joyfully questions James, "What do you think of House Stark?" James embraces her from behind, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips and disdainfully remarks, "A group of pedantic purists, simple-minded country folk, and a corpulent king. The last trustworthy faction." Yet, the daughter is indeed quite lovely. Cersei, breathless, responds, "Robert wishes to forge an alliance with House Stark, through Jory and..." Cersei's words trail off as James makes a sudden motion, startling them both. "With whom? Victoria?" Cersei casts a displeased glance at James. "Victoria? Why do you think of her? Because you have held her? How could you remember her so quickly?" James quickly reassures her, No, it is you I hold." Cersei inquires, "What are your thoughts on the alliance?" James replies candidly, "It would benefit the Lannisters. Who should we choose as a spouse?" Cersei turns, pinching James's lips, teasingly stroking them. What do you think of Victoria? James furrows his brow. It seems the elder daughter would be more suitable. Cersei raises an eyebrow, clearly displeased. I believe Victoria is the right choice. James exhales. Cersei, the elder daughter, is evidently more manageable, is she not? Why complicate matters? Cersei straddles him, her back arching as she retorts, then why do you seek trouble? James and Cersei draw closer, his gaze pure and unguarded, enveloping her in a passionate embrace, burying his head in her bosom. In that moment, the rich scent of Cersei's prized tequila transforms into the aroma of wildflowers from a dim stone chamber. Her regal, shimmering golden locks seem to morph into soft, straight, chestnut tresses. Even Cersei's voluptuous, enticing form becomes slender and delicate, emanating the freshness and purity of maidenhood. James' move cannot contain his excitement, repeating, "It is you I hold, it is you I hold." Victoria reclines within the stone house, gazing at the wildflowers Sansa has gathered for her, pondering the affair between James and her sister. Bran is beside her, having not witnessed anything untoward. Surely, all will be well. 3. The allure of serpent venom. Victoria was acutely aware that this world was devoid of order and decorum. Beneath the veil of law and hierarchy, power alone served as the means to safeguard one's family. The weak were destined to be devoured and humiliated. Moreover, House Stark represented the interests of the entire North, bearing the weight of life and death, honor and disgrace for tens of thousands of northern subjects. The Starks held honor, responsibility, and courage in high regard. As a lord, the burden of responsibility was immense. Such matters were perhaps better suited for Eddard or his male heirs to deliberate upon. Victoria, on the other hand, was expected to learn the feminine arts from Sansa, to marry well and raise children, aspiring to become a refined and noble lady. Like Sansa, she should plan ahead for a noble heir as a husband. Yet, Victoria was different. Her mind was imbued with thoughts beyond those of her peers. This singular soul of hers would not permit her to drift aimlessly through life. She refused to be a mistletoe or a doddering vine. Life was fleeting, and she believed it deserved to be filled with purpose. Seated feebly on a small chair atop the castle walls, she found the confines of her chamber stifling and sought solace outdoors. Observing the ebb and flow of life in Winterfell served to pass the time. The townsfolk, though impoverished and perhaps barely able to fill their bellies, wore smiles upon their faces. They understood that their lord, Ned Stark, was a true hero and knight. And here they found respite and a chance to thrive, a blessing not to be taken lightly. Victoria gently raised her hand to admire the sumptuous silk gown enveloping her. This extravagant garment left her breathless, a luxury unattainable for a peasant laboring their entire life. Yet, Victoria remained unsatisfied. Suddenly, a melodic chime caught her attention, and as she looked up, she beheld a tall, imposing figure crowned with glistening golden locks. Jaime inclined his body slightly, bowing to express a knightly courtesy. Victoria felt an urge to shed her silken attire in favor of sturdy armor. The gown represented both happiness and entrapment. Jaime approached her, remarking on the splendid northern scenery. "My dear lady," as he grasped her delicate hand, attempting to kiss it. Victoria's fingers were icy. "Your health appears fragile. Perhaps you ought to avoid lingering in the wind." The kiss lingered unnaturally long, and after it, Jaime failed to take the hint and instead gently pinched her smooth, pale fingertip. Rising, Victoria curtsied, her expression warm with gratitude. "My Lord Lannister, thank you for your timely rescue. You are right, I should return." With that, she withdrew her hand from Jaime's grasp and turned to leave. "Miss, are you feeling better? I wonder what could have caused your sudden fainting spell. Perhaps Lord Stark serving as the king's hand would be beneficial for you, such a lovely lady as yourself." Jaime leaned in too closely, and Victoria sidestepped to evade his hand, which sought to caress her hair. "My Lord Lannister, I trust my father will make the right decision. The north is far too cold. Please, let us proceed to the Great Hall, where my father can offer you a drink." "Oh, is this how you treat your savior?" Jaime's voice was low and resonant, addressing his little bird. Victoria turned to Momo, requesting her to guide Lord Lannister. The stern-faced Momo approached, and Jaime chuckled softly, shrugging. "I do not wish to impose upon you." As they descended from the castle walls, Victoria's figure slipped past the stone barrier, vanishing from view. Jaime then beheld Cersei leaning against the doorframe, her golden hair cascading like molten gold, flowing along the contours of her body in turbulent waves. With her eyes half closed and arms crossed, she smiled upon Jaime's arrival, remarking, "Winterfell is indeed frigid, yet a woman's heart is even colder. Why do you not seek out those fiery northern women?" Jaime was aware that the king and the imp had recently become quite enamored with the pleasures of the academy. Yet Cersei failed to comprehend why Jaime found solace in the company of such frigid characters. Drawing his sword, he admired it momentarily before sheathing it once more, declaring, "I have encountered many a passionate woman. Rest assured, if one were to unveil their legs, I could guarantee a swift guide to fervent femininity." Cersei took a sip of her wine, questioning, "Then why?" Jaime seized the wine and poured a generous glass, stating, "She is a Stark, striking in appearance, and a maiden. That's all." Cersei tilted her head, asking, "Is that it?" Jaime promised, "Indeed, that is all, sister. We shall forever remain the closest of kin, inseparable, sharing the womb of our mother." Cersei raised an eyebrow, cautioning, "Bear in mind, her father is not to be trifled with. Beware the sharp teeth of the dire wolf. They are formidable." Jaime retorted, "No one can bite off the mane of the golden lion. None can." "Then what do you intend to do?" Cersei was quite confident in Jaime's methods, particularly regarding women. Jaime, as if hearing a jest, replied, "Is it not expected that women should throw themselves at me, given my charm?" The siblings shared a hearty laugh, their rapport evident. The imp, Tyrion, sauntered in from the northeastern gate, inquiring, "What is the source of your amusement? Is a ladybug nibbling on a flower a cause for joy? That is hardly a good omen. Perhaps the ladybug may overindulge." Cersei, with a profound gaze, countered, "But a lion shall never." With that, she turned and departed. Jaime adjusted his armor, leisurely observing his diminutive brother. "You are always fretting over others' affairs. So, what of the northern women?" Tyrion, having finished his drink, remarked, "I fear none can compare to that icy little whelp." Jaime's gaze drifted to the castle tower, where that chair and the lady had vanished from sight. "Indeed, none can compare, at least for now. Yet she shall be mine. Shall we wager?" Tyrion, with a smirk, challenged, "How long before that little wolf gnaws your roots away?" Jaime, vexed, shot back, "I shall knock your teeth out and stuff them into your eye sockets." Tyrion feigned fear, urging me to keep my eyes open, for I wish to see that little wolf girl mounted upon you, ready to deliver a fatal bite. Ha ha ha. Tyrion laughed heartily as he walked away, leaving Jaime seething with rage. Winning a lady's favor is, in truth, a simple endeavor. It requires an admirable self coupled with the right techniques. Jaime believed that engaging with women was merely about providing them with what they desired: wealth, status, vanity, or perhaps an even more elusive notion of love. Catering to their whims was his forte. Whatever Victoria sought, Jaime Lannister could provide. The gold mines of Casterly Rock and Lannisport rendered them one of the wealthiest families in the Seven Kingdoms. Soon enough, Victoria arrived at the banquet, clearly with intentions in mind. Jaime, assured of his own allure, welcomed her approach. He had traversed the seas, held high office, amassed great wealth, and commanded formidable forces. No lady could remain indifferent to him, especially when he displayed particular patience towards beautiful prey. Jaime had resolved to entice Victoria with the extravagant world he envisioned, akin to the beguiling serpent of Eden. The crimson tongue of temptation flickered forth, and a heated breath wafted through the air. Victoria, by the dance floor, invited Jaime for a drink, and as she poured, Jaime exchanged a triumphant glance with Cersei. Tyrion leaned at the table, muttering about yet another foolish Stark daughter, beautiful yet lacking intellect. Before Victoria could finish her sentence, Jaime interrupted, suggesting that perhaps this was not the place for conversation, as it was rather noisy. He proposed an invitation to a moonlit locale. With that, Jaime turned and walked away, leaving Victoria somewhat flustered, yet compelled to follow. Meanwhile, Sansa and Arya curtsied to the queen, Sansa's gaze betraying longing. Cunning Cersei discerned her unspoken desires and amiably inquired if Sansa had crafted her gown herself. "Indeed," Sansa replied, filled with pride and excitement. "It is beautiful." With a slight tilt of her head, Sansa retreated in response to Cersei's movement. Seated at the banquet, Sansa could not resist glancing at the golden-haired prince, Joffrey. Arya rolled her eyes dramatically, and in a moment of mischief, she used a spoon as a slingshot, launching a glob of saucy food towards Sansa. The mess splattered across Sansa's face and clung to her attire. Publicly embarrassed, she covered her face and fled. Joffrey, perceiving the scene as a jest, erupted into laughter. It was the highlight of the evening for him. Arya was whisked away by someone else. On the other side, as he exited the banquet hall, Jaime found himself atop the castle wall, where they had encountered one another in the afternoon. His golden locks reflected the moonlight, and his cloak billowed in the wind, truly a paragon of noble warriors in the Seven Kingdoms. Victoria stood 5 paces away, speaking up, "My Lord Lannister, I know you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. I seek your assistance." Jaime took the initiative to step closer, bridging the 5 paces with 3 strides, prompting Victoria to feel a twinge of shyness as she instinctively retreated half a step. James did not approach with urgency. Rather, he was gentler than moonlight. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Victoria smiled, her apple cheeks smooth and plump. "I often suffer from ailments, rendering me incapable of many tasks. Thus I frequently turn to literature." The pitiable little lamb. James's gaze could nearly dissolve one into a puddle. "I found myself intrigued by certain flora. Aside from those I could readily identify, I had not encountered the few legendary plants said to flourish in the East. To grant women every privilege is the most exalted mission of the Lannisters. Victoria, may I address you as such? Please bestow upon me this highest honor." "Thank you, Lord Lannister," she replied. Victoria exhibited the charming innocence of youth, handing over a scroll. This is presumably what they called it, bearing the essence of the mystical East. The Dothraki. The barbaric people of Drogo, perhaps? James pondered. No, further east, toward the place where the sun rises, lies a wondrous nation, home to countless wise souls. Reflecting on the noble education he had received since childhood, James realized it had scarcely touched upon such realms. He glanced at the scroll, upon which delicate script adorned the page. He uttered a term, truly unfamiliar to him. "Victoria, your knowledge is astonishing, akin to the depth of your brown eyes." Victoria subtly stepped back. "Lord Lannister, in return, I shall offer you." James gently placed his finger over her lips. "Call me James, that is my sole request." With that, he softly kissed the fingers before her lips. Victoria felt a jolt of surprise. This James was indeed quite skilled. She feigned shyness, covering her face as she turned away. James, convinced of his success, unfurled the paper ball and tucked it into his breast. Upon returning to his chamber, he retrieved it once more, yet found its meaning elusive. Tyrion entered, the golden lion of the Lannisters seemingly encountering trouble. James presented the paper to him. "Do you recognize these?" Tyrion scrutinized it for a while, uncertain. "Perhaps they are barley, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and some kind of bean from the east?" James rested his hands beneath his head, contemplating. The 7 kingdoms had never whispered of such things. They existed only in distant eastern legends. Yet, the Lannister fleet is capable of anything. What we cannot find, no one on this continent can. This, too, was why Victoria sought no one else's aid, but turned to the Lannisters. While the 2 families had yet to fall into discord, it would be ideal to procure these high-yield, hardy, disease-resistant crops. The imp chuckled. "What of the golden lion? The little wolf of Winterfell seeks not your priceless jewels, but rather your grains. Is the little wolf of Winterfell starving?" James felt elated. "I shall ensure she is well fed, in every respect." Tyrion erupted into boisterous laughter. "You rascal. Oh, you ought to perish under the weight of a woman's ample backside or beneath the eggs of a dire wolf." James paid little heed to his brother's jest. "I will procure whatever she desires, but you know." Tyrion raised his hand in resignation, uttering the family motto, "Lannister, debts must be repaid." The Lannisters are astute merchants and opportunists, known for their ability to repay debts, and certainly, they excel at collecting them. Members of House Lannister are not to be trifled with, and their possessions are akin to hot coals. Tyrion turned around, surveying the dreary stone abode with a tinge of disappointment. Oh, yet another foolish woman. Perhaps it was unwise to harbor any expectations of them. Jaime finished his letter, penning it in elegant calligraphy, sealing it with the family crest and wax, fastening it to the leg of a raven before sending it off. "Go forth, and bring back my bait for the little wolf girl post-haste. Dwarf, when you next utter such words, remember to exclude Cersei, lest I make you acquainted with the horrors of the dungeon." Victoria did not return to the banquet. Instead, she retreated to her chamber to rest. To safeguard her home, she must possess strength derived from territory, soil, populace, war horses, arms, and medicine. Digging deep and stockpiling grain may not always prove effective, but it could at least prolong House Stark's survival. The North is perpetually frigid, resulting in low agricultural yields, and thus, the population and fighting capacity remain stagnant. Victoria scoured the entirety of the continent for plants, all of which were low-yielding and ill-suited to endure the cold or disease. For the majority, merely having a full meal was a luxury. She sought to find the crops that Jaime had mentioned, which were sporadically recorded in the obscure tomes of this continent, akin to the legendary dragons that no one had ever witnessed. However, Victoria knew dragons existed, so why were these high-yield, cold-resistant crops that could thrive in the harsh conditions of Winterfell nowhere to be found? Thus, she turned to Jaime Lannister for assistance. Beyond House Lannister, there was truly no one else on this continent capable of uncovering those few items. Due to Victoria's intervention, Bran did not scale the high walls to discover the sordid affair between Cersei and Jaime, nor was he pushed from the heights to become permanently disabled. The Stark family remained blissfully intact. Bran, once again, was eager to leap against the city walls, and Victoria could only watch helplessly. Jon Snow came to bid her farewell. As a bastard, Jon's position was exceedingly precarious. He resolved to join the Night's Watch at the Wall, while Ned Stark prepared to journey south to assist King Robert Baratheon in cleaning up the ensuing chaos, stepping into the treacherous role of Prime Minister. With one headed south and the other north, who could say when they would reunite? Jon's relationship with Sansa was strained, and unable to connect with her. He bestowed upon Arya a slender, sharp sword, which she named Needle, signifying an essential tool for a noble maiden. When it came to Victoria, Jon presented her with a book. I know you are fond of ancient legends. This tome, The Past and Future of Westeros, I hope you shall enjoy. Faced with parting, a pang of sorrow struck Victoria's heart. You should accompany us to King's Landing. We cannot bear to be without you. Tyrion approached from beside the stables, remarking, Bastards and dwarfs are forever unwelcome. No one is indispensable. You are meddling too much, little one, Jon retorted, unimpressed by his words. Victoria never attempted to mitigate their conflicts over trivial matters. On this continent, power always reigns supreme. To compromise is merely to invite further scorn, and others will mock your tears and sorrow with greater impunity. Tyrion looked at her, surprised, stating that he had expected her to wail or plead in fear. Much like her sister, Victoria responded with a single line. Fear and pleas are in vain. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Lannister? Ah, indeed, we are all Lannisters. Indistinguishable in essence. However, you are an exceptionally unique Stark. Victoria, unwilling to linger, turned to leave, leaving behind the assertion that each of us is a Stark. Stark resides within us all. Unlike her siblings, Victoria was not influenced by their mother to harbor animosity towards Jon. It is difficult to resent an innocent child who cannot choose their lineage. One who hardly feels parental love and instead embodies the kindness of a child raised under someone else's roof. One cannot openly cherish a bastards, for their existence incessantly wounds your mother, disrupts your family, and reminds you of your father's past transgressions. Victoria's feelings towards Jon were complex, yet they did not hinder their amicable interactions. She took Jon's hand and led him to her chamber. Jon, I know I have nothing of value to offer you, but I wish to present you with this. Jon accepted the gift. It was a wolf. A talisman? He inquired. Yes, Jon. It is my heartfelt token for you as you venture to the Wall. It shelters criminals, vagabonds, and fugitives. Jon, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked on the presence of bastards with nowhere to go and those without a place to call home in this world. Victoria grasped his hand, saying, Jon, I understand the harshness of reality, yet we must live well and cherish the present moments. We must look towards brighter days. Jon waved his hand dismissively, stating he could not envision anything worse than the present. Sadness flickered in Victoria's honey-brown eyes. There have been far worse days, too many to count. Jon, aware of Victoria's frail health, quickly changed the subject. Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. It will protect me at the Wall. The siblings embraced tightly before parting ways. When you reach King's Landing, take care of yourselves. However, Sansa seemed to harbor peculiar feelings for Prince Joffrey, which might not bode well. Jon's dire wolf, named Ghost, was now of considerable size, while Victoria's dire wolf, named Shaggy Dog, frolicked playfully with Ghost. Victoria had chosen the weakest and smallest pup among the seven, believing that its delicate nature complemented her own. It suits me well. We are a perfect match, Victoria remarked at the time. Victoria called out to Shaggy Dog, Go, summon your siblings. I wish to host a direwolf gathering. The wolves, displaying a remarkable affinity for human emotions, followed Victoria to a grassy knoll. In a lively display of frolic and play, Victoria, Jon, Arya, and Bran secretly seized the remaining meat intended for the king, bestowing generous rewards upon the group of loyal, yet still juvenile, guardians. Victoria harbored a premonition that Nymeria, Arya's direwolf, would bite Prince Joffrey in her fierce protectiveness of her master. Ultimately, Arya released Nymeria. However, the overbearing queen demanded that Ned Stark sacrifice Sansa's innocent and loyal direwolf as atonement. Having lingered upon the lawn for too long, Victoria noted that the seven not fully grown wolves were beginning to tire from their playful antics, yet she resolved to prolong her stay. Hoping to avert the incident of a direwolf injuring Prince Joffrey, Victoria wished to safeguard Sansa's faithful direwolf, Lady. As she gazed upon the setting sun, immersed in the vast northern frontier's meadows, the radiant glow enveloped her, casting a sweet sheen upon her half-reclined figure upon the grass. Tyrion and Jaime convened at the meadow's edge. The imp glanced at Jaime, taking a sip of wine. Look at your fairy in the meadow. Perhaps you should steal her feathered robe while she bathes, thus allowing this angel to remain on the ground forever. Without awaiting a reply, he sauntered away. Jaime mused. What is wrong with that? Fairies are always to be treated with kindness. I shall provide her with all that she desires. Tyrion appeared to have heard the most amusing jest, a heartfelt confession from a notorious philanderer. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed from afar, growing nearer with each passing moment. Joffrey, Robb, Arya, and a reluctantly trailing Sansa rode in merriment, accompanied by a few guards. The lively pup, Grey Wind, leapt toward Victoria, who gently restrained him. Steady now. Grey Wind, be cautious not to cause me harm. Who would dare harm you? It was Joffrey, who had approached with a haughty demeanor, perched atop his steed. Why do you not join us for a ride? Do you wish to defy the command of the prince of the great dynasty? Victoria dismissed the brash youth with indifference. She curtsied, addressing him as Your Highness, and implored, Forgive me. I have always been unwell and find riding difficult. Joffrey nodded, proclaiming that a lady ought to remain on the ground, embroidering and playing the lute, rather than participating in the games of men like a wild child. As his words fell, Arya, filled with indignation, retorted, Why can't I ride? I ride far better than you. Sansa, flushed and bewildered atop her horse, glanced at the arrogant prince. Victoria perceived Sansa's discomfort with riding and approached to assist her. Sister, let us rest upon the lawn. Sansa, drenched in sweat, was fatigued from the day's exertions. Joffrey had never encountered defiance before. Sansa's timidity and compliance pleased him, while Arya's sharp retorts infuriated him. You dare defy the command of the great prince? I shall have you thrown into the horse pen, Joffrey declared, brimming with arrogance, as Robb, their elder brother, seethed with indignation. Victoria emerged as a mediator, yet her influence was minimal. The great prince and his furious sister were unwilling to heed her words. No one could temporarily halt the conflict between these two. As emotions flared, 7 Arctic wolves, united in their animosity, crouched, bared their teeth, and growled menacingly. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Victoria's brow. One Arctic wolf had nearly severed the arm of the loathsome Joffrey, and now it was joined by 6 others, their fury palpable and capable of devouring him alive. Ignoring the quarrel between the two, Victoria shouted, Surely, surely. Her Arctic wolf was the first to regain its composure. Obediently sitting before her like a devoted puppy, Victoria quickly fashioned a handkerchief into a ball. Darling, take this and play with your siblings. Be careful not to let them snatch it away, understood? With a vigorous toss, Shirley seized the handkerchief ball and dashed away. The wolf pack quieted somewhat, while the two on horseback continued their heated argument. It was evident that the pampered prince could not best the rustic girl he deemed beneath him. Victoria called upon Jon and Sansa, driving away 3 more Arctic wolves, and together, they redirected Robb and Bran's wolves to join in play with the handkerchief. Only Arya's wolf, Nymeria, remained, watching anxiously over her furious owner and her arrogant adversary. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, the reckless Joffrey kicked viciously at the soft belly of Arya's steed. The startled mare reared, throwing Arya to the ground. At that moment, Nymeria lunged forward, biting and clawing at Joffrey. His guards rushed to his aid, while Robb, witnessing the gravity of the situation, attempted to pull the wolf off Joffrey. Thankfully, it was only a young Arctic wolf. Had it been an adult, a single strike could have severed Joffrey's throat. The ferocity of Arctic wolves was legendary throughout the 7 kingdoms. It was well known that any single wolf could easily rend a strong knight to pieces. Even as a juvenile, they carried the bloodline and valor of their ancestors. Joffrey tumbled on the grass, screaming as he felt his palm being pierced. These savage beasts had overwhelmed him. The commotion drew the 6 Arctic wolves, who had been playing with the handkerchief, back to the scene, ready to join forces and bring Joffrey down. In their world, there were no princes, only masters and foes. Victoria and Robb turned pale with fear. The prospect of devouring a prince, the heir to the kingdom, would soon lead to charges of treason against House Stark. Victoria clung tightly to her wolf, Shirley, as Robb grasped his. Sansa shouted, Get away, you cursed beasts. Do not bite him. My lady, do not bite him. Sansa had once embraced her own wolf, Lady, only to have her slip away. Joffrey's guards shielded him with their bodies, but within mere seconds, one guard lay lifeless, his innards torn asunder. Jorulfur was utterly terrified. Facing Victoria and others, he shouted, I beg you, save me. I command you to save me at once. His face was drenched in crimson, uncertain whether it was his own blood or that of his attendant. Victoria's mind was in turmoil as she caught sight of 2 blonde figures standing beside the prairie. Come quickly to assist. Do you not see that your family's prince is about to be devoured? Victoria bellowed. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, Jaime finally raised his sword and approached. Victoria, at a loss for words, implored, "Can we refrain from using swords?" Ser Lannister, Tyrion shrugged. "Do you not realize our prince is on the brink of being bitten to death?" Victoria understood that Jorulfur's life hung by a thread. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Ser Lannister, can you not spare the sword? I implore you." The imp, Tyrion, stood speechless as Robb, Jon, and others continued their desperate struggle against the pack of wolves. Jaime glanced back at Victoria, offering a faint smile. She was taken aback and cried out, "Please, do not wield your sword. Jaime, I beg you." With a gentlemanly bow, Jaime obliged and sheathed his sword. Tyrion cast a disapproving glance at Victoria, muttering, "Perhaps I have made an error." Jaime, possessing formidable strength, bore no fondness for the white-haired beasts. With swift punches and kicks, he soon had the stunned direwolves pulled away from Jorulfur. As the surroundings gradually quieted, Jaime found himself slightly breathless, remarking, "Not bad for a beast." Lowering his gaze, he saw Jorulfur, barely clinging to life, as if pulled from a pool of blood. Fortunately, he bore no fatal wounds, though his body was riddled with cuts, his face marred with blood, and his attire tattered, quite a disgrace for a prince accustomed to a life of privilege. Jaime knelt before him, assessing his limbs before gathering him into his embrace. Their golden hair shimmered with a regal yet nauseating luster. Jaime's extraordinary gentleness and patience, coupled with his soothing voice, provided an overwhelming sense of security. There, my dear. It is all right. Uncle is here now. Child, do not fear. Uncle is here." Jorulfur, but a child barely 13, spoiled and now stripped of his haughty demeanor in the face of death, cried out, "Jaime, Uncle, I am so scared. Uncle, I am so scared." Tears flowed freely, his snot and tears staining Jaime's armor. For men, displaying weakness and fear before others is considered a grave indignity. Jaime had intended to scold him, to teach him what it meant to be a man, but upon seeing Jorulfur, bloodied and broken, his heart softened. There, Jorulfur, my treasure, Uncle has come. You are safe now. Let me take you to see your mother." Jorulfur, still in shock, was led away by Jaime. As Jaime rode off, leaving the aftermath for Tyrion to handle, Tyrion observed Victoria, equally flustered. He cursed, "Leave me to deal with this mess." The Stark children stood frozen, terrified and aware that they had stirred a considerable trouble. Although Victoria's face was streaked with tears, she hastily wiped them away when a handkerchief suddenly appeared before her, held out by Tyrion. "A lady must maintain her dignity," she said, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Tyrion. With a handkerchief to dry my face, I feel considerably better." Victoria forced a smile. "I anticipated this, but thankfully it is not worse than I imagined. We should be grateful." Sansa, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "This time, we are in serious trouble. You have harmed Joffrey, my prince." Arya glared at her elder sister, calling her spineless. "Nymeria, we must leave," she urged. Victoria seized Arya's arm, saying, "In times of crisis, the Starks cannot turn against one another. Do you understand? We must confront this challenge together." Indeed, each individual embodies the Stark spirit. The Starks are each and every one of us. Arya blushed, asserting, "I am not afraid of them. We will face this together." "Forgive my interruption," the imp Tyrion interjected. "While your sisterly bond is indeed touching, I believe you should prepare yourselves to return to face the wrath of the Queen, my sister." The group hastily mounted their horses and rode towards the castle, bracing themselves for their fate. In the grand hall, Catelyn and Ned wore furrowed brows, sensing the impending trouble. For those like Ned, Jaime, and the king, who had battled on the front lines, Joffrey's injuries appeared alarming, yet they were merely superficial. Inside, anxious attendants bustled in and out, heightening the tense atmosphere. Cersei sat by the bedside, gazing at her bloodied son, tears streaming down her face, trembling with rage. Her tear-streaked visage radiated the terrifying fury of a mother lion. She released Joffrey's hand and strode towards Jaime. "Jaime Lannister, look at Joffrey. How can you tolerate such grievous injuries? Do you not love him? Do you not care for him?" Initially, Jaime had been somewhat nonchalant, but he now endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor to placate Cersei. "Sister, no one is more concerned for Joffrey than I am. I love him." Cersei shrieked, "Get away. You men, you deceivers. Men will never love their children. Only a mother would feel such anguish for her child." She advanced menacingly, declaring, "Entrusting Joffrey to you was a grave mistake. Leave, do not let me see you." Jaime stepped forward, embracing Cersei. "Sister, you cannot question my love for Joffrey. I love him as fiercely as you do. After years of service, can you not see that these wounds are nothing? Joffrey will be fine, sister." Cersei turned, bellowing at a young attendant, "Where is the king? Hurry, wherever he may be. drag him from that harlot's bed, and inform him that his heir has been attacked by traitors, bloodied and wounded. He must rise from that northern wench's embrace. If he is still a man, a father. Tyrion glanced at Joffrey, shoving a handful of grapes into his mouth, observing the frenzied woman. Only a mother will love her child. No one else will, not even a father. She glared fiercely at Jaime's back, as the men were captivated by the northern harlots, indifferent to their son's well-being. Jaime furrowed his brow and ceased caressing Joffrey's face. "Cersei," he admonished, "calm yourself." Her eyes were filled with a blend of ice and fury. Cersei trembled slightly before bursting into sobs. Jaime found himself in a predicament, torn between comforting the pitiful child and the grieving mother, unsure whom to console first. After what felt like an eternity, as dinner approached, King Robert arrived at the chambers, reeking of the scent of women and the taste of wine. To check on his gravely injured son, he bellowed, "No one dares to harm my son. He is the heir to the empire." Jaime offered Cersei a cup of wine to soothe her nerves and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please punish those who have offended the prince severely." Cersei nodded in satisfaction as the king and his entourage made their way to the Great Hall. King Robert inquired of the ministers to ascertain the details of the incident. He was aware that Joffrey had instigated the confrontation and that the Stark children had done their utmost to assist, particularly the one named Sansa. He understood that Joffrey's injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. However, Queen Cersei incessantly shrieked in his ear, lamenting that Joffrey would be left with scars. Robert, exasperated, retorted that it was normal for a man to have scars and commanded her to silence her complaints. Cersei, like a boiling pot of oil, clenched her fists, while Jaime noticed the king's growing displeasure. No one dares to insult the authority of the empire, he thought. Cersei sighed in relief. The king shouted, "Shut your mouth, Lannister. Your kind is everywhere, and my palace is filled with your wretched lot." The usual council chamber, typically reserved for governance, was now crowded with the king's and Stark's ministers. As several Stark children stood quietly, heads bowed, they waited in tense silence for what felt like hours until the king finally arrived, followed by Queen Cersei, Jaime, and Tyrion. The prince, too injured to face anyone, remained indoors. Ned Stark offered his apologies first, while Cersei was confrontational. King Robert took a balanced stance, stating, "Ned, my brother, your wolf cubs require proper discipline. Otherwise, one day I shall remove their teeth and break their limbs." Cersei, fiercely protective, insisted that her beloved son must not be humiliated and that those responsible for injuring the heir to the empire deserved severe punishment. Arya vehemently retorted, "It was he who bullied us first." Victoria pulled at her arm, urging, "Arya, be quiet at once." Jaime concurred with Queen Cersei, asserting that the prince would be deeply saddened. Robert raised his hand, declaring, "What do you want me to do? Whose orders shall I heed?" Tyrion interjected, "Your Majesty, you alone possess the judgment." Robert nodded, "I am the king. Everyone must heed my will. Now, depart from here and go find your harlots. Let the children brawl all they want." The hall erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The Stark family collectively exhaled in relief, while Catelyn and Sansa bowed to the king, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." As everyone felt the crisis had been averted, Victoria could not help but steal a glance at Jaime. To her surprise, she found him gazing intently at her, causing a flutter of panic within her. Jaime's expression was inscrutable as he mouthed the words, "Lannister pays his debts." Victoria understood that this matter was far from simple. The king continued to indulge in revelry, while Cersei's fury threatened to tear the very roof off the chamber. Joffrey was agitated, realizing that his father would not advocate for him. "Mother, we must ensure that those wretches do not escape unscathed. They must be punished, men exiled, women confined to the pleasure houses. I shall whip them to death. Sansa, Arya, Victoria, I'll carve them to pieces." Jaime remained silent while Cersei praised him. "Good boy. You are a prince. You should do whatever you wish." Joffrey protested, but Cersei calmly embraced him. "My dear, your father will ensure justice is served." Turning to Jaime, she commanded, "Carry out the queen's orders, just as Joffrey suggested." Tyrion stepped forward. "Oh, my sister, has your brain been devoured by the direwolves?" Cersei spat out a few venomous words. "Do not mention those beasts to me." Jaime took a sip of wine, declaring that exile or sale to a pleasure house was no issue. "Cersei, you may do as you please," Tyrion mocked. "That phrase sounds quite familiar." "Jaime, are your rubies and promises in bulk? Can't you come up with something new?" Jaime spat wine onto the ground. "Imp, shut your ugly mouth, or I shall not hesitate to twist your head off and flush it down the privy." Cersei glared at Jaime. "Do not attempt to sway me." Jaime lifted his gaze. "Sister, we are forever one, sharing a womb, never to be separated. Your affairs are mine. However, I must remind you that warring with the Starks over this matter is unwise. That old king will seize the opportunity to weaken us. Tyrion, munching on some food, concurred. Indeed, it is rather unwise. Cersei regained her composure while Joffrey continued to struggle, seeking his mother's assistance to humiliate the Stark family. As he wrestled, Jaime stepped forward, separating Cersei and Joffrey, asserting his authority. My lord, the child should not interrupt. Uncle, I am a prince. I am of age. Jaime pressed him down, causing the boy to cower him, utterly defenseless. Starting tomorrow, we shall double your archery training, and I shall personally instruct you. Joffrey recoiled in fear. I do not want that, uncle. Cersei interjected. Everything shall be as your uncle arranges. As tensions eased, Jaime exited the chamber, and Cersei called after him, seven bodies. Stark's bastards, or those wretches, that is my bottom line, Jaime. Jaime calmly turned back, indicating his acceptance. I want you to take action yourself, to avenge the children. Jaime did not look back, but Cersei knew he would never refuse her any request. Tyrion chuckled, sighed, and scoffed while shoving food into his mouth. Absurd. This is more ridiculous than me being a dwarf. Ridiculous and laughable. In the dimly lit hall, under the leadership of Ned Stark, the family gathered together. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and Sansa could not help but stifle a sob. The golden-haired prince had instilled a sense of fantasy in the bleak and desolate north. Yet the events of this afternoon left Sansa too frightened to ponder. Arya, her face aflame with anger, displayed a spirit of defiance. Jon Snow stroked his white direwolf, wishing to speak but ultimately refrained, aware that this was not the time for his voice to be heard. Ned Stark remained noncommittal, his keen intuition having already deduced the entirety of the situation. Children, you have all conducted yourselves admirably, both in hosting our guests and in aiding the prince. Your unity is commendable. Catelyn, anxious about the prince's injury, acknowledged that it was not severe, yet it was a grave blow to their honor. Although His Majesty had decreed that no repercussions would follow, she harbored a nagging feeling that this matter would not fade away easily. Arya argued fiercely, we deserve justice. If the king possesses any wisdom. Catelyn gasped in shock. Victoria firmly grasped Arya's arm. Sister, the king is eternally wise. Robb let out a disapproving chuckle. Then why are we like startled birds? Jon interjected, the infamous Prince Joffrey has shamed his title. His lack of compassion is of his own making. Ned, ever loyal yet lacking in political guile, was sufficiently resolute to take decisive action when necessary. All right, children, this matter will not be easily dismissed. We must endure whatever comes our way. Sansa turned to Victoria, her voice tinged with urgency. The prince is unhurt. Can't we consider this resolved? Victoria replied calmly. This concerns the dignity of the crown. Sansa countered. But we did our utmost, treating the prince with the utmost care and assisting him at the first opportunity. Victoria remained patient. That is merely a means of atonement. Infuriated, Sansa retorted, do you only speak in defense of outsiders? Victoria, I am deeply disappointed in you. Can the king truly act with impunity? Victoria's gaze was sorrowful as she responded, you are right, Sansa. The king wields absolute power and can command his subjects as he pleases, like a tiger demanding service from a rabbit. Arya, incensed, shot back, look how weak you are, uttering words that bolster their ambitions while diminishing our own. I am here, no one shall act with impunity. Ned chuckled softly from his position. Well, children, you each hold your own opinions on this matter, perhaps a reflection of your differing natures. By the gods, how remarkable it is that siblings from the same womb can differ so greatly. At this, laughter erupted among those present, the tension in the room gradually dissipating. However, a clean, crisp male voice interrupted. What an enviable family gathering, filled with such delightful cheer, is it not? Jaime. Victoria's brown eyes turned to him, questioning his presence. Surely, the matter was far from resolved. Clad in a golden cloak and wielding his greatsword, Jaime strolled in with a nonchalant air. Ned regarded the treacherous regicide with disdain. They were hardly of the same ilk. With great reluctance, Ned rose to face him. What brings you here? Lord Stark, by the Queen's command. Summon your 7 direwolves and use the blood of these beasts to appease Prince Joffrey. The tone was one of cold indifference and cruelty, unfamiliar to Victoria. At this proclamation, Arya stood in shock, exclaiming, no, you cannot be serious. How can you say such a thing? It is unacceptable. Sansa, at a loss, rose to her feet and curtsied. My Lord Lannister, they are our family. Please, I beg you. Jaime merely curled one side of his mouth in a smirk, yet it held no warmth. Only an air of icy disdain. Catelyn and Ned stepped forward in succession, with Ned stating solemnly, His Majesty has rendered his judgment on this matter. The Queen need not defy the King's will. Jaime remained noncommittal. This is the Queen's own decree. born from her authority and a mother's grief. Catelyn immediately interjected. My Lord Lannister, please allow me to apologize to the Queen in person. My sister has no time to meet with you. She is weeping and tending to the unfortunate Prince Joffrey. Arya, displeased, retorted, How dare you speak to my mother in such a manner? Ned raised his hand towards Victoria. You should take Arya and Sansa back to their chambers. Yes, father. As Victoria led them away, Sansa turned back repeatedly. My Lord Lannister, you wouldn't harm the pups, would you? Jaime's eyes glinted with mockery. Perhaps your sister may know. He glanced at the unusually silent Victoria, who was not her usual cunning self. Victoria, maintaining her composure, replied, I truly cannot fathom your intentions. Jaime, with excitement, addressed Ned Stark. Enough. Hand over those 7 little beasts at once. Do not keep me waiting. Robb's face flushed crimson. You shall not have them. Jon Snow's eyes blazed with fury. Do not forget, we are in Winterfell. It is not your place to speak. Tensions escalated, and Jaime drew his sword. Then allow me the pleasure of teaching you a lesson. In a mere exchange, he disarmed Jon and Robb, sending their swords clattering to the ground. As he raised his sword to strike, Catelyn gasped, and Ned Stark's weapon met Jaime's in a fierce clash, their swords clashing violently, leaving the oak table, laden with fruits and candlesticks, splintered in their wake. The Stark family wore expressions of exhilaration, while Victoria stepped forward. Father, please stop. Mr. Lannister, the direwolves you seek are in the backyard. At these words, Catelyn shook her head in disappointment. Child, what are you saying? Arya leapt onto Victoria, tugging at her braid fiercely. You traitor. Sansa, witnessing Victoria fall to the ground, halted her hand from helping her up. Why are you so cruel? Ned, seeing his daughters in disarray, admonished, Is this not enough disgrace for you? Return at once. Jaime, meeting Ned's fierce gaze, remained unfazed. Casually, he remarked, Perhaps I should venture to the backyard. I would like Miss Victoria to guide me. Arya interjected, You fool. The direwolves are not in the backyard. I have already sent them away, and you will not get them. Victoria, equally displeased, retorted, Arya, cease your words. My Lord Lannister, please follow me. Robb grasped her hand tightly. What are you doing? Aiding an outsider. Are you in your right mind? Victoria winced in pain, her brow furrowed. I can't explain it clearly now. May I elaborate later? Sansa cried out. What is there to explain? You are merely complicit in their wrongdoing. Upon seeing that Jaime was still present, Victoria realized some matters were too delicate to discuss openly and could no longer tolerate the cacophony. Mother, could you please help me soothe their emotions? Although Catherine was equally perplexed, Victoria's usual composure gave her some reassurance, leading her to reluctantly say, Do as you see fit. My child, I trust you. Arya, Sansa, come to me. Victoria glanced at the figure in the center of the hall and beckoned, Come with me. It is my utmost honor. Jaime quickly followed. In the narrow corridor, only the two of them remained. Jaime's imposing stature instilled in Victoria an overwhelming sense of pressure. The seemingly endless corridor felt cold, the air penetrating her clothing and chilling her to the bone. You have yet to call me Jaime, he remarked, his eyes shimmering with a warm honey hue, filled with sincerity and intensity. What? Victoria was taken aback by his sudden statement. Victoria, he interrupted, you ought to call me Jaime, just as you did this afternoon when you pleaded with me in tears. Jaime pressed Victoria against the frigid stone wall, firmly grasping her tightly clenched fists, his gaze fixed intently on her astonished expression. He slowly leaned down, planting a soft, tender kiss on her icy little fist. Once he reluctantly finished kissing her, Victoria drew a deep breath and protested. Enough, let me go. With that, she broke free from Jaime's grip, resolutely continuing forward. Do you not feel even a flicker of turmoil within your heart? Jaime appeared tormented. Turmoil? Of course. I felt it when you raised your sword against my father and brother. That left quite an impression. Jaime dropped his pretentious act, shrugged, and feigned indifference. Regrettably, it seems I failed to leave you with a favorable impression. Jaime pushed open the heavy wooden door, leading them to the end of the cramped corridor. A cool breeze from the backyard swept in, and a bright, clear moon hung in the night sky, casting a compassionate light upon the world. Jaime strode forward, unsheathing his sharp blade. 7 young Arctic wolf cubs were feasting on horse meat in the trough, their evening meal. The more they eat, the faster they grow. Unfortunately, you shall meet your demise tonight. Jaime raised his knife, and Victoria could no longer contain herself. Are you truly going to kill them? This afternoon's incident was not our fault. You must understand that. Jaime raised an eyebrow. Still a naive little girl. Offending a prince is a crime. Do you still seek justice? Victoria's Arctic wolf pup, Cheese-Eye, noticed its owner had stopped eating and obediently sat before her, its food swiftly snatched away by its siblings, leaving nothing behind. Cheese-Eye whimpered anxiously, making little sounds of distress. Jaime mocked, just like its owner, only to be bullied by its siblings. Here's a piece of advice. Pets raised to be companions should not be fed raw meat. Exposure to blood will render them untamable. They don't usually eat this. Victoria held her breath, seeing how adorable Cheese-Eye was, and couldn't he help but plead, "You are the Queen's brother. Can you not speak on our behalf?" James was resolute, convinced that these small creatures could not escape, and thus he was not in haste to end their lives. The Arctic wolves continued to voraciously contend for the horse meat, their maws stained with blood, gradually becoming more frenzied. "Why should I aid you?" James proclaimed. "I share the same mother as Cersei. We have been intertwined since our mother's womb. Her ambitions are my ambitions." Victoria gazed intently at his face, slowly retreating. "James, you may come to regret this. Power allows you to act without restraint, leading you into madness and confusion. Your sister is not always right." James tilted his head slightly to regard her. "My sister and I are like the left and right hands, working in perfect harmony. When you walk, do you ponder if it is correct? Absurd. But doesn't that mean I should consider morality and legality?" Victoria retorted sharply. James laughed heartily. "Morality? Legality? Victoria, let me enlighten you. Cersei is the queen, and Joffrey is the future king. They embody morality. They are the law." Hearing this fanciful assertion, Victoria could only turn her head slightly away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Calmly, she stated, "My father once said, the solitary wolf perishes while the pack survives." James stepped away from the Arctic wolves, his sword pointed downwards as he approached Victoria, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. "Little one, you are now alone, in the arms of the hunter. What will you do now?" The cadence of his voice compelled her to lower her gaze. James leaned slightly closer, their breaths mingling. "Foolish girl, why seek power? Power allows one to act with impunity. This is the secret behind the endless wars that have ravaged this continent for millennia. Now, what is about to transpire is not suitable for your eyes. Return to your slumber, and remember to think of me before you sleep. Shall you?" As he kissed her, Victoria turned away, and he only managed to brush his lips against the corner of her mouth. "Stubborn little wolf," he mused. Victoria's voice was muffled as she replied, "My father warned that in the game of power, if you are not the victor, your only fate is death. There is no middle ground." James regarded her with admiration. "Indeed, your intellect surpasses that of your two sisters." He grasped her chin, applying slight pressure to compel her face toward him, their foreheads touching as if they were lovers enraptured by the taste of power, which could fulfill all desires, as exemplified by this moment. Suddenly, James fervently kissed Victoria, his hands roaming up and down, exploring the contours of her form. This kiss was fierce and domineering, leaving Victoria devoid of sweetness or tranquility, only engulfed in fear and trepidation. The scent of male pheromones overwhelmed her senses. A prolonged, fervent inhalation nearly rendered her breathless. James's fierce nibbling sent shivers of dread through Victoria. "You will make me bleed," she gasped. James, exhilarated, replied, "If a man does not draw blood, is he truly a man? Ah, but my dear, I assure you, you may bleed the first time. At all other times, I shall protect you, my treasure." He began to tenderly kiss and savor her neck, intoxicated by her alluring essence. Victoria, exasperated, exclaimed, "You pervert! Let me go?" Just then, Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf, sprang forth from the corridor, perhaps interrupting their encounter. Like a specter in the depths of night, his gaze seemed to penetrate all, which greatly displeased James. Victoria, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure and the voice, broke into a cold sweat. Feeling both ashamed and frightened, she forcefully pushed him away. "Get away from me." The hardness of his armor caused her hands to throb with pain. James attempted to seize her, but Victoria managed to escape. Tyrion retreated to the wooden door, his body half concealed in shadow, a truly terrifying sight. The strength of his possessiveness was palpable. James turned to regard the wolf cubs, raising his blade as he approached Tyrion. "You monstrosity, you've ruined my plans and scared off my prey." Tyrion remained composed, even taking the time to observe Victoria's hasty retreat. When James was momentarily distracted, he sprinkled a powdered drug into the meat of the pack of ice wolves and swiftly vanished from the stable's vicinity. Tyrion's gaze drifted into the void. Perhaps trouble was brewing, yet his audacity was commendable. Enraged, James retorted, "You little imp, you've stirred up a hornet's nest." Tyrion replied, retreating slowly, "Is that so? Perhaps it is. I have merely come to convey my sister's orders. We shall depart for King's Landing on the morrow. Lastly, I hope you complete your task swiftly." With that, the diminutive Tyrion nimbly pivoted and leapt, forcefully pushing the heavy wooden door shut, trapping James inside, and securing it with an iron chain. "Good luck, James. I hope you live up to the honor of the King's Guard." James felt a rush of wind behind him and turned to see 7 white figures descending from the sky. 7 brave souls against the wolves. The solitary wolf perishes while the pack thrives. The cooperation, strategy, and ferocity of the wolf pack should not be underestimated. Victoria broke tradition, offering them a meager portion of bloody horse meat. The brothers vied for it, igniting their competitive spirit. The conflict with James rekindled their fighting instincts. The wolves bore grudges, and James had wounded them on the plains, stirring their thirst for revenge. Before departing, he scattered blister beetle powder to incite their brutality. The Stark family bore culpability in the incident involving Jory's injury, unable to shield the perpetrator or disregard the wrath of the queen and prince. Yet Victoria could not bear to let 7 lives face certain doom. The worst outcome would be the demise of all 7 ice wolves, but if they were to compete, there might be a glimmer of hope. James observed the 7 shadows descending from above, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Ah, little wolf cubs, you truly have surprised me." The entire backyard was now completely sealed, leaving James alone, sword in hand, confronting 7 ice wolves with blood-red eyes. Their sharp teeth and claws seemed capable of rending him asunder. Suddenly, they charged. Grey Wind was the swiftest, leading the assault, lunging towards James's head. White Fang aimed for the wrist holding the sword. Summer, a lady and a scruffy dog, flanked James, poised to strike. The smallest, known as Little Wolf, hesitated, quietly retracting its tongue and stealthily retreating to the right, hiding behind a stack of straw, determined not to be the first to engage in combat. It concealed itself with the straw, ensuring it went unnoticed. Oh, what a beast, James thought, grounding himself firmly, arms raised, muscles taut. He sidestepped Summer's attack aimed at his wrist and retaliated with a swift kick to White Fang's abdomen. A cruel smile spread across James's face. "Are you the alpha wolf?" The Grey Wind glared fiercely, baring its sharp teeth, seemingly eager to swallow James's eyes whole. With a powerful punch, James sent it crashing to the ground. Amelia swiftly lunged at James's upper body, her momentum nearly toppling him. As he grappled with her, they were locked in a fierce struggle. The lady, the dire wolf, and Summer. Grey Wind howled from all directions, its blood-red eyes intent on tearing apart the golden-haired interloper. James found himself overwhelmed, the fierce ice wolves occupying every part of him: head, hands, feet, and waist. Their sharp claws and drooling fangs pierced through his armor and flesh. He became a white, writhing mass, struggling against them, a perilous position when facing a pack of wolves. In the haystack, the cautious pup, 7, sat up, swallowing excitedly, his ears twitching, eyes sparkling with joy. He released a faint howl, as if celebrating the victories of his siblings. However, before his triumphant cry could fully unfold, he was abruptly interrupted. With a sudden movement, James roared, flinging Amelia away. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled towards the left staircase, forcing the wolves to tumble down with him. Indeed, the ice wolves were formidable. A blood mark appeared on James's face, identical to that of Jorlin. "Well, you have angered me, whelps. I shall deal with you all." Rising to his feet, he discarded his sword, preparing to unleash the might of a warrior upon them. The wolves, tough-skinned and resilient, bore a gash on Amelia's face as well. The pack, having regained their footing, spread out, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Their faces twisted with frenzied anticipation, revealing blood-red gums and dagger-like fangs. 6 ice wolves, their eyes fixated on James's throat and every vulnerable point, were poised for the attack. Grey Wind let out a long howl, stirring the pack into a chorus of cries. The clouds obscured the bashful sun, crows flitted about in disarray, and the cows and sheep confined in the barn stomped their hooves restlessly, releasing puffs of warm breath. 7, crouched in the haystack, assumed an aggressive stance, his front paws digging at the earth. The call of blood urged him to join his siblings in howling and fighting. Yet he remained hidden, a reluctant coward. James's gaze turned calm, embodying the essence of a warrior ready for battle. Both sides poised themselves, testing each other's resolve. James swallowed hard, silently wishing they would not let him down. As they glared at one another, neither side made the first move. The wolves grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, Amelia could no longer contain herself and charged from the northeast corner. James deftly sidestepped her, causing Amelia to crash to the ground, her mouth filled with dirt. Grey Wind and Summer roared, advancing towards James, who executed another swift maneuver, causing the 2 ice wolves to collide violently against the ground. The pack regrouped once more. Under the leadership of Grey Wind, the pack formed a triangular formation, their sharp fangs glistening, eyes fierce, saliva dripping and dampening the ground as they advanced menacingly towards Jamie. They leaped and lunged, snapping and clawing with all their might. Yet, Jaime evaded their every attempt with remarkable agility. They had never encountered a man so serpentine in his movements. Namely, as she placed her forepaws upon the ground and sprang forward with renewed ferocity, Jaime leaned back, causing her to miss her target. Seizing the moment, he grasped Namely's hind legs with a powerful grip and slammed her onto the sharp edge of the steps, eliciting a piercing cry of agony. Jaime then stomped fiercely upon her abdomen, leaving her gasping for breath. "I suspect I know which Stark's pet you are," he remarked. "So reckless and foolish." The sight of Namely gravely injured and bleeding ignited further fury in Grey Wind and Ghost, their roars reverberating with a terrifying intensity, shaking the very foundations of Winterfell. They were ablaze with the flames of vengeance, yearning to rend this man to pieces. In fright, the young boy trembled in the hayloft, making pitiful sounds, devoid of the earlier triumph and pride. The vengeful howls of the dire wolves echoed throughout Winterfell, becoming a nightmare for the faint-hearted. Joffrey, reclining upon his soft silk bed, was startled from his rest by the sudden and prolonged howling of the wolves. "Mother, mother, please silence these beasts. Oh, it is too terrifying." Cersei, ever at his side, furrowed her brow. "Joffrey, you are a brave and fearless prince. Jaime is seeking justice for you." After speaking, she seemed perplexed by the presence of dire wolves. "Why are there dire wolves here? Are they not the legendary beasts that I heard had long since become extinct?" The handmaidens could not answer his queries, but only Tyrion entered, remarking on the last of the dire wolves, the 7 offspring of House Stark, each accompanied by one. "Each one?" Joffrey questioned. "Is such coincidence possible? Perhaps it is divine providence that such formidable beasts have been bestowed upon these pups." Pouring himself a drink, Tyrion mused that perhaps the dire wolves were not as fearsome as the tale suggested. Yet, the heart-wrenching howls continued to rise in waves, making it impossible for anyone to maintain their composure. Surely, the entirety of Winterfell was aware of what transpired. What was Jaime doing to create such a commotion? "Your noble brother has forsaken sword and dagger and is now engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. You know he spares no effort in executing your commands." Joffrey abruptly sprang from his bed. "Those are direwolves. I know their ferocity. Jaime will be injured. We must assist him." Cersei, still grappling with the depths of the situation, questioned why he was not using a sword. Tyrion's eyes glinted with a knowing light. A warrior grappling with a pack of hungry wolves, offering blood and glory for the woman he loves. Are such tales not already widespread? Cersei, unable to mask her conflicting emotions of joy and worry, insisted, "I must see him. Tell him not to be foolish." "Mother, will Jaime be hurt?" Joffrey asked, bewildered. Cersei cried out in agitation, "He is a Kingsguard. No one can harm him." And she turned to run towards the sound of the howls. Tyrion raised his goblet. "Ah, a spectacle awaits. I did not imply that this woman is you." Joffrey flailed his arms upon the bed, exclaiming, "What riddle are you all speaking?" In a moment of life and death, Cersei swiftly gathered her silken garments and sprinted forward, colliding with the Stark couple and their lords at the entrance. Their encounter was brief. Cersei's tone was sharp as she declared that the dangers here were numerous, and those who guard the king should be disarmed and rendered helpless. Ned Stark, despite his usual restraint towards women, would surely agree. Without the requisite skill, how could one protect the king? She expressed her concern that their weapons were insufficiently sharp. The ominous howls from within surged forth relentlessly, causing Cersei to feel a surge of panic, leaving behind a chilling promise that they would come to regret this. She was the first to enter. The sky darkened, casting shadows all around, illuminated only by the gleaming golden hair and armor of Jaime, who forever shone as the brightest among them. The pride of House Lannister and Cersei's steadfast support. Jaime, slightly out of breath, remained unarmed as the pack of wolves encircled him, growling ferociously. Cersei unsheathed a guard's sword and tossed it to him, questioning his inaction. Jaime paid her no mind, while Ned's face was fraught with concern, an emotion that seeped into Catelyn as she whispered that Jaime had significantly weakened the wolves, while he himself remained unscathed, skillfully evading their attacks, leaving the wolves bewildered and enraged. The lords behind him displayed their own anxiety, yearning for the detestable Lannister to be torn to shreds, or, like a prince, to be left disfigured and toothless. The Stark warriors were invigorated, understanding that even the Golden Lion should not provoke the dire wolves. Indeed, any person with a modicum of common sense should recognize the ferocity of the dire wolves. Their sharp teeth could easily pierce an enemy's throat. Laughter erupted softly among them, a harmonious sound emerging as they reflected on Jaime's folly. One dire wolf would be formidable enough, yet this arrogant man sought to challenge 7. Tales of the dire wolves' invincibility in the north were well known. Cersei, having reached her limit, darkened her expression and commanded silence, ordering Jaime to be imprisoned in the dungeon. Several gold-cloaked guards forcefully cleared a path, breaking the arms of a few loquacious lords with bone-chilling cracks, silencing their protests. The Starks, though seething with indignation, exchanged glances. Unwilling to defy the queen, they looked on with pride, hoping the direwolves would impart a profound lesson to the arrogant Lannisters. Cersei furrowed her brow, anxiously regarding her brother. Jaime welcomed the arrival of reinforcements, seeing it as his moment to shine. According to his strategy, the foolish direwolves had already exhausted too much of their strength. Now was the time for him to display his prowess. He bowed to Cersei, who smiled with pride, eager for all to witness Jaime's glory. No one understood him better than she. He was poised for victory, determined to succeed. Everyone present would sing his praises far and wide. Nymeria was nearly unconscious. Grey Wind limped, and Summer gasped for breath, while Lady trembled faintly. Even the direwolf pup rushed to fight alongside them, but only Shaggy Dog anxiously watched the scene, observing his injured siblings, nervously digging at the earth, hiding among the hay bales, reluctant to make a sound. Time and again, they were mocked, enraged, and insulted. The fury of the wolf pack remained undiminished, yet with each encounter, their strength waned. Nevertheless, the wolves bore the courage of House Stark and the formidable reputation of the North. They regrouped, gathering their forces to launch another assault. The direwolves, 6 in number, charged at Jaime with blurring speed, creating a flurry of shadows. The scene was overwhelmingly dramatic, prompting gasps from the Stark guards. Yet Jaime had anticipated this moment. He had awaited it. With Grey Wind in his left hand and White Fang in his right, he seized them by the necks and crashed them together. In a swift maneuver, he flung the wolves aside. One hand pinned 2 of them down as he raised a fist like a hammer, unleashing a tempest of blows. Blood trickled from Grey Wind's mouth, while White Fang staggered in confusion. Jaime released them, and White Fang wobbled back to his feet, rejoining the fray. This time, it was not the wolves who attacked Jaime. Rather, he boldly challenged them. With a sweeping motion, he grasped the lady and hoisted her above his head, only to bring her crashing down at his feet. He stepped over her, and the lady tossed towards Summer stumbled under the impact. Just as she attempted to flee, a shadow loomed overhead. Jaime leaped forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike that sent shockwaves of pain and terror coursing through her spine. The unfortunate direwolf, known as Fluffy, could not escape a grim fate. Jaime seized him by the scruff, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a barrage of merciless blows. Fluffy shrieked, helpless against the onslaught. Jaime vented his pent-up frustration, striking relentlessly for 50 or 60 times. Onlookers averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight of the direwolf being reduced to a bloody pulp. Fluffy gradually ceased to move. Beneath him were 4 deep pits, a testament to his desperate struggle, with dust swirling around. Jaime stood, exhilarated, having released his pent-up rage. He dusted himself off, shaking off the remnants of fur, and with a smirk, bowed to Cersei, offering his honor to the queen. Cersei's lips trembled in suppressed delight. This was Jaime, her valiant and fearless Jaime, enveloped in an aura of glory. Jaime never failed to impress. Casually, Jaime discarded Fluffy and turned to retrieve Nymeria, tossing her onto the fallen wolf. He then gathered the lady, followed by Summer, Grey Wind, and White Fang, creating a trembling, bloodied mound of fur. Moaning in their grievous state, teetering on the brink of death, Jaime raised his hand, and the golden-clad guards cheered for him. The fearless Jaime, the great Lannister lion. Cersei brimmed with pride. She was Jaime, and Jaime was her. This brutal conflict concluded with Jaime's resounding victory. Several Lannister guards stepped forward to deal with the remaining beasts, while one went to retrieve the sword Jaime had earlier cast aside. The Starks, shrouded in heavy shadows, remained silent. Cersei, exuding arrogance, strode past them, eager to embrace Jaime. As the onlookers absorbed the harsh blow of the encounter, the direwolves of the Wolf Mountain rose, bloodied and glaring fiercely at the Lannister guards. The guards, battered and bruised, dismissed the wolves with disdain, their bodies trembling and scarred. The direwolf is not so fearsome after all. I could dispatch you with a mere finger. Several Lannister guards erupted in laughter as Grey Wind limped more severely, yet he stood resolutely at the forefront, emitting low whimpers. After several growls, the pack on the hill gradually mustered the strength to rise. They appeared utterly disheveled, devoid of their initial sharpness. Catelyn Stark's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with pity and anguish as she gazed upon these pitiful creatures. The wolves staggered to their feet. Jaime sensed something amiss. Cersei, retreat. At that moment, time seemed to slow as he beheld 5 injured wolves charging towards the yard, where a woman opened the door to their escape. Sunlight poured through the entrance, dazzling everyone's eyes. Jaime spotted Victoria, who strained against the wooden door with her back, as one by one, the wolves vanished behind her. As if stepping through a portal, Victoria regarded him with a gaze devoid of warmth, conveying an indescribable sentiment. A foul stench wafted through the air as torrents of blood sprayed from a severed throat. Cersei hesitated to advance, and the crowd was paralyzed by this sudden turn of events. The limping, weakened gray wind lunged at the fourth guard's neck, severing his windpipe. Those guards who had just been laughing were now eternally silent. "Ah, Gray Wind, you truly are swift as the wind." Jaime chuckled softly as he stepped forward. "You've done well. Now, let me end your suffering." With a limp, Gray Wind retreated, and Jaime sensed something lurking behind him. Suddenly, Gray Wind let out a terrified wail, drawing Jaime's attention back. Laughing, he moved closer. Jaime and Cersei cast aside their royal status, shouting fiercely as they charged towards the center. Gray Wind dashed towards the door Victoria had opened, but Jaime realized too late. As he turned, a direwolf leapt towards him, its rancid breath causing him to gag, and its sharp claws pierced his neck, while its teeth threatened to devour his eye. The situation was dire. Cersei's heart twisted in pain, more agonizing than Jory's injury. Jaime, he was wounded, his right eye obscured, yet relying on instinct and battle experience. He wrestled the dire wolf aside, engaging in a fierce struggle. Blood flowed from Jaime's neck, narrowly missing the artery, with thick streams trickling from his right eye. A potentially life-threatening injury. Jaime gasped in surprise. "You little whelp, you've grown quite audacious, haven't you? I thought you'd cower in the underbrush for eternity." A surprise attack? Jaime's grip tightened, crushing the wolf's features, nearly embedding it into the ground, leaving it unable to utter even the faintest whimper. The wolf, desperately thrashing, found it impossible to move the iron tower like Jaime, receiving only a barrage of blows in return, quickly succumbing to weakness. Driven by the instinct for survival, the wolf frantically clawed at Jaime's arm, soon leaving numerous bloodied scratches. Jaime seized the wolf by the neck with one hand and grasped its head with the other. "You are far weaker than your brothers, Mother Wolf." The wolf's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, struggling to catch its breath. The head and body were nearly torn apart, the skin threatening to rip asunder. Pain surged through Jaime's face, his right eye engulfed in darkness. Worry and rage ignited his fury. "I know whose whelp you are, equally treacherous and vile." Cersei's voice pierced through, demanding Jaime to rend the beast apart. Obeying her command, Jaime exerted force, the veins in his hands bulging. Just as the creature was on the brink of being torn asunder, 6 icy wolves descended like a tempest from behind, each vying for dominance, united in a singular aim, to rend Jaime and liberate the captive. Instantly, 6 wolves lunged at Jaime, biting savagely at his head, neck, wrists, ankles, and waist. Cersei, distressed, advanced with her sword drawn. "Back away," Jaime bellowed. A few guards restrained Cersei as Jaime, blinded by injury, relied on instinct to evade the relentless pack. Gradually, the wolves' effort allowed the captive to slip from Jaime's grasp. As Jaime contended with the pack, the captive viciously lunged for Jaime's eye. A chill ran through Jaime. He understood his right eye was doomed. The creature persisted, gnawing at his left eye, leaving him with a bloodied, blurred vision, engulfed in agony. Jaime roared, delivering a punch that nearly disemboweled the assailant. The wolves, undeterred, charged at Jaime repeatedly, only to be cast aside. Recognizing the captive's escape, the severely wounded Nymeria followed closely, trailed by Ghost, then Summer, and finally, the agile Shaggy Dog replaced the injured Gray Wind, who too fled swiftly. Ghost, drenched in blood, evaded Jaime's futile attempts to capture. Ultimately, Ghost dashed through the wooden door that Victoria had opened, joining her siblings in flight. Left behind were Jaime, laughing maniacally in the center, Cersei, anxious and worried, and the stunned ministers. The cursed beasts had fled after nearly severing Jaime's neck and eye. Jaime glared fiercely at the wooden door and the frail angel standing by its darkened threshold. Striding purposefully, armored and resolute, he approached her. Victoria, pale with fright, could no longer summon her courage and considered fleeing behind the door. She attempted to shut it, but Jaime wedged his hand into the gap. Despite Victoria's desperate efforts, the door would not close, and she abandoned it, fleeing desperately toward the steed she had prepared in advance, a notion she had not anticipated needing. Victoria's movements were sluggish. As she mounted, Jaime nearly grasped her horse's tail. Clumsily, she urged the steed to flee. With no other horses in sight, Jaime seethed. "You shall pay dearly for this, wretched woman." With that, he surged after her mount. The pair galloped across the plains, one fleeing, the other in pursuit. They raced without knowledge of time, the sun having long since retired, replaced by the watchful moon. Covered in blood, Jaime relentlessly chased after her. Victoria, in a state of panic, bore a hardened expression, her face marked by the trails of countless tears dried by the wind. Lacking skill or strength, her equestrian prowess was nearly her undoing. As her fragile heart teetered on the brink of collapse, and she prepared to surrender, resigned to perish at James's hands, the world spun violently around her. She was forcefully unseated from her steed, crashing to the ground. God, she swore her right hand must have fractured. The excruciating pain momentarily roused her numbed senses. Victoria struggled to rise after being thrown, but just then, another crushing weight bore down upon her. The metallic scent of blood and sweat flooded her nostrils. James descended with brutal force, leaving Victoria feeling gravely injured. Before she could regain her composure, he seized her chestnut hair with a fierce grip, pinning her down and thrusting her face into the coarse stone and mud. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, Victoria gazed at the wrathful James and the rough ground beneath her, despair gnawing at her heart. James, having lost an eye, relentlessly pursued Victoria throughout the afternoon, propelled by a profound vendetta and an unwavering resolve for vengeance. Did he truly intend to kill her? Victoria understood this all too well. With his bare hands, James tightened his grip around her neck, blood trickling from his eyes and splattering onto her pallid face, offering his lifeblood to the beloved maiden. Despite his exhaustion from battling the wolf pack and the relentless chase, he remained resolute. The stark contrast between their states was striking. A fierce she-wolf confronted by a golden lion ready to eviscerate her. Victoria pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." In a fit of rage, James struck her fiercely across the face. "What about when you let the wolves tear me apart? You wretched creature. You brought this upon yourself." The searing pain on her face became her shield, as though half her spirit had been stripped away. James mercilessly sat upon her abdomen, constricting her breath. Each inhalation grew weaker, casting doubt on her ability to endure another second. "You filthy harlot," he cursed. Victoria's horse lay nearby, frothing at the mouth, unable to rise again. James glanced at the saddle and reins atop the fallen horse, then released Victoria, striding toward the animal. Grateful for the air she could draw, Victoria thanked the heavens for her reprieve, yet she knew James would not relent. James regarded her with an impassive stare before he began to dismantle the reins from the horse. Fear gripped Victoria. "What are you planning to do?" James remained silent. His remaining eye, a golden orb, radiating a terrifying glare. Clad in a silken dress, Victoria struggled to her feet. "Please, don't, spare me." Above, dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder rumbling in the distance. Overwhelmed by despair, she began to retreat. Unfazed, James quickened his pace in dismantling the reins. "I will not allow you an easy escape. This marks the 300th day since Victoria departed from my life, and time has carved countless wounds upon my soul. I behold the sun, the moon, and the stars. I gaze upon rivers and mountains, and feel the gentle breeze caressing the tips of the grass. Yet, your absence casts a shadow upon my existence. My angel, my Victoria, you are the solitary light in the darkness of my life, the very essence of my being and my faith. But why do you not love me? When you departed, were you aware of the heart that shattered in your wake? You, heartless woman, have surreptitiously harvested my love, only to abandon me with callous indifference. Yet, when you first graced my life, the fragrance of gardenias enveloped me. You are so elegantly simple, yet utterly captivating. I succumb to your allure without resistance. I am admired, skilled in martial prowess, and carry myself with grace, adorned in golden armor and white garments. It was not until I encountered you, this intoxicating poison, this consuming magma, that I was unhesitatingly conquered. Love arrived so unexpectedly, just as I had resolved to remain a carefree rogue for life. You melted me, reformed me, invaded my very being. You ignited my infatuation, drove me to madness, leaving me in eternal torment, yet boundless joy. Do you truly love me? As I love you, with unwavering sincerity and fearless devotion. When you gently approached me, I implored the divine. For you, I dreamed of love and family, envisioning a home filled with our mutual affection, anticipating our blissful life together. Even the air was intoxicating. Everything felt perfectly balanced, sweet, and delightful. What compelled you to come into my life? Was it fate, this ever unruly destiny? And what force took you away? Why will you not meet me? You do not even lower your noble gaze to acknowledge the raven I sent, nor the letters filled with my despair. Victoria, my goddess, my sun and moon, please do not be so cruel. I love you. I yearn for you. My breath is you. My life is you. Do you not feel a thing? Why must you be so harsh, so unfeeling? Is it because I once offended you or defied your wishes? Or do you perceive my love as an imposition? Something you do not desire? Because I am not the image you cherish. Victoria, please tell me what it is you seek. Do you not adore my golden hair? Do you not find beauty in my soul and body? You are so flawless, my Victoria, my goddess. What manner of being must I embody to capture your affection? Victoria, do not remain silent. Do not evade my queries any longer. Today, I must seek an answer from you. You speak not to anyone, and these others are of no consequence. Simply lift your noble head. Yet, my heart, my love, you cannot treat me with such indifference. In my busyness, I find no trace of you. Yet when I am free, you incessantly occupy my thoughts. I am sweetened and sorrowful, struck by Cupid's golden arrow. While you regard me as a tedious stranger, why must a volcano encounter ice? Why does a puddle reflect the heavens? Why do peaks meet the sea? And why does the eagle soar in the depths of the earth? Why must I alone endure the bittersweet taste of love? I long for your ardent affection, to share your thoughts with me, as the flames meld us together, never to part. No, Victoria, do not utter a word. I implore you, remain silent. I have already tasted your cruelty. Indeed, I am proud and full of flaws. Please do not reject me. Grant me but a glimmer of hope. Yet, I tremble at the thought of hearing your denial. Like the silence you have always maintained, please continue to keep your silence. I am aware that you have never loved me. However, I beseech you to leave a small space for me. At least to let me know that you have never loathed me. Perhaps there still remains a semblance of possibility. Oh, love, what a wretched thing it is. What indeed is love? What constitutes it, and how does it operate? Why do I suddenly find myself in a frenzy? What is it that makes me dance with abandon? What brings me joy, and what plunges me into despair? It is you, my love, my honey, my Victoria. Since I laid eyes upon you, I have wished to forget you. I have encountered many women, yet their faces blur, their ages and names elude me. I am indifferent to their heights and shapes. They tug at my trousers, beseeching me for love. Yet, I possess no such luxury. I have given it all to you. What am I struggling against? You are like an abyss, unfathomable. I know not what you desire or despise. You remain silent, like a mountain, timeless and mute. You cherish silence, for your heart is brimming. I admire the fullness of your spirit, striving desperately to penetrate it. Yet, you have not made room for me. Why does love render one humble, even in humility, finding happiness? Does Victoria truly exist, or is it merely the shadow of a fantasy I have conjured? Why have I fallen under your spell? Why am I so entranced by you that I cannot eat or sleep? I writhe in anguish, Victoria. When will you cast a fleeting glance my way? I am infatuated with thoughts of you, endlessly sending ravens to deliver my messages. I yearn to ask you, have you eaten? What are you doing? Are you happy? Do you think of me? You are so astute, so wise, impeccable before others. Why then, do you not wish to extend a modicum of patience and dignity towards me? You possess endless time to ponder and live your life. Why will you not spare a single second for me? You guard your moments, merely to witness the ephemeral bloom of the night blooming Sirius, then contentedly drift into slumber. The moonlight is as cold as water. You are in deep meditation, while I lie awake, restless. I gaze out the window, towards your direction, eagerly awaiting the ravens to return with your whispered words. Even a blank envelope bearing your mark would suffice, or a few perfunctory words. Enough to bring me satisfaction and joy. Yet, there is nothing. Victoria, you are the cruelest person in this world, more miserly than the most avaricious. You refuse to spare a moment or a thought for me. How can I not harbor resentment? You torment me, a hapless soul ensnared by love. You inflict suffering upon your captive and servant. You wield your power over me, while I am left with no choice but to submit. In this war of affection, I am no longer invincible. I have become an inexperienced child, utterly defeated in your grasp. Victoria, I adore you. Yet I am uncertain whether it is you I cherish or the exquisite phantasm that resides within my heart. You embody all virtues, all admirable qualities. You are the very epitome of perfection, a Daphne, a Hera, a timeless and radiant star. Yet, despite my infatuation, I remain a stranger to your essence. For I am a coward in love, cautiously speculating and trembling while attempting to communicate. I am oblivious to what you delight in and what you abhor. I can only lay bare my soul, dissect myself without pretense, presenting every fragment of my being to you. I am far from perfect. I may evoke your disdain and mockery. I wish you to remember that there was a night when I unveiled my heart to you without reservation. I exposed my weaknesses and vulnerabilities, relinquishing all defenses and shattering my pride. Tonight, I find myself somewhat inebriated, wandering the streets, while others point and gawk at me. Yet you remain unconcerned for my safety, regarding me merely as a transient figure. As I lay myself bare, attempting to capture your attention with my incessant chatter. You remain silent, unwilling to divulge anything of yourself. You never voluntarily reveal your essence. For you believe that even a mere glimmer of light from your tightly sealed heart is sufficient to draw me in. You harbor no trust in me, unwilling to allow me to nest within your heart. How profoundly unfair this is, yet such is the nature of love, unjust and capricious. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to solitude, and I cannot intrude upon that. I fantasize about the flames of passion igniting between us. However, tonight I am more acutely aware that I may never attain what I desire. You possess vast knowledge, profound depth, and exquisite grace. But do you realize? Only I comprehend your worth more than others. I admire your beauty more deeply. Without me, to whom do you belong as a star, as a moon? Who else would love you as I do? Without my affection, you are but an ordinary woman, a commonplace figure, subject to the scorn of others. I elevate your value. Yet you inflict pain upon me. I once scoffed at others, rejecting the lofty position of a beloved king, choosing instead to be a slave to another's love. Today, I have tasted the bitter fruit of that choice. You pass by me, and our lives intertwine. Even the breeze is fragrant, and the moon is resplendent. When others profess their love for me, I am bewildered, questioning why metal should unite with wood. There is no flutter of the heart, no lingering attachment. I turn her away, just as you have turned me away. To seek a beloved is to find satisfaction in every moment. To pursue one who does not love you is to squander time and waste life. When shall lovers finally unite? I beseech you, bow your head. Look down upon this earthly realm from above, for here lies a devoted follower, heartbroken for you. I have traversed mountains, yet you are absent. I have crossed oceans, and still you are nowhere to be found. You and I are but denizens of disparate realms. Why has fate conspired to unite us? In that fleeting moment when you illuminated my life, I experienced both the ecstasy of existence and the desolation of demise. I love you, yet you do not reciprocate my affections. I yearn to encounter souls, always believing that the next would be you, yet it is never so. I strive to communicate with you, yet my clumsiness invites your mockery. How unjust! Why, in matters of the heart, do you withhold your love? Why must I descend to the depths of despair, only to find that your affection remains elusive? Yet, amidst this dust, I find joy, for I behold you. Alas, the cruelty of you, the heartless one, denies me even a fleeting glance. Victoria, how merciless you are. Perhaps I should not demand so much. Perhaps it suffices to love you quietly. Perhaps my love is insufficient, as I often prioritize my own feelings over yours. Victoria, I am uncertain whether I truly love you. I wish for you to see me, to grant me the chance to grow, or perhaps you could guide my growth, shaping me into the person you adore and I desire to be. In many instances, I have angered you. My silence amuses you, yet could you not lead me? Teach me. Victoria, I am not perfect. Victoria, I still hope you might lower your gaze to see me. I have done all within my power, yet you remain cursedly silent, as you were in the beginning. Silence. How may I ignite the flames of your affection? The vast prairie stretches endlessly, and Victoria's flight appears futile. She has strayed far beyond the influence of Winterfell, lost amidst the expanse. No one, save for herself, can rescue Victoria from James's menacing blade. James's eyes glare at her with malevolence. He is no longer the handsome figure he once was, his face marred by ghastly wounds. The price he has paid is steep, and he must reclaim what was lost from this detestable woman. He tightened the reins of the horse, securing them upon his armor, and with a sinister smile, he began to sprint toward Victoria. Exhausted and rigid, she is near the brink of death. All she can do is watch as James approaches with a wicked grin, lassoing her with the reins. Victoria stumbles, her body ensnared. Lying despondently upon the grass, James binds her as one would a pig or sheep. Yet Victoria feels a sense of liberation. Having fought valiantly to escape, she realizes that death is her only path. Now faced with mortality, she accepts her fate. For after expending all her strength, she can confront any outcome without regret. The ferocity of James's actions starkly contrasts with her calm submission, unsettling him. Victoria is acutely aware of her own composure, even finding the spirit to jest. She intermittently remarks, "Perhaps you require me to weep in terror, to scream in despair? I apologize, I am far too weary to cooperate with you." James, with his rough and unyielding whip, presses it against her. He roars, losing control, "You have ruined me. I am blind. I am blind. I shall inflict upon you the most excruciating punishments, casting you down into the depths of the seven hells, where existence will become a torment worse than death." Victoria gasped for breath, her voice faltering as she implored him to grant her a swift end. Why must he torment a woman? James spat a mouthful of blood upon her. cursing her as a witch, a demon, destined to endure the most brutal tortures before meeting a humiliating demise. Victoria, rendered weak and nearly deaf, succumbed to hallucinations. Before losing consciousness, a singular thought plagued her mind. How could James, this pampered nobleman, display such a lack of decorum by spitting upon her? Her fainting spell incensed James. He struck her face fiercely with a riding whip, declaring that her torment had only just begun and escape was not an option. Victoria, deeply unconscious, remained unresponsive, blood flowing from her wounds, leading to an inevitable 3 days of slumber and a significant loss of vitality. James dismounted from her, raking his fingers through her disheveled, blood-stained golden hair, unleashing a furious roar. He was profoundly dissatisfied with his inability to personally exact vengeance upon this demon. He leaned down and savagely bit into Victoria's neck, leaving several deep wounds, blood drenching his mouth. Yet, what was the difference between biting a corpse and gnawing on a piece of dead pork? Victoria, roused momentarily by the pain, questioned, "Do you wish to consume me?" The captive's awakening reignited James's thirst for revenge. He lunged at her, resuming his savage assault on her arteries. Who claims that women are fragrant? This woman reeked of sweat, her blood thick and foul, her visage grotesque and repugnant. To devour her alive would not suffice to quell the hatred that consumed him. However, Victoria slipped back into unconsciousness, oblivious to her surroundings. James, furious, struck her several times, demanding that she awaken, imploring her not to lie there like a dead pig. He beat and berated her, yet Victoria remained unresponsive. Punches, kicks, and bites to her neck elicited no reaction. Such relentless cruelty proved disheartening, leaving James feeling impotent. He vowed not to allow this woman a moment's reprieve. Soon, exhaustion began to take its toll on James as he pursued the horse on foot, pushing it to its limits in a grueling challenge. Furthermore, he had recently fought a fierce battle against the ice wolves. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed onto the grasslands, seeking a fleeting respite. The sky stretched vast and distant. A few vultures and hawks had already gathered around the dead horse, feasting on its fresh entrails. Fatigued and weakened, James removed his helmet, pressing his right hand tightly against his right eye, which offered no sight, while his left eye throbbed with pain and blurred vision. Beside him lay Victoria, nearly lifeless, her breath scarcely discernible. James's thoughts wandered through a labyrinth of memories, from Cersei to Joffrey, from the ice wolves to Castle Black, and across the plains. He was lost in a place he scarcely recognized, aware only that he had paid an exorbitant and undeserved price for his pursuits of hunting and lust. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, the Stark family found no solace, enduring the wrath and fury of the Queen. James pursued Victoria relentlessly. They had previously dispatched troops in pursuit, but James and his steed were simply too swift, fleeing into the night. The Golden Cloaks and Stark's forces returned empty-handed, knowing only that the two, along with their horse, had vanished into the vast eastern plains. The 7 grievously injured direwolves were equally elusive, leaving no trace behind. They all disappeared into the eastern wilderness, a domain rife with savage beasts and ruthless marauders. Cersei dispatched as many men as possible, equipped with ample supplies of medicine, to search for James. Yet, for the king, one was merely a subordinate's daughter, and the other a detested Lannister. This was insufficient to evoke his compassion or sorrow. The king could not remain away from the capital for long. He resolved to return after a brief search. Stark did not anticipate such a lack of empathy from King Robert, nor did Cersei foresee that the king would disregard James's fate. However, the king's authority constrained all. Cersei wished to remain until James was found. Jorah longed for his uncle and refused to leave. Yet, they were forcibly ushered into luxurious carriages, their tears and grief disregarded. Cersei left her guard, and even her handmaidens behind, instructing, "You shall remain here and continue the search until he is found." Within the swaying carriage, Cersei released all her grievances, beseeching her father in Casterly Rock for assistance, requesting reinforcements. Grasping Jorah's shoulder, she declared, "Do you understand? This is power. Power allows you to do anything. Jorah, you must seize all power." Jorah, somewhat alarmed and bearing scabs of blood on his face, questioned, "Only with power can one protect one's uncle?" Cersei nodded gravely. "With power, you can safeguard anyone you wish and eliminate any who oppose you." Jorah lowered his head, pondering. "Is it like how my father could imprison us at any moment?" "Indeed," she affirmed, "for he is the king, the very embodiment of power. In the order of the realm, power is paramount. Status, wealth, and position hold great significance. Yet, in the desolate wilderness, on the uninhabited plains, no one knows who you are." James had captured Victoria, only to be subsequently seized by true, primal savages. They found themselves lost. Taken back to a cave by these wild men. Outnumbered and grievously wounded, James, like Victoria, was stripped of all armor, garments, possessions, and weapons. The two were cast naked upon the grassy edge of the forest, surrounded tightly by the tribe of savages. Before them flickered several campfires, their smoke curling into the air. The tribe was busy skinning and butchering several plump bison, a rare and bountiful harvest, ensuring every member had ample meat. The two were confined within a crude cage fashioned from rough branches. Nearby, another cage contained a wild goat and two of the savages. The goat, untamed and frantic, struggled amidst the stench of blood and the fierce shouts that filled the air, terrified and desperate to escape. The companion of the wild sheep, two uncivilized beings from an unknown tribe, were nearly crushed beneath its hooves. James observed the scene with vigilance, noting the presence of the cannibalistic tribe. He never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. The only source of satisfaction lay in the fact that within this cage resided his prey. Victoria, gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness, could not flail about like the wild sheep across from her. While James maintained dominion over everything within the confines of this cage, including the wretched woman. Despite his animosity, it did not hinder James from admiring Victoria's exquisite form. Her skin, pale and tender, limbs elongated, waist taut, and the alluring contrast of her bosom and dark curls, all resonated with his preferences. "I shall kill you," James murmured softly. Yet, Victoria remained ensnared in her deep stupor, and James regarded her frailty with disdain. Having endured a day of relentless flight, devoid of sustenance and medical aid for his injuries, James was nonetheless aware that his body brimmed with vitality, the source of which remained an enigma. He pondered silently how a defenseless, unarmed man, completely bare, could possibly escape from this dire situation. The wild men of the tribe had procured a substantial bounty of food, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. Lacking preservation methods, James and the unconscious Victoria were kept as livestock, intended for slaughter when provisions ran low. In an adjacent cage, the wild sheep remained lively, while the lifeless body of a fellow savage was dragged out to be butchered and shared among the tribe. James's gaze held no trace of fear as he observed another injured wild man in the cage, contemplating that survival might afford him the luxury of postponing his fate. As for Victoria, he found a peculiar comfort in using her as a cushion, her softness and warmth providing solace. Although she was weakened, she had not succumbed to death, thus sparing her from the fate of being consumed. James feigned helplessness, yet he was acutely aware that, for reasons unknown, he was experiencing a rapid recovery. Otherwise, how could he explain the fact that his right eye, mangled and bloodied, had not become infected nor purulent, but was instead gradually healing despite his lack of nourishment? The wild men had previously offered food to sustain a few living animals. The wild sheep, devoid of intellect, voraciously devoured the eyeballs of the fallen. Nearby, another wild man savored the gnawing of bones with delight. Despite years of combat on the battlefield, James lacked the courage to consume the half-liver and a heap of slippery intestines before him. Curled up in a half-reclining position within the cage, James rested his head between Victoria's bosom, drawing her feeble right arm over his eyes, murmuring that if he were to eat, he would begin with her. The wild men, with their ample provisions, would not turn their attention to them for the time being. James awaited an opportune moment, while Victoria continued to lie in a death-like slumber. Over the course of 3 days, her naked form had become a source of irritation for him. At last, on the third day, signs of awakening began to manifest in Victoria, her fingers and eyelids stirring slightly. James harbored a morbid anticipation for her awakening, eager to witness her reaction upon seeing her own desolate state amidst a gruesome pile of human bones and bloodied entrails. Victoria, acutely aware that she had fallen into the clutches of a savage tribe, felt a profound sense of terror that would undoubtedly delight James. As her gaze met his sinister grin, she was struck with a familiar helplessness, unable to muster the strength to even hide on the far side of her cage. The shocking realization that both of them were utterly unclothed overwhelmed her. She instinctively crossed her arms and curled her legs. James, with a mocking smile, chose to remain silent about having observed everything during the past 3 days. Victoria maintained her uncomfortable posture, straining against the discomfort, which James found quite agreeable as a form of suffering and a lesson in humility. James was immensely satisfied, and before he could finish his derisive comment, a guard from the tribe, displeased with the restless prey, struck him several times with a long staff. He collapsed onto Victoria, blood oozing from his gums. What on earth was happening? Victoria's voice barely rose above a whisper. Once the guard moved on, James took a slow breath, grasped Victoria's chin, and began to explain that she had been captured by a cannibal tribe, and once their food supply was depleted, she would soon become their next meal. A lasting fear and bewilderment crept across Victoria's face. The longer she displayed such an expression, the more elated James felt. This was far more gratifying than simply killing or devouring her. Having read Robinson Crusoe and watched documentaries, Victoria had a vague understanding of cannibal tribes. Yet she could not fathom becoming someone else's sustenance. She sensed that James was unnaturally calm, devoid of any despair or fear typical of a captive. "Aren't you their prisoner?" Victoria asked tentatively. "Me? I am certainly in a better position than some wretched souls. They would consume the dead first, while I take great pleasure in witnessing your demise," he replied, his words dripping with malice. Victoria, too distressed to care about her nakedness, felt a profound sense of helplessness and irritation. Yet she was at a loss for solutions. Soon, night descended upon them. James suddenly felt a twinge of awkwardness. They were in the wilderness, where the nighttime chill was biting. They could not enjoy the warmth of a campfire. In the preceding days, while Victoria lay unconscious like a lifeless creature, James had held her close, seeking warmth. Now that Victoria had regained consciousness, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain that closeness. Victoria was feverish, her body burning like a coal. Even a gust of wind made her shiver uncontrollably. As the night grew darker and the fire dimmer, only the relentless wind persisted. Two prisoners, filled with mutual animosity, one a distinguished heir and the other a timid noblewoman, found their will to resist waning. They could no longer recall the deep-seated enmity or the barriers between the sexes, nor did they care about the embarrassment or shame of their circumstances. Perhaps it was Victoria who first extended her hand, or perhaps it was James who moved forward. They embraced, drawing warmth from each other in the frigid air, finding solace in this shared warmth amidst the cold. In their dazed state, their wills weakened. They surrendered to this fleeting comfort of existence. In such a naked embrace, there lay no relation to the frivolities of romance or passion. Rather, they were merely two souls striving for survival amidst the mountains. It was the dew of the following dawn that roused them, as James gently suckled on the strands of Victoria's hair, which were adorned with droplets of dew. Victoria found his actions rather unsettling, likening them to those of a pervert. Surely, this was far superior to the taste of human blood, was it not? Victoria remained silent. Nonetheless, the act was still quite repulsive. As the sun ascended, casting its fervent rays upon them, James unceremoniously released his hold on Victoria. She gazed at the sturdy cage, her mind devoid of any thoughts. Observing the swarming greenbottle flies, James hesitated and inquired, "Are you not afraid?" Victoria replied with calmness, terrified to death. "Yet it does not seem so. I lack the strength to display fear." James found her response both amusing and bewildering. "Do you not wish to escape?" Victoria exerted herself to roll her eyes at him. "With a savage, a cage, a frail body, a lack of strength, and you who desires my demise. I truly do not wish to flee. I prefer to conserve my energy." With that, she turned her back to James and leaned against the bars of the cage. James felt a surge of joy, taking delight in the sight of Victoria's form, exclaiming, "You are exquisite." Victoria paid him no mind. She had maintained a curled posture for 2 days, rendering herself uncomfortable without any benefit. Once the barrier of modesty was lowered, it could be cast aside 1,000 times over. She merely used her long hair to shield herself as best she could. Intrigued, James reached out to caress Victoria's bare back from behind. Victoria turned, swatting his hand away, but he drew closer, placing his hand over hers. "You are quite unlike Cersei." Victoria leaned against the bars, insisting, "Leave me be. I miss her, and Yura." Victoria despised his incessant chatter. After days of captivity, her body ached and she could scarcely stand upright. "You, a delicate lady, do you not miss your family?" James embraced her from behind, resting his head in the crook of her shoulder. Victoria struggled to break free. "Of course, I long for them, but what can I do? I am trapped in a savage's cage, unable to stretch my legs, poised to be devoured. Why did you not simply slay me with your sword back then?" James reveled in her predicament. "It was because you fled on horseback that I exerted such effort to pursue you." Victoria cast him a sidelong glance, regarding him as a monster. Deep within, she calculated her fate, fully aware of her inability to escape. James, however, was a different case. Victoria had long recognized the peculiarities about him. During the encounter with the ice wolves, James had been bitten on the right eye by the cunning seven, leaving him with near blindness in the left eye and numerous wounds across his body. After days of relentless pursuit, he had been deprived of both clothing and sustenance. In the absence of any medical aid, remarkably, James's wounds showed no signs of infection or suppuration. Even through their physical contact, Victoria could distinctly feel James growing stronger. And astonishingly, his right eye was gradually regaining its sight. Such a phenomenon was beyond imagination. Is my neck marked by your bites? Of course. Are the scars beautiful? James increasingly regained his vigor. He seized Victoria's neck once more, exerting pressure discreetly. Cough. Let go of me. I was merely inquiring. You should cherish the moments you can still speak. I shall not grant you an easy time. Are you preparing to flee? Are you contemplating betrayal? James remained unfazed, asserting, I could effortlessly eliminate you with these very hands. I find myself rather eager for your escape. Why? I assumed you preferred to witness my demise at the hands of savages. I cannot believe that you, this wretched woman, would show any mercy. I merely think that, compared to being devoured, perhaps you could offer me a swift end. James lowered his voice, letting out a hearty laugh, unencumbered by restraint, allowing Victoria to clearly observe the trembling of his chest. Undeniably, James possessed a physique that was most commendable. You foolish woman. Soon you shall understand that falling into my grasp is far worse than being devoured. That night, James initiated his escape. The hour of reckoning had arrived. Under the cover of night, while the savages slumbered soundly, James began to stir quietly. The savages wielded no advanced tools, merely thick, coarse vines encircling the cage. James was compelled to tear apart the vines with his hands, his veins bulging in his arms and forehead. This was no simple task. After an hour, his fingers were bloodied, and though he might have felt pain, he could not afford to frown, continuing to pull with all his might. Victoria felt the chill, while the man who could provide her warmth prepared for his escape. Sensing movement nearby, Victoria extended her hand, clutching a few sharp-edged stones, dampened by the earth below. James raised an eyebrow, remarking, You are quite clever. How could I forget that stones could be found in the soil? He took one, resuming his work on the stones, significantly hastening the progress. Crouching, only his lean waist, legs, and back were visible. Victoria leaned closer, wrapping her arms around him from behind, wordlessly seeking warmth. James's expression shifted from excitement at obtaining the stones to a somber, impassive weight. A woman resting against him felt burdensome. Yet, he did not push her away, continuing to grind the vines during the mechanical motions. James could not help but ponder that if he were to escape, Victoria, in her current state, would surely perish. Thus, he would be forced to endure interrogation by the cannibals, followed by a grisly end. For a woman who had harmed him, such a fate was hardly unwelcome. Yet, James found no thrill in the thought. Victoria leaned against him, both bodies exposed to one another's warmth and presence. He felt her breath, light and shallow, perhaps on the brink of cessation. James's heart weighed heavily, perhaps unreasonably so. Maybe I am merely disheartened by my inability to end her life myself, he consoled himself. Lost in a tumult of thoughts, the sudden clatter startled James. The sound of vines brushing against the cage signaled that he had finally severed all the tendrils with Victoria's stone. Are you leaving? Victoria gently inquired from behind him. It took considerable effort for James to emerge from his chaotic reverie. You should go, otherwise, the wild man will awaken. How considerate she was. James found himself at a loss, questioning why he hesitated to depart immediately. Ah, farewell. Noticing his indecision, Victoria relinquished her hold and descended from him. The absence of her weight and soft warmth left James feeling hollow. The mountain breeze intensified, bringing an unusual chill. This cold compelled him to awaken fully, and he turned to see that there was only one path left, death. Victoria lay feebly on the ground, her arms wrapped around herself, futilely seeking comfort and warmth. I know. Her eyes sparkled, glistening with unshed tears. You're crying, James remarked, his voice heavy. I feel cold, frightened, and somewhat faint, Victoria confessed, closing her eyes and sniffling. You must go. There's no need to bear the news of my demise back with you. James shifted slightly, silent. Then, resolutely, he extricated himself from the cage. Having been confined in such a cramped space for so long, Victoria was taken aback by James's towering stature. He stood bare, with robust muscles resembling a perfect human sculpture that would leave even Da Vinci and Michelangelo in awe. Cautiously, James pilfered weapons, a sizable chunk of deliciously roasted bison meat, and some garments before making a hasty escape. As he fled, the value of freedom washed over him, accompanied by the image of Circe's beaming face and her embrace. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the frail, exposed Victoria still trapped in the wild man's cage, her arms tightly wrapped around herself. Trembling like a complete weakling, destined to be devoured at dawn, James quickened his pace, fully sprinting toward freedom. He noticed the glimmer of tears in Victoria's eyes. Women, made of water, Why are they so fragile? The days spent together, the dread of death, the stones, and her insistence that he leave, all conspired to diminish James's desire to kill Victoria instantly. He pondered, could he not take her away first, and then end her life? The thought startled him. No. Let her perish here. This fierce woman was not worthy of pity. Yet, he could not bear to look back. Victoria was vulnerable, utterly defenseless, her fragility, misery, fear, and tears starkly evident. She was a weak woman, and he was a man, a knight. James wrestled with his conscience. If Victoria were Cersei, he would risk his life to save her. If she were Jorah Mormont, a slightly sturdier man, he would have no qualms about escaping alongside her. Yet Victoria's condition had deteriorated to such an extent, rendering her a burden that would only drag others down. Each individual is bound by their own fate. James pondered upon his indecision, realizing that his compassion had led him to empathize with an adversary. He effortlessly scaled a ridge, his body proving agile and robust. Over the past few days, he had fully regained his health, albeit the reasons remained obscure. The camp of the wildlings had vanished from sight. The scent of the campfire no longer wafted through the air. The moon gradually descended, and soon dawn would break, heralding the woman's impending fate. A multitude of grimy, dark hands would pierce through her fragile skin, extracting her innards. In her final moments, she would witness her liver being devoured, ultimately succumbing to a cruel death amidst relentless sobs and agony. James halted, propping his arm against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath. She was not Cersei. She was not worth the risk. Had she not provoked him in the first place, she would be dutifully residing in the castle as a princess. Was this not her own doing? James Lannister, think of Cersei. You must return to her. She surely weeps daily, living in fear. Move forward, do not falter. This woman is unworthy of such perilous sacrifice. He pressed on. As time elapsed and dawn broke, wildlings began to stir, the camp erupting with screams and furious growls. What was amiss? The robust ropes of the cage had been severed. Someone had escaped. Their prey had fled. This realization incited an unusual frenzy among the guards. The wildling leader, peculiar in his outcries, roused a significant number of his kin, who, understanding his intent, grew more enraged, rallying together in a cacophony of shouts against their common foe. Only one prey remained in their cage. They hastily scrambled to their feet, encircling Victoria. Victoria, burning with fever, lay amidst the muck, yet her alabaster form still radiated a certain luminescence. The surrounding wildlings, dark and grimy, brandished spears stained with blood and hair, pointing them towards her. This was a futile endeavor. The frail woman among them posed no threat of resistance. In her weakened state, the wildlings regarded her with disdain, fearing that consumption of her frail self might infect them with her illness. The wildling leader, bloodthirsty and wild-eyed, advanced, his massive hand seizing Victoria's arm as he uttered incomprehensible words. Victoria, tears streaming down her face, shook her head in despair. I do not know. He is gone. He is gone. Then, in utter hopelessness, she leaned against the side. The wildlings, unable to comprehend her words, responded with a wild flourish of their hands. They erupted into excited shouts, gathering firewood to erect a post at the center. Victoria was tightly bound with vines, encircled by a burgeoning pile of dry kindling. The wildlings intended to burn her alive. In a collective effort, the flames surged higher as Victoria found herself encircled by a multitude of firewood. Hope seemed a distant memory. A sense of despondency washed over her as she gazed at the towering logs, tears of despair welling in her eyes, contemplating the agonizing demise by fire. A fleeting thought of self-inflicted death crossed her mind, yet the pain deterred her. A futile attempt at biting her tongue led to resignation. Who could grant her a swift release from this torment? The wild chieftain approached, torch in hand, as his followers united in rhythmic chants, their voices crescendoing in a display of their overwhelming numbers and strength. Weak and vulnerable, Victoria resigned herself to the inevitable fate that awaited her. The flames, fierce and relentless, signified her impending execution as a supposed traitor, leaving her powerless to save herself. The pile of wood continued to rise, emanating a nauseating stench. Surrounding her were about 30 savages, brandishing spears and stone knives, fervently kneeling before a peculiar animal skull, as if partaking in a religious rite. Their ecstatic dance was adorned with cow horns affixed to their heads, while their bodies and faces were smeared with human blood and a yellowish mineral resembling sulfur. They mimicked the movements and roars of beasts. As the raucous celebration unfolded, an unbearable odor, born from years of neglect, seemed to swell. Victoria's lips turned pale. Ensnared by vines, her weight bore down upon them, barely allowing her to stand, or rather, to dangle without collapsing. With the sun setting, the lengthy ritual drew to a close. As the wild revelers slowly calmed, their collective chants dwindled from 10 to a mere few, ultimately fading into silence. Victoria could hear the sound of her own blood gradually coagulating. The chieftain, adorned with feathers, struck the ground heavily with his staff, causing her heart to skip a beat. The wild men erupted in a unified cry of Lamika, sending tremors through her being. A torch was raised and hurled into the woodpile, igniting sparks that ignited the inferno. In a moment of sheer terror, her mind fractured. A flash of golden lightning seemed to ascend from her crown, connecting her to the cosmos. Her thoughts intertwined between the modern world and the realm of the Game of Thrones, scenes rapidly shifting like a chaotic flipbook. Within a mere second, her life flashed before her eyes. Reluctant to depart from the warmth of this earthly existence, Victoria fought desperately against her fate, her cries piercing the air, raw and primal, filled with anguish and despair. The vines scraped against her, shedding fragments of dust. Emotion and chaos engulfed her mind. A cacophony of howling winds and dragon roars filled her ears, as a medley of sounds invaded her frenzied consciousness. The heat is oppressive, intensifying with each passing moment. The flames seem poised to kiss her, extending their tongues to caress her toes. A silent sorrow and despair linger in the air. As the blaze grows ever closer and brighter, the temperature relentlessly surging. Waves of dryness and heat wash over her. She is a martyr, a saint subjected to the flames, willingly sacrificing herself. In a tragic and desolate stance, Victoria leans against the wooden pillar, acutely aware of the approaching inferno. Amidst the crackling and popping of the burning wood, she hears a sharp, resonant clash. What is this? A delusion amid despair, akin to hope. In her dire straits, Victoria seems to hallucinate. Yet this is akin to the final straw, still igniting her will to survive. Death, how fearsome! Yet I shall fight fiercely to continue living. For the essence of life lies in resilience. A sudden, harsh crack echoes. It is the clash of stone blades against spears. Behold, it is James, a celestial figure materializing before Victoria. This is the primal essence of humanity. Two adult men, draped in animal hides, wielding primitive, sharp weapons, engage in combat. They exude a raw, untamed charisma and barbaric courage. This is a masterpiece of the cosmos, the pinnacle of humanity, a fusion of strength and beauty. James roars, a fierce cry erupting from his lips, charging forward with veins bulging, his body enveloped in a gust of vigor. The hide melts with him, as if he were a magnificent golden lion of the savannah, hunting the human prey he desires. What a majestic and powerful lion, rescuing a pitiful she-wolf destined for the dinner table. With a thrust and a slash, he dispatches the towering guard who first discovered him. Dark crimson blood erupts, splattering across James's chest as a torrent of blood transforms him, his skin and golden hair stained with vibrant red. Ferocious and bloodthirsty, he embodies the nobility and glory of the Lannisters. Yet another pair of savages brandish their spears and charge forward. James opts for a leftward cleave and a rightward slash, the stone blade colliding intimately with vertebrae and skull, producing a chilling sound. In a flash of lightning, his arm goes numb, and the stone blade shatters into two pieces. The two savages, eyes wide with disbelief at their suffering and failure, gradually succumb, collapsing back to the earth. Only a wisp of dust accompanies their burial. As the dust settles, James emerges, gripping half of a stone blade, his wild, bulging muscles and body heaving with breath, fierce eyes glistening, blood and sweat cascading along the contours of his form. A breathtaking tableau unfolds. The god of war has returned, captivating hearts. Another 5 or 7 savages raise their spears, surrounding him with bone knives, attacking simultaneously. James smashes a savage's eye with his half-blade, while his left hand blocks 3 spears. A brief stalemate ensues, as 3 savages find themselves unable to advance or retreat. He remains immovable, neither yielding to their horizontal strikes nor swayed by their upward thrusts. In the fiery pit, Victoria, her entire body scorched to a deep crimson, finally managed to muster a smile. Her gamble had paid off. Her earlier display of weakness and feigned suffering had not been in vain. James, after all, retained a semblance of humanity and did not abandon her. With the prowess of a warrior, he swept through the throngs, overpowering multitudes. He seized 3 spears simultaneously, and in an instant, wrested them from his adversaries. Employing the spears, he swept low, as the wild men lunged at him. James leaped and lunged, simultaneously hurling the 3 long spears, which, as they spun, firmly pinned the wild men to the ground in a neat row. At the other end, the wild chieftain was engulfed in terror. hastily constructing a makeshift shelter to conceal himself. Even as he lay prone on the ground, he gestured for his warriors to advance boldly. James, feigning ignorance, struck down anyone who dared approach. Enemies surged from all directions, showcasing every conceivable skill in a breathtaking battle. With fervor and passion, James fought, his valor shining through as he epitomized the essence of masculinity. As the ground became a thick carpet of corpses, some lifeless while others writhed in agony, the flames beside Victoria blazed ever higher, almost reaching a conflagration. The tongues of fire grew increasingly ferocious, transforming from gentle caresses into a fervent assault, scorching her brown, silky hair. Victoria heard the relentless crackling of her singed strands, the flames becoming ever more rampant. "James, save me. The fire is coming." James, with a swift glance, grasped the perilous situation. Standing firm yet retreating, he turned slightly, positioning himself closer to Victoria as the wild men continued to fall around them. He fought while deftly clearing the fire pit, sparks flying in every direction. Then, a towering and robust wild warrior emerged. As he swaggered forward, the wild soldiers around him were visibly invigorated, chanting in rhythmic unison. James scrutinized this unusual opponent, meticulously identifying his weaknesses. The giant advanced like a battle chariot, and they exchanged blows, their fists colliding with resounding force. The impact sent them reeling backward, showcasing immense strength. The combat escalated into a brutal melee, each strike echoing with the terror it instilled. The giant focused on James's back, providing James with the opportunity to seize the giant's neck under his arm. With a powerful twist of his core, he forced the giant to kneel, constricting the neck to stifle his breath. In this stalemate of strength, the giant gradually began to falter. Yet, from the shadows, the crouching wild chieftain emerged, stealthily brandishing a sharp bone knife as he approached James from behind. Sensing the danger, James remained occupied with the giant, unable to divert his attention. The knife inched closer, while the chieftain's lips curled into a sinister grin. Victoria's heart raced. The situation had become perilously dire. The flames drew ever closer, engulfing her from behind. With every ounce of strength she could muster, she struggled. The vines singed and nearly severed. Once, twice, thrice, Victoria did not relent. Though she was a woman of frail physique, she possessed an indomitable spirit and a courage that surpassed that of men. Her corporeal form could not restrain her resilient soul. In countless struggles, during moments of uncertainty on where hope lay, and through prolonged solitary exploration in the darkness, the dawn suddenly broke. Her final effort mirrored those that preceded it. No flourish, no embellishment. Yet, in that seemingly mundane instant, she broke free. Victoria paused for a moment, a swell of immense pride rising within her. Compared to James's solitary battle against 7 wolves and his slaying of over 30 giants, her act of severing a few vines with fire may have seemed trivial. It was not a feat to boast of, nor did it evoke the same thrill as James's exploits. However, it was an act of self-rescue, a testament to her own strength, a modest yet significant transcendence. The world's wealthiest possess boundless riches, but that bears no relevance to you. Constructing a humble shelter and foraging for sustenance represents true breakthroughs and progress. Victoria's martial prowess may not rival that of a billionaire like James, yet she had made strides. And for that, she could take pride. As the fire blazed, Victoria energetically excavated with unlit wood, preparing to link with the opening James had created, seeking an escape from the inferno. Though her strength was slight, she exerted every effort and did not surrender, battling through her plight. The wild chieftain's blade pressed against James's throat. With a mere tug and a swift slice inward, he could extinguish his life, relishing the prospect of vengeance and retribution. The chieftain grinned, revealing his dark teeth and crimson maw, laughing heartily. Yet, in the midst of this sinister mirth, he abruptly collapsed, the sharp bone knife still poised at James's neck. Behind him stood Queen Victoria, brandishing a flaming thorned spear, having traversed obstacles and emerged from the flames. Her flawless form, serene visage, graceful limbs, and resolute gaze were striking. As the chieftain fell, Victoria pressed onward, seizing the bone knife positioned at James's throat. Amidst the giant's pleas and retreating fear, James held him tightly, while Victoria thrust the sharp blade steadily into the giant's left eye. A faint groan quickly faded, blood dripped, staining James. With great effort, he pushed the giant away, gasping for breath. Is there more? Victoria, still reeling from shock, scanned her surroundings. No, there was nothing left standing. Exhausted, she sank to her knees, while James also sat down to rest, contemplating the formidable giant before him, which had proven more arduous to slay than a brown bear. Victoria, in a light-hearted mood, jested, Yet the lion stood undaunted before the grizzly bear. James regarded her with newfound admiration, turning to assist her in rising. Even the young wolf displayed courage. Having faced life and death, they momentarily set aside their personal grievances, embodying the sentiment. After weathering countless trials, brothers remain united. And a shared smile can dissolve enmity. Following a fierce battle, both were utterly exhausted. They leaned on one another, struggling to reach the wild man's cave, where they found some medicinal herbs to tend to their injuries. They savored roasted beef and the wild man's leftover goat's milk, a pungent aroma wafting upwards, which they had no choice but to endure. Once sated, they sought the lone sheepskin bed of the cave's leader to rest and recuperate. As they lay down, James fell into a deep slumber, his rhythmic snores resonating in the air. Victoria found him endearing. Unable to resist, she gently caressed his golden hair, hesitantly tracing her fingers along his cheek, filled with joy. With her eyes closed in tranquility, she nestled close to James, feeling a flutter of excitement and a hint of nervousness, his body exuding a reassuring warmth. James, perhaps sensing her presence or remaining oblivious, maintained his peaceful demeanor. Before long, Victoria succumbed to a sweet, dreamless sleep. Time passed, the sun and moon exchanged places. James was the first to awaken, stretching languorously, only to find something soft beside him. Victoria, lost in a deep slumber. Her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, with her arms draped over him. Slightly flustered, James carefully extricated her arms from around his neck, tucking them beneath the sheepskin blanket, and gently brushed his fingers across her forehead, relieved to find no fever. Stepping outside, he endeavored to procure sustenance. Upon returning, he discovered that the milk and meat had spoiled, overtaken by unsightly green and yellow mold, rendering them inedible. A foul stench permeated from outside, the putrid odor of the 30 men he had slain. James continued his search within the cave, retrieving several bone knives. Although there was still plenty of jerky, he grimaced and discarded it, having no appetite for human flesh. He rummaged through to find some wolf and sheep pelts, along with a medicinal herb, to redress his wounds. In a stroke of fortune, he discovered a beehive. Taking it to the light, he began to indulge in the sweet nectar, reveling in the bliss of survival. After what felt like an eternity, Victoria awoke, shaking off any lingering awkwardness as she leapt from the bed, wrapping herself in sheepskin and securing it with twine. She smiled warmly at James before commencing to enjoy the honey. Nearby, James sipped from the spring water he had recovered, sharing some with her in silence. They both felt rejuvenated and assessed their direction, preparing to depart. Victoria crafted sturdy footwear for them, with hardwood soles and sheepskin tops, and altered their garments for a more comfortable fit. James packed their belongings, food, herbs, and weapons. Victoria ignited a fire to prepare jerky while James hunted a wild sheep. As Victoria tended to the barbecue, she brushed a hint of honey upon the meat. The night stretched endlessly, and she found herself unable to decipher James's moods. Hesitating to speak, a silence enveloped them until she finally mustered the courage to express her gratitude for rescuing her from the flames. James leaned against a tree a few steps away, and upon hearing her words, he nodded slightly, prompting a sigh of relief from Victoria. From the taunts atop the city walls to the bite inflicted by Jorel, James had faced the wildlings twice, culminating in the grievous injury to his right eye at the hands of the whites. He had endured the harrowing experience of walking until his horse perished, drawn blood from Victoria, and shared in the fate of being captives among the wildlings. James had faced death, while Victoria suffered the flames. Yet here they were, together, roasting meat, having navigated a whirlwind of trials in a mere 10 days, an experience both breathtaking and tumultuous. Victoria glanced at James, who seemed disinterested in provoking her or causing her harm, lost in his own thoughts. With a boldness she rarely possessed, she inquired about his musings. To her surprise, James responded with unusual patience, his mind drifting to thoughts of Cersei, Jorel, Myrcella, and Tommen. Victoria understood the weight of his memories. The atmosphere grew quiet. James gazed at her with a touch of exasperation, irritated by her untimely interruptions of his reverie. He expressed his impatience, mentioning their return to King's Landing. Victoria, eager to ingratiate herself, launched into a flurry of flattery, only to halt abruptly upon seeing James's impassive expression. "James, I still wish to thank you for coming back to save me," she declared earnestly. Despite his reputation as a notorious libertine and heir to opposing forces, James had treated her harshly in the past, even contemplating her demise. Yet, Victoria chose to remember his kindness over his transgressions. He had escaped, only to return, risking his life to slay over 30 wildlings. nearly succumbing to the blade of their leader. This debt of gratitude, a life saved, was one she vowed to repay. In her eyes, James was not merely a golden lion. He was akin to a golden parent, deserving of profound gratitude. "I believe you should be more grateful for your acting skills," James remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "Have I embarrassed you?" Victoria, feeling a blush rise, responded. "Is it so evident?" James dismissed it with a smirk. "Isn't it rather clumsy? A woman who allowed a wolf to tear out my eye suddenly begins to show kindness, assisting in my escape, digging stones, and choosing to perish in flames rather than betray me. Perhaps your tears are genuine, but I perceive them as mere crocodile tears, exploiting a man's instinct to protect the innocent." Victoria countered, "Then why did you pursue me? Is that the nature of men?" James replied calmly. "My pursuit across the plains was due to my eye and Jorel." Victoria, perplexed, retorted, "What fault of mine lies in this? If Jorel hadn't kicked my sister's horse, causing her to fall, the whites would not have attacked him, and your eye would still be whole. Moreover, my intention in sending you to the backyard was merely to instill a sense of fear in you with the presence of the wolves, allowing you to flee. Who could have anticipated that you would nearly slay 7 Arctic wolves?" James fixed his gaze upon Victoria's spectacles, declaring that he would not spare anyone who harmed Jorah. "Those beasts are guilty." Victoria, in a fit of rage, retorted, "But what have we done wrong? This turmoil was instigated by that young man. The Arctic wolves are our kin. The queen seeks to annihilate my family. Mind your words. Jorah is the heir to the 7 kingdoms, not merely that young man," James admonished. Victoria, incensed, argued, "You seek to protect your family, while I must protect mine. What benefits are there in a head-on clash?" James, raising an eyebrow in exaggerated surprise, swiftly countered, "Oh, protecting family through confrontation? Just look at your woeful state. Do not flatter yourself." Fuming, Victoria grasped the bamboo fork in her hand, barely restraining herself from jabbing it into James's face. His demeanor was utterly detestable. After a moment's pause, James spoke first, revealing, "In truth, when I escaped from the cage, I believed you were beyond saving." His tone lacked the previous firmness, perhaps betraying a hint of guilt and the pride of manhood. Victoria twisted her body intentionally, glaring at him. "You are mistaken. I am quite well now, strong and capable of consuming an entire cow." "And how did you recover so swiftly?" James inquired, lowering his gaze to conceal a glimmer of probing curiosity. A chill of cold sweat cascaded down Victoria's spine. She felt a twinge of disappointment and apprehension, as closeness had morphed into indifference. The individual before her was a complex entity. He embodied the gallant knight who showed compassion to the weak and vulnerable, the formidable guardian of the realm, a regicide, and a betrayer of oaths. He was the twin brother of the queen, a man whose lineage was tied to the protection of Cerwyn and Goldtooth, but also a wayward scoundrel. In matters of life and death, James was bound to inquire, and Victoria was equally reticent to divulge. In the span of a mere 10 days, from the brink of death to robust health, James, having been in close proximity to her, was acutely aware of her condition. Suddenly, Victoria felt an icy chill in the mountainous night, her teeth chattering as she uttered words that were as frigid as her demeanor. Perhaps it was akin to the restoration of light to your blind eyes. The atmosphere was tense, yet not entirely hostile. Frustrated, Victoria climbed into bed to sleep. That night, James did not join her. Instead, he leaned against a tree, contemplating, warming himself, and standing guard. After all, he was a man. The oppressive silence enveloped the night, rendering it dull and wearisome. On the final night in the mountains, as dawn broke the next day, James roused Victoria, and they set forth. James surmised their direction and intended to head west, returning Victoria to Winterfell before making his way back to King's Landing. There was a chance they might encounter those who had come searching, which would make their journey considerably easier. Given the discord between Winterfell and Cerwyn, James was not inclined to venture there. Armed with weapons, medicine, and provisions, Victoria and James embarked on their journey homeward, opting for the waterway for greater expedience. Moreover, the intention was to reach a larger town initially, to release the Cold Crows and establish contact with family. Cersei may have already returned to King's Landing, and the king would not heed her wishes or thoughts. Jaime's voice was flat. However, Victoria felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, Jaime's affections were of no concern to her. She could only mutter uncertainly about whether her father had agreed to assume the office of Prime Minister, leaving Winterfell behind. Jaime surveyed the terrain, adjusting their course. "You are quite capable. Aside from recognizing the cardinal directions, I have no means to navigate through the mountains, nor do I possess any skills in hunting or wilderness combat. Why can't the curriculum for ladies include these invaluable survival skills? Instead, We are confined to embroidery and handicrafts." Victoria abruptly fell silent, somewhat embarrassed by her own words. "And to please men?" she thought, her cheeks flushing as she silently acquiesced. Jaime turned to glance at her, casually remarking that it was a disgrace for men to send women into battle. "What purpose do we serve then?" Victoria interjected, "If given the chance, I would gladly shed my silken gown for armor. Though fraught with danger, it would afford me equality, dignity, and freedom." Jaime regarded her with a gaze that suggested a newfound admiration. "You speak wisely," he replied, a hint of approval in his tone. The recognition, especially from Jaime, caused Victoria's heart to soar, her expression betraying her elation. Jaime was pleased to hear that Cersei had expressed similar sentiments. Yet, Victoria's enthusiasm plummeted into an icy abyss, feeling as though she had been struck across the face. "Oh, how impressive I am, for I have echoed a sentiment of Cersei's. How utterly ridiculous." Her countenance darkened, and a torrent of questions brewed within her, such as, "Why do you incessantly think of Cersei? You crown her in glory, you fight for her, living and dying. Every moment, your gaze is fixed solely upon her." Victoria could not suppress the venomous thought. What made Cersei superior to her? Cersei, no matter her merits. She remained merely the king's wife, and the king harbored a deep disdain for her. Jaime was considerably older, rich in experience and wisdom. He was well aware of what occupied the mind of a young noblewoman like Victoria. She harbored feelings for him. The Lannister name required no humility, nor did it need to feign modesty. Jaime recognized the allure of his appearance on women, with countless eager to throw themselves into the flames. Coupled with the fact that he had rescued her from peril time and again, the intrinsic valor and significance of his actions were undeniable. After experiencing life and death, individuals often find themselves easily trusting and admiring their saviors. Victoria struggled to suppress her feelings, content to simply like him without crossing into love. Jaime's hair fell casually. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have found her alluring. After all, Victoria was once the object of his fleeting desires, a source of scandal for House Stark, entangling her and her family in disgrace. The North and West had always been at odds. However, Victoria, this delicate noblewoman, though young and pitiable, adeptly manipulated the ice wolves to her advantage, leveraging the sympathy garnered from her escape from the savage's cage. Amidst the crackling flames of the pyre, as she grappled with the giant, she decisively took 2 lives without hesitation. In every regard, Victoria excelled, so much so that James could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Coupled with Victoria's exquisite beauty, alluring figure, and melodious voice, her glistening, expressive eyes held a captivating allure. A courageous and resilient woman should not be underestimated or subjected to indignities, even though James had the power to do so at any moment. Yet, he refrained, bestowing upon her the respect befitting a knight, for she was indeed a woman worthy of such esteem. James casually shrugged and slowly remarked that if Cersei were by his side, this journey from the plains would be far less burdensome, whether it involved slaying the ice wolves or the savages. Victoria felt her blood run cold. Not even 10 layers of ice could encapsulate her feelings. Her heart screamed, Look at your own humiliation. You are but a burden, a worthless entity in their eyes. Do not press your warm face against their cold rear. Their hearts are solely occupied by Cersei." This inner turmoil tore at Victoria, inflicting immense pain, profound shame, and heart-wrenching sorrow. The bittersweetness of her first love was crumbling away in such a manner. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like a floodgate burst open, drenching her garments, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom battered by the tempest. James observed Victoria as she wept inconsolably, her nails digging into her palms, turning pale. He forcibly retracted his hand, which yearned to embrace and comfort her, and awkwardly uttered, "You do not harbor feelings for me, do you?" Victoria retaliated by hurling the herbs at him, exclaiming, "You bastard! Go away. Who would ever like you? I shall never like you in this lifetime." James turned his head away, stating, "Just remember that." He bore the burden of a cursed fate and saw no reason to drag others into his plight. With a sigh, he continued to search for the path to the north, accompanied by the tearful and resistant Victoria. As she reflected on the events of Game of Thrones, Victoria realized that her father would undoubtedly accompany the king southward to assume the role of prime minister, taking over a woeful situation fraught with internal strife and external troubles. The king trusted House Stark and would undoubtedly strive to facilitate the engagement between Joffrey and Sansa. Ned would take Sansa to King's Landing, allowing the young couple to cultivate their affection. If not for her disappearance, Ned would have also taken Victoria and Arya to King's Landing. Firstly, for the sake of companionship among his daughters, as he could not attend to their every need, and secondly, and more importantly, to solidify the family's power, as intermarriage among the nobility was indispensable. Winterfell was far too remote for seeking a suitable suitor, especially with 3 exceptional daughters. One was to marry a prince, while the other 2 also required favorable matches. Bran, the son, shall accompany, for the king desires that the offspring of his vassals spend time with his own children, fostering a bond akin to brotherhood, which would facilitate the support of his heir in the future. Much like Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, who were once close friends, now embodying the roles of sovereign and subject. A trusted confidant is always more reassuring in matters of importance. Mother Catelyn Stark, however, will remain in Winterfell, for it is essential that a Stark is present there. Robb and Rickon are still too immature and require their mother-esque guidance. The true mistress of Winterfell, a woman who harbors no affection for herself. The father has departed for King's Landing, a place unsuitable for her presence, as it symbolizes power, opportunity, and glory. As an awkward, illegitimate son, Jon Snow feels precarious in his position and opts instead to join the Night's Watch at the Wall. Victoria has contemplated these matters thoroughly. Even if she were to return to Winterfell, she would ultimately be dispatched to King's Landing. Thus, she seeks Jaime's opinion, asking if she might accompany him to the capital. His response is succinct. She expresses her desire to witness the splendor of the capital, though she conceals some of her thoughts and aspirations, reluctant to lay everything bare. Jaime, with an impassive expression, pointedly remarks on her deceit. She hesitates, stating that she must half-travel with her father and sister. Victoria is not forthcoming enough. Perhaps your father will refuse the king's request, Jaime suggests. My father will not defy the king's wishes. They may have already journeyed south, and I wish to find them. Victoria cautiously observes Jaime's demeanor and retorts. No one can oppose the king's will. Jaime concurs, parting the underbrush with his bone dagger to find a more navigable path. The king is indeed resolute. It took us over a month to arrive from King's Landing, a considerable sacrifice for a monarch so enmeshed in wine and debauchery. Despite this assertion, Jaime refrains from directly acquiescing to Victoria's request. Once more, she probes, "May I accompany you?" Jaime seems to reminisce about King's Landing, a realm of ambition and decadence, a paradise for power-hungry lords and politicians, perhaps unsuitable for a girl of her standing. "Do you think I should return to Winterfell?" "Indeed," he replies. "Although it is remote, it offers a life of comfort. Do not let the allure of superficial fame blind you." Victoria insists that amidst tumultuous waters, opportunities arise. Jaime halts, and they both stand there. "What opportunities do you seek? Power, status, or perhaps a noble suitor?" His sarcasm is unabashed. He views her as one of those women who eagerly pursue power and indulgence. "I will escort you to Winterfell," he states firmly. Victoria, undaunted by his gaze, boldly counters. "I wish to protect my father." "You? Protect the king of the 7 kingdoms? Have you overestimated your own worth? Who grants you such courage? Have you forgotten that you narrowly escaped peril not long ago?" His tone grows increasingly grave. Victoria retorted, "Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. How can you perceive the new me through the lens of the past? I'm sorry, but I fail to see any distinction between your foolishness of yesterday and today." James quipped, unleashing his sarcasm with formidable prowess. "What do you mean by that?" Victoria's tone was sharp. She was far from being foolish. "There are many matters that women ought not to meddle in. You should simply enjoy life. All noble ladies live this way, free from the burden of responsibility." James felt akin to a guiding angel, leading a wayward lamb. "Yet I refuse to be sacrificed, to be merely a puppet, subject to the whims of others." Victoria sidestepped him and continued onward, murmuring, "Why should I remain passive when I could take the initiative? It seems you view the position of Prime Minister, which others covet, as perilous. I suspect you harbor little enthusiasm for this honor and opportunity," James remarked, somewhat taken aback. "The place closest to the sun can scorch one to death." Victoria used a metaphor. "Why not let your elder brother worry about such matters?" James pressed on. "Everyone has different duties. Robb has his own concerns, and we each must fulfill our roles." James chuckled, suddenly finding a hint of seriousness within himself, eager to see what this audacious young woman could accomplish. A lack of change was acceptable. He did not hold out much hope. However, should there be a modicum of surprise, it would be worth anticipating. "A gentleman aids in the success of others. Perhaps I shall assist you. Then I shall escort you along the way, making a good impression with the Prime Minister, perhaps securing a favorable bargain." Victoria was taken aback by his suggestion. "Do you still need to sell yourself to others?" Behind James stood Queen Cersei and the entire army of the Westerlands, and he had always shown a measure of disrespect towards Ned Stark, hinting at an underlying hostility. "As you said, The closest place to the sun may very well be when your esteemed father showcases his might in King's Landing, and I will need your protection against his wrath, considering my relationship with him is far from amicable. The two conferred and resolved to locate a market town to send word of their safety and inform Ned of Victoria's impending journey to King's Landing. They were still wrapped in sheepskins, but any sufficiently large market town would have contact points for various factions, allowing them to present themselves with renewed dignity. After 3 long days of travel, they finally stumbled upon a somewhat respectable market town. Upon seeing signs of life, Victoria could not suppress a deep sigh of relief. Thank heavens, finally people. I truly do not wish to live like a savage. Mustering her courage, she began to dash toward the town square. James, somewhat resigned, followed suit. Clad in sheepskins and looking disheveled, they felt utterly out of place. Relying on her thick skin, Victoria chose to ignore the stares and whispers of others. As they stealthily searched through the alleyways, fortune favored the determined. They soon found the Stark family's secret sign and pursued it to the contact point. The two individuals set off in separate directions, with Victoria entering alone. Upon recognizing the secret sign, she utilized a group of crows at the rendezvous point to send a message indicating her safety and her intention to head south to reunite with her father. Victoria procured horses, attire, and a considerable amount of gold dragons in preparation for her journey southward. When Victoria emerged, fully equipped, James had also established contact with the Lannister family, adorned in fine garments, presenting a stark contrast to his earlier appearance. The duo galloped across the fields towards King's Landing. Their journey spanned 5 days, traversing a landscape characterized by desolation and sparse villages. Aside from the large towns, the majority of the terrain remained undeveloped. Victoria's perspective on the world's development began to shift. Although she had dwelled in this realm for over a decade, her time spent within the fortress of Winterfell had limited her exposure to the outside world, leaving her both intrigued and curious. She could recite the map of Westeros from memory, including the prominent families and their lineages. Yet, her encounters with this enchanting continent had been minimal, and her interactions with various family members were exceedingly restricted. Arriving in King's Landing, her sphere of activity remained equally confined, presenting what seemed to be a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, she turned to James, her enthusiasm palpable, and inquired, "Shall we linger in Pentos for a day?" He responded, "Where do you intend to go?" "It is merely a trading port. King's Landing has everything you need. There is no necessity to venture to Pentos for purchases." Victoria asserted that it was not merely about acquiring items, emphasizing that ladies, unlike knights, have their activities perpetually constrained. "Now that I have ventured out, why not seize the chance to explore?" James hesitated, as he was typically efficient and preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Victoria seized the moment, persisting, "Just 1 day, please. After so long on the road, surrounded by wilderness, it would be wonderful to see Pentos and rest comfortably there. We are not far now. How regrettable it would be not to take a look." James, for once swayed by a kind sentiment, relented. "Very well, let us go." Victoria's exhilaration was indescribable. "You are a truly wonderful person," she exclaimed, her joy manifesting in her animated gestures, her voice brimming with delight. "That is a rather novel assertion," James remarked with self-deprecation. Observing the jubilant Victoria, he mused on the plight of women, who often lived under the dictates of their fathers or husbands, their lives dictated by others' plans. In contrast, men could traverse the world at will, while women remained confined to their chambers. Even the daughter of a lord possessed little freedom of choice. James decided to allow her the indulgence of exploring Pentos, to witness the essence of this free trade city-state. Perhaps this would be her only opportunity in a lifetime. If it could bring her joy, it was not a bad idea, especially since it would only consume a day. As they hastened forward, buoyed by the spirit of joyful anticipation, Victoria felt as if they swiftly arrived in Pentos. In this free trade port, Victoria was invigorated. It was a stark contrast to the perpetually chilly Winterfell and the desolate, uninhabited grasslands and mountains. The place was bustling with life, thronged with merchant caravans and a plethora of dazzling goods. Countless individuals, animals, be it cattle, mules, or donkeys, alongside carts, palanquins, various vessels, houses, bridges, and city towers created a scene of unparalleled vibrancy, one that Victoria had not witnessed in over a decade. The streets overflowed with exquisite treasures, shops lined the thoroughfares, and taverns were omnipresent. The air was filled with the sounds of dancers, glassware, decorations, circus performances, tobacco, wine, pepper, spices, weapons, laughter, haggling, calls for passage, jovial conversation, squabbles, and shrieks. What an exhilarating world it was. Victoria's expression radiated joy as she reveled in this ceaseless activity, and James, caught in her enthusiasm, declared that if given the chance, he would invite her to Cayenne City, the economic artery of the Seven Nations, a place she might find equally lively. Overjoyed at the prospect of exploring a broader world, Victoria eagerly accepted his invitation, turning to dive into the vibrant city. She was eager to sample every delicacy and acquire any trinket that caught her eye. James accompanied her, and they spent an entire day wandering the streets, exhausting themselves far more than if they had been engaged in battle. Yet, Victoria seemed only to grow more invigorated, her shopping spree reaching a fervent peak as her purchases piled into a mountain that James struggled to carry, nearly immobilizing him. He became a veritable mobile display of her acquisitions, helplessly watching as she approached yet another shop, her enthusiasm unwavering. Cursing Pantos for his foolish promise to bring her to this overwhelming place, James felt relief only when the sun began to set and the merchants and townsfolk gradually dispersed, allowing Victoria to finally pause, albeit reluctantly. They found an inn to rest, and as James angrily tossed the mountain of her spoils onto the floor, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This formidable woman had finally ceased her shopping spree. His arms ached painfully, a testament to the day's exertions, and his brusque action elicited a startled gasp from Victoria. "My treasures," she exclaimed, hastily gathering the myriad delicate items she had purchased. James, witnessing the room filled to the brim with her intricate acquisitions, felt an exasperation that made him wish to bang his head against the wall. It was a universal truth that keeping women confined indoors was far preferable to unleashing their chaos upon the world. The marketplace transformed them into forces more fearsome than a tempest. Yet, having departed from the source of her excitement, Victoria's rationality began to surface. The table, the floor, the bed, every surface was strewn with her afternoon acquisitions, an endless task to tidy up. I may have indulged just a tad too much," she chuckled sheepishly. James shot her a withering glare, offering no comment, his movements massaging his sore arms betraying his profound dissatisfaction. The woman's tenacity in shopping was formidable. Aware of her misjudgment, Victoria felt a fleeting pang of guilt and hurriedly suggested, "Let me fetch you some food and drink to make amends." She dashed out to the counter, ordering a variety of local delicacies and offering a few coins to have hot water and medicinal oil prepared. Although James may not necessarily find it useful, it is imperative to maintain an appropriate demeanor, especially since she had been a tad capricious today. Lost in her thoughts, Victoria collided with an individual, or rather, someone deliberately bumped into her. The sudden jolt of pain caused Victoria to frown and emit a soft gasp. Displeased, she looked up to find a gaunt, white-haired man, who appeared to be the leader of the crowd, standing before her. They had just arrived and seemed to be prospective guests preparing to lodge. Victoria, suppressing her urge to voice her grievance, refrained from uttering anything about the collision and, instead, softly said, "I beg your pardon, my lord," before discreetly stepping aside. The man, however, unabashedly surveyed Victoria with keen interest. "Where are you from, and what is your name?" he inquired, making an unwelcome attempt to grasp her wrist. Victoria deftly evaded him and ascended the staircase. Just as the white-haired man was about to pursue her, her sister and several attendants entered. "Brother, are we staying here tonight?" Her voice was clear, imbued with youthful innocence and charm, revealing her as a naive and sheltered young woman. This interruption momentarily distracted the man, and upon glancing back up the staircase, he realized that Victoria had already distanced herself. In a fit of unexpected fury, he reprimanded, "Daenerys, silence yourself, or you shall sleep in the stables." Such a reprimand drew the attention of most patrons in the establishment. Victoria nearly lost her footing, her heart racing, as a singular thought reverberated in her mind. Daenerys Targaryen, the renowned mother of dragons, the protagonist of the Game of Thrones. Maintaining her shocked expression, Victoria turned to gaze intently at the young woman in the inn's hall. Undoubtedly, she possessed a breathtaking beauty. With her flowing silver-gold hair and violet eyes, her petite frame exquisite in its allure. Standing before her brother, she appeared bewildered and timid, her head bowed in anxious submission, embodying a blend of fragility and reliance on her brother Viserys. Enduring Viserys' neuroticism, cruelty, and both verbal and physical violence, she still remained a timid, innocent girl. Yet, Victoria understood that Daenerys would eventually become the mother of dragons, a woman who would shake the Seven Kingdoms to their core. What a remarkable twist of fate it was to encounter her here. However, a sudden thought ignited a sense of urgency in Victoria. She could not afford to dwell on the significance of encountering such a prominent character. James was also residing in the inn and could emerge at any moment. Daenerys Targaryen and her brother Viserys were prince and princess, or more accurately, the former royalty, as their father was the infamous Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, the last ruler of the Iron Throne, who had once been a close ally of the previous hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, James's father, before their eventual fallout. Upon ascending the throne, he exhibited an alarming temperament, becoming increasingly irascible and reclusive, ultimately inciting a rebellion among his subordinates. He met his demise at the hands of the youngest and most favored member of his royal guard, Jaime Lannister. Consequently, Jaime earned the infamous titles of regicide and oathbreaker, a remnant of the fallen dynasty and the slayer of his father. This tale unfolds in Pentos, a frontier of the empire, a port of free trade, and a realm on the fringes of law, where diverse factions converge. The Targaryen siblings found themselves exiled from the capital, with Viserys and Daenerys traversing the 9 free cities, seeking allies and support while evading assassination attempts, enduring neglect and disdain, ultimately compelled to sell even their mother's crown, which earned them the derisive moniker of the beggar king and queen. Should they cross paths, Victoria could scarcely fathom the scene that would ensue. Suppressing a deluge of cold sweat, Victoria heavily pushed open the door of the inn. She had matters to discuss with Jaime. Resolute, Victoria decided to keep both factions apart. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Jaime, already at a disadvantage, became an even greater liability with her presence. The Targaryen siblings bore a profound grudge. For Jaime had murdered their father, stripping them of their homeland and forcing them from a life of privilege to that of hunted rats in the streets. Compelling them to seek Jaime's life to assuage their deep-seated rage, conflict was inevitable. While Jaime might be capable of slaying over 30 wildlings in the wilderness, Pentos was a different beast altogether, a border port rife with bloodshed and violence, teeming with opportunists where immense profits were often shadowed by perilous risks. Unlike King's Landing, Casterly Rock, or Old Town, this free-trading port was poorly governed. The future remained uncertain, yet Victoria could not gamble with the lives of 2 individuals. Despite her capacity for self-defense, it was imprudent to invite trouble. Even the sharpest blade would dull with incessant use. Consumed by tumultuous thoughts, she resolved that retreating might lead to progress, and that Jaime should depart from this place. Anxiously preparing to push the door open, she found herself face to face with Jaime as he emerged from his room. "You certainly took your time, having been out for so long. I might as well find something to eat myself," he remarked, stepping outside. In her urgency, Victoria became careless, roughly pushing him back into the room, catching Jaime off guard and causing him to stumble several paces. Her behavior was uncharacteristic, and in her flustered state, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Jaime, sensing something amiss, inquired about her distress. The guilt-ridden glimmer in Victoria's eyes betrayed her, heightening Jaime's suspicions as he pulled her aside, intent on discovering the truth for himself. A mere thin barrier separated the 2 hostile factions, their long-standing enmity poised to collide at a critical moment. Victoria clutched Jaime's arm tightly, halting his advance, and was on the verge of a desperate scream. "You cannot go out." However, an abrupt chill coursed through her veins, as if a bucket of ice had been poured into her mind, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos. She had been considering James all along, neglecting her own needs. James and she were no longer enemies, yet they could hardly be deemed friends. The ice wolf she commanded had blinded James, creating an irreconcilable enmity between them. Even though her blood had healed his wounds, he chose not to pursue the matter further. However, Victoria sensed that such a tumultuous past would forever preclude them from achieving a level of trust where secrets could be shared and collaboration could flourish. "Victoria, what's wrong? Why are you acting so unusually?" James inquired, his tone laced with skepticism and caution. Victoria parted her lips slightly, her throat parched, rendered speechless. How could she articulate her predicament? "You cannot go outside. Why is that? Is it because the 2 heirs of House Targaryen are lurking about? How do you know their identities and their grievances with James? Do you know too much?" As a proper lady, Victoria should have had no access to secrets of the previous dynasty or the political upheaval surrounding it. How could she possibly explain this? Possessing the ability to foresee the future? That notion was terrifying. Victoria would never reveal her true hand, for that was her ultimate safeguard. In the delicate balance between saving another and preserving herself, Victoria chose the latter. Even at the cost of James, she would not divulge her secrets. Her previously bewildered and panicked gaze began to transform into one of determination and clarity. She gently released her grip on James's crumpled sleeve, stepping back cautiously. As she regarded him, her defenses slowly began to wane. The Targaryen siblings were like wolves, How could she forget that the man before her was a Lannister? As formidable as a tiger among wolves? Was it the days spent together, or the mountain of gifts that had enchanted her heart? In contrast to the wandering Targaryens, James, steeped in the art of political machinations, was far more cunning and ruthless. "Do you have something to explain?" he asked, his voice low and devoid of emotion, prompting a surge of wariness within him at her sudden oddity. That voice filled Victoria with dread and a sense of threat. She shook her head in refusal, retreating step by step, while James pursued her closely. Just as the tension reached its peak, a loud, clear voice echoed through the hall. "Ah, there you are, little girl. I found you." It was Viserys' voice. James's keen eyes swept over the Targaryen siblings, realizing that his pursuit had yielded unexpected fruit. The last hope for the restoration of the Targaryen dynasty lay in their demise. Eliminating them would be a remarkable achievement. To utterly obliterate the Targaryen family, this former royal house, would elevate the reputation, honor, and glory of House Lannister to unparalleled heights. Oblivious to the identities of those in the attic, Viserys' gaze was fixated solely on Victoria's beauty. In his ignorance, he boldly lifted the hem of his robe and strode up the stairs. "I found you. Don't run away. Wait for me right there." James was fully aware of everything, and such a coincidence left him utterly astonished. He drew his dagger with his right hand, aiming it towards Viserys, while his left hand firmly grasped Victoria's arm, rendering her immobile. "You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. How do you know the last scion of the fallen dynasty?" Victoria cried out in despair, realizing her predicament. The staircase was brief, and Viserys ascended swiftly. It was evident that he had several attendants, and engaging in combat would require some time. James was determined to interrogate Victoria thoroughly. He was unwilling to harm her with the dagger, choosing instead to restrict her movements. There was no time to bind her with rope. Acting decisively, he held the knife in his right hand, opting not to render her unconscious in the corridor, which would only waste precious time and energy. He lifted Victoria in his left arm and entered the room, unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. With a succinct command, he stated, "You shall remain here and contemplate how to respond to me." Victoria was thrown with considerable force, causing her pain, yet she dared not utter a word. Upon hearing his command, she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. After incapacitating Victoria, James concealed her beneath the bed curtains. Once everything was in order, Viserys had already reached the upper floor, while James held his breath, poised with the knife, waiting silently for him. "My dear maiden, where are you? Why do you ignore me?" Viserys' voice was light and filled with anticipation. "Come forth and let me see you." Unable to contain his eagerness, Viserys hastily pushed open the door, only to be met with the blade of James descending upon him. "Ah!" Viserys screamed in terror as a long gash appeared across his chest, blood streaming from the tip of James's dagger. Chaos erupted within the inn as patrons fled in fear. The attendants of Viserys, upon discovering their master under attack, rushed up in a dark swarm to protect him, causing the stairs to creak ominously. James raised an eyebrow in contempt, casting a glance towards the concealed bed and softly warned, "You cannot come up here." He then casually discarded the incapacitated Viserys, whose chest was gushing blood, and stepped forward, swiftly dispatching his attendants with 2 precise strikes, sending them tumbling down the staircase. Peering down from the stairs, James sought the unfortunate little princess. "Oh, the little lamb is over there." Daenerys was in a state of sheer terror, fleeing with her servant. James pursued her, and within mere streets, he cornered Daenerys against a wall. The lovely maiden wept, resembling a delicate flower reflected in water, a frail willow swaying in the breeze. Yet, regrettably, James felt no stirrings of compassion within. With a swift motion, he pierced through the last attendant beside Daenerys. With nowhere left to escape, Daenerys helplessly touched and pounded against the stone wall, but no savior came. Only James, with his bloody dagger, drew nearer. In utter desperation, she cried out, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me?" Her panic was palpable, her mind in disarray. James, reveling in dark amusement, replied, "Me? Jaime Lannister. The one who killed the Mad King, the progenitor of your father, and the one who is about to capture you and your brother." Ah! A torrent of national enmity and personal animosity surged within Daenerys, recalling the tribulations she had endured for so many years, all thanks to this beast. A profound rage consumed her heart, suppressing her fear and sorrow. Daenerys, merely a fragile woman devoid of weapons or combat skills, suddenly ignited with a fierce determination. Her eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. She withdrew a hairpin from her hair, wielding it like a sword, glaring fiercely at Jaime. In that fleeting moment, Jaime felt as though a feather had lightly grazed his heart. A smile flickered at the corner of his mouth as memories of a spirited, delightful girl resurfaced. Familiar sensations washed over him. He had pressing matters to attend to, and it seemed prudent to deal with her first. As the adage goes, villains perish through their verbosity. Jaime recalled the individuals awaiting him at the inn in that instant. Daenerys's reinforcements arrived, clad in black attire with scarves obscuring their faces, revealing only their eyes. They encircled Jaime in the alley, leaving him no avenue for retreat. Soon, the clash commenced, and Jaime brandished his knife in defiance. Outnumbered, he found himself ensnared by several groups, while another managed to rescue Daenerys. "Who are you? Let me go?" Daenerys cried in alarm. Jaime, entangled, was unable to extricate himself. Unlike the inept followers of Viserys, these black-clad individuals exhibited signs of professional training and teamwork, their intentions clear, equipped with superior gear and remarkable skill. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jaime's spine, and perspiration formed at the nape of his neck. Victoria! In a moment of strategic distraction, Jaime feigned an attack and broke free from the throng of assailants, racing toward the inn. As he ascended the stairs in leaps, he discovered the floor devoid of the incapacitated Viserys. Only a pool of blood remained. Jaime slowed his pace, stepping over the bloodstain, and approached the bed. Drawing a dagger to part the bed curtains, he was met with the expected sight of emptiness within. Enraged, Jaime raised his blade and severed the bedpost, causing the grand bed to collapse with a resounding crash, the curtains swirling about. Victoria! Who were these skilled black-clad figures? And where were they taking the Targaryen siblings and Victoria? Jaime's clenched fists crackled with tension. Victoria, having been carried away in a state of unconsciousness, eventually awoke in a secret dungeon. The chamber was no larger than a small room, dark and damp, reminiscent of a cellar, with light filtering down from above, akin to gazing at the sky from a well. Occasionally, rats scurried about, and the musty odor invaded her nostrils. Cautiously, she sat up, hugging her knees, surveying her surroundings. What misfortune had befallen her? A wave of despondency washed over her. After enduring for so long, the sounds of footsteps echoed from outside her prison-like confines. Victoria hurriedly rose to her feet, the sudden onset of hypoglycemia nearly causing her to collapse. She looked up and caught sight of a figure silhouetted against the light, revealing only the head and upper body of a person. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here? What is your true intention?" The jailer, taken aback by her unexpected awakening, hesitated and glanced back, yet chose not to bring Victoria out for interrogation. Instead, he began questioning her directly. "Why did you faint on the bed at the inn?" Victoria's mind raced. "Sir, I truly do not know. I was struck unconscious." "Do you know who struck you?" The voice was loud and gruff. "I'm afraid I do not. I escaped from home to explore the world, only to encounter unfortunate events." "Where are you from? Why did you flee your home?" "I hail from the western region. My parents are merchants, and since my childhood, I have traveled with them. I was captivated by this place and took some money to enjoy myself." "Why have you imprisoned me, sir?" The jailer above did not respond, instead urging her to dispense with the trivialities and attempting to leave. Victoria, fearful of being abandoned in the cellar, pleaded, "Wait, sir. You must have a purpose for capturing me. Why not share it? Is it money you seek? My family is quite wealthy and can certainly provide." Victoria was determined to negotiate. As long as there was something to discuss, she believed there was hope. The jailer turned back to her and continued, "Do you know what transpired at the inn that day? Why were you there? What did you see and hear?" Victoria had fainted early in the events, only aware that James sought to confront her, leaving her unclear about subsequent occurrences. However, the involvement of two exiled heirs was well known to be a matter of great significance. Victoria, understanding only partially, dared not elaborate. She revealed just a hint of her experience. "I returned with many purchases that day, but upon entering, I was struck unconscious. Someone must have intended to rob me." She patted her pockets, discovering she was indeed penniless. "Oh, that wretched thief. Sir, I am merely an innocent woman. Please, let me go." The jailer's expression shifted slightly, as if he began to believe her. Yet, a terse voice from behind him uttered, "Close the cellar." The voice was frail and aged, and soon the top of the cellar was firmly shut, leaving only a small barred vent for air. Despondently, Victoria squatted at the bottom of the cellar, uncertain of her fate. Having gone a day without food or water, she felt the pangs of hunger and thirst. As she lingered in the narrow, dim space, her eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, enhancing her senses of hearing, smell, and touch. Determined not to succumb to despair, she began to search her surroundings, yet found nothing of use. Time passed slowly, yet no one came to attend to her. Victoria shouted, "Let me out. Please, someone help me." Someone above peered through the small vent, but quickly departed without a word, leaving her in silence. Victoria struggled to ascend, but the nearly vertical walls of the cellar offered little opportunity for climbing. After countless falls, she despondently sat on the cold, hard ground, pounding her fists in frustration, declaring, "I refuse to believe I will perish here." Thoughts of Jaime flooded her mind. If only he could rescue her, she would divulge everything she knew. Yet, where was Jaime? Would he come to save her? The identity of her captors remained shrouded in mystery, their allegiances unknown. Nonetheless, Victoria resolved to distance herself from the Targaryen siblings and Jaime Lannister in the eyes of these enigmatic captors, choosing instead to play the role of a merchant's daughter who had been robbed and left for dead. Having been imprisoned for a week, she received meager rations every 2 days to sustain her life. The uncertainty of her fate loomed large, and during this protracted ordeal, Victoria reflected deeply on her life. From her birth to her growth, recalling every acquaintance and every experience. She revised her farewell letter numerous times. Though death terrified her, she felt powerless to alter her circumstances. Yet, throughout those days, her thoughts often returned to Jaime, a source of both longing and despair. She yearned for a miraculous intervention from him. Despite the bleakness of her hope, after being confined for so long, even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough to keep her spirit alive. In her relentless introspection and daydreaming, Victoria had to concede that her feelings for Jaime were genuine, and there was nothing shameful about that. She immersed herself in literature, perceiving herself as a profound thinker, though she was perhaps not as deep as she imagined. Jaime was undeniably handsome and skilled, and he had the capacity to set aside past grievances to rescue her. Victoria felt both enchanted and embarrassed by her emotions, despite Jaime's notorious reputation. Love rendered him a paragon in her eyes, eclipsing his flaws. Jaime's excellence was undeniable, yet Victoria wished he were less remarkable, perhaps possessing a handsome visage, a robust physique, and formidable skills, but coming from humble origins. She desired him to be less dazzling, so as not to render herself feeling unapproachable. In the monotony of her confinement, it was all too easy for her thoughts to seek refuge in her longing for Jaime. Just as she pondered how she might be with him, a sudden flash of light above her blinded her, forcing her to squint. Moments later, she found herself in shackles, being led to a caravan. Ropes bound her to a cart laden with baggage. Victoria surreptitiously observed her surroundings. This was a brand new caravan, accompanied by around 50 or 60 attendants, including several maids and robust guards. There were about a dozen horses, 3 carts, 1 for passengers and 2 for cargo. Who was their master? As she pondered this, the grand gates of the estate swung open, and the departing entourage exchanged bittersweet farewells. Victoria's heart raced as she spotted Viserys, radiantly self-satisfied, bidding farewell to the owner of the estate. The master concealed within the walls was obscured from view. Viserys, brimming with excitement and pride, gazed outside, thoroughly satisfied with the entourage and servants arranged for him. With the assistance of his attendants, he made his way step by step to the carriage where Victoria awaited, while Daenerys cautiously lingered behind, refraining from uttering a word. Viserys waved towards the estate, expressing his gratitude for the master's generous support, vowing to repay it in the future. As Victoria pieced together the events, clarity dawned upon her. In the bustling city of Pentos, a myriad of characters traversed its streets, from common merchants to noble lords, each possessing their own factions and influences. The recognition of the Targaryen siblings by herself and Jaime was indeed plausible. They could easily be identified by others as well. This individual, possessing significant power and a formidable retinue, was likely affiliated with someone of considerable influence in the current regime. Yet, beneath the surface, his ambitions were palpable. He was secretly cultivating ties with the remnants of the former dynasty, laying the groundwork for a potential alliance. Should Viserys succeed in reclaiming his throne, this enigmatic master would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from political machinations. Lowering her gaze, Victoria feigned a submissive demeanor, all the while contemplating her circumstances. It appeared that her fabricated tales had gained the master's trust. Her apparent lack of menace served as a factor in earning his confidence. Unbeknownst to Viserys, who was oblivious to his own identity and aware of his capture, he sought to claim her as a mere slave, his intentions glaringly transparent. Victoria regarded him with disdain, viewing his arrogance and myopic focus on women as indicative of his character. Still, a sense of trepidation lingered within her. Having been confined in the cellar for the past fortnight, she surmised that they had awaited Viserys' physical recovery before bringing him forth. After all, given Viserys' precarious status, the estate's owner would hardly desire their prolonged presence. As Viserys approached, he embodied a quintessential contradiction, proud yet feeble, harboring unrealistic fantasies while engaging in absurd actions. However, a tumultuous feeling surged within Victoria. She had become the servant of this erratic individual, and the realization cast a pall over her existence. Viserys held his head high, supported by others, and with a whip, he lifted Victoria's chin, demanding, "Where are you from, and what is your name?" Tears welled in her eyes as she feigned terror, unsure of how to respond. "I am Victoria, traveling with my parents in trade. My lord, I beseech you to allow me to return. The gods will reward your kindness." Viserys erupted into laughter, casting a scornful glance at her. The maidservant beside him proudly proclaimed, "You are fortunate to converse with his grace, Viserys Targaryen III, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm." Victoria felt a wave of disbelief. Indeed, did everyone here require such grand titles? Concealing her true sentiments, she dutifully adopted an expression of awe and admiration, successfully appeasing Viserys. "You shall serve me," he commanded. "This is non-negotiable." "Indeed, my lord, it is a tremendous honor." Victoria's astuteness greatly gratified Viserys' vanity, inflating his already swollen ego. As a result, although she remained shackled, Victoria was granted permission to sit at the front of the carriage. After 2 weeks of confinement, Victoria appeared as pale as a specter. Had she continued on foot, she would have collapsed and been unable to rise again. She secretly sighed in relief. This unexpected boon had salvaged her life. In her moment of quiet elation, Victoria noticed Daenerys curiously gazing at her. Taken aback, she offered a friendly smile, only to find Daenerys blushing and retreating into the carriage. Victoria couldn't help but reflect on how innocent and endearing the Mother of Dragons was at that moment. As the entourage assembled, Viserys' convoy set forth, masquerading as a merchant caravan on their journey eastward. Meanwhile, at the far end of the vast estate, the Master warmly returned to the hall, welcoming the anxious Jaime Lannister. Although this location served as a Lannister contact point, the urgency of the situation meant that help was scarce. Jaime decisively sought aid from allies, who were more than willing to engage with the Lannisters. The Master diligently assisted, leveraging his influence to help Jaime find allies. However, unbeknownst to Jaime, he had just missed an encounter with the very person he sought. The carriage rolled on, its wheels creaking and horses whinnying. Victoria stared vacantly at her shackles, her heart heavy with trepidation for the future. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, her fingers absently rubbing the cold metal. She couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if Jaime were here. He could undoubtedly free her from her bonds. Soon, however, annoyance washed over her, akin to swallowing a fly. It was perfectly acceptable to admire him, but why must she rely on him for every rescue? Jaime. Was she incapable of standing on her own 2 feet? Whether it was seeking salvation, moving objects, or unshackling herself, would she have to depend on him for everything? Even for sustenance and rest? Why could she not cultivate a bit more independence? Moreover, Jaime's heart belonged solely to Cersei, despite his worldly demeanor. Victoria was acutely aware that Cersei was the only woman Jaime had ever truly loved. Deep, fervent love that she could hardly hope to intrude upon, especially since, during her month-long imprisonment, no miraculous rescue had come. A sense of despondency gnawed at Victoria. If only she had not insisted on coming to Pentos. Even wandering the wilderness would have been preferable to her current status as a captive. Recently, she had grown accustomed to being a prisoner, teetering on the brink of death. Her nerves dulled. Yet, despite these thoughts, she couldn't help but reminisce. Even though it had been but a fleeting day, it had been filled with joy, freedom, and perhaps even a touch of happiness. Although she verbally expressed her disdain for shopping, Victoria found it impossible to dismiss James, who dutifully carried an overwhelming mountain of countless items purchased by her. Moreover, he consistently bore the financial burden. Victoria secretly relished this arrangement. It was undeniably gratifying. The arrival of love is often irrational and devoid of reason. It can utterly captivate one's heart and mind, leading to incessant thoughts of the beloved while magnifying their virtues and obscuring their flaws. Victoria was ensnared by a potent affection named James. Fully aware of the insurmountable barriers that lay between them, mountains, seas, familial ties, interests, and Cersei. Overthinking often brings sorrow. Fortunately, as a captive, Victoria was not merely a passive observer. She was not confined to just eating and drinking. Viserys' intentions for bringing her were quite evident. He sought an outlet for his desires. Thanks to James's decisive intervention, Viserys was now left with only lustful thoughts, his physical capabilities severely diminished. After a day of unsteady travel beneath the glaring sun, which rendered the dust devoid of moisture, Viserys and Daenerys enjoyed honeyed water and fresh fruits in their respective carriages. Victoria could only gaze upon them with envy. Having gone the entire day without a drop of water or morsel of food, as the sun began its descent, the caravan sought a flat area to establish camp. Victoria, frail and powerless, was summoned to fetch water, the desolate surroundings offering no concern for her escape, even if she entertained such thoughts. The presence of armed guards and wild beasts ensured her captivity. Eager to fetch water, Victoria eagerly accompanied several graceful maidens to the riverbank, each carrying large clay pots. The river appeared remarkably clear, and they carefully ventured upstream to the cleanest spot. Victoria obediently followed, aware of her own lack of experience in wilderness survival. Imitating the others, she cupped her hands to drink from the sparkling water, neglecting any concerns about cleanliness or potential parasites. The refreshing stream tasted like the sweetest nectar. Unbeknownst to her, she consumed a considerable amount, feeling utterly invigorated. The maidens shared no deep-seated enmity, functioning as colleagues who might need to assist one another in the future, their relationships amicable. They exchanged smiles and, with water balanced atop their heads, began their return to camp. Suddenly, Victoria's eyes widened in alarm as she spotted an irregular cluster of gelatinous white eggs with tiny black spots, half hidden beneath a patch of grass. This was precisely where one of the maidens had just drunk. Had she unknowingly swallowed one of these unknown eggs? What could they be? Frog eggs? Snake eggs? Her stomach churned at the thought, nearly causing her to retch. Desperate to escape the sight, she attempted to rise, wishing to banish the image from her mind. Just as she stood abruptly, a nearby maiden named Missandei steadied her. Victoria smiled gratefully, mimicking the others as she placed the water pot atop her head. After Missandei assisted her in hoisting the water jug, Victoria was unexpectedly enchanted, feeling as though it had become lighter. Missandei raised an eyebrow and smiled. Were you also purchased by him? The him naturally referred to none other than Viserys Targaryen. I feel more like a captive sent here, she replied. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they strolled back to the camp. Missandei, with her golden hair and blue eyes, possessed a slender figure that exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. Victoria found herself puzzled. From where did she acquire the funds for such perfumes? However, she refrained from inquiring further, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon arriving at the camp, the purest water was poured into a skin pouch for storage, while the remainder was set aside for the evening meal. Victoria had anticipated the presence of flint or some means of ignition, yet she was taken aback by the deftness of the locals. A pile of dry firewood was arranged in a triangular formation, with dry, fluffy moss nestled in the gaps. A robust woman, clad in a short, dark red dress, adorned with a somewhat purple stone pendant and a strip of cloth binding her hair, crouched nearby. In her left hand, she held a broken pebble, its surface rugged with cracks, while the other grasped a small knife. Skillfully, she drew near, scraping the knife against the rough edge of the pebble, igniting sparks that danced into the air. Several tiny sparks leapt onto the moss, instantly darkening it. The woman continued to scrape, releasing a cascade of sparks that fell like shooting stars upon the white moss. As the black specks multiplied, delicate wisps of white smoke began to rise. Setting down the pebble and knife, she gathered the moss gently, cupping it in her hands before blowing softly. Suddenly, a bright flame erupted, illuminating her face with a warm glow. Victoria couldn't help but laugh. Igniting a fire felt like a splendid triumph worthy of celebration. Abruptly, she felt a nudge at her waist, jolting her back to reality, flustered and somewhat disoriented. Missandei's voice rang out, lively yet urgent. Do you wish to be punished? They are watching you over there. Victoria hastily resumed her tasks, stealing a glance with her peripheral vision to find a stern supervisor wielding a whip, glaring at her for her idleness. With no choice but to appear industrious, she joined the other women in preparing fish and wild rabbit. Having never engaged in such tasks before and lacking suitable tools, Victoria found herself at the river's edge, where she was handed a hefty fish weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, freshly caught. A guard, approximately in his late 20s, donned tight burlap attire, with a leather belt cinching his waist. His hair shimmered with a reddish-brown hue, slightly curled, and he stood tall and robust, his muscular arms displaying strength as he tossed a large fish from the river towards the women. As Victoria gazed at the fish in her hands, she noticed its belly had been brutally pierced, many scales missing, the creature gasping for breath. She sought a somewhat sharp stone to cut open its belly, meticulously cleaning it, then resignedly began to scrape away the scales. The fish was slick and cold to the touch, exuding a strong, fishy odor, its flesh resilient and fresh. Victoria was deeply engrossed in her task, diligently honing her skills. Missandei watched her with a smile, pressing her lips together in silence. Oblivious, Victoria continued to process the fish, soon accumulating a pile of 7 or 8 beside her. At that moment, Missandei could no longer contain her laughter, setting aside the lamb she was handling to ask playfully, "Do you wish for him to spear fish in the river all day?" "Who?" Victoria was utterly baffled by Missandei's sudden remark. Glancing towards the river, she saw a guard deftly extend his hand, spearing a fish and tossing it onto the hay beside Victoria, wordlessly stepping further into the water in search of another quarry. Realization dawned on Victoria as she noticed the other 7 or 8 maidens around her, all engaged in cleaning and cutting rabbit and lamb meat. Indeed, she was the only one working with fish. These fish were all caught by him and cast before her. Picking up the recently thrown fish, Victoria quietly inquired of Missandei, "Who is he?" With a flirtatious glint in her eyes, Missandei subtly asked, "Do you wish to know?" Victoria hesitated, deciding it was of little consequence. She resumed scraping the fish scales with her head bowed. "Wait until tonight, and I shall tell you," Missandei added. "Oh, it's quite all right if I don't ask," Victoria replied, taking a woven basket to prepare the fish and heading towards the camp. As she departed, the young man in the river appeared somewhat disappointed and slowly made his way ashore. The fish were sent for roasting, while flour taken from the sacks had already been kneaded into many small, pale lumps, strung upon branches to bake, releasing a fragrant aroma of wheat. Victoria felt her mouth watering as never before. The lamb and rabbit were ready as well, with 1 lamb and 3 rabbits placed upon the roasting rack. The remainder was chopped into small pieces and collectively dumped into a large clay pot, where river water was added to commence the boiling. Victoria's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling it akin to pouring tap water over perfectly steamed rice, a sheer waste. Blood and water should be discarded first, followed by the addition of Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, star anise, and other spices to enhance flavor before simmering. How could they simply add water without any seasoning? Would the resulting broth even be palatable? However, it soon became apparent to Victoria that her concerns were misplaced. Regardless of the quality of the fish, lamb, rabbit, or baked wheat cakes, it bore no relevance to her. She would not partake in any of it. Not even a taste of the lamb soup she assumed would be unappetizing. By the time the Wiseries had eaten their fill, the remaining portions were distributed among the attendants, and whatever was left was given to the lower-ranking guards, leaving nothing behind. Those with power and influence dined well, while the less fortunate fared poorly. Victoria and her companions did not find respite until 7 or 8 o'clock, after serving multiple layers of their masters. She stared blankly at her food, each person receiving a leaf larger than their palm, as they scooped food from a dark, cold earthenware pot. There was not a trace of meat, and perhaps not even salt. It was merely a mushy concoction made from boiled bran. She and Missandei each took a spoonful from the supervisor's hands. Lacking proper utensils, Victoria was at a loss as she gazed at the half-cooked mass. Missandei, perceptive and kind, said, "Look at me, I'll teach you how to eat." With grace, she used only her left hand to cradle the leaf, curling her palm inward, gradually gathering the food into a small mound. After a few attempts, it resembled a petite hill. Missandei leaned down, eating with such elegance that not a single morsel strayed beyond her lips. Her triumphant smile was radiant. Victoria also smiled, attempting to mimic her. She cupped the food with both hands, bending down to eat, but her lack of dexterity left bran scattered on her cheeks. Observing her clumsiness, Missandei laughed heartily. "Oh, my darling, you are simply adorable. Come, let me wipe your face." Embarrassed, Victoria hurriedly finished her food and washed her face with water. "Missandei, how do you manage to eat so adeptly? No matter how careful I am, I still get messy." Missandei, seated against a large rock, gazed at a distant campfire. They were not privileged enough to warm themselves by it. "Well, first, your tongue must be flexible." Victoria quickly moved her tongue around in her mouth, trying to enhance her agility. Missandei, as if discovering treasure, leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. "Darling, with this practice, your tongue will never become agile." Eager to learn, Victoria implored, "Missandei, please teach me." Missandei drew even closer, her breath brushing against Victoria's face. "You need to find a man and practice diligently for your tongue to become nimble." Realizing the implication, Victoria's cheeks flushed crimson, igniting with embarrassment. Missandei, taken by surprise at her innocence, pressed further to tease her. Just as Victoria recoiled in fright, a bundle wrapped in leaves was suddenly tossed toward them, accompanied by a voice, "Hey, this is for you." Victoria and Missandei turned to see a young man fishing in the river. Victoria, still hungry, quickly recognized the contents of the bundle: roasted rabbit meat. Saliva pooled in her mouth, yet she understood the implications of accepting meat from a man in such circumstances. Missandei watched her with a knowing smile, encouraging, "Here's your chance to practice." Victoria remained silent, refraining from commenting on Misanda's choices or actions. As she stood, the young man's eyes brightened with excitement and anticipation. However, Victoria's next words shattered his dreams. "Thank you, but I do not need it," she said, turning away. The young man, visibly disappointed, lowered his head, disregarding even the rare roasted rabbit meat on the ground, staring blankly at Victoria's retreating figure. Missandei could hardly contain her amusement at their reaction. With a swift motion, she picked up the rabbit meat and declared, "I shall take this to her." Ignoring the others, she walked away, sneaking a whiff of the delectable aroma, utterly satisfied. Missandei found Victoria again and sat down beside her. "It smells wonderful. Would you like some?" she asked, revealing the rabbit meat wrapped in leaves, waving it enticingly before Victoria. The fragrant meat, seasoned with salt and honey, glistened golden and juicy. Yet, Victoria seemed oblivious to the enticing scent, unable to see the culinary delight before her. Missandei, straightforward as ever, remarked, "He is interested in you." Victoria responded with a soft, "Perhaps. Are you truly going to reject him without leaving yourself an escape route?" Missandei began to nibble on the rabbit meat, her intent to tease growing bolder. Victoria stood up, and the young man's eyes brightened with excitement and anticipation. Yet, once again, her words dashed his hopes. "Thank you, but I do not need it," she reiterated, turning away once more. The young man, clearly disheartened, bowed his head, abandoning even the rare treat of roasted rabbit meat, gazing vacantly at Victoria's diminishing silhouette. Missandei reveled in their reactions. Then, with a decisive turn, she picked up the rabbit meat, reiterating her intention to deliver it to Victoria. Ignoring the onlookers, she took a furtive sniff, savoring the exquisite flavor, utterly pleased. Missandei approached Victoria once more, sitting beside her. "It smells divine. Would you care for a taste?" she asked, showcasing the leaf-wrapped rabbit meat before Victoria. The succulent meat, adorned with salt and honey, shimmered enticingly. Yet, Victoria seemed incapable of perceiving the delightful aroma or the culinary masterpiece presented to her. Missandei, ever direct, commented, "He is quite taken with you." Victoria offered a gentle, "Perhaps. Is this how you intend to spurn him, leaving no avenue for retreat?" Missandei began to gnaw at the rabbit meat, while Victoria, in a brief moment devoid of escape, felt the pangs of hunger in her belly, yet remained indifferent to Missandei's feast. As the cold wind swept through the night, they found themselves exposed to the elements, prompting Victoria to reminisce about the wild goat James had roasted during their escape from the tribe, its honey-glazed exterior yielding a golden, crispy delight, with James reserving the finest portions for her. A wave of vulnerability washed over Victoria. It seemed she had developed affections for someone eternally out of reach. Why was Missandei sensually licking her fingers? Was it forbidden by her family? Had that person married? Victoria lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers, acutely aware that neither family would approve. Although he was not wed, he was bound to protect a woman of greater significance than a wife. How peculiar! Who could possibly hold more importance than a spouse? His twin sister. Victoria's thoughts spiraled, and even the chill of hunger faded from her mind as she gazed vacantly at the stars, pondering what James might be doing and whether he had time to admire the heavens. Alas, this was not encouraging news, and it appeared she was ensnared in unrequited love. Victoria felt a profound despair, yet a sudden surge of defiance arose within her. No, she believed he harbored feelings for her, albeit suppressed. She was utterly convinced. Seeing her adamant demeanor, Missandei inquired, "Have you two ever?" What do you mean?" "That kind of ability to conceive." Victoria's eyes darted around, fearful of being caught in a conversation unfit for innocent ears. "So, you haven't then? Forget it. He doesn't love you." Missandei's bluntness cut through Victoria's defenses. Unable to accept this, Victoria rose in protest, defending her dignity. "Must love be defined by physical acts? He respects me." In the grand bed of the wild chieftain's cave, the two stared earnestly at each other, wrapped in each other's embrace throughout the night, and she felt James's response. He could have indulged his desires, yet he chose to adhere to propriety. Missandei scoffed lightly, dismissing the naive fantasies of a girl lacking experience. "Men are the most aggressive of creatures. If they can, they will. If he refrains, it's either because he is unable or because he holds reservations about you. Given your looks and figure, if he is not enticed, you're likely not far from being deemed a peril." Victoria was deeply affected, murmuring to herself, "He must have liked me once. If a man loves a woman, he will surely possess her. It's instinct. Darling, trust me." Missandei, unwilling to continue debating with the love-struck novice, remarked, "The rabbit meat tonight is delightful, though regrettably scarce. I shall fetch more." With that, she rose slowly. Victoria wondered how there could be more when they had already consumed everything. Missandei fixed her with a steady gaze. If a man has it, I shall seek him out. The more I gather, the better the chance of satiation. Upon hearing those words, Victoria seemed momentarily frozen. Her gaze fixed intently upon Missandei, rendered speechless. She was reluctant to comment on the choices and lives of others. As Missandei walked away, disappearing into the underbrush 200 meters distant, several men soon followed, carrying various items. With the absence of company, Victoria felt a chill, a sense of fear, and a tide of confusion wash over her, ultimately succumbing to a restless slumber by midnight. The following day, before dawn had broken, a few servants began their labors, tidying up and preparing meals for their masters, Viserys and Daenerys, while Victoria remained hungry. After serving Viserys his meal, she assisted him in changing his bandages. Stealing glances at the long scar that ran from his shoulder blade down to his thigh, bisecting his chest, she could see patches where the bone was exposed. Victoria couldn't help but admire Jaime. Had it not been for his grievous injuries, she might have already fallen victim to Viserys' wrath. Yet, she also felt a twinge of resentment, for men often craved glory, fixated on capturing their prey, oblivious to the unforeseen consequences that could arise. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Viserys' excruciating pain as he clutched her thigh with a deathly grip, his face ashen, beads of sweat cascading down like rivers. Victoria's movements became increasingly nimble. Kneeling, she felt as though her flesh might be torn away by his grasp. Wine, wine, bring me wine, quickly, Viserys demanded. Concerned that drinking might hinder his recovery, Daenerys implored him, brother, please endure. Alcohol is detrimental to your healing. Viserys, inherently violent and seeking an outlet for his frustrations, hurled a wooden pillow towards Daenerys. You wretched girl, how dare you defy the true dragon? No one may oppose the true dragon. I shall sell you. Sell you to savages. The petite Daenerys was unable to evade the blow and was struck violently. The sound echoed, sending a jolt of fear through Victoria. In a frantic attempt to appease Viserys, she seized a full wineskin, uncorked it, and poured the contents into his mouth, thinking to herself, may you drink yourself to death. Once Viserys' injuries were attended to, Victoria followed Daenerys out of the carriage, gently and meticulously applying ointment to her wounds, for blood was already seeping from her head. Having grown accustomed to her brother's oppressive nature, Daenerys had long endured beatings and insults. Alone and weeping, she was a pitiable sight. Victoria, wishing to draw closer to her, offered soft words of comfort. Unlike ordinary handmaidens, Victoria hailed from a noble background, her mind filled with more profound thoughts. She feigned being the daughter of a merchant, sharing intriguing tales with Daenerys, her language gentle and appropriate, quickly winning the young woman's favor and earning the title of her personal handmaiden. Victoria lowered her gaze to conceal the stern light within her eyes. Until the death of Daenerys' husband, called Drogo, she remained a figure of compassion and kindness. Staying close to her feels a touch safer. Today, Victoria remains exceedingly busy, in addition to her hurried travels and food arrangements. She has taken on the task of organizing Danyline's luggage and attire. After completing her duties, a sense of dizziness overwhelms her. When she finally sits down to rest, she finds nothing but a bowl of water and a handful of leaf-crushed barley. The gnawing sensation of hunger persists, troubling Victoria deeply. Missandei approaches her. She holds a fondness for this immaculate girl, whose essence radiates purity from her gaze to her very soul. If you desire sustenance, I believe many men would be willing to serve you, without the necessity of sacrificing your body, Missandei offers earnestly. Victoria's beauty is evident to all, and at times she wonders if she is not, in fact, an angel descended from the seven gods, captivating all who gaze upon her. Leaning against a stone, Victoria resolutely shakes her head. Is it for your beloved that you choose to remain chaste? Missandei inquires, to which Victoria responds, not at all. I simply refuse to compromise or yield. Missandei nods absently. Ah, yes, everyone begins with such ideals. Who would relish being a courtesan? The initial step is indeed daunting. But once the threshold is crossed, nothing seems to matter. Trading one's body for something of value is not inherently wrong. Victoria understands, acknowledging the helplessness that sometimes accompanies life as choices. As the daughter of Ned Stark, the king in the north, she is destined to marry an influential nobleman. She has never known the pangs of poverty, nor has she ever had to suffer hunger. Her days are filled with the comfort of being catered to and the simple joys of nature. She has never experienced the harshness and oppression of the lower classes, nor has she been forced into servitude at a tender age to procure medicine for her family. No one dares to bully, coerce, strike, or sell her. Victoria's life is replete with happiness, security, and choices, unlike Missandei, who was sold by her parents at a young age and has lived in solitude and despair. A brief silence envelopes them before Victoria speaks first. I do not seek to feign superiority. The situation simply has not reached that point. However, Missandei counters. But I see you have been starving for several days. If this continues, you will succumb to malnutrition and one day collapse without the strength to rise. Victoria ponders the notion that perhaps it is better to embrace death than to endure such suffering. Missandei points out, yet in your moment of weakness, countless men would rush forth to force you, and no one would come to your aid. Do you still believe your resolve holds meaning? Victoria replies earnestly. Exchanging my body for food is my own degradation. If others force me when I am powerless to resist, that is a battle I have lost. These are not the same. Missandei sighs deeply, but I have already crossed that threshold. There is no return for me. Victoria affectionately clasps her hand, and Missandei tightly reciprocates, warmth flowing between them. Missandei, with utmost seriousness, addressed Victoria, urging her to persevere. If you ever achieve success, she vowed, I promise to impart all my knowledge and skills to you, ensuring that your beloved is utterly captivated by you alone. Missandei spoke with unwavering conviction, causing Victoria to blush. Just as she contemplated a refusal, murmuring, What are you saying? A lady cannot behave in such a manner, she hesitated. After a moment of reflection on James, her cheeks flushed, she inquired, Is it truly possible to win him over so completely that he will never escape my grasp? With a grand gesture, Missandei enveloped Victoria in an embrace. You may question my methods, but my techniques are beyond reproach, honed through experience. Trust me, even the mightiest cannot evade my grasp. Remember this well. Missandei's fervent lesson persisted for quite some time, leaving Victoria hopeful for the day it would prove beneficial. As Victoria and Missandei forged a close friendship, they journeyed eastward together. Missandei, with playful insistence, guided Cheetah to the creek, where Victoria was diligently scrubbing several earthenware pots that had been used for meat broth with a brush made of reeds. Cheetah, with a slight tightening of his lips, offered, I can summon other maids to assist you. You need not wash them yourself. Missandei, her eyes crinkling with laughter, gently nudged Cheetah closer to Victoria. Cheetah gazed shyly at the hem of Victoria's dress. Though she wore the simplest of maidservant attire, she remained striking and enchanting. Victoria's graceful silhouette was reflected in the river, prompting Cheetah to covetously admire the goddess within the water, too timid to meet her gaze directly. Catching a glance at Missandei, Victoria began to comprehend her intentions. Do you have something to discuss? She asked. The seven gods were indeed wise, for they gifted her with a splendid voice. As her melodious tones resonated, the reeds by the river could not help but bloom, stirring a yearning in the hearts of those who listened. Cheetah surreptitiously observed her delicate hands as she scrubbed the pots. Her hands were unlike any he had seen. His own were rough and calloused from wielding a sword, shooting arrows, and riding horses. Although Missandei's hands bore signs of wear, they too were distinctively rugged. In stark contrast, Victoria's hands were as soft as satin, pale as snow, with fingers elegantly tapered and nails shimmering like polished gems. Cheetah understood that Victoria was not a helpless orphan. For reasons unknown, she had found herself in this predicament, granting him the rare opportunity to encounter her. I am Cheetah, a second lieutenant to Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pantos, he declared directly. Victoria, undeterred, continued her task, her movements fluid and unbroken. She retrieved another pot, filled it with water, and added a handful of ashes, scrubbing vigorously as if she had neither heard nor acknowledged Cheetah's introduction. I earn 18 silver moons each month. I am the sole provider for my household, and I have saved up 90 silver moons, he stated. Missandei, unable to contain her amusement, burst into laughter before Cheetah, her mirthful joy spilling forth as tears of laughter glistened in her eyes. Victoria paused, furrowing her brow momentarily before resuming her washing. The sound of scrubbing echoed, seemingly endless. Cheetah felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed, casting a desperate glance at Missandei, hoping for a suggestion. However, Missandei merely laughed at him, relishing his predicament. Her gaze fixed on Cheetah with an amused detachment. Hesitant, Cheetah contemplated giving up and was about to leave when Missandei called out to him. Hey, wait. Are you really going to pass up this opportunity? If you do, I shall assist Regis next time. You know he is a first-class guard who offered me lamb, while you can only manage rabbit meat. Quite different, wouldn't you say? Caught between indecision, Cheetah ultimately cast a lingering look at Victoria's retreating figure and began to speak. My master, Governor Pantos Illyrio Mopatis, has dispatched us to escort the two princes to the Dothraki tribes on the eastern continent's plains. That is all I know. The customs of these savages starkly differ from ours. If you wish to avoid staying on the vast prairie as one of them, Perhaps you should start planning early. With a newfound resolve, Cheetah turned to leave. Missandei made no effort to retain him. Instead, she lightly bounded over to Victoria's side, taking her hand affectionately. Look, your little finger is all red from the cold. How embarrassed a man would be to see that. Victoria glanced at her finger, then at Missandei, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just help me wrap another bundle of reeds. This one has come undone and is unusable. Missandei extended her long right arm to retrieve a bundle of reeds, tied it up quickly, and handed it over. Victoria continued her monotonous washing. You've been soaking in the water all morning. The clothes and utensils have not ceased. I know you were not accustomed to such tasks before, although you have consistently refused to tell me about your origins. Victoria shifted her shoulders and flexed her wrists. Indeed, my parents cherished me, and I never had to do these chores. However, circumstances have changed. Doing a little is not so burdensome. But you have the opportunity to avoid it altogether. Missandei remarked disdainfully, glancing at the endless stream of items to wash. If you must work, who knows where all this never-ending laundry comes from? And the clothing. Is this task assigned to you by Jorshan? This is his responsibility. Victoria sighed, acknowledging that Missandei was aware of her connection to Regus, the first-class guard. Among the maids and lower-ranking officers, there had always been some form of exchange. Missandei struggled to comprehend why, if she could easily manage it, Victoria would choose such arduous labor. Victoria grasped Missandei's hand. Not everything should rely on men. Temporary ease and enjoyment will only earn their disdain. Missandei stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, you seek lasting security? That is indeed commendable. Are you hoping to catch Prince Viserys' attention? Victoria's fluid movements faltered momentarily as she suppressed the fire igniting within her. Leaning closer to Missandei, she replied, No, I have other plans. If I wish to escape the burdensome tasks of the present, I have alternative ideas. Alas, what do you suppose about the injury upon his chest? I have heard it has nearly ravaged half of his body. As the weather gradually warms, I can detect a foul odor emanating from the carriage. Miss Missandei is a fountain of information, privy to all that transpires. In contrast, Victoria, due to her youthful beauty, faces exclusion from the other handmaidens, who fear she may encroach upon their business. Aside from Missandei, few are willing to converse with her, often disparaging her in the presence of other guards. They speak of her bosom, half composed of soft, pristine flesh, the other half a dark, vascular tumor. Moreover, it is said that where Victoria sleeps at night, a serpent invariably lies in wait by dawn. Victoria has overheard such remarks on several occasions, yet remains noncommittal. Missandei continues her incessant chatter, speculating whether our arrival at the Dothraki tribe will lead to a favorable outcome. Those are mere savages. I have heard that many of them share a woman among themselves, even preferring horses over females. Is this the attitude befitting a man? Then perhaps you should earn a horse in exchange for yourself, Victoria jested. Oh, come now. Horses are quite costly. I could purchase several of myself with that sum. Let us resign ourselves to fate. By the riverbank, two shadows emerged, and a third flickered into existence. Victoria, feigning ignorance, inquired why we must venture to the Dothraki tribe and how much longer the journey would take. Missandei, intrigued by the topic, exclaimed that 3 of her kind would equal 1 horse. Can you fathom how much Princess Daenerys would be worth? Victoria feigned a frown, declaring her to be priceless, a notion I cannot surmise. I believe that even if all the gold from Casterly Rock and the Golden Tooth were combined, it could not suffice to reclaim her. Missandei gasped, her mouth agape. Every ounce of gold from Casterly Rock and the Golden Tooth? My heavens, should it all be amassed? It might well fill the entirety of Westeros. The Lannisters are immensely wealthy. Victoria cast a glance at her reflection in the stream, asserting that no amount of gold or jewels could ever equate to Princess Daenerys, for she is the sole, noble princess of the entire continent of Westeros. Missandei, with a hint of mockery, recounted how the governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, played matchmaker, uniting Princess Daenerys Targaryen with Khal Drogo of the Dothraki. Khal Drogo is to wed Princess Daenerys Targaryen, promising to furnish his 10,000 elite warriors as a gift to her brother Viserys, to aid him in reclaiming the 7 kingdoms and his throne. Khal Drogo, such an uncommon name. Victoria feigned innocence, her gaze still tracing the water's surface. To call you foolish would be an understatement. Drogo is the leader of the Dothraki, and Khal is akin to our kings and lords. Have you heard the tale of this Khal? As soon as Victoria posed the question, the figure concealed among the reeds appeared noticeably anxious, leaning forward to listen more intently. Missandei did not disappoint. Of course, I am well informed. Khal Drogo is the foremost warrior of the Dothraki, fiercely formidable, and has never tasted defeat. He is as colossal as a giant, possessing the strength to rend a bison asunder. Victoria found the situation quite unsettling, yet she persisted, asking, "Is that truly the case? My heart genuinely aches for Princess Daenerys." Upon hearing this, Missandei was taken aback. "Why do you say such a thing?" Victoria seemed to glisten with tears, lamenting that Princess Daenerys was akin to a delicate lily of the valley, while her fiancé was so brutish. "I am deeply concerned for her future," she sighed. Indeed, the Dothraki were renowned for their valor in battle, yet their primitive and backward ways often led to societal rejection, disdain, and fear. The figure reflected in the water appeared even more frail and unsteady. Victoria added, "I pray that Prince Viserys recovers swiftly. May the Seven bless him with a rapid healing of his wounds." Missandei, lost in her thoughts, remarked, "I wonder who could have inflicted such harm on the prince, nearly cleaving him in two." Victoria continued, "I have little faith in the physician treating Prince Viserys. It has been half a month, and not only has he shown no signs of improvement, but his condition seems to be deteriorating. Though Prince Viserys often treated Princess Daenerys with harshness, they were siblings. If she were to lose her brother and fall into the hands of savages, what would become of her?" Missandei, puzzled, could not fathom why Victoria, a mere gifted slave, was so preoccupied with the fates of the prince and princess. Victoria appeared utterly despondent as she helplessly confessed, "Missandei, have you not always been curious about my origins? I have refrained from sharing because no one would believe that I, an obscure slave, am the child of merchants. I pilfered some money for amusement, only to be ambushed and rendered unconscious at an inn in Pentos, eventually ending up here. I once studied medicine and possessed the skills to heal Prince Viserys. But no one trusts me. If he continues to receive improper treatment from the current physician, he may truly be at death's door, casting an even darker shadow over Princess Daenerys' future." As she spoke, Victoria wiped her tears away. The figure emerging from the reeds in the west approached her slowly, and her sobs grew more genuine, more profound, more sorrowful. "Are you Victoria? You possess medical knowledge. Can you heal my brother?" The pure and innocent voice belonged to Daenerys. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and sincerity, radiating an earnestness that inspired trust. With a sense of urgency, Victoria hastily dried her tears. "Indeed, I am skilled in medicine and have healed many, but, Your Highness, you may not trust me." "Nay," Daenerys replied, kneeling to gently cradle Victoria's face. "A masterpiece favored by the Seven. I believe that someone as beautiful as you would not utter falsehoods. Please, help me heal my brother." Though shackled, from that moment forward, Victoria was no longer merely an object of desire, but had transformed into the prince's healer. Daenerys walked ahead with excitement, while Victoria and the anxious Missandei followed closely. With her shoulders hunched, Missandei expressed her unease. "Do you truly possess medical skills?" Victoria glanced around and gently shook her head. Missandei stood as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape, tears of despair welling in her eyes. "You have truly doomed me. Had I known better, I would never have confided in you." Who could have foreseen that the prince would overhear? This was indeed a dire predicament. Victoria chuckled softly, pondering who might have eavesdropped. As Victoria accompanied Daenerys to the carriage of Viserys, a foul stench wafted into the air before they even arrived. Nearby, a physician was present, bowing respectfully to Daenerys. Victoria stole a glance at the physician, who sported a disheveled, grizzled beard that hung long and unkempt. His garments were soiled with grease and dust. And unable to suppress her curiosity, Victoria examined his hands, which were calloused and riddled with deep creases. His long fingernails were a sickly yellow-brown at the tips, while the area near the nail bed was encrusted with dark, grimy filth. Victoria inhaled sharply, for survival on this continent was paramount, and with such inadequate facilities, the impoverished seldom wasted firewood on bathing, knowing that they would soon be sullied again. Their burdensome existence left them little energy for personal hygiene. Many contracted colds after hastily bathing in cold water, and countless lives were lost due to a lack of medicinal aid. The physician's disregard for personal cleanliness was truly disconcerting. In this otherworldly realm, there were no microscopes devised by Leeuwenhoek, and the populace remained oblivious to the existence of a microscopic world teeming with life. The fatal consequences of bacterial infections were unimaginable to those tending to grievously injured patients. The elderly physician recounted the prince's condition to Daenerys, whose smooth brow furrowed tightly, light flickering in her eyes. "Victoria, you must give it a try. I am certain you can heal him." The physician gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as he trembled. "What? No, Your Highness, how can you permit a mere girl, utterly unversed in such matters, to meddle?" His face flushed crimson, rendering his beard an even paler shade of white. "Doctor, please allow me to attempt it," Victoria implored sincerely. "It may prove effective." You are woefully naive. Do you think this is mere child's play? Healing is a serious endeavor that does not concern you. Leave at once, or I shall strike you with my cane. Victoria was taken aback by the old man's ferocity and turned to Daenerys. Your Highness, the situation is urgent. I beseech you to consider this carefully. Daenerys found herself torn between the experienced elder and the sincere trustworthiness of Victoria. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved, Victoria, you shall accompany me inside. The carriage was spacious, and once Daenerys and Victoria entered, they found it far from cramped. Upon seeing Viserys lying there, lifeless, his silvery hair strewn about him, Victoria crouched before him. She lifted the sheepskin blanket, revealing his bare upper body, unadorned by clothing. However, to encase the long, gaping wound that nearly bisected him. Viserys was swathed like a large dumpling, resembling a mummified figure. On the white gauze, faint traces of crimson blood and dark medicinal stains were discernible. Viserys' lips were pale and cracked, his complexion resembling yellowed parchment, drenched in a cold sweat, utterly devoid of strength, and his body radiated an intense heat. Victoria contemplated the current predicament. While it was certainly advantageous to escape from the caravan, the desolate expanse of the plains offered no refuge, and fleeing would expose her to the imminent threat of death. If her only option was to accompany the caravan and marry Daenerys into the Dothraki tribe, her only means of avoiding becoming prey to the savages was to cling to Daenerys for support. How could she persuade this innocent girl to trust her and afford herself an opportunity to get close? Victoria believed the key lay with the ailing Viserys. His arrogance, impulsive nature, and cruel selfishness, consumed by dreams of restoration, rendered him unworthy of salvation. Moreover, Victoria lacked the medical expertise to pull him back from the brink of death. She would not squander her own vitality, risking a 3-day slumber, to nurse Viserys back to health as she had done with Jaime. The strategy she devised was to assist Viserys in managing the deterioration of his wounds, leaving the duration of his survival to fate. Even if he lived, his haughty disposition would ultimately lead to his demise, a mere talentless dreamer of no consequence. Victoria held no regard for him. Her true focus was on Daenerys, a timid girl who had endured abuse and lived in the shadow of her brother. Victoria understood that Daenerys would gradually evolve into an adversary and conqueror of the Seven Kingdoms. Daenerys would acquire 3 dragon eggs, which she would hatch after the death of Khal Drogo. In this world, dragons were invincible beings, and Daenerys would command an army of 100,000 Dothraki, ultimately growing into a formidable force. The magic of this realm stemmed from dragons. Once the 3 dragons were hatched, their magic would permeate the air, inadvertently fueling the resurrection of the White Walkers beyond the wall, thereby augmenting their power. The initial point of their southern incursion into the Seven Kingdoms would be the territory of Victoria's family, Winterfell, in the north. As the daughter of a northern lord, Victoria bore the responsibility to safeguard her family. Given her foresight into the future, rather than waiting for events to escalate, it would be more prudent to take decisive action while the situation was still malleable. Daenerys, isolated and vulnerable, with her only brother gravely injured and escorted by unfamiliar guards to marry a barbarian chieftain, must have been fraught with turmoil and unease. Victoria prepared to seize this opportunity to earn her trust and influence the trajectory of future events. Frowning, Victoria firmly declared, "What sort of quack is this? The weather outside is sweltering, yet they still employ sheepskin, and the gauze is wrapped so tightly around His Highness that it is utterly detrimental to the healing of his wounds." Upon hearing Victoria's rebuttal, the physician outside flushed with indignation and bellowed, "You little wretch, how dare you point fingers at me? Your Highness, do not be deceived by her. She must be a spy and a heretic." Inside, Victoria remained unfazed, deftly using a silver knife to unravel the bandages. A more potent stench and the odor of blood wafted forth, nearly overwhelming her senses. Struggling to suppress her nausea, she furrowed her brow and continued her task. Suddenly, she paused. In a moment of astonishment, the blade's tip uncovered a slender white worm from beneath the gauze, and with another flick, several more emerged. "Your Highness," Victoria declared sternly, her brow knitted, "behold the folly of the quack. Had we not intervened in time, your beloved brother would have been fatally betrayed. His wound infested with maggots, while he deceives you into believing he is swiftly recovering." The writhing larvae squirmed before them, and Daenerys's eyes widened in horror, her expression betraying her urge to retch. Victoria pressed the blade closer, observing the relentless wriggling of the maggots. Daenerys found herself at a loss, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Victoria reflected that at this moment, the Mother of Dragons had yet to mature, lacking the ruthless decisiveness portrayed in the tales. Just as she prepared to escalate the situation, Viserys stirred, dazed and in discomfort, mumbling incoherently about itching and pain. Witnessing her brother's suffering, Daenerys resolutely commanded, "Someone, take this charlatan away." Yora, attentive to Victoria, stood nearby, closely monitoring the unfolding events. Upon hearing the order, he swiftly intervened, seizing the physician and dispatching him with decisive efficiency. Outside, Missandei was taken aback, startled by the sudden turn of events. Victoria, surmising the chaos outside, paid it no heed and continued her work. Although lacking formal medical training, she found herself unexpectedly emboldened in an era where even an unkempt old man slathering herbs could pass as a physician. She instructed for wine and boiling water to be brought forth, noting the absence of distilled spirits derived from grain among the available grape wines. The rudimentary conditions and Viserys' ailment could not afford delay. Taking the cotton cloth boiled in water, Victoria began to cleanse the wound, expelling pus and blood. Once the cleaning was complete, she assessed the wine's quality, finding it insufficiently pure and laden with sediment, thus discarding it as an option. Instead, she retrieved a silver knife, wrapped its handle, and heated it over the fire before swiftly applying it to Viserys' wound for cauterization. The acrid scent of cooking flesh filled the air, sending chills down her spine. Beads of sweat streamed down Victoria's face, yet she dared not wipe them away, allowing them to sting her eyes and provoke tears. All while she persisted in her efforts. Just as she reached the brink of endurance, a cloth gently wiped the sweat from her brow. "It is Daenerys." Her eyes filled with sorrow. "I understand that this method is terrifying, yet you are indeed saving him." Victoria's conscience was suddenly pierced, yet she had to harden her heart. After a considerable time, the disinfection was largely completed, and it was time to apply the ointment. Victoria looked at the item before her, feeling somewhat helpless. "Pepper powder? Are you serious?" Indeed, in ancient times, nobles used expensive pepper powder to disinfect wounds. However, as Victoria gazed at the sizzling and recently scalded Viserys, she found it impossible to sprinkle the powder on him. Instead, Victoria chose several other medicinal remedies from Pantos and applied them to Viserys. Daenerys, observing the dwindling bottles and jars, frowned in distress. Victoria too felt anxious about the limited supplies, all squandered by the incompetent physician before. Daenerys hurriedly asked, "What shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Victoria replied, "I know there are some herbs here that would benefit the healing of wounds. Your Highness, please send a few people with me to search for them." Daenerys had never considered that Victoria might attempt to escape. With her frail frame, it seemed impossible. Therefore, in the interest of her brother's well-being, she generously agreed. Victoria had a full day to search for herbs, specifically bringing along Cheetah and several other guards. As she recalled the herbal knowledge imparted by Jaime during their idle chatter after escaping from the wildlings, she endeavored to describe it to the guards. They then dispersed to search. Only Cheetah remained behind to monitor her, displaying an unusual enthusiasm for the task. While searching for herbs, Victoria's thoughts were also occupied with Cheetah. They had strayed far from the camp, and Victoria relished the taste of freedom once again. A thought began to blossom within her, rapidly flourishing. Perhaps she could incite Cheetah's loyalty, leveraging his admiration for her to transport herself to Pantos, and subsequently use clandestine channels to make her way to King's Landing or Winterfell. Victoria's steps faltered, her focus shifting from the ground to Cheetah's captivating brown eyes. Cheetah seemed to sense this, halting immediately and gazing at her with a docile curiosity. "Cheetah, could you do me a favor?" A soft, gentle voice emerged. Cheetah instantly perked up. "What would you have me do?" "It would be my honor. Could you help me find a messenger crow?" "Victoria, no problem at all. I will ensure your needs are met." However, it seemed that all the crows at the camp had flown towards the governor's office in Pantos. Were there any flying elsewhere? This matter appeared quite absurd. Yet Cheetah assured her with a pat on his chest. "Trust me, I know of a crow that is headed to the pawnshop in Pantos." Victoria's eyes sparkled with excitement. A pawnshop meant there were underground connections. Her gaze brightened, causing Cheetah's heart to soar as he eagerly agreed. Victoria drew forth his sword, severing a piece of his garment, and ignited a slender twig, using the charred end to sketch the sigil of Winterfell, adding a small yet distinct emblem. He meticulously tucked the fabric away into his belt and resumed the search for herbs alongside Rhaegar. In addition to the hemostatic herbs, he discovered a plant known as One Arrow, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in reducing fevers. "All right, let us return," Rhaegar said amiably, leading the way. Upon reaching the camp, various parties had gathered a sufficient amount of herbs. Victoria hurriedly tended to the collection, preparing to change the bandages for Viserys the following day. Her current duty was to care for Viserys, as her previous menial tasks were no longer required. The food situation had improved somewhat, and Victoria shared a portion with Missandei, who appeared genuinely delighted. I knew you would find a way. After you changed his bandages, the prince clearly showed signs of improvement, Missandei remarked. In truth, Victoria had done little more than maintain cleanliness and apply ointments, merely halting the previous physician's neglect that had allowed the wound to worsen. The day stretched on interminably, and Victoria engaged in conversation with Daenerys, soothing her anxious and fearful sentiments. Yet, she found herself with ample time to ponder the opportunity she had relinquished, an opportunity to escape back to Pentos, a chance for living freedom. Although she could easily persuade Rhaegar to aid her departure, she felt uneasy about their combined abilities. Rhaegar's martial skills were insufficient to ensure complete safety. Fleeing across the plains as a duo would render them vulnerable to cavalry capture. Thus, Victoria opted for the riskier route of sending a letter to Pentos. Even if the missive failed to reach its destination, she would at least retain Daenerys' trust and protection, avoiding complete passivity. The clandestine network in Winterfell was alarmingly scant, and for any assistance to reach her, they would need to regroup in Winterfell, a process that would prove time-consuming. Furthermore, concerns loomed about whether her coded message would be comprehended, and the myriad of potential misfortunes was indeed unsettling. As night descended amidst her worries, Rhaegar returned with a raven. Victoria affixed the fabric to its leg, inhaled deeply to steady her nerves, and whispered, "Could you kindly deliver this to the trading post in Pentos?" The raven flapped its wings, merging into the night, carrying with it Victoria's hope. On the following day, Victoria sat atop the cart's yoke, continuing eastward with the caravan. In just a few days, they would arrive within the territory of Drogo. After another 2 days, Viserys' health gradually improved, and Victoria found herself astonished by his resilience. He had remarkably endured such severe injuries. Missandei offered him some lamb bone soup, which was flavorful, albeit slightly hot. Viserys sighed deeply, savoring the taste. Once finished, Viserys appeared more lively, with Daenerys accompanying him in the cart. Missandei believed Viserys needed rest and prepared to lay him down comfortably. Viserys struggled, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Let me recline partially. I can hardly bear it, lying down all day long. I cannot move at all. It is utterly unbearable." Missandei quickly cradled him in her arms, eliciting a smile from Viserys as he leaned closer. Missandei bent down, and Viserys left a kiss upon her bosom. Daenerys turned her head away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet Viserys remained unfazed. "Where's that slave?" Viserys inquired of Daenerys. She likely had an inkling of whom he spoke, but for some reason, she hesitated. "Oh, perhaps she is by the river doing laundry." The girl was in a pitiful state, dealing with horse manure daily, infested with lice. Truly a disgusting sight. Missandei cast a meaningful glance at Daenerys, her hands tenderly caressing Viserys' arm. Viserys struggled to articulate, "It is not those slaves. It is the little slave given to me by the friendly Illyrio Mopatis, the one I encountered at the inn, the governor of Pentos." Daenerys still seemed evasive. "She is your healer. Your recovery depends on her." Viserys, growing impatient, retorted, "Then why have I not seen her all day?" Missandei chuckled softly, her tone gentle, "My prince. She is busy searching for herbs. You must understand, they are not easily found." In truth, Victoria was deliberately avoiding him, changing his dressings while he was in a half-daze. Viserys replied, "Then make sure she is brought to me, cleaned up, and kept away from others. I shall indulge in her once I am well." Daenerys wished to say more, but Viserys suddenly roared, "Wretched woman, do as the true dragon commands, and get out." Daenerys, frightened and teary-eyed, hurriedly left the carriage. Missandei quickly soothed him, "You are the king of the 7 kingdoms, our true dragon, our protector. Please do not be angry. Your health is of utmost importance." A flurry of gentle words and flattery gradually calmed Viserys' fury. Viserys regarded Missandei with interest. "You are quite exceptional, perceptive. I would have you by my side from now on." However, before he could finish his thought regarding the slave, he was interrupted by Missandei's playful protest, "My king, you just praised me, and now you mention another woman. That filthy creature rolling in horse manure pales in comparison to me. Do say so." With her charming antics, Missandei left Viserys entranced, prompting him to agree. "All right, we shall not speak of her anymore. Once I am well, I shall ensure you taste my prowess." Within the carriage, their laughter echoed as Missandei playfully fed him grapes. After their merriment, Viserys could only recall that Victoria was a woman dealing with horse manure, temporarily forgetting her as he grew increasingly fond of Missandei. During their work breaks, Missandei discreetly spoke to Victoria, who became elusive, hiding herself and appearing disheveled. "Thank you, Missandei," Victoria said, gripping Missandei's hand tightly. Missand, utterly unconcerned, remarked that in light of the provisions you provided after becoming a physician, she certainly did not wish for you to seize the opportunity to draw closer to that individual. Accompanying him had granted her many joyous days. The two exchanged smiles, conversing for a while before taking a rest. Unable to sleep, Missandei rose in the middle of the night and spoke. "Hey, Victoria, there's a small village ahead. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Victoria, still groggy, mumbled that she had no money and had already acquired what she desired in Pantos. Missandei babbled on about wanting fragrant powders, silken garments, and jeweled ornaments, adding that if there were honeyed wine, she would like to indulge in a cup. Victoria, lacking enthusiasm for the market, did not wish to dampen Missandei's spirits. She felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that all her money and valuables had been stolen in the dungeons of Pantos. "If only I had wealth, I would bestow it all upon you, allowing you to purchase whatever your heart desires." Upon hearing this, Missandei was elated, throwing herself upon Victoria and caressing her face, proclaiming, "It is settled then. You shall buy me whatever I wish." At that moment, Victoria realized that in comparison to the joy of shopping for herself in Pantos, the exhilarating sensation of offering hope and promises to another, enabling someone dear to indulge in their desires, was profoundly gratifying. "Missandei, when I am affluent, I shall take you to the market, allowing you to buy anything your heart desires." "Really?" Missandei's joy was palpable, her eyes sparkling with delight, making Victoria feel that she shone brighter than the day itself. "I will also take you to Winterfell, Castle Black, King's Landing, and beyond for shopping." Despite the bleakness of her future, Victoria's confidence remained unshaken. With each city Victoria named, Missandei's enthusiasm intensified, the sisters embracing tightly. "Victoria, you must remember your promise. You must take me to these bustling places to shop to our heart's content." Victoria cradled her head gently, stroking her hair, assuring her, "Rest easy, I shall take you." Content and blissful, Missandei fell asleep, while Victoria admired her serene visage, her heart swelling with sweetness. How fulfilling it was to give. After this lively exchange, Victoria found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts drifting back to that afternoon spent shopping with James. She could not recall what they ate or bought, only that afternoon when, despite his grumbling, he indulged her every whim, following her lead in all endeavors. What a splendid day it had been. The sunlight was beautiful, vibrant gifts overflowing within the inn, and James, with his golden hair, smiled as he spoke to her. Such joy! Victoria immersed herself in those memories, relishing in the happiness until tears slipped from her eyes, and she sighed deeply. Missandei reached out a small hand to gently wipe them away. "Why are you crying?" Her small hand caressed his cheek. "I have fallen for someone I should not have. Love does not concern itself with preference. When fate arrives, it is predestined. Yet, we have no future." "Who said that?" "The future is uncertain for everyone." "How can you think this way? If you like him, pursue him boldly." Victoria felt even sadder, tears streaming down her face. "I cannot conceive of anyone better than him, yet we cannot be together, cannot be together." Missandei sighed, rising to embrace Victoria. "Cry. Let it out. I once felt the same, falling for the handsome older brother next door. He was strong and capable, thriving in his work, with a sheep and a cow at home. I often dreamed of him marrying me." Victoria lifted her head, and then? Missandei pouted. "There was no and then. He married a farmer's daughter, while I was sold off to become a servant." Hearing this tale, Victoria felt a profound regret. "If only you could have been together." Unexpectedly, Missandei shook her head. "No, being together would not yield a good outcome. He has elderly grandparents and younger siblings to care for. The burden is too heavy. If I were to marry him, with my family's debts and my alcoholic father, it would crush him. We would not find happiness." Victoria gazed at her in disbelief. "Both of us bear too much weight. Forcing ourselves together would only suffocate us." A pang of heartache struck Victoria. "Is everyone like this?" Missandei chuckled softly. "Look at me now. Despite being a servant, I can feed myself without burdening anyone else. I am free from love's constraints. I can choose to sleep with whomever I please, indulging in what I desire." Perhaps it was a forced smile. Or perhaps she had truly let go. Victoria managed a faint smile. "But I keep dreaming of him at night." "What about you? Do you dream of him as well?" Missandei pondered for a moment. "At first, I did, day and night, every moment consumed by thoughts of him. But as time passed, his image gradually faded." Victoria quickly sat up, striving to recall James's features, hoping to delay the inevitable forgetting. Missandei smiled. "Oh, you silly child, reminiscing countless times pales in comparison to a single encounter. 1,000 kisses cannot equal one moment shared." Victoria blushed. "What are you saying?" "He has long forgotten me and returned to King's Landing." During their journey, although James said nothing, Victoria sensed his longing to return to Cersei's side. What if he loves someone else? Missandei shrugged off the concern. You love others too. He loves 5. You love 7. No one loses in this game. Victoria covered her mouth. What a ridiculous notion. Missandei chuckled. You are already on the path to forgetting him. You will meet many others. He is merely a fleeting presence. If he never returns, and your paths do not cross again, you will, like me, gradually forget. Then she missed the other men who provided her with sustenance. 2 days had passed since the caravan arrived at a quaint village, where they intended to rest and replenish their supplies of food and fresh vegetables. Victoria dismounted from the carriage and beheld a small settlement of approximately 30 households, characterized by dilapidated walls and roofs in disrepair, overrun with wild grasses, and littered with broken timber, remnants of perhaps some old stools or bed frames. Daenerys also alighted from the carriage, with Victoria trailing closely behind her in search of the accommodations arranged for them to rest. 5 or 7 guards followed closely, ensuring their protection. Navigating through the uneven cobblestone path, they arrived at a spacious stone house, which was starkly empty within. The guards summoned the village chief, who emerged wearing a reasonably intact coat to greet them. The guards instructed him to prepare a meal. Hey, old man, today you are fortunate to host esteemed guests. Quickly prepare something of the finest quality. The gaunt chief, hunched and weary, complied, moving sluggishly away. Victoria furrowed her brow and exchanged a glance with Missandei, subtly shaking her head. After ensuring Daenerys was settled, Victoria turned to Missandei, inquiring about the village's impoverished state. Didn't you mention this was a market town? Missandei replied. I have only heard tales. Perhaps it was 3, 5, or even 7 years ago. Once, this village was quite prosperous, renowned for its pork and honey wine, attracting many buyers. Who would have guessed it would fall into decline? Victoria pondered the reasons behind this downfall. Were the inhabitants not industrious? It was only at dinner that she grasped the situation. As night fell, a sizable fire was kindled in the courtyard, illuminating the surroundings. Those who could find stools took a seat, while others fashioned mats from reeds or simply sat on the ground. The village chief served a thin porridge made from ground wheat, laden with vegetables, although the vegetables far outnumbered the meager portion of flour. A scant half-jar of honey wine was placed before Daenerys. In the center, a roasted piglet, scarcely sufficient to sate the appetites of nearly 70 people, turned over the flames. The captain of the guards seized the frail village chief, who, barely lifted, crumpled to the ground. The tattered fabric of the chief's clothing could scarcely withstand the exertion and tore apart, sending him tumbling down. Victoria's heart ached deeply. She longed to rush out and intervene against the captain's cruelty. As the captain rained blows upon the chief, she could no longer restrain herself. With a swift motion, she stepped forward, yet before she could take another step, Missandei grasped her arm. Are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do? Who do you think you are that anyone would heed your call? Victoria, in a breathless tone, insisted, Release me. I shall find someone who can speak on our behalf. The chief's cries of pain echoed, overshadowed by the sounds of fists and feet striking him, accompanied by the laughter of the onlookers. Victoria sprinted forward, kneeling before Daenerys. My princess, behold your subjects. This is your responsibility. Daenerys hesitated, pondering whether he could truly be counted among her subjects. This land was no longer within the realm of the 7 kingdoms. Setting down her goblet, Victoria observed her hands descent. The people of the 7 kingdoms are all your subjects. You will ultimately conquer this place, and all shall yield to you. Only your subjects can produce such exquisite honeyed wine. He awaits your salvation and benevolence. Daenerys found wisdom in these words and turned to command the release of the village chief, instructing that he be provided with food and medicine. The captain of the guards dared not protest, casting a resentful glance at Victoria instead. The chief, having received his boon, was dragged home by his slender son, who appeared no older than 11 or 12. Victoria hurried after them, offering a small vial of medicine. Cleanse the wound with warm water, wash your hands, and then tend to your father. The bandages must be pristine. The child's blue eyes sparkled in the twilight. Thank you, my lady, he said, and with that, he took his father and departed. As Victoria surveyed the dilapidated village, she began to grasp the reasons for its decline. Countless past oppressors had plundered it. Which village could remain unscathed? In this chaotic world, lacking the protection of power, mere wealth served only to invite ruin. Victoria returned to her camp, consuming a simple bowl of clear broth before retiring for the night. At dawn, the camp was dismantled. In addition to their own possessions, they loaded every pig and sheep from the village onto their horses, as well as the grain, leaving no wild vegetables unearthed by the villagers. Once again, the village was stripped bare. Victoria recalled the boy with the blue eyes, wondering how long they would continue to shine. After traveling a considerable distance, They found themselves short of supplies for Viserys. Victoria had deeply earned Daenerys' trust and affection. Thus, she set out this time accompanied solely by Jeddah. Jeddah had secured this opportunity through competition, displaying an uncharacteristic excitement, though he remained silent. He produced a few leaves wrapped around some chicken, saying, "For you. It's quite clean." Victoria had long since forgotten the taste of good food, and she could not suppress her saliva at the sight. However, she smiled and replied, "Let us hasten to gather herbs to heal Viserys. We shall all be rewarded." Jeddah's eyes began to gleam with determination as he insisted, "But you should eat a little first. Would it be so wrong to enjoy your reward ahead of time? Or shall I start a fire to roast it for you?" Victoria firmly declined, taking the lead. Jeddah gazed at the chicken, speechless. He then added, "I am different from them. I will respect you, regardless of your thoughts." He referred to the incident a few days prior when other guards had cornered Victoria in jest, though she had felt panic and embarrassment. It was Jeddah who had sought out Miss Sandyi, and together they had come to her aid. "Thank you for that day." Victoria expressed her gratitude to this sincere and endearing third-tier guard. "So, we are friends now, are we?" Jeddah erupted with enthusiasm, his gaze fixed intently on Victoria. "I hold affection for you, yet I shall not impose my will upon you. Might you permit me to be merely your friend?" The fervor and joy of youth surged forth, yet Victoria felt that it was best to avoid any semblance of ambiguity. Recognizing their incompatibility and the futility of their potential union, she urged him to cease his fanciful imaginings. Cheetah, flustered, retreated a few steps, his words tumbling over each other. "No, I do not wish to coerce you. I merely desire to befriend you. Perhaps, in time, you might come to like me, or, at the very least, allow me to cherish you from afar." Victoria, cold-hearted and resolute, turned away, unwilling to accept the kindness or ambiguous affections of others. This was her conviction. Not far into the woods, Victoria began to gather herbs, seemingly unaffected by the earlier encounter. Cheetah followed closely, mirroring her movements. As she busily filled her bag, a sudden thud sounded behind her. Cheetah had stumbled sideways, his wrapped chicken rolling out and becoming entangled in the foliage, attracting insects. The fright was considerable, and beads of sweat broke out on Victoria's brow, her mind racing with the fear of an attack from wild men or bears. In a state of distress, she screamed and hastily darted to the left. However, she was soon seized by a powerful grip, believing she had encountered a bear. In her panic, she hurled her bag of herbs at her assailant. "Oh, you coward! You attacked me!" James, momentarily disregarding her, was blinded by sand and dirt. Upon recognizing a human voice, Victoria's breath quickened, but she gradually found her composure. Summoning her courage, she looked up in surprise. "James, is that truly you?" "Indeed, it is I. Yet again the victim of your cunning." It dawned on Victoria that she had inadvertently coated his eyes with dust. Overcome with guilt, she rushed to assist him, but there was too much dirt to clean away. Listening intently, she heard the sound of water nearby. "Quick, follow me to the right. There is water there to wash your eyes." James, unable to see, allowed Victoria to grasp his arm as they navigated slowly. Yet, he gradually pulled her hand from his arm and into his own palm. Their hands clasped tightly, warmth flowing between them, as a smile crept across James's lips, causing Victoria to blush. The long path seemed to shorten as they approached the water's edge. James scooped water into his hands, rinsing his eyes with relief, washing his face, and taking a few sips. At last, Victoria had a moment to truly observe him. He appeared weary and worn, significantly thinner and more haggard than when he first arrived in Winterfell, his beard unkempt from lack of time to groom. He no longer possessed the same suave demeanor he had once exhibited. "Did you come to seek me?" Victoria's eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought you had returned to King's Landing to find Queen Cersei." James's eyes sparkled with mirth as he prepared to return, yet he insisted on bringing you along. Victoria, whose eyes were stinging from the sand, found herself with tears welling up, her nose tingling. She rushed into James's embrace, believing he would abandon her in haste. However, James, displaying great courtesy, did not push her away. Instead, he gently held her, much like comforting Joffrey in Winterfell, assuring her he would not forsake her. "Thus, you sought me out, your voice thick with emotion. Indeed, by the grace of the gods, we have finally reunited. Enough of the tears now, all is concluded. Come swiftly with me. This place is not suitable for lingering." As James rose, droplets of water cascaded from his golden hair down his neck, prompting Victoria to offer him a handkerchief. He accepted it and hastily dried himself. In moments of joy, his golden eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Victoria refrained from recounting the hardships and fears endured during her time as a slave. Likewise, James did not disclose how he had encountered the Stark sigil at the governor's palace, which had led him on this arduous journey. While Victoria and her companions had departed a week earlier, James had nearly lost his way several times. Perhaps it was James, consumed by urgency, rather than Victoria, who felt the weight of longing. Throughout his journey, he had maintained a resolute demeanor, galloping through starry nights, past the chorus of insects and dew. Yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, marked only by faint traces. As a man, he could not indulge in melancholy. Yet the pangs of concern within him were undeniable. He found the pace of his guards intolerably slow. Even in remote areas, the Lannisters should not exhibit such incompetence. He resolved to ride ahead alone, leaving behind signals for them to follow. The tale of how the raven had come to be in his possession was lengthy. It was merely a third-rate guard, Retta, who had been mocked, receiving a raven destined for the governor's palace rather than the pawnshop. Fortuitously, this led James to discern the clues while seeking assistance from the governor, and he pursued the trail with determination. Although Victoria and her party had set out a week prior, their numbers hampered their speed, rendering them incapable of matching James's swift ride. Thus, he finally caught up with them, seizing the moment while Victoria was out gathering herbs to reunite with her. As they proceeded, James led the way, while Victoria lagged behind, reluctant to leave as her plans remained unfinished. James took hold of a white horse, intending to lift Victoria onto it, yet she hesitated, ultimately pushing him away. With her head bowed, she could not bear to meet his gaze or speak. The effort James had expended in his search was evident, and she felt unworthy of his kindness. Whispering an apology, "James, I cannot leave just yet." She watched as the joy on his face gradually faded, replaced by a calm reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. His demeanor shifted, embodying the poised intensity of a lion preparing to hunt, while the small wolf ahead felt a pang of trepidation. Too many flaws have been exposed. James, holding Victoria, transitioned from a mere embrace to a firm grip, tightly seizing her hands, leaving marks on her skin that rendered her motionless and paralyzed with fear. Victoria found herself in close proximity to him, yet James leaned in closer, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere between them, their faces nearly touching. His gaze was sharp as a knife, inflicting a painful sensation upon Victoria. "Yes, I apologize," James spoke lightly, his tone brooking no refusal. "This matter is not for you to decide." Victoria was pulled towards him, unable to meet his eyes. "I still have unfinished business. Could you grant me a little more time, just like last time with Pantos?" James was never one to indulge in unnecessary complications. "I cannot leave." Victoria's voice trembled, yearning to resist once more. "Enough, Victoria," James interrupted, dismissing her further protests, swiftly lifting her onto the horse before mounting himself, tightening his hold from behind. Victoria was entirely enveloped by James, his solid physique radiating a warmth akin to the sun, rendering her unable to resist. "Victoria, keep your opinions to yourself. We must depart at once. We are not far from the camp, and the risk of discovery looms." In a 1-against-7 scenario, James was no fool. While extricating himself might be straightforward, ensuring Victoria's safety was another matter entirely. He skillfully pulled the reins, guiding the horse as it raised its snowy hooves and turned to leave. As the horse began to rear, Victoria urgently exclaimed, "Do you not remember the Targaryen siblings?" "I cannot leave." James paid no heed to her concerns, insisting, "That is a man's affair. I shall return you safely before dealing with them. A woman should not involve herself. Do you intend to assassinate the Targaryen siblings?" Their debate escalated, voices rising slightly, awakening the unconscious cheetah who lay on the ground. He rubbed his neck, disoriented, murmuring something about Targaryens and assassination, questioning who sought to kill them. James halted his preparations to ride, and Victoria remained frozen in place. Who would keep a secret? Only the dead, Cheetah remarked, struggling to rise, wincing in pain, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Noticing Victoria's absence, he hurried to search for her. As he clumsily turned, James's hand, which had rested on Victoria's abdomen, gradually moved to the saddle of the white horse. Suddenly, he made a darkly humorous remark. "Fortunately, your reason for staying is not some pretty boy, as you mentioned. Perhaps I should laugh?" Victoria's mind was a tumult of confusion. Their plan had been compromised by Cheetah. James urged the horse towards him. Victoria clung tightly to his hand, desperately pleading, "Do not take this route. He is a good man." As the horse leapt forward, Victoria surged toward Cheetah, the trees blurring into green streaks at their swift pace. She observed the surprise on Cheetah's face upon realizing her presence. Yet the smile on his lips had yet to fully unfold. Victoria sensed James behind her. Her right arm moved, brushing against her right hand, drawing forth a glimmering blade. In the blink of an eye, Victoria rode past with a swift gallop alongside Rida. A spray of crimson gushed forth. Yet James skillfully maneuvered his steed to avoid any splatter. Victoria's face froze in shock and terror, her mouth agape. The scene replayed in her mind like a slow-motion film, each frame flashing vividly. Rida's head, adorned with a semblance of mirth, rolled beneath the hooves of the horse. Those eyes seemed to fixate on Victoria, whispering, "Ah, how delightful. I have found you. Are you unharmed?" Despite her countless refusals, Victoria steadfastly believed Rida to be a good soul, a boy whose humanity remained intact. He should not wield a sword. Rather, he ought to bear a plow and a sickle, toiling in the expansive fields, sweat glistening on his brow. In a fit of rage, Victoria screamed, "You killed him." Not like this, with his head and body severed, dying in obscurity. He did nothing wrong, yet met a tragic fate. With a single hand, James callously severed the head of the poor, just awakened Rida, who had not even had time to grasp his sword. Victoria yearned to leap from her mount. A torrent of indignation surged within her, clouding her reason as she struggled fiercely. James swiftly discarded his sword, grasping Victoria with his right hand to prevent her from tumbling off the galloping horse. In retaliation, Victoria delivered a stinging slap that left James momentarily dazed. It was a blow he had never before experienced, especially not from a woman. With a swift motion, James restrained her, pinning Victoria to the ground. As she attempted to strike him again, James deftly secured her hands behind her head. He lightly tapped her cheek, admonishing, "Calm down, don't be so unruly." The grass, disturbed by their sudden descent, teemed with fleeing insects. Quick as lightning, James seized a sluggish caterpillar, bringing it closer to Victoria's pristine visage. The caterpillar, adorned with black bristles and dotted with vibrant orange specks, endeavored to bite James's finger, its head lowered in defiance. James pressed the creature even closer, prompting Victoria to stifle her cries, her mind gradually emerging from its chaotic haze. She hesitated to breathe deeply. The caterpillar loomed perilously close, as if a careless breath might send it tumbling into her nostrils, burrowing into her mind to writhe freely. Tears glistened on Victoria's fair complexion, leaving distinct trails upon her cheeks. In the wild, chaotic backdrop, James perceived her as a spirit forcibly drawn down from the ethereal realm. His innate curiosity and destructive impulses were thoroughly satisfied. Intentionally, he settled upon her abdomen. Each breath she exhaled tightening his grip, a patient predator capitalizing on her vulnerability. After several rounds, Victoria found her abdomen constricted, struggling to catch her breath. Speaking became a challenge, and her lungs felt compressed, making movement increasingly difficult, sapping her strength. James had completely subdued her and cast aside the caterpillar. Death is inevitable for all, including you and me. Victoria was pressed down to the point where words barely escaped her lips. Utterly weak and defenseless, James sought to punish her further, asserting that no one had ever dared to strike him. Since death is a certainty for all, why not indulge in the pleasures of the moment? James pressed Victoria firmly against the grass, kissing her fervently. How tender, how delightful, how exhilarating. The forest transformed into a paradise. Yet, Victoria experienced it differently. With her face being nibbled on, James had stolen all her air. As passion deepened, he even began to unfasten her clothing, akin to peeling tender bamboo shoots to reveal exquisite flesh. Gradually, James descended, savoring all that he possessed. His head nestled against Victoria's chest, as if buried in a warm white cloud adorned with vibrant coral beads. "That belongs to me," he declared without hesitation, claiming it. Victoria was engulfed in anguish and shame. In that moment, she felt utterly desolate, rendered powerless beneath the overwhelming force of his dominance. She was nothing more than a plaything, subject to his whims. Cheetah had met his end at the hands of this tyrant, and she too was viewed as a delectable morsel, akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling for her own survival. If James wished to delve deeper into the woods of her being, Victoria possessed no means to resist. His excitement bordered on the ecstatic. Time slipped by unnoticed until James gradually calmed, firmly grasping Victoria's hands, their fingers entwined at the back of her head, foreheads pressed together. He began to gently explore her tender lips. Victoria's peripheral vision caught sight of a head. Cheetah's, still adorned with a smile, slightly tilted and facing them, witnessing everything that had transpired. Some insects, unwilling to remain idle, emulated James by attempting to subdue Victoria, climbing onto Cheetah's head and voraciously consuming it. Once James was thoroughly satisfied, Victoria found herself tranquil. A profound sense of disappointment, disparity, horror, disgust, and oppression enveloped her. Victoria was at a loss for expression or sentiment, feeling like a mere piece of flesh. manipulated, and belonging to anyone but herself. James lifted her, helping to straighten her disheveled garments, and together they mounted their horses, heading toward James's destination. The wind whipped past them as James's spirits soared, his mood buoyant. Victoria, however, felt the fierce wind stinging her eyes. She ceased to voice the unreasonable demands that James deemed fit to ignore, nor would she insist on giving Cheetah a proper burial, at least allowing him to rest in peace. In James's embrace, Victoria could not help but glance back, noting that Cheetah's hand was still far from his sword. His head motionless, blood pooling increasingly, perhaps still retaining the curve of a smile. Victoria had never harbored such disdain for James, perceiving him as cold, cruel, and devoid of humanity, akin to a savage beast. In contrast, Rida had committed no wrong. He was merely a pitiable, innocent victim of circumstance. James was aware of her simmering anger, yet deemed it inappropriate to provide solace at that moment. Thus he held her tightly and hurried back. They arrived at the village of the chieftain whom Victoria had once saved. James requested a room and ensured Victoria was comfortably settled. He then stepped outside to instruct the host to prepare a barrel of hot water, along with some food and a set of clean garments for her. Upon his return, he found Victoria seated against the wall, staring vacantly, motionless. Suddenly, James transformed back into a gentleman, approaching her silently and embracing her from behind, enveloped in a profound silence. It was as if he had entirely forgotten his previous transgressions, reverting to a benevolent soul. He observed every slight gesture of Victoria, offering her food, meticulously cutting the chicken into small pieces, ensuring she had everything, reserving only the honeyed wine for himself. Victoria dared not oppose him. Whatever he offered, she consumed, and he nearly overindulged her. When the host finally delivered the clothing and hot water, Victoria hesitated, casting a furtive glance at James. He placed the items down and affectionately ruffled her hair. The water cools quickly, wash quickly, he instructed before stepping outside and closing the door, standing guard. Slowly, Victoria descended from the bed, disrobed, and submerged herself in the wooden tub. Taking a deep breath, she submerged herself completely. Gently, she caressed her face and body, remnants of James's earlier caresses still lingering on her skin. Her beauty had grown more striking, her figure elegantly slender. The hardships of their journey had shed her youthful plumpness, rendering her limbs soft and elongated. Her bosom had developed further, perhaps already noted by James. Suddenly, Victoria pondered the meaning of her existence. All must face death. Yet the process of living was fraught with anguish. Her father, Ned, had taken her sister Sansa and Arya to King's Landing. He would face execution. Her sister would become a hostage, and what of herself? Would her presence in King's Landing serve any purpose? She felt powerless in many respects. The late hour was ill-suited for existential reflection, leading her into a spiral of despair. If death was inevitable and life felt so wretched, what was the point of enduring? In a moment of despair, Victoria submerged herself further, expelling all air from her lungs. Yet, as the hot water engulfed her, it choked her throat and nostrils, triggering a primal instinct for survival. She struggled desperately, the room echoing with splashes. However, the slickness of the tub only caused her to slip further beneath the surface. Her mind was a whirlwind of torment, a cacophony of pain and distress. At that moment, the door burst open, and James rushed in like a flash of light, pulling Victoria from the tub with fierce urgency. What is this? He glared at her. Is this your form of revenge against me? His eyes were ablaze with fury, infused with profound sorrow and incredulous anger. Victoria was utterly bewildered. What are you saying? James gripped her tightly, consumed by the actions of a man. Are you trying to threaten me with suicide? You won't bathe? Allow me to assist you. His visage was terrifying, instilling fear in Victoria, who was completely taken aback. She hardly registered his words. James spoke with a fervor that was both urgent and fierce, while Victoria's mind, clouded by the water, struggled to comprehend. At that moment, James forcefully submerged her into the tub, his large hands vigorously splashing water upon her. Embarrassed and pained, Victoria found no refuge. In a fit of desperation, she cried out, "You bastard, get away from me." The following day, what transpired between the couple who had taken residence remained a mystery to the elderly landlady, who was frail and partially deaf. She was vaguely aware of the discord between the two, having heard the tumultuous cries and disputes echoing through the night, disrupting her slumber. The next morning, as she attended to the disheveled room, she was met with chaos. The tub was nearly empty, yet water lay in puddles across the floor, table, cabinet, and bed, leaving her utterly perplexed. After a morning of dazed tidying, she gathered the torn clothing, shaking her head at the youth's apparent disregard for their belongings. She collected the fabric scraps, preparing to bind them to wood, which could be used as torches once soaked in oil. Meanwhile, James had relocated to another room, ensuring Victoria was comfortably settled. The village chief's blue-eyed grandson had provided them with the finest provisions and had brought medicine as instructed. James accepted the fever-reducing medication and entered the room, where Victoria lay in bed, her forehead warm, teetering on the brink of consciousness. She had always been delicate. Even a minor injury would plunge her into a 3-day stupor. In contrast, James was invigorated, fatigue washed away, brimming with vitality. Assuming Victoria's frailty was a result of the previous night's upheaval, he patiently awaited her recovery, occasionally administering medicine, his hand resting on her forehead, gauging her temperature. As everything appeared to be progressing favorably, after 3 days, Victoria finally regained full control over her body and slowly rose. As the door swung open, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the room and casting a golden glow upon James's hair. He entered, holding something in his hands, and upon seeing her awake, he beamed with joy, offering her a drink of goat's milk. With a spoon in hand, he began to feed her, cautioning, "Take it slowly, it's a bit hot." Victoria managed to sip half a bowl before she felt overwhelmed. "If you make me drink more, you must take responsibility," she protested, yet James insisted, pouring the remainder down her throat, as though every inch of her being belonged to him. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "Much better," she replied. "Do you need more rest?" "About what I mentioned earlier." James moved closer, gently kissing her, tenderly wiping the milk from the corner of her mouth. "Do you wish to sleep for another 3 days? Such an unreasonable man. Infuriating indeed. Victoria has lain down long enough." She shook her head. "I must go for a stroll." Jamie assisted her in dressing and accompanied her outside to bask in the sunlight. Victoria remained silent, her throat sore from excessive talking and shouting. She had said all that needed to be said. They exchanged plans, and Jamie suggested returning her home first before confronting the Targaryen convoy. Victoria attempted to reason with him, but Jamie would not listen. When pressed, he silenced her with his lips, and when she continued to struggle, he resorted to the most primal method of intimacy, rendering her speechless. Victoria was no longer inclined to engage with him, choosing instead to withdraw from communication entirely. As Jamie helped her outside, Victoria discovered that a dozen guards stood watch, evidently having caught up with Jamie during her semi-conscious state. This underscored the remarkable speed at which Jamie had traveled. Jamie carefully scrutinized Victoria, confirming that her health was indeed restored, and resolved to execute his audacious plan. From the outset, Jamie had harbored feelings for her. Despite the incident with the direwolf, he was relieved to have preserved his eyesight. They had just escaped from the wildling tribe, embracing in the chief's bed without crossing any lines. As Jamie believed the moment was not ripe, burdened with too many concerns. The Lannisters, akin to lions, and the Starks, akin to wolves, had never enjoyed a cordial relationship, fraught with animosity and deep-seated grievances. Upon arriving in Winterfell, Jamie had been captivated by Victoria. Such beauty was a rarity among the Seven Kingdoms. She illuminated the otherwise dark and cold Winterfell, revealing a glimmer of worth in the north. His motives for pursuing her were twofold. She bore the Stark name, and she was a delightful maiden, an exquisite choice to humiliate the Starks. Yet, her demeanor in the wildling tribe had changed Jamie's perception. He no longer viewed her as a fragile and tedious noblewoman, but began to respect her. The separation had stirred anxieties within him that he could not deny. Jamie had become aware of his evolving feelings and accepted them with composure. Thus, he resolved to generously set aside past grievances, forgiving Victoria for her previous foolish actions, especially considering her agreeable appearance. Under a tree, Jamie tenderly caressed Victoria's face with his thumb, feeling its slight roughness, which caused her discomfort. "What do you intend to do?" Victoria inquired, displeased. "You are barely acceptable in appearance. You suit my taste, but if you were any plainer, you would be unworthy." Yet, he could not conceal his delight, as though assessing a flawless work of art. Victoria, inflamed with irritation, retorted, "Then do not touch me." She attempted to pry his fingers away, but to no avail, which only fueled her frustration. Jamie chuckled heartily, pulling Victoria into his embrace, fostering an intimate closeness to soothe her. Their cheeks brushed together, radiating warmth. As he whispered in her ear, "If you remain so fierce, then it appears I am the only one willing to claim you." Affection is akin to spring grass, an uncontrollable eruption that spreads and, in an instant, blankets the vast expanse of prairies. A gust of wind sweeps through, covering every corner of the earth. Who can thwart human emotions and desires? Who can hinder the sun from rising or the moon from setting? Who can prevent the change of seasons, the cycles of wind? Rain, frost, and snow? Who can stop a man from falling in love with a woman? Jaime prides himself on his self-control. He once managed to suppress his feelings when the spring grass first began to sprout. But when did he lose that restraint? Perhaps it was one afternoon in Pinto's Market, where they reveled in joy, or perhaps it was every moment spent with Victoria, every fleeting second. Her every smile, every gesture captivated him. Love arrived so unexpectedly that even this seasoned swordsman was taken aback. As soon as they clashed, he surrendered, easily conquered. Victoria, whom he had lost and found again, shone with delight when she saw her own surprise mirrored in his gaze. The way she ran towards him, joyously calling his name. Jaime, you've finally come. I've waited for you so long. Flowers bloomed, the earth revived, and the entire world celebrated with fireworks in his honor. He loved her, and fortunately, she loved him in return. Their mutual affection brought forth a happiness that was overwhelming, beyond satisfaction. Jaime felt his heart brimming, as if he could finally see the embodiment of love. She was a remarkable girl, the other half of his existence. For the first time, even away from Cersei, his soul felt at peace and whole. Upon arriving at the inn, the Targaryens presented an immense gift. To eliminate them would sever the Targaryen bloodline entirely, a legendary feat. The Lannisters have always made the most astute choices when faced with self-interest. Although everyone in the dynasty bowed to Robert Baratheon, many opportunists still lurked. When the mysterious cloaked figures appeared, he understood the gravity of the situation. These figures took away the desperately pleading Daenerys, the gravely wounded Viserys, and even Jaime clenched his fists, the innocent Victoria. Jaime's fury and wrath could not be contained. Every moment was a tormenting agony. Where had they taken Victoria? And what would they do to her? He had dealt with enough torture and interrogation to know the horrors that awaited. Yet, it was precisely his familiarity with such cruelties that instilled fear within him. How absurd it was that the heir of Casterly Rock and the next master of Lannister would be afraid, choosing to forsake grand ambitions for the sake of a woman. Returning to the inn, finding it deserted, he immediately set off in pursuit. He sought the Targaryens, but his true objective was singular, Victoria. His heart and soul were too small. Once filled with Victoria, there was no room for anything else. He sought assistance from the governor of Pentos, but the old man provided him with misleading information. With every second that passed, it felt as if he were being consumed by flames. Victoria remained silent, and he was left powerless at the governor's residence. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Jaime was forced to contemplate the increasingly dimming hope. Victoria may have already known. She would never allow it. There is no perhaps. James assured himself amidst the chaos, under tremendous pressure and lost in confusion. On the governor's desk, he discovered a piece of cloth, the very one Victoria had sent in her plea for help. James felt an indescribable exhilaration, an ineffable joy, a profound sense of liberation. Indeed, it was the woman he had set his sights on. How intelligent, how resilient, how capable she was. James pressed the cloth to his lips, and in that moment, he conceded that he had been conquered by a fierce little she-wolf. Victoria, wait for me. With a lead in hand and the Golden Company mobilized, James shed his reservations. The governor of Pentos must be up to no good. Yet, James had a paramount concern that outweighed everything else, finding Victoria. This time, he must proceed with utmost caution, ensuring her complete safety, leaving no room for danger as had occurred in the inn. She must be entrusted into the hands of his most loyal soldiers. Once he secured Victoria's absolute safety, he would turn his forces against the Targaryen siblings. Beauty or ambition, what a choice. Only a child would choose. James Lannister desired both. Once he accomplished everything, he would settle the score with the governor of Pentos, who had colluded with foreign powers, supported the remnants of a fallen dynasty, and dared to obstruct his search for Victoria. Such treachery deserved the gravest punishment. A Lannister always pays his debts. Although Pentos was remote, it served as an excellent free trade port. With his merits, and being well-versed in matters of profit, who could manage this place better than a Lannister? In an instant, James connected all the dots, with both profit and Victoria at stake. He had no choice but to act. As for the risks, a man has never shied away from any challenge. Having arranged everything, James returned to care for Victoria. She appeared so fragile, and he vowed to cherish her well. Before departing, he took Victoria outside to bask in the sun by the trees, having been cooped up indoors for several days. She seemed somewhat pallid, and James felt a pang of sympathy, though he remained silent, hoping for her health and for her to bear him several little lions. They leaned against a tree, whispering softly, most of the time James indulging her whims. At that moment, he noticed a small boy peering at her from behind the wall. Victoria smiled and beckoned him over, her blue eyes sparkling. Victoria's eyes were a honeyed brown, James's a pure and dazzling gold, while the boy's were a deep, immersive sapphire blue. The boy appeared to be around 11 or 12. Quite small, evidently malnourished. Is the village elder well? His blue eyes misted over. James was ready, lifting Victoria onto the horse before mounting himself. He leaned down to kiss her cheek deeply and spoke calmly. As I was pursuing your trail here, I encountered the Targaryen guards returning from their extortion. They seized many of our belongings and demanded more. The village elder was slain on the threshold while trying to protect his grandson. Then, James rescued the sole remaining grandson. When James returned to the village, the blue-eyed girl, who had once aided his grandfather, welcomed them with sincerity and openness. The guards he had summoned from Pantos brought an abundance of wild sheep and hares, sharing their feast with him. As they prepared to depart, the blue-eyed girl suddenly knelt before them. "Madam, please take me in. I have no grandfather, no family. I am left here alone, facing only a dead end." Victoria gazed into her sapphire-like eyes, envisioning the image of her grandfather, the village elder, slumped against the doorframe. What profound pain and despair resided in those two blue gems. Who would close his eyes? "Take her with you," she implored. James nodded, clearly pleased by her words of endearment. Though he perceived the girl as somewhat inconsequential, he replied, "You may do as you wish, my lady." A sweet kiss followed. He then turned to the guards, instructing them to take the girl along. As they rode off, the boy joyfully shouted, revealing that he had previously pleaded with these men, but had been met with indifference. Who knew this time his luck would change? He waved his hands, exuberantly exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. My name is Gavin." He was swiftly lifted onto a horse by long arms. The cavalry stirred a cloud of dust as they exited the village, where Victoria spotted a small, fresh grave. James had assisted the boy in burying his grandfather. The crowd faded into the distance, the little grave forgotten. A month later, no one would remember whose bones lay beneath the wild grass, silent like the earth itself. Unacknowledged and unremembered, mortals are destined to die. Victoria, however, was no longer as despondent as she had been days prior. She had regained her vigor and confidence. If death was inevitable, then life must be cherished and achievements sought. There was no need for her to convey this to James. After 2 days of travel, James beheld a formidable lion banner. 500 horsemen had finally arrived from the distant city of Cayenne. A sense of relief washed over him as the leading soldiers approached to pay their respects. "The golden armored guards have arrived. They are my loyal retinue." Unlike these second-rate guards, James assured Victoria, "Do not worry, they will take good care of you." Victoria, taken aback, asked, "Are we not going together?" He replied, "I have matters to attend to. You should return to King's Landing with them first." After a tight embrace, he gently kissed her forehead. "The seeds you sought have been found. They await you in King's Landing. Will you be happy to see them?" He nimbly dismounted, handing the reins to the other party. "Follow my instructions. Disregard any orders from your father or the Queen. Ensure her safe return to King's Landing, to the Prime Minister's residence. Do you understand?" Joyce bowed deeply, accepting her orders. As the reins changed hands, the horses neighed, and an unease surged within Victoria, mingled with an inappropriate sense of reluctance. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, and her tone became slightly urgent. "You said you would take me back." Jamie smiles below and asks, "Will you return to King's Landing and allow me to marry you when I come back?" He must take responsibility for his actions. Gently urging the horse forward, it disregards Victoria's sentiments and gradually moves away, the reins firmly held in Joyce's hands. As they distance themselves, Jamie lightly waves his hand, leading 200 golden-armored guards away in the opposite direction. Dust swirls, and soon both groups become indistinguishable. Victoria trails behind the golden guards at a leisurely pace. Primarily for the sake of her health, Victoria summons the commander and inquires, "Might I ask your esteemed name?" Upon their encounter, the commander bows deeply, addressing her as Joyce. "Very well. Sir Joyce, do you have news from the forces of Winterfell? When can we expect their arrival?" Joyce appears somewhat taken aback, responding, "My lady, the Lord instructed us to escort you directly to King's Landing. Without the need for your household's forces." Joyce gestures proudly toward the 300 golden guards. "We are all elite soldiers personally, trained by the Lord. You may rest assured of your safety during the journey." Victoria remains non-committal. "Sir Joyce, I hold your capabilities in the highest regard, but I would feel more secure accompanying my own men. Jaime is pursuing the last remnants of the former dynasty. You should assist him." At that moment, a thunderous sound approaches. The rhythmic clatter of hooves. The first sight to greet them is the direwolf banner, prompting Victoria to smile. Pulling on the reins, she commands, "Sir Joyce, please heed my instructions." Victoria advances toward the golden guards, recognized by the forces of Winterfell, as 2 horses gallop forth. "John, Ser Roderick Castle. Upon seeing her kin, Victoria is overwhelmed with joy as the three horses converge closely. Jon embraces Victoria from his mount, exclaiming, "You cannot fathom how worried we have been about you." His voice is filled with ecstatic disbelief. Victoria, equally elated, exclaims, "Is everyone at home well?" Jon gazes intently at her, relieved to see his sister unharmed and in good spirits. "Yes, indeed. The family has been greatly concerned for you. When you went missing, many were dispatched to search for you, but to no avail." Bran and Sansa cried daily. Sansa's eyes were nearly ruined from weeping. Upon hearing this, Victoria gasps, "How is Sansa now?" Jon reassures her, "Best to focus on your own well-being. The Maester has treated her. Sansa is much improved. And what of you? Have you sustained any injuries during your travels?" Victoria grips his arm tightly, beaming, "See? I am completely well, thanks to Jaime." Ser Roderick Castle, with his white hair and beard, has watched Victoria grow. This clever, agile girl has long been regarded as his own child. He shares in the concern for her, his worry rivaling that of the Stark family. Finally, he interjects, "Oh, it was the scoundrel who sought to hunt you down. How could he possibly act with kindness?" Victoria blinks. "People can change, Sir Roderick." "Indeed, it was he who saved me." Sir Roderick Castle, with a hint of concern, inquired of the young lady how it was that we hastily arrived at the behest of that scoundrel, Jaime Lannister. "He is no virtuous man, but rather a despicable regicide and oath-breaker." Victoria briefly recounted the events, omitting certain details to placate Sir Roderick Castle, who continued to ponder her explanation with deliberation. She then glanced at Jon, whose face radiated joy and excitement. He cautiously surveyed the Kingsguard and lowered his voice to inform her that the direwolves had stealthily returned under the cover of night after their absence of a month and a half, and they had been secretly kept in the cellar. Upon mentioning the cellar, Victoria furrowed her brow and asked Jon if their father had gone to King's Landing. Jon fell silent, and Victoria understood. Ned Stark must have departed for King's Landing with Sansa and Arya to assume the role of Hand of the King. She sighed with resignation, acknowledging that no one could defy the King's will. No one. Moreover, her father, ever the paragon of integrity and loyalty, had grown up alongside King Robert, akin to brothers. Victoria sighed again, casting aside her troubled thoughts. "Jon, Jaime has gone after the last Targaryen heir, and he may not have sufficient forces. The Kingsguard must assist him. We should go as well." Sir Roderick Castle swiftly interjected, "My lady, you must listen to me." Victoria had anticipated such a response. Sir Roderick spoke with unwavering resolve. "The Lannisters have indeed aided you, yet they were the first to unsheath their fangs to harm you. The Stark family believes in repaying debts. If you wish to assist him, we can lend support. But that assistance excludes you." Victoria hastily retorted, "Sir Roderick, I implore you. Why can't you take me along? I shall be obedient and will not cause you any trouble." Unmoved, Sir Roderick replied, "My lady, you will now heed my words. Jon will escort you back with 100 men. The remainder shall follow me to aid the Lannisters." Good heavens, what am I doing? Who could have imagined that one day, we Starks would be aiding the Lions of the West rather than battling them? It is truly unfathomable. Victoria resorted to pleading, "Sir, please go, he saved me. He is my benefactor. This is a matter of honor for House Stark. Hurry, he is my savior, having rescued me multiple times." Reluctantly, the knight acquiesced. "Very well, I shall take men to assist, but you must not accompany us. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. You cannot place yourself in peril again." Victoria was taken aback, wishing to persist, yet despite exhausting every plea, 100 times, 1,000 times, he remained resolute. Sir Roderick Castle was a figure of great authority in Winterfell, revered for his loyalty and valor, deeply respected by House Stark. It appeared that a direct approach would yield no results. She would have to resort to subtler means. Victoria then spent a considerable amount of time entreating Jon, but to no avail. Even Jon was unwilling to assist her. Victoria confided in James amidst the grove, expressing her desire to linger for an additional 2 days, driven by several considerations. First and foremost was the notion of eliminating the Targaryen siblings, thereby extinguishing the threat posed by the Dragon Queen and her progeny. The arrival of dragons heralded a monumental peril for the Seven Kingdoms. However, Victoria found herself lacking the means of force, be it through open combat or covert assassination. She deemed herself unworthy of such endeavors. During her tenure as Maester to Viserys, she indeed possessed the capacity to administer poison. Yet, her paramount condition for ridding herself of the Targaryens was to ensure her own safety, eschewing the fate of a nameless martyr akin to Jane Ku attempting to assassinate King Chin. If feasible, the act of murder would be ideal, but her own security must be preserved. The Dragon Queen represented a menace to the Seven Kingdoms, and she had no desire to become a sacrificial figure. James had already taken measures to address this threat with his troops, yet Victoria remained unsettled and yearned to return to the caravan. By leveraging Daenerys' trust, she aspired to thwart the hatching of 3 dragons. The situation unfolded thus. The Targaryens had united with Khal Drogo. Saving Drogo's life was not an act of inherent altruism or reckless bravery on her part. Rather, it stemmed from the understanding that had he not succumbed to an infected wound, he would have continued as the king of the Dothraki tribes. A man who genuinely cherished his wife, Daenerys. Viserys, in his insatiable greed, would compel Drogo to pay the price for acquiring his sister as a bride, dispatching 100,000 soldiers to aid her claim to the throne. Increasingly, Viserys exhibited a lack of restraint, threatening Daenerys' pregnant belly with a sword, inciting Drogo's fury. Consequently, Drogo ordered his men to break Viserys' arm and melted down his golden belt in the flames. He then poured the molten gold over Viserys' head, resulting in a fiery demise, bestowing upon him the coveted golden crown he had long desired. The true blood of dragons remains unscathed by fire. Viserys failed to withstand the trial. As Drogo's wound festered, Daenerys misinterpreted the sacrifice of the warlocks, leading to Drogo's fall from his steed. Unwilling to see her husband reduced to a mere shell of a man, she smothered him with a pillow. During Drogo's cremation, Daenerys approached the pyre, carrying 3 dragon eggs bestowed as wedding gifts, seeking to join him in death. Yet, the following day, amidst the ashes, she miraculously hatched 3 dragons. In this realm, dragons are invincible. Victoria, unencumbered by authority, sought to thwart their emergence from the very beginning, determined to prevent the resurgence of these formidable weapons. Without the dragons, the world's magic shall not be reborn. Devoid of magical sustenance, the White Walkers beyond the wall would remain dormant, devoid of any stirrings. The dragon eggs, a wondrous legend, are nearly impossible to find, perhaps the last 3 in existence, and impervious to destruction. The sole means to prevent the dragons from coming into being lies in ensuring they are never hatched. Should Drogo live, Daenerys would have a pillar of support, and thus, the fire of her soul would never ignite, ensuring that true dragons would forever remain unhatched. Victoria contemplated deeply, regardless of whether Khal Drogo, the valiant leader, was present. The formidable army of the Dothraki would always remain. Should Drogo perish, other capable Khals would undoubtedly rise to take his place, perhaps even Daenerys with her 3 magnificent dragons. In light of this comparison, it seemed wiser to preserve Drogo and mitigate their threat. Contrary to Victoria's reflections, Jaime and his companions were oblivious to the future. Their singular aim was the lives of the Targaryen siblings. Once they were eliminated, their mission would be complete. If this incited Khal Drogo's displeasure, they might resort to marriage alliances or warfare. Despite any attempts to thwart her, Victoria was determined to catch up with the Targaryen caravan. Besides the matter of the dragons, Victoria found herself missing Missandei, for promises made must be kept. She believed she ought to have taken her out to explore every marketplace. The current situation was as follows. Jaime, leading 300 elite Kingsguard, was in pursuit of the Targaryen convoy of 70. 200 more Kingsguard and 500 Stark forces were on standby to support. Victoria was to be returned to King's Landing by Jon Snow to reunite with her father. Perhaps after this endeavor, Jon would take his post as a Night's Watchman at the Wall. With a clever mind, Victoria was formulating a plan to persuade Jon to allow her to seek out Jaime. Jon, wary and guarded, pressed his lips together, seemingly resolved to remain silent and ignore any utterance. "Jon, brother," Victoria called out, her horse's reins in his grip, tugged away forcefully. Jon remained mute, hearing nothing. "Jon, Jaime and the others are in danger. Let me go back." Still, he said nothing, remaining deaf to her pleas. This was a tall steed, adorned with a Lannister saddle, imposing and mighty, elevating Victoria to a height of at least a meter. A hint of trepidation washed over her as she cast a furtive glance downward. Falling would not be a trifling matter. One misstep could leave her battered and bruised. Yet, thoughts of Jaime spurred her on, and with a determined bite of her lip, she shut her eyes and leapt down. Jon, taken aback, quickly caught Victoria midair. His reflexes sharp, managing to seize this reckless soul. A rush of adrenaline surged through her, and her heart raced. Victoria reveled in her audacity. "I am quite impressive, am I not? There are few noble ladies as capable as I." She lifted her chin slightly, filled with pride. "Jon, will you still remain silent?" Jon, in contrast to her exuberance, was decidedly more reserved, genuinely unsure of how to respond, utterly captivated by Victoria's boldness. "I do not comprehend what you are worried about," he began, attempting to reason with her. The Lannisters are renowned for their invincibility, rarely facing defeat. With 500 elite soldiers and our additional 500, we have 1,000 men. Surely we can handle a convoy of 70? Victoria, do you intend to humiliate him? Victoria took a moment to steady her breath before earnestly replying. I understand. I am well aware of his prowess. However, Jon, our difficulties extend beyond this. Victoria pressed Jon, beginning a calm analysis, resembling a seasoned strategist and advisor. First, Jaime is not facing a contingent of 70, but rather 100,000 Dothraki cavalry. When he rescued me, the Targaryen retinue was already nearing the Dothraki sphere of influence. Jon's brow furrowed tightly. This would be a war impossible to win unless the combined might of the Seven Kingdoms was summoned. Victoria took a deep breath. Thus Jaime must not act recklessly. She inhaled heavily a few times, striving to steady herself. Second, Jaime informed me that the governor of Pentos harbors treasonous intentions, belonging to a yet undiscovered rebellious faction. Should we mobilize our forces, it is highly probable that the hidden conspirators will also strike. Like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurks behind, we would be ensnared by two opposing forces, leading to our demise. Third, if Daenerys Targaryen were to wed Khal Drogo, she would hatch 3 dragons, invincible dragons. Jon's eyes widened in shock. Good heavens, dragons. But they are extinct. They do not exist. Victoria insisted, Jon, you know I never speak frivolously. The army of 100,000 savages is very real. The hidden hand behind the governor of Pentos is real. And dragons are indeed real. Jaime is in grave danger. Jon was utterly astonished. The Lannisters are utterly mad. Completely insane. Who would dare confront such odds with merely a few hundred men? Victoria continued, thus I shall deploy all our forces to support him. He never heeds my counsel. He believes this is solely a man's affair. Jon, being of House Stark, showed no interest in the fate of the Lannisters and wholeheartedly agreed with Jaime's words. Jon insisted, this is a man's affair. I will escort you to a safe place. Victoria's fury escalated. Enough. Enough. Why do you all say such things? I discussed these hardships with Jaime yesterday. He is fully aware of everything. He knows the dangers. He knows death. He knows how formidable our adversaries are. Yet he merely told me, enough. Victoria, I will take you back. This is a man's affair. The sudden surge of emotion, the uncontainable grievance, left Victoria seething, trembling, and powerless. Her breath quickened. Her entire body shook like a sieve. Jon, witnessing her agitation, felt immense sorrow. He approached her and embraced her, apologizing. I'm sorry, Victoria. Victoria declared, let him seek his own demise. I will signal Ser Roderick Castle to bring our men back. The death of the Lannister heir would greatly benefit us. As he spoke, Jon reached for the signal flare, but Victoria rushed to stop him. Jon, I beg you, I implore you. Jon, confused, asked why? Have you gone mad as well, Victoria? They are an insurmountable enemy. Why must we accompany the Lannisters to their doom? He is the one who sought to kill you. I do not understand why you defend him so fiercely. Let go of me. Victoria screamed, I will not. Jon, you cannot let him die. You cannot recall our forces. Jon helplessly held his head in despair. Victoria, you do not comprehend military strategy. You cannot fathom what this entails. 1,000 men can never hope to triumph over 100,000. It is an impossible feat. Jaime Lannister is a fool, a self-destructive egotist. Victoria insisted. You men think women are ignorant, that we are frail and pitiable, that we possess nothing but our bodies and appearances. Women are deemed worthless. No man listens to a woman's counsel. Fathers disregard their daughters' words, yet seek to command armies as prime ministers. Husbands ignore their wives' advice while facing 100,000 troops. Brothers dismiss their sisters' pleas, leading to their brothers-in-law's demise on the battlefield. Tears streamed down Victoria's face as she lamented, women are powerless. I am a woman, and I feel helpless. I cannot aid Jaime in battle. I lack authority. I am unable to mobilize troops. I hold no value, and I cannot even win your support. All I can do is weep. I can only cry. Women are left with nothing but tears. I am merely a powerless woman. Jon was taken aback by the sight of Victoria in tears, in despair, and in madness. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. I am sorry, Victoria. I do not wish to bring you sorrow. You know I love you. Victoria slumped despondently onto the grass, and Jon sat beside her. I do not belittle you. I recognize that you possess wisdom and knowledge beyond your years. However, Victoria knew the truth. On this continent, all power lies in the hands of men, and women must please men to attain wealth, status, and influence. Jon continued, Victoria, your courage and wisdom surpass those of many men. You are exceptional, far more capable than most. Yet this is a battle we cannot win. There is no need for us to sacrifice ourselves for a Lannister, for our adversary. Victoria interjected, Jaime is not a man devoid of strategy. He has made preparations. He told me last night that we need only intercept their caravan before it meets with Khal Drogo. Jon scoffed, that is utterly absurd. I cannot comprehend or believe it. How arrogant must a Lannister be to make such boastful claims? The caravan has been on the move for many more days than we have. What courage or confidence does he possess to assert he can intercept them? Victoria defended Jaime. He traveled 3 days to find me. Covering the distance others take half a month. Jon shook Victoria's shoulders, urging her to regain her senses. He is deceiving you. We have hastened our journey to find you. And it has taken us this long to reach you. No one understands the hardships of the journey better than I do. A Lannister is not to be trusted, Victoria. He is our enemy. He would never deceive me, Victoria replied, her gaze clear and resolute. He will not betray me. Just as the sun and moon will forever shine without being obscured. Jon could not bring himself to believe that anyone could traverse in 3 days a distance that typically required half a month. Victoria, this is a ruse he has employed to deceive you, a common trick among men. Moreover, why would he exert himself so desperately on this journey? It is utterly absurd. No one would take such perilous risks. He wishes to save me. Victoria's gaze remained unwavering and resolute, fixed ahead. Save you? Jon could scarcely comprehend. To risk his life to rescue you from the Targaryen convoy? On what grounds? Not long ago, she wished to eliminate you. He nearly slaughtered our 7 dire wolves. He is a wicked killer. He loves me. Victoria's demeanor grew increasingly serene, her eyes sparkling with stars and rippling waters. People can change, Jon. He loves me now and will only love me in the future. Jon was utterly bewildered by Victoria's unwavering conviction, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Victoria began to dominate the conversation, gradually asserting her influence. Jon, we must assist him. Come with me. Let us go together. Jon, still grappling with the situation, struggled to articulate his disbelief, stammering, He loves you. He loves you. Victoria simply gazed at him with calm bravery. Jon found himself unable to process such an overwhelming revelation. You must be in shock. Victoria, you need to leave at once. I will take you back to Winterfell to clear your mind. It is not I who shall return to King's Landing with you, but rather you who will accompany me to rescue Jaime. Victoria exuded the aura of a queen. Jon could not accept the reality, facing 100,000 foes. The two of us would be utterly useless, mere fodder. Jon, those devoid of wisdom and courage are indeed merely fodder. However, we are different. Fate is shaped by our actions. Come, mount your horse, let us seek them out. Jon, feeling utterly defeated, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His thoughts were a tumult, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, Victoria, why would you help him? A regicide, a Lannister, an enemy of House Stark. Merely because he saved you once? Victoria had already mounted her steed, turning the horse's head with determination and a hint of pride as she declared, He has saved me multiple times. If it were merely to repay such a debt, Ser Roderick Castle would have gone. He would do his utmost. You need not risk your life. Jon's words were cut short by Victoria. I love him, and thus I will risk my life to save him. Just as he loved me and risked his life to save me. A prolonged silence ensued, an enduring stillness, akin to the vast earth that remains silent. Yet the mountains bear witness to everything, including the love between this man and woman. With that, Victoria spurred her horse onward, galloping away. Jon had no choice but to mount his steed and follow in pursuit of Victoria. As for the arrangements, how should they be planned? Drogo Khal leads over 100,000 Dothraki riders at the easternmost point. Under no circumstances should they encounter them. The Targaryen siblings' convoy is rapidly approaching. Already well ahead and nearly entering Drogo Khal's territory. Following closely is Jaime, accompanied by 300 elite Kingsguard. Further back are the 200 Kingsguard and 500 Stark cavalry dispatched by Victoria. At last, Victoria and Jon Snow, accompanied by their 2 steeds, had distanced themselves from the main forces, trailing behind. Should Jaime succeed in ambushing the Targaryen siblings without encountering the vast army of Khal Drogo, it would indeed be a remarkable victory. Victoria lacked martial prowess. Even slaying a chicken would pose a challenge for her. While Jon was skilled with a sword, his priority was not to engage in frontline combat, but to ensure Victoria's safety. Jaime had already galloped far ahead, moving deeper into Targaryen territory. Considering her physical limitations, Victoria found herself unable to match Jaime's speed on horseback. Therefore, her and Jon Snow's mission was not to charge into battle, but rather to provide support from the rear. Jaime's pursuit was fraught with peril, If the Targaryens managed to establish contact with Khal Drogo's forces, or if they were discovered by Drogo's scouts, it would spell disaster. Victoria's role was to sever communications between the two factions and delay the Targaryen convoy, thus granting Jaime some precious time. However, this was a land of knights and swords, a realm steeped in the age of cold steel, where messages were relayed by ravens. Victoria had no means to teleport herself to the convoy. How she wished for a dragon. With a derisive scoff, she mused that she was indeed a descendant of dragons and believed she could contribute something to Jaime's cause. How could she compel them to halt? There were two categories, those who could not leave and those who were unwilling to depart. The former included the sick and the injured, which pertained to Jaime's mission. It also encompassed inclement weather, such as heavy rain or hail, that could impede their progress, which could be disregarded. Natural disasters like floods, earthquakes, or landslides that obstructed the roads were also excluded. Terrain challenges, too, could be dismissed. Additionally, large wild beasts posed conditions that were not applicable. The unwillingness to leave could stem from various factors, such as perceiving danger ahead, for the Dothraki were fearsome and savage. Yet, Viserys relied on their support for his reclamation of the throne, compounded by the presence of the black-clad men dispatched by the governor of Pentos. Reluctance to proceed was not an option. Thus, only an emotional attachment to the rear remained. What could compel the convoy to linger behind, even momentarily? She did not seek to detain them indefinitely, merely to delay their departure long enough to afford Jaime a sliver of time and mitigate some of the peril. How would the Targaryens come to know of this information? How could such intelligence be disseminated? Victoria pondered deeply. Meanwhile, the Targaryen convoy pressed forward according to their own schedule. Daenerys sat in a swaying cart, gazing at her groaning brother, Viserys, who lay bare-chested, his wounds severely inflamed. Daenerys felt profound sorrow, yet there was little she could do. She turned to Missandei, inquiring if there was any of the healing balm left by Victoria. Missandei hesitated before producing half a vial, causing Daenerys' heart to sink. Was this all that remained? Missandei nodded, affirming, "Yes, your highness. This is all we have." Victoria's words faltered in the air. Daenerys sighed, lamenting that no one could have anticipated such misfortune in the wild. The two women fell into a silence, enveloped in their shared despair. Missandei sighed, reflecting on the fate of such a fine young woman who had ventured out to gather herbs and had vanished. She had often spoken of taking Missandei to explore the markets of King's Landing, Winterfell, and Casterly Rock. Daenerys inquired whether she knew how to prepare medicines and if she had been taught by Victoria. Missandei nodded, acknowledging that she had been instructed several times. Yet the knowledge had not taken root. Daenerys called for the captain of the guards and asked how far they were from Khal Drogo's territory. The captain pondered for a moment before responding, "Your highness, perhaps 2 days' journey remains." Daenerys applied the scant remaining medicine on Viserys, covering only a small portion of his wounds, leaving many deep fissures exposed. With a resigned sigh, she instructed, "You must ride to Khal Drogo for assistance and be sure to return with healing salves." The captain departed to fulfill his duty. Left with nothing to occupy them, Daenerys and Missandei sat despondently in the carriage. Daenerys posed a question to Missandei. "Do you not miss her?" Missandei gazed at the ceiling and replied, "No." Daenerys was taken aback. "I thought you would." "Your highness," Missandei said, touching her face and taking a deep breath, "one becomes accustomed to loss. Everyone in your life, be they kin or friend, inevitably departs. It's a truth we cannot escape. I once had parents and siblings, but they have passed. I had a lover who chose another, and just as I thought I found a friend who accepted me, she too has gone." Daenerys wished to console her, yet shared grief weighed heavily upon her. Her only remaining family, Viserys, lay gravely injured, and her own kin had all departed. Why must the world be so cruel? Missandei handed her a pouch of water, saying, "It becomes easier with time." The carriage swayed incessantly as the ailing Viserys suffered without respite or comfort, lacking both medicine and care. Daenerys reluctantly commanded the caravan to halt prematurely. They set up camp to prepare dinner as twilight descended, the sun sinking lower in the sky. As night enveloped the land, Missandei brought forth a bowl of lamb stew for Daenerys. They exchanged idle conversation, yet Daenerys remained deeply anxious and restless. The thought of marrying a barbarian from the plains filled her with dread, yet she felt powerless to change her fate. They sat in silence, gazing into the flickering flames. Suddenly, Missandei exclaimed, "My princess, look at the sky." She set down the bowl and pointed upwards. "What are those glittering objects?" Daenerys stood in astonishment. "How beautiful!" The other guards and slaves of the caravan also looked on in wonder. The vast plains stretched out, shrouded in night, and a multitude of shimmering stars drifted across the sky. Goodness, how could the stars move? They seemed to be coming closer, Missandei marveled. Daenerys observed the 100 or so stars approaching and remarked, "It appears to resemble a cage." Missandei stepped closer, confirming that indeed, the celestial lanterns multiplied in number. Initially a mere 100, but soon they were countless. "Jasper, draw nearer and help me bring one down. I wish to see it up close," she urged. Daenerys's gaze remained fixated on the cage, utterly motionless. The stars danced across the night sky, but it was Jaime who first caught sight of them, his temper flaring. He drew his sword, raising it in preparation to strike at Lord Joyce, bellowing, "I entrusted you with her safe return, and what have you done? You left her alone on the plains? How dare you? How dare you?" Lord Joyce, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, knelt with a strained expression, declaring, "My lord, you are my master, your safety is my mission." Jaime roared, "I commanded you to ensure Victoria's safety, yet you cast her aside, leaving her on the plains." Joyce insisted, "I believe the life of my lord is far more vital than that of Miss Stark. You are the honor and heir of House Lannister." Jaime retorted fiercely, "Her life is my life. She is no longer Miss Stark. She shall bear the Lannister name." Sir Joyce sensed the gravity of the situation, sweat pouring down his face. His throat constricting as his voice trembled. He knelt upright, his voice resonating with solemnity, exclaiming, "My lord, I pledge my eternal loyalty to you. Acknowledging my failure to fulfill your command, I deserve death. Should you wish to slay me, I have no words left. However, allow me to follow you in this pursuit. I shall take my own life in atonement, dying without complaint." Jaime's sword came crashing down with a fierce whoosh. "You fool, do you believe I hesitate to kill you?" But at that critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. The Stark men had arrived, with Ser Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell, renowned for his exceptional skill. He seized his crossbow, perfectly aiming and shooting between Jaime and Joyce, the arrow embedding itself deep into the hard earth, its fletching still vibrating. Indeed, his prowess remained undiminished. With the arrival of outsiders, Jaime temporarily lowered his sword. "Who are you?" he demanded with a hostile tone, pressing forward aggressively, his eyes glinting with an icy menace. Ser Roderick Castle sat firmly on his horse, saying, "Lord Lannister, thank you for rescuing my lady. She has commanded us to come to her aid." His words were pleasant, yet his tone was rigid, revealing his master's displeasure and discomfort. Stark's aiding Lannisters? Such a notion was unheard of. It would be enough not to add insult to injury. Had it not been for Stark's sense of gratitude, Ser Roderick Castle would certainly have preferred not to wade into this murky affair. Compared to protecting the lady and supporting the Lannisters, he would relish the sight of the Lannister heir perishing at the edges of the Empire, in a place unknown to anyone, or perhaps stumbling into disaster. Jaime cared little for the title of knight. He charged straight at Ser Roderick Castle's horse, causing the steed to rear back in fright, evading the deadly tip of the sword. "Rather than aiding me, I believe your lady is in greater need of protection," he coldly asserted, his voice like shards of ice, unmistakably accusatory. Ser Roderick Castle attempted to maintain his haughty demeanor, yet his horse, frightened and restless, rendered him somewhat comical and awkward. "It is at the behest of my lady that I have come here. Otherwise, do you think we would have journeyed through such hardships? You should not indulge her whims." "Who is by her side?" Ser Roderick Castle spoke vehemently of my prized pupil, the lady's brother, Jon Snow. "That illegitimate child? I hope he proves to be of some use, rather than a pitiful wretch." Only then did Jaime's heart settle a bit. "Do not be so ungrateful. Since you show no appreciation, we shall take our leave." Ser Roderick Castle was furious. Should he still heed the commands of the Lannisters? The situation was on the verge of escalating when suddenly, Sir Joyce, who knelt on the ground, exclaimed, "My lord, look at the sky." The night star. The wind from the west swelled across the night prairie, bringing forth a continual cascade of shimmering lights, a multitude of stars. Jaime furrowed his handsome brow. This was no natural phenomenon. There seemed to be a pattern above. Speaking thus, Jaime snatched the bow and crossbow from Ser Roderick Castle's hands. "Hey, you little rascal." Sir Roderick Castle, now empty-handed, fumed in anger. Upon seeing Jaime poised, breath held in anticipation, the bowstring twanged, releasing a silver streak into the night sky. With a soft thud, a star fell in an arc. The gold cloaks swiftly rode towards the landing spot, only to return in haste. Dismounting, the gold cloaks knelt before Jaime, presenting what they held. Jaime accepted it and examined it silently. Sir Roderick Castle scrutinized it from his mount as well. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this?" "The sigil of House Targaryen." "This is dire. Could there be Targaryens still wandering the realm?" Upon hearing this, the gold cloaks and Stark soldiers alike were thrown into a frenzy, whispers spreading like the wind through rippling wheat fields, like raindrops stirring the lotus pond. What? Were the Targaryens not exterminated? Indeed, How could their influence still linger? If it were not for a Targaryen, who would risk their life to inscribe such things? Yes, yes. It must be a Targaryen. Jaime remained silent, studying the lantern-like object intently. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him, illuminated by the torchlight. He abruptly raised his head and issued a decisive command. Mount up, all of you. Advance at full speed. All murmurs ceased, as though they had never existed. They were Jaime's elite, well-trained and orderly. 500 men mounted seamlessly, a well-rehearsed ensemble. Joyce knelt on the ground, not daring to move. My lord, allow me to serve you. Jaime strode past him, declaring, this matter is concluded. Bring the head to me. Joyce excitedly shouted, swiftly donning his helmet and mounting his steed. Jaime, accompanied by the 500 fully armed gold cloaks, rode forth, a golden spirit merging into the darkness, heading eastward. Sir Roderick Castle, seeing the Lannister forces organized, swallowed hard. Brothers, let us follow. And thus, 1,000 strong marched forth in a grand procession. Before the precipice stood Victoria, relinquishing her final possession. Her gaze was imbued with hope as she watched the shimmering objects dance away on the breeze. Victoria lacked the ability to soar. Only the wind and light could traverse great distances. She could not produce a loud sound. Thus, the notion of kite flying struck her. As daylight returned, Victoria spoke to Jon. I wish to craft a kite. What is that? He inquired. A framework made of lightweight bamboo, adorned with dragons or the sigil of House Targaryen. When the wind blows, we shall release it. After a moment's contemplation, Jon conceded, we have no better alternative. Let us proceed to the nearby village to gather materials. Yet, as Victoria pondered further, she grew anxious. No, Jon, what troubles you about this plan? He asked. With urgency in her voice, she replied, soon it will be dark. Once night falls, neither the design nor the kite will be visible. Even if we launch it, it will serve no purpose and fail to distract or attract attention. Jon, disheartened, gazed at Victoria's disappointment. It matters not, Victoria. You have done enough. Many matters lie beyond our control. But Victoria could not find solace. Every additional effort she made brought another glimmer of hope and an added layer of security for Jaime. She refused to surrender. An epiphany struck her, rather than a kite. They would craft sky lanterns. What is that? Jon asked. When we reach the village, I shall demonstrate. Victoria and Jon returned to the village of the Blue-Eyed Gawain, where she beat a drum to summon the villagers. Approximately 50 ragged souls gathered slowly, like wandering phantoms, standing atop a mound of earth. Victoria seized all the silver moons and golden dragons from Jon, casting a handful to the ground. Instantly, the villagers shed their weariness, rushing forward to collect the silver moons. Heavens, this is currency. After all these years, I finally behold real money. Step aside, it's mine. Keep your filthy feet off my money. Hurry, hurry. This is money. The villagers had been exploited by past forces too many times. Now, money had come to them once more, igniting a frenzy of competition. Victoria summoned her strength, shouting for them to cease. Stop. Follow my instructions. Create something, and the remaining wealth shall belong to you. The villagers' eyes gleamed with avarice, fixated hungrily upon the bulging purse in Victoria's hands. Thus, Victoria gathered materials and fashioned the first sky lantern. Though the villagers were clumsy, the allure of profit spurred them to mimic her example, swiftly producing one lantern after another. Victoria dispatched others to procure fuel and wicks, preparing to ignite them. As batches were completed, they were released. With over 50 villagers working quickly, Victoria hastily sent a portion to continue the search for materials. May the heavens be merciful tonight. May the wind blow favorably to the east. Even with a mere 1% chance, she was determined to give it her all. She resolved to release as many lanterns as possible, believing that one of them would catch the attention of the Targaryen caravan. Heaven rewards the diligent. Unbeknownst to Victoria, the persistent and steady winds would carry countless lanterns towards the east. Daenerys and her companions gazed at the sky in rapt fascination. The deep black canvas of the heavens was occasionally interrupted by shades of dark blue, yet they were illuminated by a golden river, where countless stars flickered like a shimmering tapestry, mesmerizing the serpent people who had never witnessed such a wondrous spectacle. Some maidens even knelt in prayer to the seven, believing it to be a divine sign. The brilliance in the sky seemed to move with a languid grace, yet it surged towards the caravan at a breathtaking pace. Occasionally, a star would plummet to the ground like a comet, trailing a fiery glow. Though many lights extinguished mid-fall, the vastness of the night remained unyielding. For every solitary lantern that fell, hundreds more swiftly took its place. The night was ablaze, resembling a golden bridge spanning the sky. The lanterns swayed gently, effortlessly surpassing the galloping gold-armored guards, drifting gracefully towards the Targaryen convoy. Daenerys could hardly believe her eyes as she beheld one of these radiant lights. Tears glimmered in her eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement, she clutched the lantern and sought out Viserys. "Brother, wake up. Look, our kin, our kin." Overwhelmed with joy, she thought she had lost everything, only to discover that there were others of their bloodline searching for them. "Brother, you are saved. You are saved." Daenerys burst from the carriage, her exhilaration palpable. "Follow my command, turn around, and head towards where the stars are coming from." The others, unable to disobey, reluctantly rose, their weary bodies moving slowly to prepare. Only Missandei remained, her brow furrowed in deep unease as she hid behind a rock. She picked up a lantern, examining it closely, her heart racing with trepidation. These lanterns bore illustrations, sigils, and the name Targaryen. This handwriting resembled that of Victoria as she had taught herself to write. Missandei was overwhelmed with a mix of fear and joy. Victoria was alive, a realization that nearly brought her to tears. Thank the gods, Victoria had not perished. But if Victoria was alive, what could her true identity be? She must be extraordinary. This revelation unsettled Missandei greatly. Although she could not piece together the entirety of the situation, her experiences of wandering from place to place had honed her instinct for danger. With so many lanterns, Victoria's identity must undoubtedly be shrouded in mystery. The Targaryen caravan, filled with jubilation, began to move towards the source of the lanterns. Missandei's heart was in turmoil, and the camp was in disarray. She was a woman who had secured shelter through the barter of her body, and now she found herself in the vast wilderness. Missandei sensed something was amiss with Victoria and hesitated to advance with the caravan. Yet if she remained behind alone, how would she survive? Caught in a dilemma and pressed for time, Missandei felt an undeniable distinction in her interactions with Victoria. The sudden disappearance of Victoria, followed by the unexpected release of a multitude of lanterns, left Missandei uncertain about whether she was friend or foe, safe or in peril. However, an instinctive chill coursed through her spine, a premonition warning her of impending danger. She shivered violently, deciding to flee without a second thought. Missandei resolved to escape amidst the chaos, feigning the act of packing her belongings as she gradually edged towards the periphery of the camp, moving further away. In a moment of miscalculation, she leaped into a nearby stream, concealing herself among the reeds. The water teemed with mosquitoes, their bites inflicting both pain and itch, resulting in numerous welts upon her skin. Yet, she remained silent and motionless. Before long, the caravan began its retreat as per Daenerys' orders. Realizing they had vanished from her view, Missandei finally exhaled in relief and slowly emerged from her hiding place. The cumbersome Targaryen procession slithered along while Jaime and his men galloped closer. The distance between the two factions diminished rapidly. Meanwhile, Daenerys remained engrossed in the exhilaration of locating her kin, envisioning the joy of their reunion. The golden light above continued to shimmer as Daenerys blissfully advanced towards its source, blissfully unaware that scouts dispatched by Jaime had already detected their presence. In the darkness of night, the golden-armored guard stealthily returned to relay the news. Jaime, upon receiving the intelligence, instructed his men to conceal themselves within the woods, lying in wait for their quarry. The lights above persisted in their slow descent, drifting steadily towards the eastern expanse of the prairie. As the Targaryens unknowingly approached Jaime's ambush, they remained blissfully ignorant of the 500 lions and 500 wolves lurking in the shadows of the trees, akin to innocent lambs being led to the slaughter. Sir Roderick Castle lay concealed in the underbrush, raising his hand to give the command. Just as he made a move, Jaime restrained him, urging patience for a flawless execution. Frustrated, Sir Roderick Castle simmered in silence. Had it not been for the ambush, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. A seasoned warrior, he found it galling that a mere youth would dare to direct him. Yet, prioritizing the greater good, Sir Roderick suppressed his indignation. Jaime's gaze remained intensely focused, his pupils unyielding as he fixed his sight on the target, embodying the essence of a lion in pursuit. Suddenly, before Sir Roderick could fully comprehend the situation, a flash of golden light darted to his left, followed by a dozen or more golden figures. The foremost figure moved with remarkable speed, while the others lagged slightly, revealing a trace of humanity. As he scrutinized the leading golden light, he realized it had closed in, charging towards the Targaryen caravan. In a fierce confrontation, Jaime, along with a dozen men, surged towards the Targaryen ranks, while the remaining 400 golden guards appeared utterly oblivious, steadfast, and unmoving. Sir Roderick Castle spat in disdain. Having underestimated the young man, he had presumed the Lannisters relied solely on the prowess of Tywin, the old lion, yet he was surprised to find that the legacy continued, with the ranks having been so expertly trained. With a cautious expression, Jaime swiftly approached the caravan, riding his gallant steed. In a single stroke, he severed a head from its body, and wherever Jaime advanced, a crimson path of blood unfurled behind him. Soon, over a dozen golden-armored guards joined him, their efficiency unmatched. As the relentless thud of bodies hitting the ground filled the air, the screams of the caravan's occupants, tinged with terror and pleas for mercy, rose momentarily before descending into an eerie silence. By the time Jaime's warhorse reached the wagon, not a single soul among the 70-odd individuals remained alive. Perched atop his towering mount, Jaime was drenched in the fresh, warm blood, a striking blend of gold and crimson, reminiscent of a vengeful specter emerging from the depths of hell. He exhaled a cloud of heated breath, and from within the wagon, the sound of weeping permeated the air. Jaime urged his steed closer and deftly lifted the curtain with his sword. There, huddled in a corner, was Daenerys, cradling her injured, unconscious brother Viserys, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a cruel smile, Jaime remarked, "My princess, we meet again." With that, he gracefully dismounted. Daenerys, in a state of despair, screamed, "Do not come any closer. Stay away." Yet Jaime paid her no heed. Grasping Viserys by a leg, he yanked him from the wagon. Daenerys, utterly distraught, cried out, "Brother! Brother!" She collapsed over her sibling, a man who had tormented her since childhood, berating her and even selling her as a commodity to Khal Drogo. "Let him go! Let him go! Brother! Who will help me? Who will save me?" In her utter helplessness, the fragile woman had crumbled, facing the grim reaper with a dripping sword approaching. Powerless to defend herself. "Victoria, Missandei, where are you? Save me. Victoria, where are you?" Jaime raised an eyebrow, silencing her with a gesture. "Do not mention her in this context." Daenerys pleaded desperately. "You are of House Lannister. You were once my father's Kingsguard. You cannot do this. You cannot kill me. Please, spare us." Jaime remained unmoved, advancing relentlessly. Cornered and devoid of options, Daenerys commanded, "I order you to leave." Jaime crouched before her. "Your father, the mad King Aerys Targaryen, once commanded me in a similar fashion." He seemed lost in the painful memories of the past. Not only did he seek to strip me of my birthright, but he also aimed to annihilate House Lannister completely. He demanded I bring him my father's head. My father, Tywin Lannister, was his longtime friend and brother-in-arms, serving diligently as his hand for over a decade. And what did I receive in return? Daenerys had never heard this account and was filled with dread. "So you..." "Indeed," Jaime replied, "I killed your father." Daenerys roared in fury. "You are a reviled kingslayer, a despicable oath-breaker. You deserve to die. I curse you. Curse you to a wretched end." Jaime, unfazed, merely chuckled, "Say what you will." As Daenerys began to lose her grasp on reality, only the fierce roar of her brother echoed in her mind. "I curse you. All those you love shall perish in your embrace. Your father, your siblings, your beloved, your children, all shall die. Your wife will be taken by all." Before Daenerys could utter another word, she was suddenly kicked aside with great force, blood spilling from her mouth. Yet no one came to her aid. Jaime's expression darkened, and he retorted with venomous intensity, "You have gone too far, Targaryen." This undoubtedly provoked him further. Thus, before Daenerys, Jaime swung his sword down with a decisive strike. The sound echoed as Daenerys felt the weight of the world press down upon her, her very soul shaken from its confines. Jaime knelt before her, a malicious grin upon his lips as he offered her something warm. "The Mad King demanded my father's head, but I could not oblige. Instead, I present you with your brother's head. Are you satisfied, my princess? Those you hold dear have already perished in your arms. The Lannisters always repay their debts." Daenerys appeared to be in a state of shock, her face contorted as she stared downwards. Viserys' lifeless body lay heavily upon her legs, a torrent of blood cascading from his neck, soaking her garments. She found herself engulfed in a crimson tide. As if bathing in a hot spring, a spring formed from her brother's blood. In her hands, she cradled his severed head. Its long silvery hair now stained a deep crimson, half-shorn. The roundness of his head felt surreal in her grasp. An anguished scream escaped Daenerys, her shock reverberating across the desolate landscape, startling birds and insects into flight. Jaime, seemingly remorseful, remarked flatly, "It appears I have acted somewhat excessively," before turning away, retreating from Daenerys. In that vast meadow, he stood alone. Not another soul could rise. Jaime made his way towards the woods, while the golden-clad guards diligently cleaned the battlefield, severing the heads of the fallen. This was their Lannister honor. Sir Roderick Castle, witnessing this scene from the trees, was left utterly astounded. The world condemned Jaime for his actions, for he had once been the youngest member of the Kingsguard, favored by the crown. Yet, he had betrayed his oath by slaying the Mad King, earning the scorn of all. However, Sir Roderick had never fathomed the intricate truths behind this betrayal. The Mad King had indeed commanded his son to bring him the head of his father, and this man was a brother whom Jaime had relied upon for years, forcing the Lannisters into a desperate corner. With a sigh, Sir Roderick lamented, "Is this not the essence of the Mad King? Truly a wretched madman. What son in the realm would dare to slay his own father?" As Jaime approached, Sir Roderick's perception of him shifted significantly. He now held a deep respect for Jaime's undeniable prowess. Recognizing him as one of the most formidable young men in all the Seven Kingdoms, no longer could he rest upon his laurels of age. Sir Roderick ventured, "Killing men and slaves is sufficient. What of the women?" Jaime inhaled deeply and responded, "I do not slay women, even if they are indeed loathsome. To have one's beloved perish in one's embrace? The wife will be dealt with harshly." James struck the tree with a powerful punch, causing the thick bark to splinter. He thought to himself that he would never allow Victoria to come to harm. Let the king deal with this detestable woman. Damn her. He himself would not commit the act. Sir Roderick Castle nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the spirit and conduct of a true knight. James, feeling a sense of insult, wryly remarked that he was no knight. They called him the Kingslayer and Oathbreaker. Sir Roderick Castle sighed, recognizing the heavy psychological burden and pressure that came with such a reputation in a land that esteemed honor. The world saw only James as a regicide, never questioning the reasons behind his actions. James appeared somewhat numb, indifferent to these judgments, merely stating that the count of heads did not align with what Victoria had informed him. 2 individuals were missing. It was highly probable they had been sent out to scout or were seeking aid from the barbarian Drogo. Gazing at the lanterns in the sky, James realized that this encirclement had concluded, yet the drifting lanterns could not be retrieved. The arranged lanterns continued to float in the heavens, heading eastward. In the direction the lanterns traversed, James' forces had once pursued, and the Targaryen caravan had also passed. However, the lanterns, indifferent to human emotions, floated according to natural principles, unwaveringly moving towards the east, towards the place where Drogo resided. James addressed Sir Roderick Castle, who was also fixated on the lanterns. Upon hearing James speak, he quickly regained his composure, becoming serious and attentive. "There was another fierce battle to be fought. Were you interested?" Sir Roderick Castle harbored reservations, reasoning that having slain the son of the Targaryens and captured the daughter was sufficient. They could withdraw without encountering Drogo's men, as the risks were too great. James contemplated the flames, pondering what one would do if their wife were taken. Sir Roderick Castle straightened his chest and resolutely declared that he would spare no expense to reclaim her. James nodded, agreeing that this was indeed his stance as well. Drogo's wife had been intercepted by them, and he would not take it lightly. Sir Roderick Castle considered the vast number of Dothraki warriors and strongly advised against it, stating that it was merely a betrothal, not a marriage. Therefore, Drogo would not exert his full strength, at most sending a few hundred men for assistance. James' eyes gleamed like a sword, piercing and incisive. Sir Roderick Castle remained unconvinced, stating that the Dothraki warriors were renowned for their valor. If one harmed their own, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. The Lannisters were never afraid. The world exalted the Dothraki to almost mythical proportions, and he was eager to experience their prowess firsthand. James was resolute. Sir Roderick Castle could only lament his own age, realizing that the youth were indeed formidable. "My primary target is not the Dothraki, but rather the interrupted plans." Sir Roderick Castle inhaled deeply, asking if there were others involved and whose influence it was. James drew his sword, admiring the sharp blade, indicating that he had yet to uncover the details. But there were connections with the Dothraki and previous disrespect towards Victoria, and hinder my pursuit of the Targaryens. Jaime's blade shimmered with a terrifying brilliance as he thrust it forward with great force. They had imprisoned Victoria in the dungeon for an extended period, and I could not swallow this indignation. Sir Roderick Castle, seeing no way to amend the situation, resolutely stated, "My Lord Lannister, I come to offer my support in the name of the lady, and I am willing to cooperate fully with you." Jaime nodded in satisfaction and turned to depart. That night, the Lannisters and Starks set up camp, catching game to serve as provisions. They scoured the area, gathering enough food to sustain themselves for a week before resting on their arms, assigning sentinels for watch, and beginning a temporary respite. In the midst of chaos, Missandei took refuge in the stream, avoiding the caravan's advance, thus escaping a fierce battle and preserving her life. Yet, she still faced peril as a solitary woman. How could she survive in the vast grasslands? Exhausted and parched, after a day of wandering, Missandei collapsed onto the ground. Just as she believed she would perish in this desolate place, a pair of bare, masculine feet halted before her. Roughly, she was seized. surrounded by a group of primitive Dothraki warriors. Fear gripped Missandei. The Dothraki were known for their brutality and bloodlust, showing little regard for the lives of captives. Sir Jorah Mormont, accompanied by over 500 Dothraki cavalry, bore the healing salves requested by Daenerys for her wounded brother, seeking to rescue this future Khaleesi of the grasslands. Yet something seemed amiss. Sir Jorah began conversing in Dothraki, but the natives were exceedingly agitated. Where are they? Sir Jorah, fixated on the fallen Missandei, was about to inquire when a Dothraki warrior's curved blade pressed against her neck. Missandei was captured. My lord, they abandoned me when they broke camp. I could not keep up and lost sight of them. Sir Jorah approached, asking in which direction they had departed. With all her strength, Missandei pointed westward, toward the place where the stars drifted in the sky. Sir Jorah was indeed aware of the strange occurrences from the previous nights and translated this to the Dothraki, thus securing Missandei's rescue. Why did the caravan not proceed as agreed, but instead retreat? Missandei, covering her face, revealed only her eyes through her fingers, replied, My lord, I do not know. Although Missandei did not recognize the Targaryen sigil on the lantern, it did not prevent her from sensing danger, prompting her to slip away from the caravan. Sir Jorah nodded. Very well, then we shall pursue them. He turned to the Dothraki cavalry and communicated in their tongue. The warriors, mounted on their imposing black steeds, menacingly twirled their curved blades. No, ahead lies the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. We never venture there. Sir Jorah countered. Then what shall we do? The person opposite hesitated. Retreat was not an option. However, the Targaryen princess must be returned like the wild Khaleesi of the plains. Sir Jorah remarked that it was indeed inappropriate to provoke the borders. He suggested dispatching a few scouts to track the caravan ahead and sending word to the governor of Pentos. At once, the fierce Khal Drogo grunted, urging his men into action. Several Dothraki warriors sprang forth. Missandei attempted to rise slowly, facing Sir Jorah, and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for his rescue. Jorah handed her a flask of water, eliciting a smile from her. She yearned for more, and he offered her a piece of hard bread. As the scouts were sent out, news was slow to return, and the Dothraki began to set up camp. Khal Drogo took a few swigs from his horn. Feeling somewhat bored, he scanned the surroundings. They noticed the captivating woman and approached with ill intentions. Missandei was seized, pleading, Oh, lords, I have lost my caravan. I am the most esteemed handmaiden of the princess. I implore you, do not. In that moment, she spotted a familiar face among the guards sent by Daenerys. Her only ally. Desperately, she clung to him, brushing against his leg. Please, noble sir, help me. I can offer you what you desire. Sir Jorah observed the unfolding events with an impassive expression. The guard, believing himself to be a figure of importance, arrogantly smiled at the Dothraki. Assuming he could assert some authority, the Dothraki exchanged glances, suddenly revealing mocking smiles. Dismounting swiftly, one brandished a curved blade, charging at the guard, who fell. A chill running through him, blood splattering Missandei. The guard collapsed, rendered motionless. The situation shifted dramatically. Missandei turned pale with fear, dropping to the ground. Scrambling away from the chaos. Not far from her escape, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head. Yanked to her feet by a Dothraki warrior who laughed boisterously. Around him, others joined in the raucous laughter, their limbs stretching back with abandon, muscles bulging, and their postures fierce and wild. Seeing their comrade seize the woman, they advanced eagerly, their eyes gleaming with desire. Engaging in a brutal struggle akin to the primal contests of the plains. Missandei, overwhelmed with panic, was yanked from one man to another, enduring numerous blows and becoming ever more disheveled. Sir Jorah, seemingly unfazed by the brutality typical of the Dothraki, understood that their internal strife was commonplace. Caught in the whirlwind of punches and kicks, Missandei remained trapped in her terror. Suddenly, she noticed another figure, resembling a civilized man, and cried out, Please, sir, save me. I beseech you. Jorah heard her plea and saw the dark, hairy hands tearing at her garments. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, sheathing his sword. He remained silent, for when savages succumb to madness, they are impervious to counsel, otherwise, they would cease to be savages. Jorah plunged into the fray, first dragging Missandei from the melee. Some of the barbarians continued their brawling, while others pursued the two of them. Hey, bastards! Do you understand the consequences of stealing from us Dothraki? They never regarded women as human. Jorah, now adrift in this land, found himself on the fringes of Dothraki tribes. A group of 5 or 7 warriors laughed heartily. Then why don't you return our belongings? Missandei's forehead was bruised and bleeding, a trickle of blood staining her visage. With tear-filled eyes, she cowered behind him, trembling as she cried, "Sir Knight, please save me. He will surely kill me." The fate that awaited Missandei in their hands was all too clear. Jorah hesitated. He was no longer accepted by the mainstream, having been in exile for so long. And now he had finally found a place willing to embrace him. Missandei grasped the hem of his garment tightly, pleading desperately. He clenched his fist tightly and spoke. "You cannot act recklessly. She is the handmaiden of a Targaryen princess and can aid us in locating the caravan. If we fail to find the princess, Khal Drogo will not spare you." The mere mention of the infamous Khal instilled a hint of apprehension in the Dothraki warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Jorah, with his silver tongue, employed both threats and persuasion, ultimately managing to disperse them. "Now, my lady, may I be released?" Missandei reluctantly relinquished the corner of her garment that she had clutched in distress. She stole a glance at him, though blood flowed from her head. Medicine was scarce and precious. Jorah did not produce any healing salve, as such remedies were reserved for nobles, excluding slaves. His own supply of ointment was nearly depleted, compelling him to prioritize his own needs. Missandei bore no resentment and held no expectations of receiving medical aid. Jorah had already demonstrated his loyalty by rescuing her. It would be unjust to ask for more. Without a backward glance, Jorah turned to leave, prompting Missandei to follow closely, afraid of being alone. The Dothraki numbered around 300, and given the language barrier with the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Jorah Mormont took on the role of their translator. Sir Jorah also possessed a rather lamentable heritage. He was the heir of House Mormont, sworn to protect House Stark alongside the Boltons, Karstarks, Flint, and Manderleys of the North. Jorah had once been embroiled in a political marriage. The offspring of great houses seldom valued love, prioritizing instead social standing and mutual benefit. Raised in privilege, they were afforded better sustenance than the impoverished, living in luxury, adorned in silks and fine garments. The price they paid was becoming pawns, sacrificing their unions for the advantage of their families. Initially, women would seek to profit their families through marriage, but once they bore children, their priorities shifted. Innately maternal, women loved their children more than themselves, more than their own kin. If one were to assist their family in undermining their husband's interests, it would indirectly equate to jeopardizing the future inheritance of their own children. Consequently, women find themselves in a precarious position, caught between the interests of their natal family, their marital family, their children, and themselves. Often, they have little choice in the matter. The majority of women are branded as weak. Power and wealth reign supreme in this world, and those who aspire to ascend to its pinnacle must possess these two elements, much like a king or a Lannister. And what of love? It becomes a mere jest. For the sake of gain, a 9-year-old girl may be wed to an octogenarian. A dutiful niece can marry her doting uncle, and a widowed matron may find herself alongside a handsome knight, even though her grandchild has only just entered this world. Marriage resembles more of an intriguing familial commodity transaction than a mutual agreement between two individuals. Such mutual willingness is more akin to the transactional nature of brothels than genuine affection. Most individuals approach political unions with the mindset of marrying a woman chosen by their family while seeking companionship elsewhere, thus fulfilling both obligations seamlessly. The wife appears to be prepared for this arrangement, as long as she secures a sole heir, allowing her to turn a blind eye to her husband's indiscretions, while she pursues her own happiness. Though this world values honor, couples like Ned Stark and his wife Catelyn, who share genuine affection, are few and far between. A quintessential example of a political marriage is that of King Robert Baratheon and Queen Cersei Lannister. They are united in name only, each indulging in their own pursuits. Men often enjoy greater liberties, with rumors suggesting that a significant number of the children in King's Landing are bastards fathered by Robert, while women must maintain a more discreet demeanor. Some women are licentious, others are avaricious. Jorah is particularly unfortunate, married to a woman embodying both traits, indulging in numerous affairs and excessive extravagance. To support his family and avoid disgrace, Jorah resorts to the perilous trade of slavery. While the slave trade is illegal in the North and throughout the Seven Kingdoms, it is only in Winterfell that this decree is strictly enforced. Ned Stark clings to a multitude of principles, attracting both ridicule and envy, which can quickly turn to resentment. In a world where one must question why they wallow in filth while others remain untainted, Ned earns many adversaries. Some arise from self-interest, while others stem from moral and honorable grounds. Ned Stark's decision to sentence Jorah Mormont to death, disregarding the pleas of his bannermen for the sake of a slave, incites considerable uproar. Ned stands firm in his sense of justice, while Jorah, unwilling to accept his fate, does not join the Night's Watch. Instead, he opts to wander with his troublesome wife, taking on the role of a mercenary knight. Naturally, his limited earnings lead to yet another betrayal, as his wife clandestinely departs while he is engaged in battle against their enemies. Missandei gazed at Yora with admiration. She had a knack for conversation, and Yora, being so amiable, was indeed her savior, leading to a delightful exchange between them. Yora, a wanderer with a wealth of experiences, stood apart from the typical knights and swordsmen with their brutish arrogance. Instead, he exuded an approachable demeanor, coupled with unwavering determination and resilience. The Iron Islands? Do they truly yield an abundance of salt and iron? Missandei unleashed her charm, her laughter ringing like crystal, and after discussing the weather, they naturally turned to the customs and landscapes of the Seven Kingdoms. However, their primary business was plunder. Isn't that akin to piracy? The barren lands of the Iron Islands are home to a fiercely independent and even savage people, referred to by the mainlanders as the Ironborn, who proudly call themselves the Iron Men. The Ironborn are descendants of the sea, having once held unmatched dominion over the waters. They thrive in the harsh natural environment of the islands, looking down upon the feeble ways of life on verdant lands. So, you assert they resemble pirates? Yora took a sip of his drink. In some respects, yes. You seem remarkably familiar with that place. Have you been there? Yora recalled a child he had once met in the north who hailed from there. Who? What would compel a child to journey from the distant Iron Islands? You may ponder that yourself. Missandei twirled a strand of hair, puzzled. Perhaps family business? No, the merchants are primarily from Casterly Rock, the Lannisters. Commerce is not particularly flourishing in other regions. Continue. I truly cannot fathom, my lord. Missandei wriggled like a snake. That child was perpetually anxious and irritable upon arrival. Exceedingly sensitive. Speaking in their native tongue, he favored raiding over toiling, which had earned him a severe reprimand from a Stark maiden. Yora, tall and clad in practical light armor, bore a round face framed by soft, tousled, light golden hair and a beard. His prominent nose and kind eyes radiated warmth. Why would a maiden concern herself with another's language? Which maiden was so overbearing? The third maiden, Yora reminisced, was indeed remarkable. Who is this third maiden? I am unworthy to utter her name. Yora's expression darkened as he recounted the day he defied her counsel regarding the trafficking of people. From that day forth, his name flowed only within the confines of his heart. Missandei, with a knowing gaze, remarked, You seem quite affected by this third maiden. Nonsense, Yora replied earnestly, a hint of irritation in his tone. Missandei had encountered many men, and she knew that their ire sometimes masked a facade. Yet she recognized that Yora was not to be trifled with. Changing the subject, what was amiss with their tongue? Yora chuckled softly. The third maiden forbade other families from speaking of plunder within her domain. At that time, young Victoria was but a child, yet she cornered Theon Greyjoy, who towered over her in height and strength. Years later, Jon still vividly recalled that scene. Theon, never harbor the illusion of gaining an advantage in the north. The notion of seizing victory through coercion rather than diligent toil shall remain unattainable as long as I am present. Do not ever think of plundering us. Relinquish your islander demeanor. A fierce little she-wolf, Joy could not help but chuckle at her unexpectedly formidable presence. Missand raised an eyebrow. Do you seem inclined to return? I cannot face going back, came the reply. That young lady is rather too assertive. A mere child speaking with such aggression is rather unimpressive. Missand contemplated finding a man to lean on. Jorah, who had no wife, was her target, naturally. Having a wife would not pose an obstacle. Thus, her words carried a hint of sharpness. Jorah, indifferently, remarked that she was never unruly. This time, however, her relentless pursuit surely had its reasons. Seeing that this man was impervious to her attempts, Missand, thinking of her own safety, opted to force a smile. Sir, I implore you. Reveal the truth to me. Jorah remained silent. What does the boy look like? Missand sought to glean any information she could. He has black hair, is short, and bears a dark mole on his right cheek, with curly hair. Hey, sir, do not speak of trivialities. I mean, what is his identity? A person must possess some form of identity, mustn't they? Jorah took a deep breath. Perhaps many, like me, once had an identity, yet ultimately, we must live in obscurity. Missand's tone softened. At least you once had an identity, unlike us, who have always been the same. She leaned forward, attempting to place her hand upon Jorah's. Just as she neared, Jorah evaded her touch and stood up, leaving Missand grasping at air. Observing Jorah's departure, she hurried to catch up. Forgive me, my lord. But is that young boy of noble lineage? You see, for the likes of us impoverished souls, unless we accompany a master, it is generally impossible to move far. We often live where we are born, and die there as well. This was the reason why the villagers in Gavin's blue-eyed hamlet, despite facing repeated exploitation, did not relocate. The land they inhabited had already been developed for agriculture, providing sustenance. Should they venture forth, they might encounter bandits, losing everything and leaving no trace behind, or invade another's territory, facing ruthless expulsion and slaughter. If fortune favored them, arriving in a pristine, uninhabited locale would require the arduous task of driving away wild beasts and reclaiming the land. One must understand that the productivity here is not high, with tools like iron being tightly controlled by the state, making reclamation no trivial endeavor. The migration of an entire family is, in certain nations, termed epic. Jorah walked ahead, while Missandei trailed closely behind. "Sir Jorah," she called. Jorah finally spoke. He is a hostage. His family from the Iron Islands once swore fealty to the Iron Throne, but later revolted and were quelled by Lord Ned Stark of the North, who executed all male heirs of the city, leaving only the youngest, a 9-year-old boy, Theon Greyjoy. Missandei, still uninterested in the child, found her enthusiasm solely directed towards Jorah. Jorah was approached once more by Missandei, bold and fervent. "What is your name? And whence do you hail?" she inquired. Jorah, wishing to avoid entanglement, resorted to using the child as an excuse to divert the conversation. The young boy remained as a hostage in Winterfell. Missandei's gaze burned intensely, as if to pierce through Jorah. He must be in a pitiable state, enduring daily beatings and scrubbing stables, reduced to a mere slave. No, he fared well, dining and residing alongside the lords and ladies of Winterfell, growing and learning together. A rare glimmer of unusual colors appeared in Missandei's eyes. It was indeed remarkable, as one seldom hears of such benevolence from other lords. Jorah stepped away, perhaps not without reason. When Stark unleashed his wrath, he resembled a famished wolf. One must understand that the North's land constitutes nearly half of the Seven Kingdoms. Without some measure of cunning, they would have long been devoured, leaving not a trace. Those who have clashed with them have felt the ferocity of their claws and teeth. Without strength, neither his family nor many others would ever submit to them. Stark is the foremost legion among the great houses, renowned for his martial prowess. Second only to the Baratheon family, the Kings, and the Lannisters of the Westerlands, who are equally valiant, commanding fleets and possessing both land and naval advantages, thereby controlling the economic lifeblood of the Seven Kingdoms. The Stark family, however, lacks in economy and naval power, finding themselves without influence at court, while the Lannisters have produced a queen who bore 3 heirs, ultimately securing the realm in their grasp. Ned Stark seems resolute in his desire to be a recluse, eschewing power and wealth, valuing honor above all, secluding himself in the north and refusing to emerge. King Robert issued 12 edicts beseeching him to serve as Hand of the King, all of which were declined, compelling the king to journey to the north personally to solicit his return. His opponent, the cunning old lion Tywin Lannister, steers the family with undeniable prowess, having propelled them to numerous heights, gaining renown beyond the seas. Even the king must extend his hand to him for funds to sustain the realm. Tywin grew up alongside the last Targaryen king, Aegon II, serving his hand for many years. Yet, this very individual bears intricate ties to the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he remains unyielding in the Westerlands, impervious to the storms of change. After the establishment of the Baratheon dynasty, Robert ascended to the throne, rewarding the lords, yet the Lannister lion showed no mercy, seizing a substantial portion of the kingdom's wealth. Subsequently, Tywin executed a strategic retreat, aware of the perils of excess, gradually transferring power to his son Jaime Lannister. Jaime shifted the family's focus towards economics and trade, so as not to incite the king's suspicion. The Kingsguard concealed their fangs. During the annual military tournaments of the Seven Kingdoms, the Lannister forces never participated, instead training covertly in the Westerlands, perhaps out of fear, or perhaps disdain. The old lion married his only daughter Cersei Lannister to the king, ensuring the control of her 3 offspring firmly within his grasp. Jaime stands guard beside the king, shielding Cersei and her children while also protecting the king himself. Should misfortune befall Robert, Jaime could elevate Joffrey to the throne, thereby ensuring a dual safeguard through alliances in the Westerlands. In matters of warfare, Jaime surpasses even the old lion. He commands respect and is regarded as a natural-born general, having led troops into battle since the tender age of 17, compelling both arrogant vassals and adversaries to bow before his prowess. In single combat, few could rival him. He is indeed a born warrior. Some individuals seem to possess all the advantages of favor in every regard. Jaime, by lineage, skill, wisdom, and appearance, shines as one of the most illustrious and exceptional figures among the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, fate played a cruel jest, taking his beloved mother during childbirth, propelling him to become the youngest Kingsguard. After swearing an oath to protect the king, he found himself slaying the monarch, earning the infamous titles of regicide and oath-breaker, a paragon of nobility, honor, and heroism now burdened with ignominy. He personally escorts his sister, whom he cherishes above all, to her marriage with the new king, only to witness the king's preference for base women and even men, leaving only brutality and humiliation in his wake. Jaime has long harbored resentment. There is no childhood to speak of, for the loss of his mother inflicted profound psychological scars upon the young Jaime. His father is consumed by ambition, and all that Jaime possesses is his twin sister, Cersei. They share a womb, a life. Jaime is Cersei, and Cersei is Jaime. The king revels in tormenting Cersei, often seeking her out to humiliate her in his presence, even if Jaime is occupied elsewhere. Jaime watches as Robert hurls vile insults, degrading Cersei with words more foul than those reserved for harlots or swine. Behold, this is the king, the supposed protector of the Seven Kingdoms. Striking his wife with his fists, Jaime steps forward to intercept the king's blows, as Cersei clings to him, urging him to retreat, for Robert is the king, free to act as he pleases. Indeed, this is the king, omnipotent and unrestrained. The Lannisters have yet to make their move. At 33, they have tamed the villagers. In this realm, one may defy the king for any reason, but never dare to accuse a husband of beating his wife. Cersei is the daughter of the Lannisters and the wife of Robert Baratheon. The Lannisters are bound to settle their debts. Jaime clenches his fist. Though he could easily dispatch Robert with a single blow, he remains restrained. Cersei envelopes his hand with her own. I am well, Jaime. You should return. Prepare a birthday gift for Joffrey. The king has no awareness of whether he was born in spring or autumn. Joffrey needs you. In King's Landing, Robert believes he has captured a young lion as a hostage, unaware that he is encircled by a pride of lions, for the Lannisters infiltrate with alarming speed. Jaime's men fill the palace, and Robert's assaults on Cersei gradually diminish, though the vitriol of insults, whore, harlot, wretched, remains incessant. Cersei, Jaime, 2 princes, and a princess, alongside countless attendants, all of whom belonged to House Lannister. When Robert finally emerged from his drunken stupor, he realized that even the servant pouring his wine bore the Lannister name. His court had become a veritable stronghold of Lannisters, with the lion's fangs and saliva encircling him. In a bid for self-preservation, Robert sought the aid of House Stark, summoning Ned Stark to the capital, intending to incite a conflict between lion and wolf while he remained safely ensconced. He undertook a long and arduous journey of over a month to the north to personally invite Ned Stark. This was no small challenge for a man whose body had been ravaged by indulgence. Naturally, Cersei was not pleased. Her displeasure prompted Jaime to swiftly come to her defense, setting his sights on Victoria with the aim of orchestrating a scandal that would bring disgrace upon the honor-bound Stark family. The North boasts the most expansive lands, comprising half the kingdom, with its might resting in a formidable army and the harsh cold. No one knows the frigid climate better than the Northerners, nor can anyone mount an offensive against the North in such temperatures. Lord Stark, a paragon of loyalty and honor, is a steadfast ally to the king and the only one he truly trusts, thus earning the position of Hand of the King, a title his children have inherited along with his commendable qualities. However, the North's disadvantages are painfully evident. Despite its vast expanse, its population is constrained by limited agricultural yields, stunting its development. The cold not only deters enemies, but also stifles the growth of crops. Consequently, when Victoria first encountered Jaime, she immediately made a request for seeds. Jaime, unfazed, assured her that he would command his subordinates to procure rare and mysterious seeds, which, once cooked, would pose no threat whatsoever. Yet, amidst the weighty matters of state and international affairs, Missandei remained undeterred, her words veiled with ulterior motives. Some women are preoccupied with the world, while others are captivated by men. Missandei relentlessly pursued her objectives, her exquisite beauty and remarkable figure drawing attention. The men she had previously encountered had approached her like sniveling worms. Today, she adeptly played the role of a sycophant, having absorbed a wealth of experience. It seems you faced trials within the wolf pack? Ned Stark has sentenced me to death. Startled, Missandei exclaimed, Sir, you hardly seem like a criminal. Have the Starks lost their wits? I deserve my fate, replied Ser Jorah, leaning against a sturdy tree as he polished his sword. Your sword is truly magnificent. Missandei had caught up with him, smiling as she positioned herself beside a tree not far from Jorah's. Girl, a man's sword is not merely for show. Missandei smiled, enraptured. Responding, Whatever you say is true. You are indeed formidable. Why would the Starks impose such a dire sentence upon a benevolent soul like you? The matter of slave trading remained unspoken. Miss Sandy Eye's smile was cold, her tone betraying her true feelings. A woman of her background, adept in the art of pretense, could easily navigate the complexities of courtly interactions. She could conjure an abundance of praise for Yora's wealth, yet those flattering words remained unvoiced. However, she could not offend her protector and was left with no choice but to offer ambiguous praises, lamenting the fate of girls like herself. Are we to be confined in cages or dark rooms, subjected only to brutal beatings and meager scraps, while being expected to sell our bodies? Any filthy, coarse individual, be it a farmer or a blacksmith, can climb upon us, treating us as mere commodities, akin to a pig or a box, transported to the ends of the earth, to a place from which we can never return home. Meanwhile, you amass wealth beyond measure, counting endless gold and silver, laughing heartily as your fortune grows. Yora, aware of his deep-seated sins, did not contest this. I apologize. Suddenly, Miss Sandy Eye shook her head, casting aside her past memories. Her demeanor shifted. As if the earlier pain and sarcasm had never existed, she laughed in a carefree manner, sweetly appealing to Stark, who seemed an old-fashioned good man. In this world, which lord would seriously pursue the matter of slave trading? The lords themselves are the greatest slave traders. Yora chuckled softly, acknowledging, indeed, I erred, wandered astray, and thus met my downfall. No wonder you associate with these barbaric people. With a bounty on your head in the north, your only options are to serve as a night's watchman at the wall or to mingle with the savages overseas. You have no place to call home elsewhere. Today's world remains rife with regional discrimination. Even as a homeless skilled woman of the Seven Kingdoms, one looks down upon those barbarians. I am homeless, Yora sighed, reflecting on his former stature as a formidable heir, now reduced to this plight. The 500 Dothraki horses advanced in search of the Targaryen caravan. The Dothraki grew increasingly intolerant of Yora, commanding him to serve as a scout. With no alternative, Yora complied, while Missandei, unwilling to part from him, resolutely declared that scouting could lead to death, but if she stayed behind, her demise would come even quicker. Take me with you. I shall not be a burden. Thus, she accompanied him. The Dothraki were indeed savages, and this was the border of the Seven Kingdoms. They could not afford to offend easily, lest it provoke war between the two nations. Similarly, Jaime remained still, biding his time, his power and army situated in the west, while they were in the east. If he stirred trouble, Robert would be the first to eagerly claim his head. Both sides dispatched scouts to probe, yet they cautiously avoided contact. Pursuing the remnants of the fallen dynasty was a notable achievement, but instigating war would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, on another front, Victoria and Jon Snow released lanterns into the night sky. In a 10-mile radius, they could find no further materials for more lanterns. Standing atop a platform, she generously scattered coins, causing the crowd to kneel and scramble desperately for the falling riches, stuffing their tattered garments with the bounty. Thank you, my lady. May the gods bless you. You are the first guest to offer us money. Victoria found herself unable to alter the predicament at hand. With a pensive gaze cast downward, she boldly declared, "This is a land of moral ambiguity. Remaining here will only lead to plunder, and eventually, you shall find it impossible to survive. However, if there are villagers among you who yearn for a life of diligence, willing to forsake their homeland and labor with their own hands, eschewing crime, you may accompany me to the north, provided you adhere to our laws and customs. I assure you that the vast expanse of the north will sustain you and your families." The villagers, having witnessed the gleaming silver moons and golden dragons, and encountered the golden-armored guards who once stood alongside Victoria, felt a mixture of reverence and trepidation towards her. Is this girl truly speaking the truth? She is a noble lady, yet she is also a woman. Do women's words carry weight? They pondered. To journey to the north? My heavens, is that a realm that would accept us? Nonsense. If you dare venture north, the people there are ferocious. We would be devoured alive. Yet, they acknowledged. Staying here means certain death. My entire family has perished. I am left all alone. Indeed, what is there to cling to here? What do we possess? What could this lady desire from me? I am utterly alone and fear nothing. With that, a villager stepped forward and knelt respectfully before Victoria. Esteemed lady, I am Pike, and I wish to accompany you to the north. I humbly request your shelter. Victoria nodded in acknowledgement, and Jon was equally pleased, exclaiming, Victoria, you have saved them. You have done the right thing. The lords will take pride in you. Stepping forward, Victoria vowed, I am Victoria Stark, the guardian of the north, the third daughter of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I promise you, as long as you swear allegiance, There will be a place for you in the north. Eddard Stark's name resonated throughout the lands. All were aware of his unwavering commitment to honor and virtue. The villagers, moved by her words, knelt in allegiance. And Victoria felt a sense of satisfaction as she instructed them to gather their belongings. Jon, standing nearby, wrestled with complex emotions. He felt a swell of pride and joy for Victoria's bravery and capability, yet he could not shake the pangs of bitterness. Victoria possessed a noble lineage and an undeniable charisma. In any circumstance, she could proclaim her name and heritage with unashamed pride, confidently representing her esteemed family. She was Victoria Stark, the Guardian of the North, the third daughter of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. And he was merely Jon Snow. Whenever he introduced himself, others would chuckle knowingly. Ah, the shameful bastard. Even his father's affection was withheld. He could only refer to him as Lord Eddard, just like every other denizen of the North, rather than as a son. Still, Jon felt happiness for his sister and strove to steady his emotions. He embraced Victoria, saying, "Without a doubt, you shall one day become a queen." Victoria laughed softly. "Thank you, brother." Jon feigned nonchalance as he remarked that once he escorted her to King's Landing to reunite with the Lord, he would set off northward to take his place as a night's watchman at the wall, embarking on a noble endeavor befitting a man. Victoria admired Jon's ambition and resolve. Expressing her support, "Brother, I believe you shall become the finest guardian of the wall." The siblings embraced tightly before deciding to unite with the villagers and Jaime. The black-clad army, led by Jaime with 1,000 men, had claimed the head of Viserys and captured Daenerys, lying in wait at a strategic pass. Their scouts were in search of the forces dispatched by the governor of Pentos when they unexpectedly encountered Victoria and her more than 70 villagers. These villagers, clad in tattered garments, exuded an unpleasant odor, closely trailing Victoria and Jon as they diligently wielded their tools to excavate the earth for ore. They had gathered numerous vines, and around 20 individuals skillfully fashioned sturdy wicker frames. The remaining villagers tirelessly swung their pickaxes and farming tools, unearthing the large, grayish-yellow chunks of ore and continually loading them into the wicker frames. "Come now, everyone, work diligently. Each basket of ore returned to King's Landing will earn a measure of grain," Victoria promised, further fueling their enthusiasm, while Jon assisted in directing and assigning tasks. In the midst of the bustling activity, as they eagerly competed to extract and load the ore, it resembled a frantic hunt for gold and silver treasures. Victoria, her voice weary, received a flask of water from Jon to soothe her throat. She dared not drink excessively, taking only a small sip to conserve the water. Earlier that day, Victoria had encountered a scout clad in golden armor, woven with red bullhide cords, predominantly adorned in gold and red, light and nimble, perfect for marching. Evidently a Lannister. She waved him over. The golden-armored guard quickly sheathed his weapon and approached to pay his respects. "Miss Stark, what brings you here? How fares the battle with Jaime?" Victoria assessed the scout, noting his well-equipped appearance and capable demeanor. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his complexion was flush, suggesting that the situation was not dire. Reporting, "Miss, the Lord has annihilated over 70 members of the Targaryen caravan, slaying Viserys Targaryen and capturing Daenerys Targaryen." It was a resounding victory. However, during the tallying, we discovered 2 members missing from the convoy. Victoria nodded, appreciating the commendable victory. "What are the next plans?" "Regrettably, I am unaware," the scout admitted. It was not that he intentionally concealed information. Military secrets of such magnitude seldom reached their ears. They were to follow orders. Merely aware of the outcome of the conflict. "Miss, the Lord has instructed that if you are encountered, you must be swiftly escorted back to the main camp." Victoria shook her head. "I still have treasures to unearth here. You should complete your mission first. Once you return, if Jaime can spare some men, have him send assistance my way." The scout acknowledged her command, reporting the location of Jaime's forces. After earnestly urging Victoria to join the others, he departed quietly, not inquiring about the nature of the ore, for he did not require such knowledge. His sole duty was to fulfill his orders. Victoria was acutely aware of the precariousness of the borders, the situation shifting like the sands of time, prompting everyone to hasten their efforts. Holding a piece of ore in his hand, Jon was perplexed by Victoria's intentions. "What purpose does this serve?" he inquired. With a smile, Victoria replied, "A treasure more valuable than gold, dear brother. This is saltpeter and sulfur, essential for the creation of weaponry." "Weaponry? You mean from this powder?" Jon scoffed, regarding it with skepticism, likening it to flour, its scent somewhat pungent. Victoria nodded, affirming its significance as a vital ingredient for gunpowder. "What is gunpowder? Is it for treating burns?" She laughed, hands on her hips, her smile radiant. You are utterly ignorant. Jon felt a pang of embarrassment as he admitted, I have never heard of gunpowder. Perhaps the Grand Maester knows? In a buoyant mood, Victoria felt as though she had stumbled upon gold, thinking it foolish to overlook such a discovery. After all, fortune favors the bold. Jon, gunpowder originates from the east, further than the Dothraki Sea, closer to the rising sun. She reminisced fondly about a place rich with industrious and valiant people, descendants of dragons who had birthed countless great inventions. Descendants of dragons? Jon echoed, astonished. Victoria chuckled, realizing his misunderstanding, and swiftly clarified, not the Targaryen dragons, but the Chinese dragon, serpent-bodied with horns, capable of summoning clouds and rain, a symbol of nobility and auspiciousness. The enchanting legends spoke of how the children of the Chinese dragon had given rise to the 4 great inventions, one of which was gunpowder. Gunpowder resembles the green wildfire of King's Landing, capable of combustion and explosion. Jon became increasingly captivated, hanging on to her every word. Victoria grasped a piece of, or with a serious demeanor. However, Chinese gunpowder is far more potent than green wildfire and can be produced in vast quantities. Before she could finish, Jon placed a hand over her mouth. Be cautious, sister. We must not let others know of this. Such weaponry possesses immense power. His eyes darted around warily. With a mischievous grin, Victoria glanced about, lowering her voice. Only I possess the knowledge of its formulation and production. No one else will know. Jon chuckled, overwhelmed with pride and astonishment. You are always so remarkable. Did you learn this from books? With a sense of pride, Victoria replied, Indeed, knowledge is power. Just as they were conversing, a furrow of concern creased Victoria's brow. On the horizon of the plain, she spotted a cluster of black flags rising like ominous clouds. Jon, quickly, we must warn the villagers to hide. Immediately, Jon leapt to his feet, sword in hand, his gaze fixed on the far end of the plain. What army approaches? Are they friend or foe? Victoria had but one thought. Their intentions are malevolent. It is highly likely they belong to the faction of the black-clad figures who once imprisoned me. As she scrutinized the familiar sight, her suspicions solidified. Brother, how many do you estimate are among them? Jon observed the dark mass, obscured from view. It is impossible to tell, but there must be no fewer than 2,000. How many more lie hidden behind them? Without a vantage point, it is utterly indiscernible. How long will it take them to reach us? Victoria, lacking formal military training, was not well versed in the art of warfare, thus she was keen to listen to others' opinions. Jon estimated that it would take another 2 hours for the forces to arrive. Victoria had already begun to gather the villagers. 2 hours would suffice for our evacuation. Brother, we must hasten and join the main force. The villagers, upon receiving the news, though unaware of the reason, chose to comply out of their trust in Victoria. They quickened their pace, assisting one another, carrying loads and helping the elderly and children. Embarking on a swift retreat, Victoria, mounted on her horse, cast a lingering glance back at the mineral-laden land. Jon understood her thoughts. We shall depart first, with hopes of returning to mine later. For now, safety is paramount. That land held the key ingredients for fire and gunpowder, essential for augmenting our strength. Victoria gritted her teeth and nodded, prioritizing safety. We depart first, avoiding encounters with the cloaked army. I shall return when the opportunity arises. Mount up quickly, we must ride. Jon urged, spurring his horse, causing Victoria to hastily follow suit. The untrained villagers began to panic, murmuring anxiously, as fear spread among them. Not only Victoria and Jon, but many villagers also glimpsed the ominous mass of soldiers in the distance, a seemingly endless tide of troops, advancing like a flood, relentless and overwhelming. While they were merely farmers with scant tools, utterly incomparable, Victoria swiftly reined in her horse and returned to the villagers. Jon insisted, You must go ahead. I will lead them. Your safety is paramount. With too few horses to carry all the villagers, they could only shoulder their burdens and proceed on foot. Victoria resolutely dismounted. Brother, I cannot abandon them. These villagers have rallied to us because of Stark's promise, and in this critical moment, I must stand with them. Jon pressed on. Do you not comprehend the danger? I cannot forsake them. Victoria exclaimed, then quickly softened her tone. Brother, I apologize. I understand you mean well. Jon anxiously gazed at the approaching army. Indeed, the forces of the Cloaked Ones would take 2 hours to reach them, yet they had over 100 villagers. If they could see the army could surely see them. What if they dispatch a cavalry unit? They could catch up to us in less than half an hour. We are unarmed. How will we defend ourselves? Victoria, I implore you to heed my words. Go to the camp. Inform Sir Roderick Castle of our plight, if you still regard me as your brother. Victoria's gaze was resolute. Brother, the villagers have pledged their allegiance to us under Stark's banner. As their liege, We are obligated to protect them. I cannot flee alone. What means do you have to safeguard the villagers? War is a man's affair, Victoria. Depart now, seek Sir Roderick Castle, and return with help. I am aware that I have yet to achieve anything of significance, nothing that can be recognized by others. Your disbelief does not concern me. I am determined to prove myself to you. Victoria, this is not a time for defiance. In my heart, you hold greater importance than anything else, including the vows of House Stark. At this juncture, Victoria's emotions surged. Jon, you have always been my brother, and in my heart, you also surpass all else. However, this time, I must insist on my perspective. Unable to sway her, Jon prepared to lift her onto his horse. Victoria struggled against him, her gaze fixed on Jon, but it was too late. Following the direction of her outstretched arm, Jon saw that indeed, a small contingent of cavalry from the black-clad troops was approaching, clearly having discovered the gathering of around 100 people. Brother, we have but half an hour, Victoria exclaimed. With a sweep of her arm, she rallied her fellow villagers, declaring that the enemies who would obstruct their passage to the north were upon them, and together, they would surely escape the jaws of peril. Upon seeing the cavalry approach, the villagers erupted into tears, some appearing utterly lost, clutching heavy chunks of, or they had just moments ago reveled in the prospect of profit, only to find themselves engulfed by the shadows of death, a stark reminder of the fickleness of fate. They were reluctant to part with their lives, yet equally unwilling to abandon their precious, or it was them again, those wretched lackeys of the Panto's governor. They were merciless, committing heinous acts of murder, pillage, and debauchery. Surely, they were coming for us. What shall we do? Echoed the panic among the crowd. Flee for your lives. Quickly, overhearing the frantic discussions, Victoria seized a villager and inquired, "Are you certain they are the governor's men?" A dozen or so individuals nodded in agreement, drawing strength from one another's resolve. "Miss, we are willing to carry a message." They divided into several groups and hurried away. Before departing, the only woman among them hesitated, placing her hand over her heart, and passionately implored, "Miss, my father is here. Please look after him." "Very well. Who is your father?" Victoria asked. The girl pointed to a man clad in a blue robe, guarding a wicker frame, and said, "His name is Rooney." Victoria grasped the woman's hand, reassuring her. "Do not worry. I will take care of him." The woman beamed with gratitude. "Miss, when I return, I wish to serve as your maid." "My name is Maggie." Victoria replied. "Very well, Maggie, I shall await your return. Here, ride my horse. There are few steeds, and I place my utmost trust in you." Maggie, astonished, accepted the reins with disbelief. "Miss, do you truly trust me?" Victoria embraced her briefly, affirming, "I trust you completely. Now go, Maggie. Bring back reinforcements." "Can you ride?" Filled with newfound courage, Maggie declared, "I have herded cattle and sheep before. Beasts are all quite similar. Good girl, muster your courage. This is a fine horse, gentle and understanding. As long as you hold the reins firmly, you need not fear. It will not harm you." Maggie appeared to have been entrusted with a vital mission. She nodded earnestly, mounted her horse, and set off in search of James's formidable band. The army of cloaked figures was on the verge of arrival, and without decisive countermeasures, over 100 villagers, along with Victoria and Jon, would surely fall captive, subjected to grim fates. James's forces remained elusive, and they could only pursue the direction indicated by scouts, as inaction was not an option. "Send them off," Victoria commanded. "Everyone, regardless of the means, must pulverize the saltpeter. We cannot simply await rescue. We must take matters into our own hands and achieve something significant together." She then instructed her people to gather horse manure. Yet with so few horses, the supply was woefully scant. She also ordered the cutting of withered shrubs to accumulate more fuel. With the addition of the saltpeter powder to ignite the flames, a vigorous blaze soon flourished. Victoria directed her team to procure a large piece of thick felt, which was drenched with the little water they had left, and to fling it onto the fire. The result was not merely rising heat, but dense, black smoke billowing forth. After a moment's contemplation, Victoria added a generous amount of sulfur, the pungent odor wafting through the air, yet the effect was remarkable. The dark, yellow smoke surged skyward, visible from afar. Indeed, the abnormality here captured James's attention, though he remained unaware of its nature. In the theater of war, every sign necessitated caution. He ordered the soldiers, who were resting, to gear up and prepare for action while dispatching scouts on swift steeds to investigate the source of the smoke. Amidst the chaos, it was a propitious moment for action. The majority of the villagers, overwhelmed by the sudden crisis, found themselves more inclined to heed authoritative voices and follow decisive leadership. Over 100 villagers, at a loss, began to crush the oar in their hands. The collective strength of the crowd soon amassed a mountain of powdered ore. Victoria shook her head, insisting it was insufficient. Everyone, exert yourselves, your lives rest in your own hands. The villagers, upon hearing this, were gripped by cold sweat and focused intently on pulverizing the saltpeter. Following Victoria's guidance, Jon tightly bound several garments filled to the brim with saltpeter and sulfur powder, then mounted his horse and galloped away, scattering the saltpeter in a vast circle. He repeated this several times until Victoria was satisfied with the path before ceasing. After approximately 15 minutes, the sight of a group of cloaked cavalry drew nearer, numbering around 300, their steeds galloping like the wind. Seizing the momentum, they raised their bows and crossbows, raining arrows upon the villagers. The arrows flew with deadly precision, and many villagers fell, struck through the chest, leaving gaping wounds. Victoria was knocked down by Jon, rolling several times. The ground where they had just been was still punctuated with arrows deeply embedded in the earth, their fletchings quivering. Testament to their ferocity. Time was running short. Victoria shouted, "All supplies, money, clothing, food, wine, everything must remain within the circle. Throw in half of the saltpeter as well. Take the rest and flee. Everyone must scatter, otherwise, the cavalry will capture us." The villagers indeed fled in all directions, and brother, we should go too. A dozen villagers clustered around the siblings. Meanwhile, the cavalry laughed raucously, noticing the abundance of supplies scattered across the prairie, with pelts and gold glimmering in plain sight. They rushed toward them. Jon raised his bow to shoot, but Victoria shook her head, suggesting they wait until more people arrived. Victoria calmly ignited the fuse. Observing as the circle of cavalrymen swelled, even engaging in fierce disputes over the unfair distribution of spoils. "You scoundrel, hand over the furs. First come, first served. Go seize that honey over there. You fool who has never tasted sugar. I demand you give it to me. Hurry up. What are these white and yellow powders? You go collect that strange powder. Give me the goods. Oh dear, what is this smell? I've never encountered such a scent before." Before he could finish, a burly man snatched the goods from his hands, and they all erupted in uproarious laughter, with more cavalrymen joining the fray. "These people are terrified. Ha ha. Those sheep only care about fleeing. Do you think they still have any money?" In the midst of his mirth, Victoria raised her bow in the distance, her strength insufficient to draw the bowstring. Holding her breath, she wrapped the arrowhead in oilcloth and lit it. Taking a few deep breaths, she kept her head steady, gradually aiming at her brother. "Do you think God will forgive me for what I am about to do?" Jon furrowed his brow. "Victoria, let me do this. You shouldn't bear this burden or stain your hands with blood." With ease, Jon drew back a massive bow weighing 500 pounds. The arrowhead coated in oil and fire. Two small yet resolute flames flickered, burning steadily. With reddened eyes, Victoria struggled to keep them open, aiming intently without daring to blink. "Brother, let us have a race and see who is faster." "All right," Jon replied firmly. In an instant, two flaming arrows shot toward the fire circle, one following the other, striking steadily into the niter and combustible fabric. "Ha ha, this time I've struck gold. Look at how many golden dragons I've captured," another cloaked rider boasted. "My pelts are worth a fortune too. Hey, can I trade you honey for that?" Their arrogance persisted, but suddenly, a divine fire descended. A colossal flame erupted from an unknown source, forming several large circles, trapping them in an inescapable embrace. Like a cascade of dominoes, countless fire lines crisscrossed and interlinked, transforming the area into a paradise of flames. Just moments before, the fire had been small, but in an instant, the fiery tongues began licking their black robes, climbing up their legs and backs. The cool breeze of the prairie, which had briefly brought relief, transformed into a scorching wave of fire. "Ah, help!" They tumbled and rolled, shedding their robes to extinguish the flames on others, only to ignite themselves in the process. The scene morphed into a chaotic jungle. As they were ensnared and devoured by the flames, embracing the fire and bathing in its fury, enduring the relentless trials of the wild inferno. Help me. My throat chokes on countless smoke. My lips, tongue, mouth, and nose are now cloaked in darkness. The winds of the prairie lend their aid, fierce gales fueling the raging flames, as the burning grasses and trees send their ashes soaring. Illuminated by the firelight, the ashes resemble hellish butterflies fluttering across the vast expanse. They ignite more fuel, and the fire spreads rapidly. Within the circle of niter and sulfur, the horses panic and flee, trampling over the fallen bodies of men, their tails and manes igniting. They neigh and take flight, some collapsing suddenly, while others step upon blocks of niter, triggering small explosions that send their iron hooves flying. The ground is stained with flesh and blood, crimson splattering everywhere. Some, engulfed in flames, succumb to the toxic fumes of sulfur. The crackling of the inferno is incessant, interspersed with the explosive sounds of niter blocks. Sulfur powder and lumps burn, producing more yellow smoke and poisonous gas. Over 300 cavalrymen clad in black dance frantically amidst the flames, a most extreme sacrifice. Humans and horses lose all sense of reason, descending into madness. Some manage to escape, yet become human torches. The more they flee, the fiercer the flames grow, until they become rolling fireballs, evaporating blood and sweat, forming charred scabs, only to be consumed by the inferno. Wherever the horses flee, flames follow, igniting the vast prairie and triggering a catastrophic blaze, the wind fueling the fire's wrath. Those trapped within the circle of niter become offerings to the god of fire, mere lambs for slaughter. The neighing of horses and the cries of men echo incessantly. Victoria feels faint, having inhaled a considerable amount of sulfurous smoke. Jon pulls her away from this place of chaos. Victoria, still holding on, turns to gaze at the fiery hell, witnessing countless rolling fire figures and countless lives extinguished. Her voice is weak, as if it belongs to a stranger. Am I truly wicked? Have I harmed so many? Victoria is not heartless. She watches her enemies, their flesh charred and oozing, tendons exposed, their bodies blackened to the bone. Listening to their curses, roars, and pitiful pleas for mercy. The flames consume the fat, hissing, while the rich aroma and foul stench of roasted flesh fill the air. The sudden eruption of suppressed sorrow and grief infects everyone present, causing Victoria to tremble uncontrollably, her shoulders and elbows shaking. She feels as though trapped within a false shell of humanity, her soul quaking like a spring, restless and fearful, realizing she is the unseen hand behind this massacre. The relentless fire has become the supreme ruler and sovereign of the prairie, roaring and stretching its limbs, striving to assert its dominance across the landscape, hunting every lamb in its domain. Victoria never imagined she would one day become an arsonist. Jon grips Victoria's shoulders tightly, gazing into her eyes. Victoria, this is the battlefield. It's either you or me. You have done well, saving your life, my life, the lives of over 100 villagers. But these black-clad soldiers, they burn, kill, and plunder without restraint. Victoria, you are executing divine will, fulfilling the intentions of the gods. Do not dwell too much on the matter. Let us flee first and ensure our safety before discussing anything further. Victoria, you have done nothing wrong. We cannot await our demise, and thus we must proceed as such. Jon's words were resolute and compelling, momentarily alleviating Victoria's fear and trepidation. As time slipped away amidst the mounting tension, no one noticed its passage. Those engulfed in flames felt their skin searing from the intense heat, each second stretching into eternity. Yet, time continued its inexorable march, indifferent to human emotions. As the army of cloaked figures drew ever closer, Jon and numerous villagers, scorched by the relentless waves of heat and acrid air, glistened with sweat, their lips chapped, all succumbing to the effects of sulfurous fumes. Jon leaned towards Victoria and urged her not to overthink. This was a battlefield where survival dictated action. You have performed admirably, akin to the most elite Stark warriors. Weakened in body, Victoria beheld double visions, her lungs choked by the soot, a sharp pain piercing her mind. In the final moments before unconsciousness overtook her, she murmured, I have finally become a Stark warrior. I am no longer the frail maiden. The plain stretched wide, visibility extending far beyond. The army of dark-clad figures witnessed the sudden engulfment of a cavalry unit composed of over 300 men by flames, sending shockwaves through their ranks. Panic ensued as they beheld the shadows of villagers scattering like ants. How could they endure such humiliation? A staggering loss of life with no tangible gain. Thus, they quickened their march, all rushing towards the battlefield. They advanced, drawing nearer. Countless steeds surged forward, while the villagers, relying solely on their legs, appeared minuscule in comparison. Exhausted, the villagers staggered, their flight reduced to mere steps, overshadowed by the galloping horses. The furious roars of the 1,000-strong cloaked army echoed behind them, cries for slaughter resonating like the wails of vengeful spirits. The thunderous hooves of the dark-clad cavalry reverberated across the plains, akin to blades hacking flesh, piercing the tender hearts of every villager. Over 100 could not withstand such a massive assault. The cloaked army howled in fury, their voices aflame with vengeance for their comrades turned to ash. Kill, avenge our brothers. Charge forth, reduce them to mere pulp. Trample these wretched creatures beneath our hooves. Victoria struggled to maintain her resolve, lifting her head as she clutched Jon's sleeve tightly, insisting, we must return. Jon, taken aback, questioned, return. Victoria's lips were cracked, her pallor indicative of poisoning, her eyes bloodshot. We must lead the army to the nitrate mine. Her strength waned, her words brief, Yet Jon understood. His chest heaved as if tidal waves surged within. He embraced Victoria fiercely before entrusting her to an elderly man clad in blue. Take her away. With the villagers' assistance. Jon loaded 4 carts brimming with nitrate onto the horses, mounting his steed. He cast one last earnest glance at Victoria, raising his torch, affirming, I shall return, not we. Jon rode a magnificent steed, brandishing a torch, his cloak unfurling like the wings of a bat, as he galloped towards the mine with 4 crates of gunpowder. Brother! Victoria cried out, yet she could not break free from the grasp of the villagers, who forcefully carried her away. George, we head that way. Rooney, keep your eyes on the direction, we shall follow you. Rest assured, hurry. Rooney directed their escape, and they swiftly retreated. The inferno drew all factions like a magnet. With the remnants of the cloaked figures, the Dothraki, and Jaime's forces racing towards the blazing prairie. Who would arrive first? Jon had already reached the expanse of gunpowder on horseback, halting his steed. He dismounted, pouring the contents of the crates onto the ground. With careful precision, he held the torch aloft, remaining steadfast. Countless black-clad warriors spotted him, charging forth with swords drawn, their blades clanging fiercely. Alone, Jon stood resolute before the advancing horde. His heart engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions, perhaps honor, perhaps awe, perhaps tension, but fear was notably absent. He braced himself, torch raised. As more and more cloaked figures lunged at him, the ground trembling beneath their stampede, the grass swaying violently, pulsating with increasing fervor. At that moment, Jon vaulted back onto his horse, a white stallion that appeared to soar above the chaos. He became the target for all, yet remained aloof and unyielding. After covering a mere 300 meters, he cast a final glance at the torch, then hurled it with all his might, the flame dancing, unfaltering. The torch struck the ground, igniting the scattered gunpowder and sulfur. A rapid explosion ensued, as countless black-clad figures galloped past the encroaching flames. The ground erupted in a furious blaze, igniting more of the subterranean gunpowder. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, the underground reserves igniting in a fierce conflagration, giving rise to even greater flames. A series of explosions roared, billowing clouds of smoke and fire, enveloping the army of cloaked figures. Earth and turf were hurled into the air, severed limbs dancing amidst the chaos. Cries for help were utterly drowned out, leaving only the thunderous echoes of the ground's wrath. Fire and smoke consumed all, devouring everything in their path. Victoria screamed desperately for her brother, but the blast's reverberations overwhelmed her, plunging her into unconsciousness. The cacophony crescendoed, radiating outward from the center of the mushroom cloud, deafening in its intensity, nearly shattering the heart. The sound waves swept through the forest, stripping leaves and snapping branches. The explosions intensified, growing faster and more numerous, the roar of the flames and the blasts surging ever stronger. A relentless barrage of explosions and fire engulfed the entire army of black-clad warriors, rendering any human resistance utterly futile against the might of nature. After the waves of turmoil subsided, the villagers began to flee once more. They no longer feared the cloaked figures. For those who had once been flesh and blood had been transformed into mere remnants of charred remains. The imminent threat they now faced was the raging inferno consuming the prairie. United in purpose, the scattered villagers regrouped under the guidance of the seasoned elder, Rooney. With Victoria in tow, they sprinted towards the less dense patches of grass. They doused themselves with water and gathered branches for weapons, forging a path through the flames. Once a sufficiently wide and safe route was established, around 100 individuals pressed forward, breaking free from the grassy expanse and into the ashy remnants of what was once a vibrant landscape. The ground beneath them was still hot, and the villagers, shaken and dazed, bore expressions of ashen fear, their eyes the only sign of life, darting about in disbelief of their survival. As the fire raged elsewhere, the ground upon which they stood lacked the fuel to sustain the flames. With the favorable eastern winds dispersing the smoke and toxic fumes, they found themselves free from immediate peril. A collective incredulity enveloped them, soon giving way to ecstatic jubilation, the thrill of having narrowly escaped calamity. Ah, we have survived. Father, we are alive. We have not succumbed to the cloaked figures, nor have we perished in the flames, explosions, or poison. We are alive. We are alive. The exhilaration of survival coursed through their veins, igniting a newfound strength within each of them. They rejoiced, they danced, they celebrated. Stark, Stark, the great Stark. It is Miss Stark who has saved us, single-handedly rescuing us all. We chose our master wisely. The villagers gradually raised their voices in fervent adulation. Victoria, Victoria, Victoria. We pledge our allegiance to you, forever heeding your command. The name Victoria, synonymous with victory, resonated deeply. Though slightly unsteady, Victoria stood amidst the clamor of loyalty, her ears filled with the villagers' fervent declarations. There was no time for celebration, no time to assess her own well-being. She pushed through the elated crowd, stumbling forward as they parted to grant her passage, their gazes fixated upon her, slowly falling into silence. At the epicenter of the explosion, a multitude of grotesque black craters marred the landscape, remnants of the chaos still smoldering. They waited in tense anticipation as the flames gradually diminished, Victoria's gaze unwavering upon the sight. Unbelievable, unfathomable. The nitrate mine had been reduced to rubble, leaving behind only charred pits, resembling gaping, hollow eye sockets staring blankly at the sky. Thick smoke lingered, obscuring the details of the devastation. The villagers, influenced by the sorrowful yet resilient Miss Stark, mourned the sacrifice of their fallen hero. Truly, a formidable figure. An unquestionable champion. Was he also of the Stark lineage? Yet, I heard his surname was Snow. Why does that young lady refer to him as her brother? Regardless, he selflessly saved us, a nobleman, a brave member of House Stark, who risked his life for our sake. Victoria's ears were filled with these words. Her heart trembled fiercely. Brother, where are you? If anything were to happen to Jon, she would never forgive herself. Time passed swiftly. The center of the prairie no longer burned fiercely. Victoria and her companions were in disarray, yet the villagers followed her without complaint, slowly making their way toward the heart of the fire. The smoke and ash caused everyone to cough, hindering their breath. Still, the villagers harbored no grievances, steadfastly keeping pace with Victoria. As Victoria ventured further, she gradually approached the epicenter. Fortuitously, a gust of wind arose from the south, dispersing much of the thick smoke and darkness. Victoria shielded herself from the wind with her sleeve, while several villagers bravely stood against the gale to protect her. From the haze, Victoria pushed through the fog and finally beheld the scene. Countless horses, atop which sat a regiment of Dothraki cavalry, impeccably organized. Their curved blades glimmered ominously, casting predatory gazes upon the weary band of 100 souls. Their malevolence was unabated, their audacity unrestrained. The villagers were like helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. A wave of emotion washed over Victoria, followed by a resigned smile as she addressed the villagers. I apologize, dear friends. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We annihilated the entire army of cloaked figures, yet little did we anticipate falling into the hands of the Dothraki. Just as we thought victory and safety were within our grasp. What a lamentable fate, to encounter such despair on the eve of triumph. It is a noble and tragic irony, as if fate itself conspires against us, rather than the fault of war. Victoria gazed at the Dothraki warhorses and spotted a fallen figure. Jon Snow, her brother, now bloodied and unconscious, a captive in their midst. Regardless of the circumstances, Victoria knew she must remain strong. She courageously stepped forward, proclaiming, "Hear my roar." They had endured flight, fear, fire, and toxic smoke. The crowd fell silent. They were devoid of weapons, their garments singed, and many had even lost their hair to the flames. The villagers were at the end of their strength. Like sheep led to slaughter, silence enveloped them, carrying warmth and heat. No one spoke, yet they exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding amongst them. Gradually, they drew closer, weaponless. Yet they joined hands to form a wall. Each bore a serene smile as they advanced slowly. One by one, they passed Victoria, smiling as they moved ahead, shielding her with their backs. Victoria was profoundly shaken. Urini stepped forward with a smile. "Miss Victoria, we recognize you as our leader. Thank you for risking your life to save ours." Tears welled in Victoria's eyes. "I have done nothing for you. You need not express such gratitude." The Dothraki are notorious for their indiscriminate slaughter, and before them stands a minimum of 500 individuals, each harboring malevolent intent, poised to take advantage of the chaos and claim the heads of these villagers. Rooney smiled benevolently, recalling how you initially rescued our village chief from the clutches of brigands, providing him with medicine. Alas, the chief ultimately is stout. Red-haired woman stepped forward, shielding her with her back, her voice thick with tears. "When you and that general last visited our village, you did not rob us. Instead, you graciously offered us mutton. My daughter savored more meat for the first time and relished the exquisite broth. It was not I who brought forth tears in Victoria." She understood the significance of the villagers standing before her. A young boy, touched by the moment, stepped forward, facing the fearsome Dothraki cavalry, leaving a warm back exposed. "You generously distributed wealth among us, countless golden dragons and silver moons." A gaunt villager also stepped forward, somewhat shyly expressing, "You even offered to take us back to the north, granting us a chance at survival." More villagers advanced, gazing fearlessly at the Dothraki riders. You treated us with selflessness and fairness. You cared for our welfare, shielding us from the slaughter of the faceless men. With miraculous power, you vanquished 2,000 of their legion. You ensured our survival and prepared to bestow upon us land, allowing us to be self-sufficient. You are beautiful, a goddess in my heart. Your brother sacrificed himself to protect us. You are the first noble willing to defend the downtrodden. You should escape. Our assistance would bring us immense joy. Victoria was pressed back by the villagers, each one having their own reason to protect her, their gazes tender yet resolute. Miss Victoria, we are grateful for your grace. Now, please allow us to safeguard you. A plump matron, her face streaked with soot and ash, let two streams of tears flow. Shimmering with emotion. We fear not death, we are willing to fight for you. Victoria, step by step, was pushed back, each villager willing to lay down their lives for her. Her eyes sparkled with tears, rendered speechless by the bravery of the villagers, which made her feel undeserving. I have done nothing for you. I am not worthy of such devotion. Victoria wished fervently for their escape. Quickly, disperse and flee. The more we scatter, the harder it will be for the cavalry to pursue us. We can all survive. Victoria cried out, run. Do not mind me. Yet, the villagers did not budge. They continued to stretch their bodies, striving to shield more space, welcoming the Dothraki cavalry's sharp blades with their warm, blood-filled chests. They were prepared for the final stand. Calm and undaunted, Victoria wept. It is I who have brought you harm. I should not have led you out. You were well off in the village. The village chief's grandson, the blue-eyed Gavin, gently embraced Miss Victoria, exclaiming, we can no longer survive in the village. It is you who has saved us. In life and death, we shall remain together. A shudder coursed through Victoria, ascending from her tailbone to the crown of her head, reminiscent of a whole bowl of fragrant milkweed, evoking both pleasure and pain. She grasped her trembling wrist, her lips quivering, altering the tone of her voice. A tumult of emotions surged within her, overwhelming her senses. Taking a deep breath several times, she summoned her courage and proclaimed, no one can save us. We are bound together in life and death. The villagers were similarly moved, united in their resolve. Victoria urged them to maintain their spirits, declaring that they would not surrender until the final moment. The crowd echoed her sentiment, vowing steadfastness. Suddenly, Victoria's eyes widened. The brown irises no longer glimmered with a honeyed light. Instead, they resembled a cunning she-wolf, familiar with the vast plains. Listen to my command, she asserted, standing tall, filled with valor as she parted the crowd to stand before them all. With arms outstretched, she calmly declared, you are my people, and I shall forever protect you. The villagers were profoundly touched, their hearts beating as one, as if an invisible thread bound them together. In the face of death, they felt an unexpected sense of honor. Such a demise did not invoke fear, but rather evoked courage. A person must face death. It may be as light as a feather or as weighty as a mountain. Victoria mused. She concluded that the worst outcome would merely be death. If there was a chance to fight, it was far better than succumbing without a struggle. Though she was undeniably a delicate woman, she raised her hands high and advanced slowly, the Dothraki regarding her with disdain. Yet, numerous covetous gazes were fixated upon her. After taking about 10 steps, she halted and spoke with conviction, her voice resonating powerfully. To her surprise, she spoke in Dothraki, causing a stir among the cavalry, who had not anticipated that a person from the Seven Kingdoms would comprehend their tongue. With an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, Victoria began negotiations, appearing not as a prey in peril but as one who looked down upon these inconsequential savages from the palaces of the Seven Kingdoms. In Dothraki, she inquired, what brings you here? You have received a plea for aid from Targaryen. For what purpose is this appeal? The Targaryen prince is grievously injured and on the brink of death, lacking medicine. You have yet to make contact with the Targaryen caravan, have you? A hint of scorn flickered across Victoria's face. She was aware that many were bewildered by the lanterns she had released into the night. The smile on the Dothraki leader's face froze, caught off guard by the turn of events. He could no longer muster a smile. Who are you? And how do you know so much? The Dothraki chief advanced on horseback, towering above her, and approached Victoria step by step. He aimed his polished curved blade at her eyes and menacingly commanded, woman, tell me quickly, do not attempt any tricks. Victoria was beset by an overwhelming tumult of emotions. With over 100 innocent villagers relying on her protection, unexpectedly emboldened, she gazed intently at the blade's tip, admiring its keen edge without a trace of fear. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance that momentarily rendered the leader speechless. Only the perceptive Victoria sensed the tremors beneath her feet, which fortified her resolve and courage. With a gentle smile, she asserted, you need not concern yourself with my identity. I can guide you to the caravan and lead you to your beloved Khaleesi. The leader, jolted back to reality by her words, felt a surge of indignation. Do not think I will let you go, he retorted. Yet, Victoria's confidence only grew as she proclaimed, It is I who am rescuing you. It is I who will grant you your freedom. The leader, now increasingly flustered, found himself atop his steed, commanding 500 warriors, yet inexplicably felt cornered by this seemingly frail woman. Her piercing gaze, haughty demeanor, patronizing tone, and pitying expression made him feel like a prisoner, pleading for the queen's mercy. You are speaking nonsense. I will not be intimidated by you, he blustered. But even before he could finish, he had already lost the battle of wills. Victoria pressed her advantage. Without me, you will never locate Khaleesi. Nor will you find your formidable leader, Zorgo Cow, the most powerful chief of these plains, who will demand your submission and sever your long braids. You shall perish like a lamb at his hands, as he tears out your tongue and entrails. Victoria's eyes blazed with fury, her threats clearly taking effect. The leader, recalling the formidable and ruthless Zorgo Cow, nervously swallowed. Cow would not harm me. We are his brethren. You cannot deceive me. The ground trembled more violently beneath them. Victoria, with a smirk of pity, replied, Not brethren, but rather failures who could not complete their mission. Infuriated, the leader exclaimed, You are merely stalling for time. Victoria's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced him. How many days have you squandered? Have you found Khaleesi? You. The leader's bravado faltered under her fierce scrutiny. Listen to me. I will ensure your survival. Dismount, and I shall lead you to Khaleesi, preserving your lives. Do not think you can fool me. You are but a woman. I am the woman who holds your fate in her hands. Zorgo Cow is not a man of patience. Ponder that, you foolish beast. The leader, unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, hesitated. Can you truly lead us to Khaleesi? Victoria raised her chin before the sun sets. Very well, the leader conceded. Intimidated by Cow's fearsome reputation, I will spare your lives, but if you deceive me. Before he could finish, Victoria shouted, I am the one sparing your lives. Her voice echoed like the howl of a wolf, sending chills down their spines. Victoria stepped forward, her presence commanding. Dismount. The leader, feeling a mix of guilt and embarrassment, complied and dismounted. Victoria seized his whip with deftness and mounted his horse with ease. With persuasive authority, Victoria commanded, Stay put, villagers, and follow me. Turning to the soldier who had seized Jon Snow, she ordered, Release the prisoner. Do not hinder our advance. The soldier, seeing his leader's compliance, reluctantly discarded the captive onto the ground. Jon Snow fell heavily from his steed, landing with a dull thud, utterly still. Victoria suppressed her mounting concern, feigning indifference as she urged, Follow me, everyone, and spurred her horse westward. The Dothraki warriors exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond, while their leader stood in stunned silence. Victoria, having taken a few strides ahead, bellowed in Dothraki, What are you waiting for? If you wish to preserve your lives, follow me to Khaleesi. Move swiftly, lest Drogo decides to crush your skulls one by one. The Dothraki ranks erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Their leader, caught off guard, swiftly yanked a warrior from his mount and climbed atop the horse himself, galloping in pursuit of Victoria, who had already sped away. Over 500 Dothraki riders surged forward. The villagers rooted to the spot, listening to Victoria's voice, too frightened to move, observing as she led the Dothraki toward a prominent rise on the plains. This undulation was the highest point in the vicinity for miles. Victoria, having noted its significance, rode at full gallop, her steed racing ahead, followed by the dark mass of the Dothraki forces. Bathed in the sacred and warm golden light of the setting sun, she seemed reborn from the flames of adversity. She felt the rhythmic pounding of hooves beneath her, a symphony of sound. 1 horse, 2, 500, 1,000. Over 500 Dothraki steeds surged forth. The cacophony of hooves morphed into a melody, evolving into a glorious symphony that echoed the pulse of life itself. Just as Victoria was leading the charge, she suddenly lashed her whip fiercely, veering sharply to the right. The leader, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, thought, She deceives us. She intends to flee. And we shall pursue. Where there are countless pigs and sheep, there will inevitably be lurking lions. Yet the leader's thoughts were interrupted as he gazed in disbelief toward the direction of the sun's golden rays, where suddenly a vast army emerged from the high hills. Clad in golden armor, adorned with crimson leather, their glinting blades shimmered in the sunlight. Jaime, astride his steed, clad in golden armor and red attire, brandished his sword as he led 1,000 soldiers in a powerful descent, unstoppable, like 1,000 golden lions on the hunt. They bared their sharp fangs, their throats rumbling, eyes bloodthirsty, claws extended, tongues lined with barbed spikes, throats eager for the taste of blood. Jaime had waited long for this moment. The opportune time for the hunt had finally arrived. Leading the charge, his gaze was sharp and unyielding, a chilling light bursting forth. Echoing through the mountains and fields as he roared, "Hear my fury." A resounding call echoed, and the soldiers of House Lannister surged forth like shadows from their concealed positions. Their golden forms resembling a torrent of iron, swiftly enveloping the mountaintop. Swift as the wind, their formidable presence stirred the very heavens. As the golden lions rallied to their king, "Hear my roar." With the crisis averted and everything firmly within grasp, Jaime led Victoria back to their tent to refresh and rest. "Have the villagers I brought been settled?" he inquired. "Yes, they have been arranged. Their bravery in protecting you deserves ample reward. There is also a young woman named Maggie. She wishes to serve as your maid. But I have first assigned her to care for Jon Snow. I can manage. It is important to look after my brother. Women are often more attentive than men." Victoria proceeded to check on her brother, who lay with eyes closed and numerous wounds adorning his body. She sat beside him, gently caressing his pale visage. The army medic nodded, assuring her that he was stable. "Lady, I shall keep a close watch over him." Sir Roderick Castle approached. "If there is any news, I will inform you immediately." The encampment comprised several hundred temporary tents, half adorned in gold and red, the other half in black and gray. For the first time, the Lannisters and Starks were camped so closely together. The tents were constructed from the main body, moisture-proof mats, mesh windows, pegs, and various tools, arranged beneath the fluttering banners of the Golden Lion and the Wolf as they made their way to the main tent. Jaime lifted Victoria into the bath, assisting her in cleansing and soothing her weary form. The water was slightly too hot, and Victoria pressed her hands against Jaime, grimacing, "Don't move, it's a bit painful." Jaime chuckled and stripped off his own garments, plunging into the tub, his substantial form creating ripples that splashed water everywhere. Victoria laughed, playfully splashing water towards his chest. Jaime embraced Victoria, his fingers delicately combing through her chestnut locks, brushing against her soft, fair skin. Their lips met tenderly, kissing from her forehead to her eyes, then down to her neck, lingering at the lionheart necklace that adorned her chest, before descending further. Just as they were lost in the moment, Jaime lifted his head and presented her with a gift, clapping his hands. Victoria, somewhat displeased, questioned, "Must you present it now?" A maid entered as the tent flaps were drawn back, her alluring figure and composed features partially obscured by the layered drapes of the main tent. The maid carried a heavy, dark red food box adorned with golden patterns, crafted from birch wood. Victoria playfully pushed against Jaime's chest, aware of their audience, and frowned softly. "I do not wish to eat right now. I know you desire me," he teased. "Close your mouth." Suddenly, the maid shouted, "Victoria!" Startled, Victoria splashed water, and Jaime quickly wrapped his arms around her, gently asking if she was frightened before turning to the maid and commanding her to leave. Wait, Jaime, how did you find her?" "My goodness, what a surprise!" Victoria exclaimed, turning to discern the maid through the heavy drapery. The maid appeared flustered, hesitating at the threshold, torn between entering and retreating. "Come here," Jaime beckoned. Victoria, filled with anxiety and excitement, called out, "Is that you, Missandei?" "Yes, it's me, Victoria. It's wonderful to see you again. Do you remember promising to take me to explore the markets of King's Landing, Winterfell, Casterly Rock, and the Golden Tooth?" Missandei felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Indeed, Victoria's status was remarkable, and she realized she could gain considerable advantages. Not only was her safety assured, but she could also look forward to a promising future. Her exhilaration was palpable as she clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her breath uneven and trembling. Stepping forward, Missandei finally emerged from behind the heavy curtains, revealing Victoria and her companions. Victoria leaned forward, partially concealed by the bathing tub. Radiating beauty akin to a nymph basking in the wilderness, her form gracefully unfurling. James reclined comfortably against the side of the tub, wisps of steam rising, blending with the soft glow of the dim oil lamp. Missandei offered a shy smile, which caused a moment of awkwardness for Victoria. "I'm so relieved to see you well. I've been worried about you." "I promise I will take you," she said. "I believe in you." "I have always believed in you," Missandei replied, her heart soaring. James leaned forward, embracing Victoria from behind, planting a gentle kiss in her hair. "You have ample time to reminisce. For now, you should keep me company." Missandei, understanding the unspoken cue, turned away, disregarding the intimate murmurs within the tent. On a table marked by a golden lion, food and drink were laid out, and she quietly slipped away, seeking the comfort of a sturdy thigh, her worries dissipating. With a spring in her step, Missandei hummed a tune, her head held high as she walked through the military camp, unencumbered by past concerns. For the first time, she entered the prison where the captives were held, the moonlight and stars illuminating her eyes with an extraordinary brilliance. "Ser Yura, how fare you?" she inquired. Yura, bloodied and bound, was being guarded by several golden-clad soldiers. His eyes were bruised, yet he attempted to peer through his swollen lids. "Is that you, Missandei?" "Yes. I have come to see you. Tomorrow, at dawn, I will ensure your release," she declared with unwavering confidence and pride. At that moment, a nearby female prisoner, Daenerys Targaryen, also stirred, gripping the bars of her cell with desperation. "Missandei, please, let me out." Missandei hesitated, uncertain if she could persuade Victoria to free the Targaryen. She knelt, gently grasping Daenerys' hand. "Princess, you have suffered enough. I will fetch you some food, and you need water, correct?" "No, Missandei, let me out first." Reluctantly, Missandei replied, "I will bring you some water first," and hurriedly made her way to the kitchen, brushing past the numerous patrolling soldiers. Shadows surrounded her, and she could not help but reminisce about her surreal journey. Captured by the Dothraki tribe and rescued by Yura, she had incited the ire of the Dothraki warriors, who sent her out as a scout without a horse. 2 weary souls traversed the vast grassland, only to encounter a valiant general clad in golden armor, bearing a lion's banner, ready to unleash his forces. Naturally, the mighty army effortlessly detected their presence, poised to sever their heads, while the two remained defenseless. Missandei gazed upon the strikingly handsome general, and although they had never met, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Since death was inevitable, why not take a chance? Perhaps fortune would favor them. Just as the blade descended, Missandei shouted at the general, "Do you know Victoria?" The general reined in his steed, raising a hand to halt the advancing troops. Missandei was forcibly bound by the golden-armored guards and brought before the robust white steed of the general. James scrutinized her intently, his demeanor imposing. "Do you know her?" Missandei, sensing the gravity of the moment, knelt and replied, "General, I worked alongside her for a month and a half." "How do you know me?" Missandei's gaze lingered on his golden hair, recalling Victoria's struggles with insomnia, her turmoil and anguish. Every night, she spoke of her beloved, and I sensed you were the one she described. James appeared somewhat moved. "I was just about to seek her out. Kill the man, take the woman captive." Jorah, skilled in swordsmanship, had nonetheless been overwhelmed and captured. Missandei, unable to bear the thought, cried out, "General, I beseech you to spare his life." In the caravan, I defended Victoria from harassment, stood up for her when she was bullied, shared my food with her when she was hungry, and kept her company through her sleepless nights. "Is that true?" "More than once, General. I request to confront Victoria so you may see I speak the truth." Missandei could not allow Jorah to come to harm. Her voice brimming with emotion, even Jorah could not help but glance at her. James nodded. "You have done well, young lady. I hope you do not deceive me, for you know the consequences." He commanded, "Release him." The golden-armored guards immediately loosened their grip on Jorah. Missandei exhaled deeply, and Jorah offered a nod of gratitude. James galloped away, resuming the march, with Missandei and Jorah now part of the troop. However, given Jorah's sword skills and the ambiguity of his identity, he was confined to a cage beside Daenerys, while Missandei took her place atop the prisoner cart, until she would see Victoria once more. Victoria was reclining against James, affirming, "Indeed, Missandei has aided me countless times. She is a good girl." Golden silks draped over the grand bed, their folds undulating like waves. It was impossible to meet Victoria's gaze. Those honeyed, soulful eyes would ensnare one forever. "Let her be your handmaiden," James suggested, "for the camp is filled with men, and it would be inconvenient for you." Victoria tilted her head, her hand gently caressing his chest. "You can care for me. It is your responsibility." James's fingers seemed enchanted. As he touched her, sparks ignited upon her skin, sending shivers coursing through Victoria, stirring her to moan and sigh. "You are overly sensitive, Victoria." The following day, while Victoria remained deep in slumber, James arose, donned his robe, and clad himself in armor. Missandei entered with breakfast, and James bestowed a gentle morning kiss upon Victoria, tucking the blankets snugly around her. Missandei softly announced, "Breakfast is ready. Shoo, let us not disturb her," ensuring that Victoria was comfortable in her dreams. James took a moment to sip a glass of wine before striding out. Missandei, too timid to make a sound, followed suit. Victoria was ensconced in a profound sleep. Unlike any other, she could distinctly feel herself dreaming, alone on a tumultuous island, where the winds howled and the waves roared, surrounded by desolate rocks devoid of any vegetation. Clad in thin garments, she wandered, searching for something unknown. The island was solitary, with only the sound of her anxious breaths and the rush of her blood echoing in her ears. As she pressed forward, she encountered a deep, dark rocky mountain, and upon turning, she suddenly discovered a cave. It was deep and mysterious, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. It radiated danger, infused with an unsettling fear of the unknown. Despite the jagged terrain underfoot, Victoria found herself inexplicably gliding forward, as though traversing a cloud, effortlessly crossing 10 meters with each step, and she veered into the cave. Inside, the passage was long and damp, yet devoid of any foul odor, with water droplets trickling down, forming stalactites. A gentle yet ominous current flowed, mingling with the moist air. Unlike the dark and damp winding path, the route twisted and turned. Victoria rested her hand against the stone wall, cautiously peering ahead, where a dim yellow light beckoned. There lay a long, languid tail of a great beast, weakly quivering in a pool of water. What could that be? Victoria's heart raced like a drum as she slowly extended her head to look. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, sitting upright in bed. James, wearing a look of concern, sat beside her, gently embracing her and rhythmically patting her back. Did you have a nightmare? Dreams are but illusions. Victoria, I am right here with you. Regaining her composure, Victoria clung to James, wrapping her arms around his neck, gradually returning to reality. For years, she had not known restful sleep, awakening each morning with the memories of her dreams slipping away like sand through her fingers. Yet now, it seemed as if myriad fragmented clues had converged in her mind. James gestured for Miss Sandy Eye to bring a glass of wine, and Victoria took a sip from his hand. It was rather potent, and after a small taste, she turned her head in refusal. Just a little more, Victoria, and it will soothe you. Next time, I shall offer you wine that is less fierce. With a grimace, Victoria took another hesitant sip, wrinkling her nose in distaste. James, I had a nightmare. I dreamt of. Victoria hesitated, concealing her expression behind her long hair. It was nothing, I forgot. I only remember that I dreamt. But now I've forgotten. Forgetting is good. If I forget, I shall not be afraid. I shall help you clean up. James had already taken a damp cloth, his hand slipping beneath Victoria's nightgown. James desired to draw closer to her, yet Victoria persistently evaded him, continually pushing him away. Misa, blushing, wisely excused herself, as Victoria felt the chill of her surroundings. Her heart grew equally cold, compelling James to sit beside her and engage in conversation. Within Victoria's mind, turmoil reigned. The weight of the lionheart necklace upon her chest radiated a metallic warmth, amplifying her sense of heaviness. It is often said that one should repay kindness with kindness. However, Victoria found herself at a loss for a suitable gift in return for the most meaningful offering James had bestowed upon her. After a lengthy discourse, she gradually cast aside her daydreams. James informed her that he had sent a letter to Cersei. Although Pentos was one of the 9 great free cities, harboring a Targaryen heir was something the 7 kingdoms could not tolerate. Victoria, disheveled, leaned against the wall, contemplating what to say regarding King's Landing. Outside, a commotion erupted as news from King's Landing arrived. A commander attempted to force his way in but was halted at the entrance by Misa. Casting a glance back, she saw James nodding, prompting her to retrieve the letter sealed with wax and present it to Victoria. Tilting her head, Victoria leaned into James's chest to read alongside him. The message from King's Landing urged them to send troops to occupy the territory. Victoria, raising her gaze, questioned whether this would incite trouble. After downing a glass of wine that ignited a fiery sensation within him, James reassured her that the presence of the gold cloaks would deter any issues. Pentos was an exceptionally affluent region, a veritable land of wealth, bustling with trade and a hub of information exchange. While there might be initial complications, as the governor of Pentos would deny any ties to the Brotherhood, James was confident he could compel him to confess. Victoria regarded him curiously, pondering who had given him such orders. Cersei would undoubtedly be attentive in King's Landing, and the news of their conquest of Pentos would reveal the fiercest objectors, implicating them in treason. Within the 7 kingdoms, although they appeared united, they were, in truth, a collection of disparate factions, each harboring their own agendas. As the atmosphere between them warmed, Misa, tidying the dining table, observed the congeniality and seized the moment to interject. Realizing her misstep, Victoria quickly corrected herself, referring to Misa as Miss Stark. Surprisingly, she had just learned of Victoria's true identity, an unexpected revelation that she hailed from the Stark family, the Wardens of the North. James interjected, calling her Lady Lannister, prompting a soft laugh from Victoria. Misa, adjusting her address, repeated Lady Lannister. Do not trouble her. Misa is my dear friend, James stated. To which Mysa beamed, "My lady, you are my benefactor. There is no need for such formality. Please speak freely." Mysa then revealed, "A knight named Yora saved me, and I wish to request his release." "Yora?" Victoria pondered, the name stirring a sense of familiarity within her. "What is his surname, and where does he hail from?" "Yora Mormont," Mysa replied, though she was unaware of his origins. James lowered his gaze, recognizing him as a vassal loyal to House Stark. "Is he a bannerman of your father?" Fleeing to the border, he found himself amongst savages, oblivious to the sins he had committed. The slave trader, Missandei, spoke softly. Jaime nodded at Ned, or rather, at my immensely revered father-in-law. Victoria's piercing gaze finally relented. Indeed, he was quite old-fashioned and honorable, a rarity in these times, and well, not one to covet fame or wealth, adhering to the law, a paragon for me to emulate. Jaime raised his goblet, gently tapping it against Victoria's fist, toasting, "To my father-in-law," and drained it in one swift motion. Missandei felt a twinge of discomfort. Surely, Lord Lannister was not espousing outdated, impractical notions? Hesitantly, Lady Lannister spoke, and Jaime nodded in satisfaction. As for Ser Jorah Mormont, upon reflection, a face emerged in Victoria's mind. "Ah, I know him. I am acquainted with him. Unfortunately, a tragic marriage had weighed him down. He was a commendable knight." "Then let him go." "Never mind. I shall go myself." Missandei stepped forward to assist Victoria in dressing. Victoria embraced her, expressing gratitude. "It is a pleasure to see you." Missandei nestled her head into the crook of his neck, inhaling his faint fragrance. "I am equally delighted." "Victoria." Jaime, dissatisfied, opened his mouth to call for the lady. Victoria and Missandei exchanged knowing smiles, bursting into joyous laughter. Dressed appropriately, Victoria leapt from the bed and, under Missandei's guidance, approached the cage. "Oh, how could I forget you?" Yora's neighbor was Daenerys, who had regained much of her spirit. Missandei had brought ample sustenance and water from the kitchen for her. She commanded that Yora be released from his confines, and Missandei hurried to tend to his wounds. Yora brushed her hand away. "No need. Thank you. Merely superficial injuries. They did not harm me." Missandei watched him depart with a sense of disappointment. The vial of medicine in her hand felt emptier than ever. Yora stepped forward, addressing the young lady. He gazed at Victoria, his heart brimming with unspoken words, unsure of how to articulate them. Victoria beamed at him. "Yora, my old friend, it has been far too long. 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, 5 months, and 11 days. Is that so?" "I had forgotten," he replied, "yet I remember vividly." Missandei interjected, "Yora, I did not realize you were acquainted. How fortuitous." "I thought, my lady, I owe you an apology. I have strayed onto that path." Yora expressed with a hint of resignation. "Fate can be cruel." Victoria shrugged. "That is all in the past. A dreadful marriage ensnared you in such a plight. Have you fared well in these years?" "I received no word from you." "My lady, I am ashamed to face you. You have changed so much, more beautiful than before. You are the jewel of the North, the light of the North." "There is no need for further flattery," he said, his gaze fixed intently on Victoria, yearning to make up for lost time. Missandei felt a pang of unease. Yora had not spared her a glance, which was hardly the demeanor befitting a benefactor. With a stiff resolve, Missandei interjected, "Ser Mormont, you ought to address her as Lady Lannister." Startled by the abrupt interruption, Yora seemed momentarily taken aback. "Lady Lannister?" Victoria produced a lionheart necklace from her attire, displaying it generously to Yora. "Is it not beautiful? It symbolizes the promises of love and marriage." The joy of their recent reunion was swiftly overshadowed by this revelation, leaving a peculiar expression on Yora's face. From a young age, he had harbored a deep-seated aversion to and fear of marriage, dismissing love as a mere game of familial interests, a masquerade of roles and facades. Victoria insisted she had merely been jesting. "You were utterly serious and solemn. I remember it vividly even after all these years." "I did indeed utter those words, yet perspectives can evolve. I have encountered the right person, and thus my entire outlook has transformed. I never dared to hope for such a meeting." Yora found it difficult to accept this transformation, his face revealing a blend of disappointment and sadness. "Love renders one blind. You must remain vigilant and guarded. Until yesterday, I needed to be cautious. But now that is no longer the case. I am certain he will not harm me." Missandei interjected, exasperated, "Yora, what are you babbling about? You should be joyfully congratulating Lady Lannister on her nuptials. Just look at how fortunate she is with her husband. They are a match made in heaven, utterly devoted to one another." Yora struggled to voice his thoughts. "Miss, do you truly?" A lump formed in his throat. Victoria radiated joy, clutching the lionheart necklace tightly. "Indeed, Yora, I am to be wed. I love him, and you must hurry to bless me. You are getting married? Miss. Yora was at a loss, acutely aware of the impossibility of their situation from the past to the present and into the future. Victoria glanced at Missandei, urging Yora with a smile, "Do hurry and bless me. I am to be married, and I shall be forever happy." Yora had just taken a sip of water, yet his thirst was unquenchable, penetrating deep within, leaving his very soul feeling parched and smoldering. He opened his mouth in vain, and under Victoria's expectant gaze, he stiffly uttered, "I wish you happiness." Mississippi Missandei insisted he should extend his congratulations to Lady Lannister for her marriage, asserting, "Mormont, your manners are lacking." Yora turned to Missandei, suddenly filled with anger. "No, it is impossible. The Lannisters and Starks shall never unite." Missandei was taken aback, rendered speechless by Yora's ferocity. Victoria stepped back, creating greater distance, gesturing around them. "Look, the Lannister guards there, and over there, Stark cavalry. I am to marry Yora, and I shall wed for love." Love. Yora felt a stirring within him and stepped forward, while Victoria, maintaining her composure, retreated. "Miss, you have not yet wed, nor has the ceremony taken place, correct? Very soon, upon our return to King's Landing, the ceremony will be swift." Yora furrowed his brow. "Miss, you know this is impossible. Neither Lord Stark nor Lord Lannister would ever permit such a union." Victoria remained silent, while Missandei was perplexed. How could it be possible? They were a match made in heaven, their affections deeply intertwined, their backgrounds suitably aligned, and even divine forces could not separate them. Why could they not be together? With a sigh, Victoria stepped forward and grasped Missandei's hand, offering a strained smile. Yora looked at Missandei, but spoke to Victoria, stating that the Lannisters and the Starks were arch-enemies, burdened by generations of enmity, countless wars, and even blood feuds. This was not a conflict they could resolve. Even I, a wanderer on the fringes, am aware that the nefarious Lannisters hold the reins of power, seeking to undermine his majesty, compelling the king to ally with the Starks as a counterbalance. My lady, your father, Lord Eddard Stark, is now the hand of the king, is he not? Victoria feigned nonchalance, affirming, "Indeed." Yora interjected, "The Lannisters are of despicable character. How could they be worthy of the honorable Stark family? Even the king would never consent to a union between the Lannisters and the Starks, for that would pose a grave threat to his dominion. The king wishes to remain an observer, to watch the lions and wolves contend, using both families as mere instruments. Throughout the expanse of Westeros, which family would desire to see you two united? Which family would dare allow such a union?" Victoria smiled, nodding in agreement. "You speak the truth." Yora, feeling triumphant, urged, "Thus, my lady, you must hasten to distance yourself from him." He relaxed, then turned to Missandei, inquiring which Lannister she referred to. Missandei, wearing a pained expression, was about to respond when a deep male voice interrupted, "Jaime. Jaime Lannister." Victoria's voice brimmed with unabashed joy. "My husband, you have arrived." Jaime approached. "You have been out for quite some time. I have missed you." "I have missed you too, Jaime." As the main disputant appeared, the atmosphere grew tense. Missandei felt anxious, fearing Jaime might strike Yora down with a single blow, and instinctively moved slightly forward to shield Yora. Jaime, though somewhat irritated, managed to smile. He stepped closer, and Victoria nervously clutched his hand. "No, Jaime." She gently shook her head. Jaime offered her a reassuring smile, then turned to Yora. "You are quite brave, Mormont." Yora remained silent. Jaime continued, "You speak rightly. These are all truths, and there is no shame in acknowledging them." He advanced, towering over Yora, his hand already gripping the hilt of his sword, his tone laced with menace. "Do you believe I would slay you?" Missandei, unable to bear the mounting tension, cried out, "My lord, please don't." Jaime turned, and even Victoria appeared tense. "No." He suddenly relaxed, securing his sword back at his side. "I wish for you to witness our happiness. I formally invite you to our wedding, the union of Jaime Lannister and Victoria Stark. You must attend, yes?" Jaime placed his hand heavily on Yora's shoulder, just near his neck, applying significant pressure, causing Yora's face to blanch in pain. Yora struggled, addressing Victoria. "A disastrous marriage can utterly ruin a person. I am the best example, am I not?" Jaime retorted with derision, "Not everyone is as inept as you." Yora gazed at Victoria, pondering how a marriage rooted in love, yet lacking the blessing of others, could ensnare them both, amidst the relentless scrutiny of friends and family, and the disdain of society. How far could they truly go? Victoria resolutely proclaimed that their love was potent enough to shatter all shackles and constraints. "Madam, if you were to wed the malevolent Lannister, and your husband compelled you to jeopardize your family's interests, what would you do?" "I will not allow such a scenario to unfold. Unavoidable, Jorah retorted vehemently, his eyes aflame with intensity. If you bear the Lannister heir, and your family finds itself at odds with Lannister interests, how will you navigate that predicament? It will not happen, it will not. Madam, your trepidation betrays you. You are aware that such a reality may one day manifest. The ties to both your family and your husband are inextricable. They harbor mutual animosity and suspicion, engaging in political machinations and verbal duels, while clashing on the battlefield. Whatever decision you make will inevitably harm one side. When your husband confronts your brother in war, whose side will you take? No, it will not be so, Victoria replied, her spirit waning. You are no longer merely the daughter of Stark or the daughter-in-law of Lannister. You will bear the weight of original sin. Both families will look down upon you, despise you, and regard you with suspicion. You will become a most awkward presence, caught between two worlds, stripped of all rights and honor. But I have Jaime, Victoria countered. What if she no longer loves you? What if she finds affection elsewhere or forsakes you? Even the devoted and honorable Ned Stark and your mother have had bastards, have they not? Jon Snow, a name you know well. For you called him brother in your youth. Yet your mother forbade you from associating with him, even to speak. Victoria felt as if 1,000 daggers were twisting within her. He loves me, and I love him. None of this will come to pass. Who can guarantee eternal fidelity? Even the loyal and upright Ned Stark has sworn oaths at his wedding, more sincere and solemn than yours, and he received heartfelt support and blessings from all. What do you possess? I do not marry for the approval of others. I am not performing for an audience. Even without their blessings, I shall live my life. The daughter of the Prime Minister, future mistress of the Lannister estate, the matriarch of two of the most illustrious families on this continent. Can you truly live your own life? Can you withstand the cold remarks and pointed fingers of others? Victoria's voice trembled. You silence yourself. I am a person, an individual. Everyone deserves the freedom to marry whom they choose. My choice is not for you to dictate. No, marriage is not a freedom. Especially for an heir of a grand family. It is a commodity for familial alliances. You are not solely yourself. You are the daughter of Stark, a lady of the family. With the privileges you enjoy come the responsibilities of your lineage. You cannot become a laughingstock for eloping, bringing shame upon Stark and the lords of the North. Once we seize power, everything will unfold according to our will. However, distant waters cannot quench the immediate fire. The Lannisters may belong to the heir, but certainly not at this moment. Damn you! Sparks erupted from Jaime's eyes, as if he were about to impose a fiery punishment. His grip tightened, causing Jorah to cry out in pain. Just as he seemed on the verge of collapse, he gasped, "Is it not because I have revealed the truth, shattering your beautiful dreams and your flight from reality? Enough, enough!" Victoria suddenly ran away in tears, prompting Jaime to loosen his grip and hastily pursue her. Victoria bolted like a wild horse released from its reins, running frantically. The cold wind brushed against her cheeks, blurring her tear-streaked face. Jaime chased after her, distancing himself from the camp and the crowd, until he finally intercepted her by a brook. "Victoria, Victoria, please listen to me." Ignoring him, Victoria attempted to flee once more. Jaime seized her tightly from behind. Victoria sobbed, "Go away, go away. I detest you, I detest you." Jaime embraced her firmly, kissing her face, her eyes, her tears. "Victoria, do not succumb to the provocations of those with ulterior motives, will you?" But what he said is all true, all true. Victoria suddenly felt utterly helpless. Jaime's tone was resolute as he compelled her to face him, locking eyes with her. "Do you remember what you said to me last night in bed? Repeat it. I demand that you repeat it." Jaime exerted his control over her. Victoria shuddered in fear, tears cascading down her cheeks, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, her voice trembling. Jaime Lannister, I will love you forever. I know we face innumerable challenges ahead, but I want to be with you against all odds." Very well, Jaime replied, pressing his forehead against hers, his gaze unwavering. "Victoria, I shall repeat what I told you yesterday. You must hear it and keep it in your heart. I love you. With all my love and life." Victoria collapsed into his arms, and Jaime whispered words of comfort, his eyes filled with enduring love and openness. "Nothing shall impede us." Standing on tiptoe, Victoria kissed him, declaring, "Nothing can separate us." Jaime fervently reciprocated, and they fell to the grassy bank, enveloped by the meadow, dwarfed beneath the vast sky. Two fragile lives, drawing close to one another for warmth, determined to withstand the world's obstacles with their seemingly insignificant strength. Yet the blazing fire of their love cast their silhouettes as monumental, akin to primordial deities, defying all mountains and rivers in their relentless reunion. Gradually, they calmed, lying together, their minds once again traversing the challenges their marriage would face. The situation was far more complex and arduous than Yora had described. Jaime gently tilted his head, his voice neither loud nor soft, tinged with dryness. Victoria was beside him, and there were certain words, secrets of life and death, pressing against his heart that he dared not speak, could not speak, would not speak, and did not wish to speak. Yet beside him was his wife, the other half of his life and soul. Victoria gently called out his beloved name. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling with a warmth akin to honey. I have something to confess to you. James felt as though he were being stripped bare, exposed under the gaze of all, revealing wounds and secrets he had hidden for years. I too have secrets I have not shared with you. Victoria relaxed completely. I had an affair with Cersei and bore 3 children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. This was a grave scandal that could shatter his very existence and honor. James's pupils trembled as he awaited his wife's judgment in despair. He had longed to be forthright with Victoria, yet lacked the courage to do so. This was a forbidden liaison, a monumental betrayal and shame that could no longer be concealed. Once spoken, James felt a sense of relief, as though his very soul had been liberated. He was freed, regardless of how Victoria might react. He had imagined that Victoria would be shocked, would call him a shameless devil, would strike him twice, scream, suffer, weep, and abandon the love he cherished as life itself. James's lips trembled. He could not fathom how Victoria would perceive him, his heart twisting with anxiety for their tempestuous love. Victoria's eyes were wide with astonishment as she leapt from the grass, climbing onto James's body. She cradled his face, gently kissing his lips and eyes. You told me? You actually told me? You trust me so completely. Unafraid of the trouble this revelation could bring upon you? James's calmness was interwoven with a tempest of despair, shame, degradation, and fallibility. All hailed him as the resplendent golden lion, heir to ancestral glory. He had tirelessly endeavored to embody the role that would not disappoint his father or family. For in this world, family and paternal approval were paramount. Yet no one is flawless. If a person appears perfect, they are surely deceiving. James presented his finest facade to a world that demanded pretense and deceit, while revealing his darkest, most wicked, and vulnerable self to Cersei, and now, to Victoria as well. God bestowed upon me everything, only to take it all away. My dear mother perished during the difficult birth of Tyrion, the little imp. When I was merely 4 years old, too small to reach the table, my father was consumed by pain, anger, and mourning for his wife. Preoccupied with eliminating our family's enemies, he busied himself with everything, drowning in drink, shouting in drunken rage, working incessantly, silent and stoic, only to erupt in laughter followed by profound sorrow. He was a seemingly normal man, yet a deeply fractured soul. The adults were too occupied, entangled in trivial matters. Forgetting about me and Cersei, no one noticed us, no one loved us, and we were but 4 years old. I am engulfed by fear, yearning for my mother's embrace, craving sustenance to alleviate the gnawing pain of hunger. Yet, my mother, that elegant and beautiful woman, lies before me. Her eyes wide with agony, her features grotesquely contorted. The birthing bed is awash with torrents of dark, crimson blood, a ghastly sight, and she stares at me unblinking. Her mouth agape, exuding a putrid stench of decay, as if she has submerged herself in a cauldron of blood, emanating the scent of death. After days and nights of torment and weeping, she has met a horrific demise, her belly distended like a grotesque pouch, having given birth to a monstrous being. Why must my mother perish, while an abhorrent creature, unworthy of existence, emerges into the world? Whispers suggest that he is not my father's child, but rather the offspring of a mad king who violated my mother. All the Lannister children are golden-haired, save for Tyrion, who bears a crown of red curls. The adults bustle about, towering and imposing, engaged in a cacophony of noise and activity. Their hands flail amidst the chaos, colliding with me and Cersei. One person trampling upon her arm, rendering her senseless with fright, while I am left to endure the excruciating pain of a shoe's cruel soul nearly crushing me. From that moment forth, Cersei and I were bereft of a nurturing and gentle mother, deprived of the long-anticipated brother, and stripped of a father whom we admired. His heart was consumed by the lust for power. Throughout the years, I have never witnessed a smile grace his lips, regardless of my achievements. Cersei and I felt akin to a solitary boat adrift, mere driftwood in a tempest of fear, residing in a magnificent palace adorned with silks and satin, feasting upon delicacies from land and sea. Yet, the vastness of the house was intimidating, leaving us devoid of a true home, as if we had lost our parents and all kin, inhabiting an empty abode. Adrift in the dark torrents of storm and strife, Cersei and I had only each other. We shared a womb and divided life itself. She is me, and I am her. Only in her presence do I find solace from my fears. I am the complete Victoria. It may not please you, but I must proclaim that I shall guard Cersei for all my days. For she is a manifestation of my very essence. Jaime, steeped in painful memories, confides that Cersei brings wholeness to his existence, illuminating the beauty of life and imbuing it with meaning. He resolves, without reservation, to embrace my bond with Cersei, having brought forth 3 children. A choice he shall never regret. The weight of family and responsibility rests upon him, as it does upon me. Though burdensome, it is a weight he shall never relinquish. Cersei is an integral part of his being, akin to his left hand and right hand, his left leg and right leg. Now, Jaime yearns to draw Victoria into his life, to make her a part of his soul. Victoria is profoundly moved and shaken, uncertain of how to express her feelings. Should she empathize with his tormented childhood, soothe his deep-seated wounds, and comfort his helplessness and suffering? Or should she rub salt into his wounds, denouncing his shamelessness and bestiality? The incestuous bond with his twin sister, and the existence of 3 detestable bastards? He should either shout out in anger to distance himself from this scoundrel, deserving of the king's execution, or weep bitterly for the love and marriage he has lost to a deceitful wretch. No, none of that. From his honeyed gaze, tears of hunger fell, cascading into James's eyes. James shed tears as well, though a man seldom weeps. His sorrow had not yet reached its depths. Stripped of all pretense, he cast aside his armor and disguises, revealing every hidden wound and painful memory, exposing the scars of a tumultuous past, and severing his own ties. Before Victoria, he stood as a lamb, bare and unadorned, both grotesque and pure. At last, he spoke the unvarnished truth, no longer burdened by secrets that lay between them. A weight lifted from his heart. Victoria cupped his face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. She relished the act of crying, finding solace in the release of her emotions, alleviating her myriad troubles. James, I know you love me, yet I never fathomed the depth of your affection. Perhaps I owe you an apology? A confession? Please forgive me, James responded, bewildered by her sense of guilt. Your love for me, your sincere devotion, is the greatest gift you could bestow. I am accustomed to flattery, but only in your presence do I feel genuine. You are my entire existence. These heartfelt declarations held more significance than 1,000 hollow proclamations of love. Love manifests in myriad forms, serendipitous encounters, materialistic affections, and dependencies born of necessity. There exists love lacking in fidelity, love that offers only a partial investment, love woven with deception. Such sentiments are frail. Tragically, James's devotion endured trials. Yet he reaped a love that was fragile in return. This was not an equitable exchange. He offered a gold coin, yet received only a meager sheep in return. James, I see your love, I understand your heart, and I behold your soul shining brightly, pure and magnificent. In truth, I have always known. I never dared to hope you would reveal it to me. Victoria was moved, leaving no thought unspoken. What? Impossible. How could you know? James was astounded. This was a secret he had buried deeply, concealed even from his father, silencing all who were aware. You cannot possibly know. Until today, until this moment, I did not love you enough, hiding myself with great caution. I promised to marry you, driven by the bond of life and death, your exceptional nature, and your kindness. Perhaps in all the 7 kingdoms, there is no man who treats me better than you. Thus, I consent to marry you and strive to salvage our fragile union. In comparison to you, how despicable I feel. James seemed to hear a jest. I know your feelings for me are genuine. I'm sorry. James felt a sudden disarray, sensing that a terrifying truth had been unveiled. To others, I have been nothing but predatory and harmful. Only with you do I exhibit courtesy, cherishing you with utmost care. I present to you my most cherished, radiant, and singular coin, to purchase the elixir of love. Yet, you trample upon it, diluting its essence with insipid, deceitful water. You have betrayed my trust, tarnished my sincerity and affection. Was your love for me ever sufficient? James's heart is shattered. He feels profoundly wounded, sensing betrayal in all your previous gestures. Were they all mere fabrications? Are you deceiving me, Victoria? Victoria holds him down, pressing her lips to his forehead. Indeed, I have deceived you. The more enchanting the woman, the more adept she is at deceit. Do you not find me appealing? Do you not love me? James, consumed by fury, spirals into an abyss of self-doubt. I love you so deeply. You ought to love me in return, just as I love you. James feels utterly helpless, as if he were returning home to face his wife while having been unfaithful, burdened with 1,000 green hats of betrayal. Do you see me as beautiful? Am I not lovely? Victoria's eyes brim with tears, her beauty embodying countless charms. James grits his teeth, fixating on her. How could you deceive me? How could you not love me? I loathe you, you deceiver. Shoo, James, the little trickster of love adores you now, wholeheartedly and completely. Victoria struggles to speak, her voice quivering. I had intended to deceive you for a lifetime. Yet, as my tears flow more profusely, I realize I have deceived myself. I now love you wholeheartedly, devoid of any falsehood or ulterior motive. Victoria softly confides, I harbor distrust towards marriage and love. I believed it merely a transaction between a man and a woman. With mutual benefit, they unite. Upon loss, they part. Money, chores, children, in-laws, interests, futures, lineage, illness, and abilities are but tokens on the scale, stable yet mutable, capable of being lost or exchanged at any moment. In the bank of marriage and love, if one possesses tokens, it endures. If those tokens are lost, it shatters. Do you truly mistrust me? This helpless agony surpasses the burden of revealing secrets. I will treat you well. I will love you. As a man, my word shall hold true. You cannot approach my love as a shrewd merchant, calculating its worth. There are countless conditions. Only if I meet them will you grant me a chance. Love should not be so transactional. It is sacred and must not be profaned. Yet, I am fearful of encountering one unworthy of my trust. If I do not calculate, I may end up with nothing, battered and bruised in the realms of marriage and love. I cannot place my faith in someone with whom I am to spend my life. I dare not entrust my heart to him. I do not believe in marriage or love. I find it impossible to trust. Am I not the same? Do you not trust me? Once, I too hesitated to trust you. Victoria covers his mouth, declaring, a man's words are the most unreliable. I abhor it. She then lowers her head and takes a bite. Do you remember our first meeting, the flippant yet self-important words you uttered to me? Victoria ruthlessly mocks, akin to many a dandy. James's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily speechless. That was merely me. At that time, I hadn't fallen for you yet. I was merely speaking casually, some trivial remarks. I thought you had forgotten. Victoria fixed her gaze upon him. I cannot forget. A man's words are deceitful. Sweet nothings come from you, as do sharp words. Your eyes and tone reveal that you are not a good man. I harbor no trust in men. I have never believed a man who professes love or claims to treat me well, promising to love only me. And what about later? James felt a bead of sweat forming at the back of his head, realizing that his earlier ill intentions had left her with such a negative impression. He felt fortunate to have ended up with Victoria. How did we end up together? Well, you know, I never forced you. In the face of Victoria's piercing gaze, James conceded, all right, during our first encounter, I may have disregarded your wishes. It was at the village chief's house, where everything was in disarray. I suddenly realized that to survive in this world as a woman, I required a husband. This differs from my previous life. Women cannot be independent. I needed a shield. A man to be my husband. A voice, aged and stern, echoed in Victoria's mind. Child, be silent. Do not speak of past lives. Yet it was too late. James had already heard, and Victoria pressed on. Regardless of his affection for me or mine for him, he shields me from life's tempests, and I bear him children. An equitable exchange. I seem unable to find a better candidate than you. James, exasperated, retorted, what are you saying, Victoria? Is this truly how you perceive me? Do you believe love can be quantified? What does this signify? Are you selling your life to me, treating me merely as a tool? James pushed her away. You do not love me. You love only a tool, a shield. All your sweet words, your gestures, your glances, are mere deceptions. And what of me? I am a pitiful prey, having stepped into your meticulously crafted trap. I am sorry, James. You did not even invest effort in setting this trap, did you? A mere smile, a beckoning finger, a dispassionate I love you, a gentle call of my name, and I became dizzy, digging my own grave and leaping into it. What was all this for? Simply because I love you. You toy with my affections? You are a fraud, Victoria. A fraud. James was overwhelmed by his emotions. Victoria knelt upon the grass. I have erred, and thus I seek your punishment. James's eyes brimmed with anguish as he approached her, grasping her arm. I have always been the one to mock others. You are the first to mock me. I have always been the one to strike others. Only you have struck me. And not just once. Why do I allow you to strike me? Because I love you. But everything before was a deception. How many times have we shared the bed? How many tender kisses have we exchanged? How many moments have we spent in solitude? How often have we bared our souls to each other? I have risked my life for you on several occasions, even offering you the Lionheart necklace as a token of my devotion. Yet, none of this seems to stir your heart, does it? And what of you? A cunning fox, you feign affection towards me. presenting a facade of love while mockingly inflicting pain upon me with your insincere demeanor. I apologize. Initially, I found it impossible to trust you. I have erred in many ways, yet I have never regretted loving you. You, who love me with scrutiny and calculation, carefully concealing your true feelings. James turned to leave, but Victoria clung to him, pleading for him to stay. Please don't go. I have made so many mistakes. I carry too many worries, too many unspeakable secrets. Everyone harbors hidden truths. James's burdens were life-threatening, and coincidentally, so were Victoria's. Before you, I could not allow myself to love unreservedly. I was unable to fully reveal my heart. Not one soul, father, mother, siblings, or friends, could penetrate my heart. I even held an inarticulate Arctic wolf close, unable to express my thoughts to the harmless flora surrounding me. Ah, my child. An aged voice echoed in Victoria's mind. I cannot trust anyone. Is it because of the negative impression I first gave you? Or the Stark family's relentless defamation of the Lannisters over the years? Or perhaps the notoriety of the Kingslayer and Oathbreaker that cast shadows upon you? James felt an overwhelming sadness, a fresh wound comparable to those of his childhood. Had Victoria not broached the subject, he might have continued to live with a woman devoid of sincerity, embracing a hollow love until his final breath. Kissing the insincere tears of a false wife. He entrusted his life to another, who merely regarded him as a fallback option. But why? I am aware of your affair with Cersei. That is inconsequential. Why do you not trust me? In addition to this life, I possess memories of a past existence. That is not important. Why do you not trust me? I know the fates of nearly every significant figure on this continent of Westeros, their pasts and futures, the trajectories of all great events. Do not change the subject. That is irrelevant, Victoria. You know what I desire. My blood. The aged voice returned to Victoria's mind. Child. Silence. Have you forgotten what I have always told you? Men are not to be trusted. Be quiet, be quiet. Taking a deep breath, Victoria gazed into James's eyes and candidly confessed, my blood can save lives. Your eyes had already betrayed your fear. By drinking my blood, all ailments would vanish. I could effortlessly save a dying person. The only cost would be a 3-day slumber. Quite effective, wouldn't you agree? The old voice echoed once more, child. Why do you not heed my words? Do you wish to die again? I cannot save you anymore. I must erase his memories. Victoria clutched her head, screaming vehemently. You shall not erase his memories, nor shall you erase mine. Like a tempest, she flailed at the air, her balance faltering. James, taken aback by the turmoil, inquired, what troubles you? To whom are you speaking? Are you well? A weathered voice echoed. How do you know? You shall not control me. Since childhood, you have spoken to me, sought to dominate my very being, while simultaneously erasing my memories and subtly influencing my subconscious. You misunderstand me, child. I have not. Silence. Victoria's head felt heavy as if filled with mercury, her pain excruciating. Her mind exploded with anguish, the frail voice trembling. Remain calm, child. Your spirit is too fragile to endure such upheaval. Victoria shouted, there is something within my mind. Victoria, what is the matter? Who seeks to control you? James, nearly frantic, implored, you cannot keep tearing at my heart. Gasping for breath, she steadied herself against him, articulating each word with clarity. I was once insincere. I exploited your affections. I did not love you enough. I held back. James was in torment, feeling as if he were being gnawed by ants. If she truly did not love Victoria, if she had never held her in her heart, he would not have cared whether her affections were genuine, for he had endured such an environment for far too long. Being cautious made one vulnerable. Cherishing deeply made one intolerant of flaws. Everyone dreams of a perfect and flawless lover. Thus betraying such love is unbearable. For true love is sacred. Victoria recognized her own cruelty as she gazed at James. If I were to love you wholeheartedly, without reservation, would you still treat me as you did before? What could James say? He nodded. I would, for I love you more than I love myself. Whatever you bestow upon me, I shall bear. Victoria replied, I have been different since my birth. Even as a child, I could think like an adult. Many precocious children are thus. You are not unlike them. I have always known things that do not exist in Westeros. An ancient voice revealed everything to me. From the trivial, like the forecast for rain, to the grand, detailing the fates of every character and family in Westeros. It visited me each night as I slept, teaching me. Which is why I have never enjoyed a good night's rest, rendering me weaker than my siblings. It warned me to be wary of men, to avoid falling as I once did, granting me a wondrous bloodline and instructing me on how to shield myself from harm. It erased the memories of those who were on the verge of uncovering my secrets, and it also obliterated my own memories. But now, at last, I remember everything. I have divulged all to you. You may now govern my life. James stepped forward and embraced her, asking gently, "Does your head still ache?" Victoria shook her head. "As long as it does not hurt." "Victoria, guard your secret closely. Do not let anyone discover it. Blood can bring the dead back to life. But the price is a 3-day slumber. To know the fates of all on this continent, the destinies of nations and families, is terrifying. Should Victoria's secret be unveiled, her fate would be worse than death. All her beauty and wisdom would count for naught, and every nation, every family, and all who harbor desire would become her adversaries. Victoria would find herself imprisoned in an unknown place, surviving as a prophet and a source of life. James could not bear to imagine such a fate. He must keep this secret and never speak of it again. Victoria looked at him, saying, "I cannot speak of it. Too many lives are at stake. And my blood is insufficient. I dare not confide in you, for you too require my blood, and not just once. Do not speak of it. I wish to remain in ignorance." Victoria, filled with sorrow, implored, "Let me speak." James enveloped her in his embrace, declaring, "I am uninterested in the matters of the future. Forget all of this. Victoria, you know nothing." The two shared no secrets. James urged her, "Forget the past. Let all be forgotten. Those who abandoned me. The days of yesterday cannot linger. Those who disturb my heart, today brings much anxiety." James held her by the arms, gazing deeply into her eyes. "There is too much in our past. We have been candid with one another. We have placed our complete trust in each other. We are in love. And we hold nothing back. Victoria, do not mention the past again. Let us forget and begin anew from this moment. I shall no longer seek Cersei. I intend to sever ties. Cersei was once a blend of wife and sister in my heart, but now I see clearly. She is the sister, and you are the wife. I know you have always loved her, but that love is not the love of a husband and wife. It is the love of one's right and left hands, the love of siblings. Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are my children. I shall forever love them and take responsibility for them. I come to share that love with you. You do not mind, do you? Your husband is already the father of 3 children. You are fortunate to marry a wife scarcely older than your eldest son." Victoria embraced him, gently caressing his face. "I have known you for a few months. I care not for your past from years ago. As long as you are clear about yourself now, I do not mind. A hair that has been severed can never regrow. A spilled pot of water can never be reclaimed. Once an action is taken, regardless of its correctness, it cannot be undone. Rather than conceal, deny, or obliterate traces, it is better to reform and start anew. To have someone who will weather life as storms with you, through sickness and health, poverty and wealth, is a beautiful thing. You need not worry that he does not love you, nor fret that he will abandon you as time takes its toll, nor fear that he will scheme for your wealth, expecting you to toil endlessly for him and care for the whole family, only to have your labor go unrecognized. Each day of marriage should feel like a passionate romance. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. When encountered, one must cherish them with unwavering dedication. Should perfection exist, it is inevitably illusory. Truly flawless partners are few and far between. And if every nuance of their being aligns with your ideals, they are even scarcer. A person devoid of a past is unlikely to possess a future. One who has not endured pain cannot appreciate happiness. If you have not shared in his past, then it bears no relevance to you. It is unjust to inflict the wounds of the past upon his present self. The only course of action is to treasure today and safeguard tomorrow. Victoria earnestly proclaimed that she was indifferent to his past, desiring only to be the sole participant in his present and future love. If he could achieve this, then so could she. If he could not, she would depart forever, for there exists but one opportunity. Victoria, my beloved, from the past to the present and into the future, there exists only you. I need not elaborate, for I wish to demonstrate my devotion through a lifetime of commitment. Together, we shall share both joy and sorrow, glory and shame. We shall navigate the storms of life side by side, united in honor and disgrace, through life and death, with unwavering fidelity. What more could Victoria articulate? Perhaps words are insufficient. She too can only respond through a lifetime of action. Do you comprehend why I love you? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jam held Victoria's hand as they strolled back to their tent. I am handsome and robust, skilled in combat. The heir of the wealthiest family in this realm, the youngest member of the Imperial Guard. My words are sweet, my prowess and intimacy commendable. I can protect you, embrace you, and cherish you. I love you, understanding and fulfilling your needs, remaining loyal to you for eternity. I love you more than anyone else, even more than I love myself. Victoria replied, I love you because you are uniquely you. You speak your truth and live by it. After every storm comes tranquility and clarity. The world appears as if washed anew, the grass particularly lush and vibrant, authentic and refreshing, devoid of artifice. After weathering the tempest, a rainbow emerges, soft and beautiful. Their fingers entwined, they walked back, reminiscent of an elderly couple enjoying a post-dinner stroll in the shade. Silent yet imbued with understanding and connection. Upon reaching the military camp, Jorah was once again cast into a cage, while Missandei stood coldly outside, her gaze devoid of emotion. Once more wounded, her love had arrived swiftly but departed just as quickly. Missandei resolved to relinquish Jorah, lacking both the confidence and the inclination to vie for a place in his heart. Mourning her love, she took half an hour to gather her emotions. And in the blink of an eye, she had moved on to a new target. Approaching the tent, she informed Maggie that the lady would soon return, urging her to prepare food and warm water with care. As for Lord Snow, I shall attend to him myself. Maggie, a straightforward and kind-hearted village girl, was devoid of guile, her prominent teeth giving her a somewhat silly appearance. Maggie was filled with excitement at the prospect of attending to Victoria. Yet the patient in her care required her attention. After meticulously and thoroughly handing over her responsibilities to Missandei, she joyfully set about preparing food and warm water. By evening, Jon showed signs of revival, and the first person he beheld upon awakening was Missandei. Thank you. It is you who has healed me, my lord. I have merely contributed a modest effort. Your recovery is my honor. Where am I? You are in the Stark's tent. We are safe now. Lady No? Miss Victoria is quite secure. She possesses an uncanny ability to discern the desires of others and to speak the right words. How long have I been asleep? 3 full days. Your injuries were severe. In truth, it was merely 2 days. Missandei had not previously attended to him, and her timely intervention this afternoon had fortuitously taken advantage of Maggie's efforts. You have worked hard. Assist me in rising. I wish to see Victoria. Victoria and Jaime had returned to the encampment, and she was contemplating Daenerys's whereabouts. In a certain sense, this woman would one day shake the 7 kingdoms to their core. Life and death lay within her grasp. One word, and she is returned to King's Landing. Certain death awaits her. One word, and she is free to wed Khal Drogo of the Dothraki and bear children. Jaime perceived everything. You shall decide. Victoria emerged from Jaime's embrace, composed her emotions, and approached Daenerys's cage. Daenerys sat within, gazing at her, her hair disheveled, a picture of disarray. Daenerys's eyes were red-rimmed, brimming with resentment and hatred. Isn't fate cruel? I was once the exalted Targaryen princess, while you were an obscure handmaiden, approaching me with ulterior motives. Yet I placed my trust in you, elevated you to the role of physician, tended to my brother's wounds, provided you with sustenance, and shielded you from harassment and insult. And how have you repaid me? With bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, Daenerys seemed ready to draw blood from her own hands. All her struggles were in vain. Alone and abandoned, she had no savior. All her kin had perished, and not a single friend remained. She gave a self-deprecating smile and continued, and now, the roles have reversed. You are the esteemed protector of the North, the daughter of the Hand, while I am a captive in the hands of your husband. He murdered my father, severed my brother's head before my eyes, and his family has usurped my kingdom, now poised to take my life as well. Do you hate him? Do you hate me? Victoria stepped forward, her gaze hollow yet seemingly capable of drawing one in deeply. Jaime intervened, cautioning her to maintain distance, wary of Daenerys's potential for harm. Targaryens possessed a lineage of madness. He sought to shield Victoria and ensure she remained unscathed. Daenerys cried out, You have slain all my kin. I am the last Targaryen in existence. You deceived me, locked me in a cage, extracted my teeth, severed my claws. I wish to harm you, but what weapon do I possess to inflict that harm? Victoria approached closer, her presence looming. Do you hate us? Her gaze resembled a profound abyss, unfathomable and inscrutable. Daenerys had initially sought to unleash her pent-up fury, yet she hesitated, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Her wrath subsided, as did her thoughts. Inwardly, she extended her tendrils of intuition, cautiously probing, deliberating, and choosing her words with great care. What if, perhaps circumstances could take a favorable turn? The turmoil within her manifested upon her face, a turbulent sea of emotion. Daenerys's breath was ragged, as if caught in a tempest. She uttered words that betrayed her true feelings, maintaining a facade of peace between them. No, I do not hate you. After a moment of introspection, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Daenerys forced a strained smile, feigning tranquility and acceptance. My father's tyranny was deserved, and my brother's ambitions for a revival were justly met with death. As for me, the last Targaryen, I have been in exile since my youth, having never harmed a soul, yet my surname condemns me to unending suffering. Victoria's honeyed eyes flickered with a hint of emotion, and Daenerys seized the moment, nearly pleading with tears. I pose no threat. Release me. I implore you. in light of my having saved and protected you. Daenerys stretched her hands from the confines of her cage, yearning to grasp Victoria's slender arms. You are innocent, Victoria affirmed, glancing at Jaime. I have made a decision. One that may lead to dire consequences and unforeseen outcomes. Jaime anticipated this, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Victoria, you are free to pursue your desires. I shall handle the ensuing troubles, trust me, and act upon your wishes. Victoria clasped Jaime's hands tightly, inhaling deeply, feeling no need for further words. It was sufficient. Jaime encouraged her not to fear. I will be here for you. Follow your heart. Victoria steeled herself, opening her eyes wide, fixating intently on Daenerys. You have committed no crime, inflicted no harm, nor acted malevolently. I do not wish for your demise. You should not perish. Tears welled in Daenerys' eyes. I am innocent. I have been adrift and fleeing since birth. You cannot seek revenge against us, regardless of the power or influence you may wield in the future. Vengeance is not an option. I will not, nor do I possess the means. I cannot exact revenge, please believe me. Forget my husband's lineage and all that my family has done. Forget the wrongs my husband committed against your kin. Forget me, forget your Targaryen name. Daenerys' throat quivered, her breath hitching. I have forgotten. Let go of the past, and let us begin anew. Release her. Victoria rose unsteadily, feeling faint. Jaime supported her from behind. Leaning against him, Victoria felt darkness encroaching upon her vision, uncertain if her decision was the right one. A golden-armored guard approached and opened the cage, allowing Daenerys to emerge. She straightened herself, reclaiming her identity. Maggie, a simple country girl, led her to bathe and dine. Oblivious to the intricate emotions of the powerful. You are exquisite, she genuinely praised. We have never seen such beautiful ladies like you and the mistress. You truly resemble celestial beings. Daenerys felt a flicker of joy, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am free now, am I not? They will not kill me, will they? Maggie, in wonder, replied. The mistress is a woman of her word. She is a rare and kind soul. You must heed her, and she will treat you well. Oh, I must tell you, I am now the mistress's maid. Isn't that splendid? Daenerys wiped her tears and smiled. It is indeed a wonderful conclusion. Maggie prepared hot water. And without hesitation, Daenerys stepped into it, feeling no discomfort. The blood of dragons flows through her veins, unafraid of flames or heat. Victoria entered silently, standing behind her, entranced by the rising steam. Maggie, pour it over me. I fear not the heat. See, scalding water feels like warm water upon my skin. Maggie exclaimed in disbelief. No, I have never heard of such a thing. I cannot pour boiling water on a living person. That is a form of execution. Daenerys laughed. Go ahead. Do not doubt me. Ask your mistress. Maggie replied, perplexed. The mistress would never agree to this. What sane person is unafraid of burns? Daenerys glanced back at Victoria, who nodded. Pour it, Maggie. The blood of dragons fears neither fire nor heat. Maggie, filled with trust in Victoria's words, perceived them as truth. Although conflicted, she stole a glance at Victoria before making her decision. With a deep breath and gritted teeth, she poured the boiling water over Daenerys. The anticipated scream did not resound. Instead, Daenerys gently moved the water, cleansing her skin of dirt. Oh my heavens, mistress! You are always right. You know everything. This is truly miraculous. I will forever trust you. Daenerys smiled, and Victoria joined in her laughter. Maggie, it is warm here. You should step outside. And remember, this remains between us. Maggie stood tall, excitedly assuring, I promise not to tell a soul. I will always heed your words. She rushed out, brimming with elation, and soon collided with someone. Were you waiting for me, Missandei? Missandei handed her a piece of candy. Maggie, what have you been busy with inside? You are drenched in sweat. She pulled out a scented handkerchief to wipe Maggie's face. I have been occupied. The mistress cannot bear to be without me. She truly adores me, Maggie exclaimed proudly, her voice booming. Missandei, feeling a chill down her spine, chuckled. Maggie, you are quite capable. I truly envy you. I wonder what tasks the mistress has assigned you. I would love to be favored by her as well. Upon hearing this, Maggie hurried to comfort her, saying, whatever the lady instructs you to do, follow her guidance. And once you prove yourself, she shall undoubtedly appreciate your efforts. Missandei, feeling utterly aggrieved, lamented, but I lack experience, and I fear I might falter. What did the lady ask you to do? Please tell me. I'll give you all this candy. Maggie, coming from a modest background, had never encountered such an abundance of sweets and swallowed hard. The lady forbids me to speak. I cannot divulge anything. I shall ask her directly for the candy. You must earnestly heed the lady's words. She will come to cherish you, and in return, she will grant you an abundance of sweets. With that, Maggie strode away. intent on assisting the lady, for every task entrusted to her was of great significance. Left alone, Missandei clenched her teeth in frustration, seething with indignation. She could extract no useful information. What a simpleton, a fool. Inside the tent, Victoria and Daenerys exchanged glances through the hazy steam. We shall send you to the Dothraki tribe, where you will wed Khal Drogo. Cast aside your prejudices. Open your heart to love someone unreservedly, and you shall receive the most sincere response. Just as you did with your husband? Victoria nodded. Indeed. Initially, I deceived him, exploiting his affections, but eventually, his earnestness shamed me into honesty, and I surrendered both my body and heart to him. It is evident that he loves you deeply. When you find the right person, trust becomes paramount in love. Daenerys gazed at the tent's ceiling. I am frightened. He is a barbarian. Victoria hesitated to reveal too much. Even I once dared not approach him. I had heard countless negative tales about him. Yet look, the lion retains its sharp fangs and claws for its adversaries while exposing its soft underbelly and vulnerabilities to me. This is a rare trust, one I initially betrayed. His ferocity and bloodlust are directed at outsiders. He is cruel to everyone except me, and that is sufficient. Regardless of his notorious reputation, I remain unfazed. He is my hero, my lion, my flawless beloved. I feel secure by his side. Security, you understand, is paramount for a woman. When you gaze into his eyes, you can hear the voice of your heart. Being with him tells you that you should never part. Daenerys, entranced, replied, That sounds enchanting. I truly envy you. Once you arrive, do not overthink. Be a good wife, and he will treat you kindly. Should others mistreat you, Khal Drogo will protect you. For he is the mightiest Khal. Are they invulnerable, impervious to harm? No, they too can be wounded, hence the need for a wife as support. Lacking an army, and with forces seeking to manipulate you under your name for their own ambitions, we possess no martial might or significant influence. We are fragile women, unable to take the battlefield to shield them. But know this, women are like water. We wield different strengths to respond to and bolster our husbands. Our fragility does not equate to incapacity. There are advantages to being gentle yet resilient. What should I do? To protect a formidable Khal? I find myself incapable. Victoria grasped his hand, asserting that while the heavens have denied us the means of force, they have not stripped us of our intellect. Listen to your heart. Once you fall in love with him, you will discern how to safeguard him. You are capable. Have you discovered the means? Indeed, I have recently unearthed a way. In the past, I relied upon and utilized Yora for my protection, but now things have altered. Love has imbued me with courage and strength. I shall pursue the study of medicine, for men engaged in battle are often prone to injury. One need not master everything. A modicum of knowledge in various domains suffices. You must learn to navigate these realms and allow the experts to handle their respective crafts. Seek a physician? Yes, should Khal Drogo sustain injuries. You must employ the persuasions of a wife to encourage him towards healing. You ought to learn to discern the reliability of the physicians around him. Above all, Victoria leaned in, fixing her gaze upon Daenerys with utmost seriousness. Exercise extreme caution around sorceresses or any form of witchcraft. Do not squander your benevolence in saving your adversaries, for they may pose a grave threat to your husband. Daenerys felt a shiver of trepidation at Victoria's admonitions and found herself compelled to heed her words. However, we are indeed enemies. You have saved me. Are you not fearful that I might summon Khal Drogo's army to slay your husband? Daenerys spurred her horse onward, her figure gradually diminishing against the vast expanse of the grasslands as she galloped towards the Dothraki tribe. Alone and bereft of her brother and retinue, she nevertheless bore the alluring name of Targaryen, which still held great worth in the eyes of Illyrio, the governor of Pentos. When Daenerys arrived to seek an audience with Khal Drogo, she spotted Illyrio encircling the Khal and speaking earnestly. He speaks Dothraki, the magnificent Khal. Your betrothed has been taken by the Lannisters. The Lannisters have slain the Mad King, and your wife is in peril. Khal Drogo's forces, predominantly cavalry, were reliant upon the plains and could not be separated from them. Fierce in battle, they eschewed armor, opting for bare skin to reduce weight and enhance their speed. Excelling in the use of scimitars, they thrived as nomads, eschewing agriculture, reveling in plunder. Lacking a fleet, they could not traverse the strait to invade King's Landing along the Lannister coastline. From the onset, Drogo showed little interest in assaulting Westeros. He possessed his vast and magnificent realm of grasslands, which sufficed for the Dothraki. The Dothraki referred to the sea as poisoned water, harboring mistrust for any liquid that horses could not drink. Initially, the Khal consented to wed Daenerys only after vigorous persuasion from Illyrio, who also offered cavalry to aid Viserys in reclaiming his throne. Now, with Viserys deceased, Daenerys was presumed to be dead as well. Illyrio continued to fervently counsel the great Khal, asserting that the Lannisters and Starks had plundered your possessions and your wife. A grave affront and insult to your authority and honor. Khal Drogo towered over even the mightiest of warriors, his formidable physique adorned with expansive tattoos etched in dark lines, exuding an aura of immense strength. He had once encountered Daenerys at the governor's palace. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, leaving a lasting impression. How many men do we have? 1,000 warriors, the elite of Lannister and Stark, both cavalry and infantry. They have harmed my 2,000 men, Khal. You must avenge me. A flicker of interest crossed Drogo's face as he swallowed a few gulps of wine, grasped his curved blade, and abruptly rose to summon the Blood Riders. Blood of my blood. He had always been intrigued by formidable adversaries. The tent was shrouded in oppressive darkness, yet upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the vast expanse of blue skies and white clouds, a gentle breeze caressing the endless plains. Still holding his curved knife, Drogo was met with a fragrant breeze as a silver-haired, slender woman with a stunning visage appeared before him. Daenerys had just dismounted, her breath unsteady, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. Drogo observed her in silence. The moment felt undeniably awkward, yet Daenerys, overwhelmed by fear and trepidation towards the barbarian, struggled to comprehend their primitive customs. The man before her loomed tall, making Daenerys feel as if she were a mere ant compared to an elephant with a single finger. He could easily crush her. She trembled with fear and shyness, suppressing her emotions and mustering her courage. With a flushed face, she looked up, striving to meet the gaze of the most powerful Khal in history. Drogo's pronounced brow and fierce, profound eyes held a menacing allure. Daenerys endeavored to gaze into his depths, seeking something within. Drogo, a man of few words, exuded an intimidating presence, his eyes resembling a dark abyss, instilling a sense of dread within Daenerys. She felt frozen yet forced herself to maintain eye contact. What are you looking at? He queried in Dothraki, a language she could not comprehend, enveloping them both in a veil of awkwardness. At that moment, Governor Illyrio from Pentos emerged, exclaiming, "Ah, my princess. What a surprise to see you here. The Lannisters have not caused you any trouble, I hope?" He bent low, rushing to embrace Daenerys, his eyes filled with concern as if gazing upon his beloved child. "I am well, my lord governor," Daenerys replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. Before glancing back at Khal Drogo, it was evident that Drogo was now immensely intrigued by her. Drogo noted that the petite woman before him was as enchanting as she had been during their first encounter, and he welcomed this realization with delight. After all, what is love at first sight but mere attraction? Daenerys recognized this as well, yet wisely chose to disregard such trivial matters. She was determined to make Khal Drogo fall in love with her. This transformation in Daenerys was a pleasant surprise for Governor Illyrio, who had not anticipated such a significant change in her demeanor after just a few days apart. He hurriedly translated for her. "Princess, Khal Drogo inquires what you are looking at." Daenerys's eyes remained tenderly fixed on Drogo, her lips barely moving as she whispered, "I am gazing into his eyes, hoping to discover love within." Governor Illyrio of Pentos found the girl to be truly enchanting. What man could possibly resist such a woman? He hastily translated, dismissing any trivial concerns or teachings, feeling that this tool was much more convenient to use. "Khal, the princess implores you for love." It was evident that Daenerys swiftly captured Khal Drogo's heart, and he promised her a wedding at the earliest opportunity. The governor quickly conveyed the princess's message, exclaiming that Khal had promised her a wedding, which was splendid news. Without her brother, Daenerys would surely rely more on Khal, allowing her to better exert control over the naive young princess. Illyrio considered Daenerys to be extraordinarily beautiful, a veritable gift. Daenerys inquired, "May I invite my friends to our wedding?" The governor, sensing something amiss, responded, "Your friends? You have friends?" His gaze grew increasingly menacing. "How could you possibly have friends? You should not possess such extraneous attachments. They might corrupt you. Perhaps you have encountered something particularly special?" Khal awaited the translation, but Illyrio replied to the princess that she appeared fatigued and required rest. Khal nodded, acknowledging that Daenerys, being a delicate woman, deserved special treatment. Gesturing for someone to escort her to rest, Daenerys turned back, asking, "Did Khal agree?" Illyrio shrugged, explaining that the Dothraki were typically unwelcoming to outsiders. "Princess, once you become Khaleesi of the grasslands, you must remember not to engage with outsiders." Daenerys felt a pang of anxiety, hoping Khal would agree, urging Illyrio to advocate on her behalf. However, 2 Dothraki warriors were already prepared to escort her to rest. Khal too was ready to return to his tent, for the language barrier between the two parties would soon extinguish any interest. Just as Daenerys despaired, A clear female voice rang out from behind her. Daenerys saw Victoria and James riding a single horse, while Ser Roderick Castle managed two others approaching. Victoria spoke Dothraki fluently, allowing them to pass the guards. Khal Drogo, revered as a warlord among the Dothraki, was unafraid of assassination attempts. Khal's stride halted as he regarded the approaching guests. With a reliable translator, communication flowed much more smoothly. James dismounted, lifting Victoria down from her horse. It was apparent that Khal Drogo regarded such overt displays of affection with disdain. A true man should not linger in romantic sentiments. Victoria curtsied to Khal, addressing him as Great Khal. Khal Drogo, your wisdom is renowned across the plains. A woman adept at flattery, Victoria's compliments delighted Khal, who sensed her goodwill and harmlessness. You are quite courageous. What brings you here? Victoria took a few steps back, warmly linking her arm with Daenerys, expressing her hope to attend Khal's wedding alongside her friends. Would you agree, Daenerys? Daenerys smiled and nodded. I would be delighted for you to come. Khal Drogo gazed at Daenerys, and it seemed as though the plains bloomed with blossoms of blue, white, purple, and red. Governor Illyrio of Pentos approached Khal with a stooped posture, proclaiming that the Lannisters and Starks were the perpetrators behind the massacre of your 500 brave warriors. Upon hearing this, Khal Drogo's brow furrowed, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce. Jaime stepped forward, positioning himself beside Victoria, as tensions between the parties escalated. Victoria appeared bewildered, inquiring, My lord, what are you speaking of? I do not comprehend your meaning. Governor Illyrio, with piercing clarity, accused her of being a woman steeped in deceit, before turning to Khal Drogo to assert that they were indeed Lannister allies. Unfazed, Victoria retorted to Khal, asserting her identity as the daughter of a free merchant who had been abducted and sold under the governor's command, only to later encounter Daenerys, who ultimately reunited her with her husband. Regarding the fate of Khal's 500 men, she suggested that Khal should direct his inquiries toward the governor. Khal, harboring distrust toward both the governor and Victoria, directed his gaze at Daenerys and questioned in Dothraki, Can this woman be trusted? Though Daenerys did not understand the words. The exchange of glances sufficed. She guessed Khal's intent and gently nodded, clasping Victoria's hand tightly. The hardened steel of Khal's demeanor softened as he beheld Daenerys' delicate hand intertwined with Victoria's, igniting a sudden hope that she might reciprocate his embrace. Governor Illyrio sought to negotiate further, but Khal Drogo interrupted, inviting him to join in the celebration of his wedding, which was to take place that very night. Isn't that rather hasty? Khal had already turned to depart, prompting Victoria to nudge Daenerys with her arm, signaling anticipation for the evening's festivities. Daenerys was undoubtedly anxious, her heart laden with unspoken fears. Meanwhile, Jaime and Ser Roderick Castle ventured outside to experience the life of the Dothraki and spar with Governor Illyrio. Victoria remained within the tent, orchestrating the arrival of 3 handmaidens, Illy, Kiki, and Doria, who had been sent by the governor to assist in adorning Daenerys as the fairest of brides. The governor had provided all the essentials for the bride, and Victoria helped Daenerys into an exquisitely beautiful gray corset gown that flowed with the wind, meticulously styling her hair into intricate braids. You are truly lovely, Daenerys. It is evident that Khal is quite taken with you, Victoria remarked. Yet, I still fear him, however. I sense a burgeoning security. Perhaps I shall come to love him. Indeed, you shall fall in love, Victoria affirmed. Life among the Dothraki was rather primitive, devoid of mirrors. Victoria commanded Doria to bring forth a basin of water, and upon gazing into it, Daenerys expressed her gratitude. Daenerys, I must remind you once more that should your husband be injured, a doctor must be summoned to administer herbs. One must never rely on the sorcery of witches, for they are often dark and malevolent. What if there is no doctor, or if the doctor proves ineffective? Daenerys inquired. Then you must send word to me, Victoria instructed, producing a silver seal from her belt. Imprint this seal, and I will know you. All Starks will come to your aid. Daenerys felt a warm, weighty metal pressed into her palm. Victoria presented a neatly bound stack of parchment to Dany, exquisite and finely crafted. This is my wedding gift to you. I hold a deep affection for you. Perhaps, in a few years, when circumstances permit, we may correspond. The world changes swiftly, and everything remains uncertain. Dany, remember, Drogo is your anchor. You must ensure her well-being. No physician surpasses one's own remedies. Seek herbal solutions, for treasures abound across the plains. I have recorded all the treatments for external injuries and herbal preparations within. Dany tightly grasped Victoria's hand, her voice quivering. You remind me of a mother and sister. Yet you are indeed younger than I. Please, send the 3 maidens away. She clutched the paper to her chest. You intended to release me from the start, did you not? Regardless of my feelings of hatred or thoughts of vengeance, such matters cannot be pinned in a fleeting moment. Victoria has prepared for a long time. You are innocent and should not face the death penalty. Victoria's eyes shimmered with a sweet glow, warm and enchanting. When I was in the caravan, you were the exalted Targaryen princess, and I was merely an unknown handmaiden, approaching you with ulterior motives. Yet you trusted me, elevated me to a healer, tended to your brother's wounds, provided sustenance, and shielded me from harassment and insult. Victoria sat upon a wooden stump, gazing up at Dany. I remember all your kindness. Dany could no longer contain herself and rushed to embrace Victoria. I am truly frightened. I am all alone now, with no familiar faces. I feel so lonely and terrified. Will you stay with me? Shall we be together? The time is not yet ripe, Dany. You will have your own life and husband. I am merely accompanying you for a part of your journey. You must quickly learn the Dothraki language to communicate freely with your husband. Relying on translations can lead to deception and control. I will, Victoria. You are a noble lady of the North. How could you expect me to learn the tongue of savages? Hush, Dany. This is your husband's tribe, soon to be your family. The first step is to embrace them without prejudice, with open arms. I will be mindful. I was merely accustomed to my previous ways. Viserys had spoken too derogatorily about the Dothraki tribe, and Dany had been influenced by his words. I am frail and cannot engage in horseback riding or archery. You know the North, vast as it is, offers little in terms of entertainment. I fall ill from the heat, the cold, fatigue, or idleness. I am left with no choice but to read and gather knowledge from all sources. You are like a fragile flower, Dany chuckled softly. Victoria nodded. Indeed, compared to healthy siblings, I am quite weak. But the Lannisters care for you deeply. They protect you well and possess the ability to care for you. Dany offered comfort. Thus, I am content. Why are you so frail? Your siblings seem so robust. Dreams, an endless tapestry of them, have woven through my nights from childhood to this very evening. Each night, I am ensnared in their grasp, deprived of restful slumber. How lamentable it is. You should not endure such torment. Is there hope for healing? Daenerys tenderly caresses Victoria's face, whispering, No, never. Not until the mysteries of the voices within my mind are unraveled. After a heartfelt conversation, Daenerys appears less anxious. Thank you for being here. I am utterly alone. I do not wish for my wedding to be so desolate, devoid of even a familiar face, someone I can lean upon. Victoria envelopes her in an embrace, allowing Daenerys's tears to dampen her neck, soaking the Lionheart necklace. He will treat you differently. I sense it. He will be a husband who cherishes you. Victoria reassures her. With tear-filled eyes, Daenerys questions, but what if he does not like me? Victoria strokes her cheek. Do not underestimate your allure, Dany. Everyone adores you. Your pure and kind spirit is angelic. You are precious, Dany. Should he not appreciate you, you may journey to the north. My homeland is vast, and a beautiful place shall be yours, safeguarding you from the prying eyes of outsiders. At this, Daenerys lifts her gaze from Victoria's shoulder. Very well. If I find myself lost, I shall go to the north. The two women embrace tightly. Outside the tent, Doria whispers, Khaleesi, the wedding has commenced. Thus, they step out into the vibrant celebration of the Dothraki wedding, rich with cultural significance. The attendees, tall and bronze-skinned, with light hazel eyes and dark hair, bustle about, serving wine and meat, seated upon stones and wooden stumps. The Dothraki wedding begins at dawn and concludes at dusk, a day filled with feasting and fierce revelry. Women adorned in deep red, yellow, and orange veils dance in rhythm with the drums, embodying one of the core beliefs of the Dothraki, that the most significant moments of life must unfold beneath the heavens. They believe that the stars are a herd of fiery horses racing across the night sky. Jaime observes a whole roasted sheep laid before him. Contemplating that Victoria may be hungry, he draws his dagger, slicing a piece of succulent lamb leg to offer her. The meat is rich yet not greasy, with a satisfying chew, infused with savory aromas, reminiscent of dried mutton, truly a delightful indulgence. The livestock of the plains are exceptional, devoid of any gamey taste. Do you enjoy it? I shall have someone prepare it for you upon our return. As Victoria savors the lamb from Jaime's hand, a Dothraki warrior suddenly stumbles back, bloodied, before collapsing lifelessly before them. Victoria's appetite wanes, and Jaime pulls her closer, creating a shield around her. Do not fear, the wedding has begun. We must honor their customs. A perfect Dothraki wedding requires at least 3 deaths. After 3 days of celebration, 12 souls have perished in the fray. Khal Drogo and Daenerys sit at the head table, graciously receiving the well wishes and gifts of their guests. As a bride, Daenerys received a gentle thoroughbred white horse from her husband, Khal Drogo. while Illyrio gifted her 3 dragon eggs in green, white, and black. Other Dothraki presented her with an array of offerings, including weapons, jewelry, slippers, silver hair rings, metal belts, painted vests, soft furs, silks, perfume bottles, needles and threads, feathers, delicate purple glass vials, and a nightgown woven from the pelts of 1,000 mice. Daenerys's expression grew increasingly somber as she grappled with the stark cultural disparities that posed significant challenges for her. Jaime and Victoria approached hand in hand, presenting their own gift, 50 exquisite sapphires sourced from Dorne. This gesture, though not of exorbitant monetary value, provided Daenerys with a sense of relief, at last. She had received a conventional wedding gift that evoked familiarity and belonging. A wedding should not revolve around death and mouse pelts. Jaime extended his heartfelt wishes for her marital bliss. Daenerys expressed her regret, lamenting that she could not attend their wedding. Jaime shared a knowing smile with Victoria, suggesting that she could serve as godmother to their child, to which Victoria nodded in agreement. As they were about to return to the guests, Daenerys called out to them. "Victoria," she said, prompting the pair to pause and exchange curious glances. "Thank you for attending my wedding. I wish to present you with a wedding gift as well." Daenerys turned and retrieved the 3 dragon eggs, now fossilized, and approached them slowly. Victoria's honey-brown eyes widened in protest. "No, Daenerys, no, this is too precious." Daenerys gently caressed the dragon eggs, smiling as she declared her desire to forget everything and lead an ordinary life, one distinct from the years of exile she had endured. She placed the eggs in Victoria's hands before returning to her seat, summoning the courage to take Khal Drogo's hand. "I am Khaleesi of the Grasslands, no longer Targaryen. I am ready to embrace a new life." Victoria could hardly fathom Daenerys' choice to relinquish the dragon eggs. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The time had come for Khal Drogo to escort Daenerys to the outskirts, to a circular pavilion under the open sky. All significant Dothraki ceremonies were to be conducted beneath the heavens. Having mounted her horse, Daenerys turned for one last glance, waving goodbye to Victoria before riding off with Khal Drogo. Jaime led Victoria back to their place, presenting the 3 hefty fossils to Ser Roderick Castle, who marveled at the oval treasures. Jaime poured himself a drink, indulging in one cup after another, while also carving lamb chops for Victoria. Amidst the silence, Victoria, puzzled, inquired, "What troubles you? Have you eaten enough?" Jaime assured her he was satisfied, yet she noticed his reticence. "Then have some more," she urged, as he tore off a generous piece of meat to offer her. "Dothraki people are quite fascinating, are they not?" he ventured. "Indeed, what brings this on? Have you not always harbored a dislike for them?" "That was in the past. But nothing remarkable has transpired today to alter your perspective." Today, Jaime appeared quite unusual, as if concealing something. "Have you eaten well?" "I am quite full." "Then let us depart." Jaime rose and took Victoria by the hand, turning to Ser Roderick Castle. "Keep an eye on the dragon eggs. We shall venture outside." Ser Roderick Castle and Victoria found this quite perplexing. What could possibly be of interest on the plains? Jaime had already lifted Victoria onto the horse. "I shall take you to see the stars." They rode far away, distancing themselves from the crowd, as if the entire universe belonged solely to them. Jaime selected a spot and gently set Victoria down. "This is one of my favorite places of the Dothraki. Do you know what it is?" "What is it?" Soon, Victoria saw his eyes and began to cautiously retreat, as if evading a great wolf. "No, Jaime. I cannot agree to this. I have heard that Drogo will take Daenerys to the stone mound for their consummation. Isn't that intriguing?" Jaime reached out to embrace Victoria, who screamed and retreated, fearing the sharp stones beneath. "How would you know unless you try?" Jaime looked around, elated that no one was nearby. "Come here, Victoria. Into my arms. I promise it won't hurt." Victoria began to flee. "I refuse. I refuse." Jaime laughed and chased after her, tackling Victoria. "If you fear the pain, I shall be below." The moon shyly drew the clouds over its face, leaving only the stars to twinkle in the sky. After attending the wedding, the following day, Victoria and her companions commenced their journey home, arriving at the encampments of the Lannisters and Starks. Jaime took only 100 men, while the remaining 500 discreetly controlled the coveted land of Pentos. Cersei had already secured victory. The fate of Pentos was decided, awaiting Jaime's return to reap the fruits of their triumph, a most bountiful territory. The remaining 400 were tasked with excavating the saltpeter mines, as the last explosion had destroyed a significant portion of the mines. Victoria, feeling helpless, continued her search and eventually discovered another rich vein of ore. She hoped to extract ample resources for the production of gunpowder while the others remained unaware. Jaime suggested a secluded village near King's Landing as a manufacturing site. Given various factors, if she were to marry Jaime, she must go to King's Landing. Moreover, regardless of the king, her father, or her sisters, they all required Victoria's presence in King's Landing. Returning to the north was not an option, thus necessitating a secret processing location. Jaime unconditionally supported her endeavors, believing that having more protective charms was beneficial. Therefore, he was wholeheartedly supportive. As they journeyed back with 100 men, Victoria felt a sense of melancholy. Jaime, riding behind her, embraced her. I know what burdens you. Shall we face it together? All right. Victoria recalled the numerous obstacles ahead, her heart heavy yet sweetened by hope. Jaime, steadfast, declared, upon our return to King's Landing, we shall wed. Victoria smiled gently in response. Upon our return to King's Landing, we shall wed. In the wake of a brief 3-day wedding, Victoria and Jaime found themselves utterly enchanted by the quotidian existence of the nomadic tribes, discovering its unique allure. Golden rays of sunlight streamed from behind the luminous white clouds, adorning them with gilded edges. Though materially impoverished and simple, the lives of the prairie people were imbued with optimism. They thrived in spiritual abundance, basking in the splendor and blessings of nature each leisurely day. Herds of cattle, sheep, and horses grazed on the vibrant grasses and wildflowers, while the soft clouds above inspired imaginative souls to envision myriad shapes. The endless blue sky and white clouds formed an eternally captivating tableau. Emerging from their tent, they beheld an unobstructed view, where only the verdant greens of the evening banquet sprawled freely, a world of greenery, a paradise of grass. The undulating slopes of grass beckoned an indomitable spirit, igniting a desire to gallop freely and roar with exhilaration, akin to an eagle soaring majestically between heaven and earth. In stark contrast to the boundless prairie, the city felt constrictively small and stifling. The inhabitants of the grasslands, shaped by their environment, radiated a grandiose demeanor, embodying warmth and sincerity. Victoria and Daenerys nestled together on the meadow, their bodies closely entwined, arms linked. Dany, I can't do this anymore, Victoria chuckled, her gaze fixed on the bag of red wine in Daenerys' grasp. You can do it. Just push through, Victoria. Look at Jaime. He can handle it. So can you. Daenerys insisted, pulling Victoria closer and pouring the wine into her mouth. Victoria, overwhelmed, refused to swallow, her chest tight with the effort. Daenerys, undeterred, climbed atop Victoria, holding her down to pour more wine. Why isn't it going in? Daenerys exclaimed, peering down. Seizing the moment, Victoria ducked away, arching her back and squinting, unable to suppress her laughter. Oh, you dare not drink? Watch me, she teased. Daenerys, feeling giddy, floated in a world of feathery lightness yet retained a semblance of clarity. Suddenly, she lunged at Victoria's waist, eliciting squeals of surprise. Oh my! Victoria couldn't contain herself, spilling half the wine and drenching both herself and her face. They laughed so hard they could hardly breathe. All right, Dany, let me go. No, stop, I will resist. Victoria protested, though her laughter betrayed her lack of true resistance against Daenerys' playful onslaught. The two women, both tipsy, erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Jaime glanced over, preparing to join the fray. But as he stood, he stumbled and was pulled back by Drogo. Though he did not understand the Dothraki language, it was clear that the act of drinking transcended words. Simple gestures sufficed. As Jaime fell, a rush of alcohol surged through him, igniting a fiery sensation in his throat and crown. Zhao Gukao and his Blood Alliance companions erupted into hearty laughter, dismissing any concerns regarding the women. Let us continue to drink. This group of men, numbering around 10, engaged in a spirited exchange of libations while showcasing their martial prowess, honing their skills amidst the revelry. The wine bags barely sufficed, prompting them to break open several barrels, quenching their thirst from large bowls. The succulent lamb roasting over the fire was forgotten as they busily engaged in conversation and laughter. The atmosphere was particularly joyous, infused with the effects of alcohol, which catalyzed emotions and blurred the mind. Jaime continued to match Zhao Gukao drink for drink, paying no heed to the legal squabbles involving Victoria and Daenerys. Laughter rang out incessantly, with many succumbing to inebriation, swaying and stumbling, affectionately calling everyone brother, revealing their innermost secrets. The daylight's defenses melted away under the influence of night and drink, dissolving all indifference and barriers. Glancing towards the two women pouring drinks for each other, Jaime and Zhao Gukao exchanged knowing smiles and retrieved another barrel, raising their cups in a toast. The night was filled with exuberance, the bonfire burning brightly as the wedding guests seamlessly melded with the hosts. A profound sense of kinship emerged, as fine wine and sizzling lamb elevated the bonds between strangers from the stomach to the soul. The alcohol left everyone in a euphoric state. Ultimately, Daenerys poured 2 full bags of wine down Victoria's throat, leading to her own intoxication. She grabbed an unfamiliar blanket, nestled her head against Victoria, and together they drifted off to sleep under the open sky on the grasslands. Meanwhile, Jaime and Zhao Guokao continued their revelry late into the night, collapsing into slumber without even a blanket, unconcerned, warmed by the bonfire's glow. The Dothraki and the grasslands together embraced the realm of dreams, savoring a sweet slumber, free from worries. Victoria, with her small stomach, slept for an indeterminate time until the urgency of nature stirred her. She turned her head, furrowing her brow as if to dispel the feeling. It's just a dream. I can go in my dream, she thought. Burping from the alcohol, she rolled over. Her hair tousled, her gaze hazy. She resisted the urge to rise, burying her head against Daenerys' chest, curling her legs as if to better contain the sensation. Child, wake up, or you'll wet your pants. The aged voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by a vision of a helpless hand waving, anxious and flustered. I can just go in my dream, shill. Victoria's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully swatted the blanket in Daenerys, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Daenerys remained in a deep slumber, utterly unaware. Child, wake up. There's no restroom in dreams. Hurry up, wake up. The insistent voice continued, while Victoria longed for tranquility. I want to sleep. Please wake up. Child, just get up and relieve yourself. Be good. Wake up. It felt akin to coaxing a mischievous toddler. Sleep. Child, sleep. Sleep. Sleep, sleep. Victoria fell into slumber, and upon awakening the following day, she experienced a slight throbbing in her head and a sensation of constriction in the central bronchial passage of her chest. Her gait was somewhat unsteady. Daenerys was still nestled within her blanket, and suddenly, Victoria was astonished to find herself levitating, ascending ever higher. A thrill coursed through her. Could it be that she had acquired a peculiar ability to fly? Perhaps the remnants of a hangover lingered. James approached from behind, cradling her and bringing a damp plug to her lips. I can't drink anymore, Dany. I simply cannot. She remained somewhat disoriented. Come now, drink the goat's milk. James, evidently adept at this task, held her arm and pried open her mouth, tilting her neck back to pour an entire pouch down her throat. The goat's milk from the Dothraki plains was renowned for its exquisite quality, sweet flavor, and rich nourishment. The night was still cloaked in darkness, silence enveloping the surroundings as all were ensconced in slumber. James, intoxicated, collapsed against a stone, succumbing to sleep. The wind howled fiercely in the night, and upon awakening, he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he sat upright, kicking aside Drogo's legs to clear a path. He staggered off in search of more goat's milk, knowing it would alleviate his inebriation, and rummaged through the tent for a pouch. In a moment of triumph, he beheld Victoria, who was struggling mightily, and he emptied the entire pouch with satisfaction. At long last, she relinquished her hold, kneeling and violently retching forth a considerable amount of goat's milk. It was then that James realized something was amiss, a cold sweat breaking over him as he rushed to assist Victoria. What's wrong? You've never reacted this way to goat's milk before. The wind sweeping across the plains felt bone-chilling. The milk has soured. It's foul and acidic. Forcing it down her throat was a grave mistake. It was a veritable ordeal, akin to the torturous necessity of donning one's grandmother's autumn trousers, both hideous and stifling. Victoria convulsed, her eyes rolling back in disgust as she cast a fierce look of disdain towards James. At that moment, realization dawned upon him, and his hand, which had been awkwardly positioned, faltered. Victoria puffed her cheeks, resembling a vigilant hamster, forbidding him to approach. James's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, and after a moment of revelation, he retreated, slapping his forehead in realization. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Goat's milk spoils. Victoria gazed at James, her eyes clouded and lacking their usual clarity, her demeanor notably lax. I knew it. You're still drunk and haven tea yet sobered up, she chuckled. James approached with a smile, suggesting, let us return to the tent and rest, bringing Dany along. With arms outstretched, Victoria lunged forward without moving her feet, prompting James to quickly step in, bending to embrace her. You'll be fine sleeping outside on the ground. In a few strides, they entered the tent, tucking Victoria inside before he too nestled in to sleep. A heavy drowsiness enveloped Victoria once more. Her neck felt vacant, yearning for a pillow to support her. Yet, she felt no desire to speak or move, slipping into the embrace of sleep almost instantaneously. As James joined her, the bed sank to one side. He pulled her closer, resting his left arm around her head, and they both surrendered to the tranquility of slumber. In the tribe, the sounds of snoring filled the air. With only the flickering of stars, and the warm glow of embers remaining. At that moment, a shadowy hand stealthily opened the cage door, bending low to escape westward while the surroundings lay silent. Clad in tattered garments, the rags fluttered in the moonlight as he stumbled onward. He had stolen a horse adorned with a golden saddle and galloped away to the west. The following day, after midday, the sun hung high and temperatures soared, casting blinding rays upon the land. The inhabitants of the tribes slowly awoke, yawning and stretching. This was the day when Victoria and her companions were to bid farewell. Drogo Cao, a remarkable figure among men and a man of great drinking capacity, was the first to awaken. As he surveyed the serene beauty of the grassland, filled with tender tranquility, his thoughts turned to the horses. The Dothraki held their horses dear, treating them as life itself. He ventured to check on them, meticulously grooming their manes. Nearby, Sir Roderick Kiso tended to their 3 steeds, having just risen and still feeling somewhat drowsy. Rubbing his eyes, he mumbled, "Where's that other horse?" Glancing around, he found it difficult to distinguish the horses, but he soon lost interest and sought a place to eat. Drogo Cao possessed an intimate knowledge of horses, scanning the herd with a keen eye. Suddenly, a sharp whistle escaped his lips, its penetrating sound rousing several blood riders from their slumber, who immediately turned to him, eager for orders. Cao had no intention of leading them out at that moment. But the sound of galloping hooves approached. A magnificent black steed thundered across the prairie, moving with the swiftness of lightning, its powerful form shining with vitality, an extraordinary horse indeed. Cao had awaited this horse, his loyal friend and companion. Gently caressing its dark mane, he mounted with ease. The horse, understanding its master, galloped forth with grace. After running a short distance, Cao suddenly reined it in. The horse snorted, exhaling warm breath, tilting its head as if to inquire, "My master, what troubles you?" Cao's expression remained stoic, his demeanor as unyielding as ever, seldom revealing anything through his commanding gaze. Daenerys lay on the grass, wrapped in a leather blanket, resembling a brown caterpillar. A gust of wind had tousled her silver hair, lending her an inexplicable charm. Impatient, the horse, accustomed to its decisive master, resumed its gallop, swiftly leaving Daenerys behind. With a sigh of frustration, Cao dismounted from the flying steed, landing gracefully on the grass. His steps were steady and purposeful, drawing closer to Daenerys. At last, he halted before her, scooping her up in his large hands, and, with the blanket still wrapped around her, carried her into his tent. As he rode upon his steed, a sudden recollection struck him. He was married, and his wife, the silver-haired woman, lay sleeping on the ground. She was exquisite, petite, and undeniably brave. In his absence, devoid of linguistic skills and surrounded by inebriated revelers, who would care for her? His wife, all alone, bereft of any kin, thus. It was incumbent upon him to do more. Zhuge Cao felt the weight in his arms, light, effortlessly transportable to the bed for her comfort. Approaching the bedside, he paused abruptly. His bed, the great Zhuge Cao's bed, had been usurped. What could he do? Surely, he couldn't evict his friend, yet Dany Jam was still asleep. And Victoria was caught between dreams, awakened by the clamor in her mind. "Child, awaken. You are occupying the master's bed." Such rudeness. Victoria struggled to open one eye, only to share an awkward gaze with Zhuge Cao, who was cradling Daenerys, searching for a place to settle her. A wave of embarrassment washed over Victoria, her thoughts racing. "Oh dear, what should I do?" "You must devise a solution." Perhaps, a hesitant, aged voice suggested, "You ought to feign slumber. I doubt he would dare to displace you." Victoria, exasperated, retorted, "Then why did you wake me?" "I was convincingly pretending." The ancient voice fell silent, rendered speechless. Had the occupants of the bed remained asleep, Zhuge Cao could have simply departed. However, now that they were awake, the situation grew precarious. This was her domain, and 2 uninvited guests had commandeered his bed, leaving his wife without a place to rest. Zhuge Cao's brows furrowed with increasing frustration. Victoria pondered why James had chosen such an inconvenient spot. A stroke of ill fortune indeed. With no pretense left, she had a sudden inspiration. She rolled over and kicked James off the bed, landing him onto the soft mat below without harm. Taking his place, she patted the vacant space, signaling Zhuge Cao with her gaze. He chuckled in exasperation, shaking his head, as he gently placed Dany upon the bed. Victoria, instantly compliant, covered her with a blanket, then nestled in beside her, to which Dany instinctively responded in her sleep, embracing her back, creating a tableau of harmony. Zhuge Cao could not suppress his laughter. This friend was utterly delightful. He then maneuvered around to drag the still slumbering James from the bed, carelessly depositing him in a random spot. Surely, Men were meant to slumber outdoors, were they not? Ignoring the commotion, Zhuo Kao's steed, sensing its master's affairs were concluded, approached with alacrity. He mounted with grace, the horse galloping away into the distance. Zhuo Kao's steed was a marvel of speed, as he crouched low against its back, gliding like the wind. The shadow ahead gradually loomed larger, and he urged his horse onward with the whip, but none could rival the swiftness of Zhuo Kao. He gazed at the imposing figure of Zhuang Kao, drawing ever closer, intermittently emitting fragmented shouts. His disheveled hair, half a meter long, had become indistinguishable, whether a collection of braids or a tangled mass, caked with grime. His skin, rough and dark, was accentuated by a coarse and disjointed texture that resonated within his chest. His fingers, rigid and haphazardly draped over the saddle, showcased nails of varying lengths. Some elongated while others were broken at the root, presenting a rather untidy appearance. The distance between the two was rapidly diminishing, sensing imminent capture. The man showed no signs of halting, seizing every opportunity to flee. In a fit of anger, Zhuang Kao spurred his horse, swiftly closing the gap. Soon, both riders galloped side by side. In a swift motion, Zhuang Kao struck the man's shoulder blade with his right arm, producing a sharp crack of bone. The man fell from the saddle, momentarily stunned, then attempted to dive beneath the iron hooves of Zhuang Kao's steed, clearly seeking his own demise. Should anyone encounter him, the outcome could only be a gruesome fate beneath the pounding hooves. Just as tragedy loomed, Zhuang Kao let out a piercing shout, narrowly missing the man's face. Remarkably, only a few superficial wounds were left in its wake, sparing him from any mortal peril. Such exquisite horsemanship was perhaps the domain of Zhuang Kao alone, a man who had spent his life in communion with horses. The fallen man writhed in agony upon the grass. Enraged, Zhuang Kao dismounted, wielding his whip with ferocity, delivering several lashes while bellowing, "Produce what I seek, or do not expect to live to return to the Seven Kingdoms." With a kick that rendered the man unconscious, he bound him and led two horses back to the camp. Meanwhile, despite the sun shining brightly in the camp, the recent festivities of the wedding had left few sober. Most remained in a state of intoxication, and Jaime wished to continue his pleasant dreams. However, the harsh glare of the sun proved too piercing, and he felt an irritating sensation akin to ants crawling on his neck. Realizing something was amiss, he hurriedly sat up, startled to find himself sprawled on the grass instead of in the comfort of his bed. Jaime brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes and flung aside the tent flap, striding inside. Victoria was still asleep, her visage serene and beautiful. A gentle curve at the corners of her mouth, exuding a natural and harmonious grace that fostered a sense of tranquility. Jaime contemplated approaching to touch her cheek, but abruptly halted, realizing with dismay that Daenerys was also nestled beside her. He had nearly overlooked her presence. Both women remained blissfully unaware, and Jaime, unable to approach, turned and exited the tent. Life on the prairie unfolded at a leisurely pace, and despite the hour growing late, there were no signs of activity. Most were still deep in slumber, embracing the moment. Jaime, unwilling to linger and sleep, felt a twinge of boredom and had no desire to ride. Instead, he wandered about, akin to his usual patrol of the camp. Owing to Zhuang Kao and Daenerys treating them as friends, no one impeded his aimless explorations. Occasionally, James encountered a few Dothraki individuals busying themselves with their belongings. Due to the language barrier, there was little opportunity for meaningful exchange, rendering him somewhat disinterested. He found himself envying Victoria's command of the Dothraki language. Never mind, he mused. I shall wait until she awakens to translate. With this thought, James continued on his way, only to unexpectedly come across the governor of Pentos. With a smile, the governor approached, sword at his side, addressing Illyrio. What brings you here still? I presumed you had scurried back to your lair. Illyrio held a silver pot, meticulously polishing it with a fine gray cloth under the sunlight. Upon hearing the remark, he chuckled, My Lord Lannister, this is a rare treasure not found on the plains. His beard and hair had turned completely white, slicked back, and his hooked nose and rounded chin bore deep lines of age. James offered no response, merely casting a disapproving gaze in Illyrio's direction, pondering what cunning schemes this old fox might be concocting. Illyrio continued to mutter, The merchants of lions have infiltrated all 7 kingdoms, driving us to the plains. To think you still covet this prime territory. Pentos was one of the 7 free cities, a domain the Lannisters ought not to tread upon. As he polished the silver pot, sharp, cold eyes pierced through the deep furrows of his brow. Wherever there is profit, there lies Lannister territory. There is no place we cannot reach, even beyond the 7 kingdoms. You might have clung to life, but you've chosen a path to ruin by refusing to amend your ways. Illyrio gripped the silver pot so fiercely that it dented under his hold. To secretly consort with the Dothraki tribes and call them brothers is a blatant violation of the law, a path to self-destruction. Would you not agree, my lord? Perhaps it is a lesser sin than funding the exiled heirs of the previous dynasty and orchestrating their unions. James remained unfazed, perceiving Illyrio's words as nothing more than a crude threat. Yet, the governor's lips quivered, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he managed to utter, "Your sister is the queen, your nephew the heir, and your father, the formidable Tywin Lannister, is a man of immense power, capable of turning black into white. How could we, the nameless from the lower ranks, ever compare?" Such familiar derision irked James, causing him to press his lips together in displeasure, his gaze darkening further. As the heir of a prominent family, no matter his merits, others would forever see him through the lens of his lineage and support. All his endeavors and achievements would be easily dismissed, attributed solely to the influence of his family's power. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he cast aside his thoughts and smiled, saying, "Upon your return to Pentos, I have a gift for you." With that, he turned and departed. The communication and transportation systems across Westeros were underdeveloped, and the vast grasslands were shrouded in isolation. Illyrio had already squandered considerable time here and had failed to establish timely contact with the governor's office. Little did he know, the landscape of the governor's domain had undergone a radical transformation, a change that might serve as a delightful surprise for the old man. As James took a few steps forward, he spotted Khal Drogo returning on horseback, a captive trailing behind him. They exchanged nods, a silent greeting. Upon Drogo's arrival, it was customary for others to greet him, assisting with the horse and the captive's removal. James found it peculiar. The prisoner appeared utterly filthy, his clothing unrecognizable, his steps unsteady, and his demeanor disoriented, indicating he had been confined for an extended period, perhaps even a year or two. Among the Dothraki, strength was paramount, and even their own often suffered injuries from brawls. It was unusual for them to keep a captive who merely consumed their resources, especially one that required Drogo's personal effort to retrieve. Drogo's temperament was notoriously fierce. He was capable of tearing a man apart and ripping out tongues, making his current demeanor all the more unusual. Clearly agitated, he seized a wineskin from one of the blood riders and poured its contents down his throat. Just as he was about to stride forward, he abruptly halted. Daenerys Targaryen stood a short distance ahead, her gaze gentle yet resolute, fixed upon him. "My son and stars, I miss you. I wish to see you first thing every morning." To Drogo's astonishment, Daenerys spoke in Dothraki, and a soft breeze seemed to quell the volcanic fury within him. "I punished a runaway prisoner this morning, my wife," Drogo replied quickly, a note of delight in his voice. The acknowledgement of her determination and ability to integrate into their tribe filled him with joy. Yet, Daenerys froze, unable to comprehend his words, which were not part of the few phrases Victoria had taught her. For a moment, she was at a loss, but she maintained her smile and conveyed her feelings through her eyes. Drogo interpreted her silence as understanding. After all, it was remarkable that his wife could progress from knowing nothing to speaking even just a single sentence in Dothraki. He stepped forward to embrace Daenerys, who felt warmth and shyness wash over her, soon replaced by a profound sense of safety and joy as she gazed up at her son and stars. "My son and stars, my husband," she whispered. Drogo beamed with happiness, leading Daenerys to a quiet place to share tender moments. Suddenly, he found both interest and patience, personally teaching her the Dothraki language. "Let us start with 'I love you,'" he suggested, surprising even himself with a smile that lingered, his serious demeanor softened by the sweetness of the moment. James observed from the sidelines, feeling a pang of envy at such morning displays of affection. This was hardly considerate of others. He resolved to seek out Victoria to alleviate the discomfort of his night spent on the grass. Meanwhile, a Dothraki warrior, following Drogo's orders, sought the assistance of the governor of Pentos to interrogate the prisoner on the ground, hoping to pry information from him. James, uninterested, began to turn back to check if Victoria had awakened and whether the wine had left him with a headache, but before he could take a few steps, he was called to a halt. Illyrio was intent on proceeding when he was intercepted by a Dothraki warrior, who babbled something while casting glances towards Jaime. Unable to defer the matter any longer, Illyrio's countenance darkened further, as if he were about to weep, and he stiffly uttered, "My Lord Lannister, Khal requests your presence to adjudicate this case." Jaime, lacking interest in the affair, felt it inappropriate to reject Khal Drogo's request, and he nodded in acquiescence. The Dothraki warriors then dragged the half-dead figure from the ground into a tent designated for handling such matters, arranging several seats in the process. At that moment, Victoria emerged from her grooming, searching for him. Jaime approached and took her hand, inquiring, "How much did you drink yesterday? Is your head throbbing?" Victoria, frowning, replied, "Rub my neck, please. My head does not ache, but the absence of a proper pillow has left my neck in discomfort." Jaime obliged, gently massaging her. And Victoria found immense pleasure in his skill. "You shall be my masseur from now on," she declared. Jaime chuckled, "Are you hungry?" "Not yet. I'll eat later." "What of Daenerys?" "She has gone for a stroll with Khal Drogo. Come, accompany me to adjudicate a case. You may serve as my translator." "A case?" Victoria was taken aback. "Are we to handle it?" "Indeed, it has been entrusted to us by Khal Drogo. Let us enter and observe." The two made their way to the tent, where Dothraki warriors were recounting the prisoner's tale to Illyrio. They happened to catch a song. And as a Dothraki warrior spoke, Victoria leaned close to Jaime's ear to translate. Once the warrior finished, Jaime grasped the essence of the case. The individual lying on the ground was a citizen of the Seven Kingdoms, known as Samingo. He possessed remarkable medical skills, particularly in veterinary medicine, and he had a notable talent for healing horses. Thus, he traversed the land, earning a considerable sum and acquiring the moniker of horse doctor. Just as he emerged from a humble apprenticeship, having labored diligently to amass wealth, he had married a beautiful and gentle wife and welcomed 2 young children into the world. With his wife expecting again, he invested his meager savings in a charming 2-story wooden house adorned with daisies, a monumental achievement and a beautiful dream for the average person struggling to make ends meet. As his family grew and his children became frail, Samingo sought ways to increase his earnings. Finally, with resolve, he ventured to the borders of the Seven Kingdoms. For it is said that fortune favors the bold. At that time, war was raging in the region, with Dothraki warriors clashing with the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. Following the establishment of the Seven Kingdoms, trade flourished, and caravans increasingly traversed various ports and free trade zones. The roads bustled with the movement of goods, while the Dothraki, who eschewed agriculture, resorted to pillaging. After enduring repeated assaults, even the most patient among the Seven Kingdoms would grow incensed. King Robert Baratheon, in his prime, was filled with ambition to restore order and protect his nation's interests, and he was poised to lead his forces into battle against the battle-hardened Dothraki. However, the king is the very foundation of the realm. How could he jeopardize himself? The courtiers fervently urged him to heed their counsel. In those days, Robert was still capable of listening to advice, which was not entirely absurd, as he did not completely ignore state affairs. Thus, he accepted the recommendations from the council, where Prime Minister Jon Arryn suggested dispatching capable commanders to confront the Dothraki tribes. Robert began to contemplate potential candidates for this expedition. He immediately considered Eddard Stark from the north, but alas, Ned's eldest son had just been born. Robert, being considerate of his brother, deemed it inappropriate to separate flesh and blood. The Tyrells of Highgarden, though wealthy, had no capable warriors among their ranks. Their matriarch was formidable, yet it was hardly suitable to send a woman into battle. At that moment, Queen Cersei ardently advocated for her brother, Jaime Lannister, insisting on his merit repeatedly. However, Robert scoffed at her suggestion, unwilling to further elevate the Lannister heir. "Your brother is still too young. Do not entertain such thoughts," he retorted dismissively. Cersei persisted. "But he has secured victories in battle, Your Majesty. I implore you to grant him an opportunity. You know that men must endure trials to grow. Jaime will not disappoint you," she added. Robert, growing impatient, commanded her to be silent. "Woman, leave my presence." Cersei, incredulous, pressed on, "Leave your domain?" Robert remained silent. Casting his gaze elsewhere, he ascended the Iron Throne, acknowledging the Lannisters' indispensable contributions. "I have already compensated the lions. Spare me the nonsensical talk of debts owed," he growled, tugging at his collar, visibly agitated. Cersei, unaccustomed to being wronged, had only ever wielded power over others since her youth. Yet, she raised her hand, examining her opulent, intricately adorned silk gown. With her lips twitching, she reflected, "I am married now. This is not Casterly Rock, but my husband's palace, and I am his queen." Thinking of Jaime, she mustered a strained smile, her voice slow and gentle, almost submissive. "Your Majesty, military accomplishments are vital for a man's growth. Please allow Jaime to serve you." She poured a cup of wine and offered it to Robert, attempting to coax him into drinking. Robert frowned, resisting her hand's approach. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, snatching the goblet and slamming it onto the table. "The king's word is law. Depart from here," he declared. Cersei's chest rose and fell sharply, her teeth clenched, yet she retreated, her voice stiff as she remarked, "Please, Your Majesty." Pay heed to my father's correspondence in a few days. With a flick of her sleeve, she exited with indignation. Robert surveyed the 7 kingdoms. There were many capable commanders, yet finding someone to match the Dothraki in prowess proved difficult. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he self-deprecatingly chuckled. How could I have forgotten you? He recalled his own brother, the master of ships, Stannis Baratheon. Although Stannis was taciturn, socially awkward, and not particularly likable, his military acumen could not be overlooked. During the War of Conquest, Stannis had successfully defended the Baratheon ancestral stronghold, Storm's End, under exceedingly harsh conditions. In a moment of trepidation, Robert bestowed the desolate and remote Dragonstone Island upon Stannis, while granting the more prosperous ancestral lands of Windy Hill to their younger brother, Renly Baratheon. Stannis perceived this as a slight and harbored grievances against his elder brother, Robert Baratheon. The king was secretly contemplating candidates for his military campaign, having made some progress, yet he lacked the necessary funds and provisions. Although there was a treasury steward overseeing finances years prior, King Baratheon preferred to take matters into his own hands rather than remain aloof. As he conferred with Jon Arryn late into the night, fretting over military expenses, a small servant quietly stood behind him. Robert furrowed his brow, inquiring about the matter. A letter had arrived from the Lannister Duke of Casterly Rock and the Golden Tooth. Respectfully, the servant presented a wax-sealed missive. Robert grimaced and scoffed, pouring himself a drink, regarding the scheming lion with disdain. Jon Arryn cautioned, Your Majesty, the Lannister influence cannot be underestimated. You must exercise caution in your words. Robert waved dismissively, stating, My dear father, I have no desire to feign anything before you. You raised me and Ned Stark as if we were your own sons. I harbor a genuine loathing for the Lannisters. Moreover, this is my palace. Can the Lannisters truly extend their reach here? Jon Arryn reminded him of the Queen and her brother. Robert scoffed, That golden-haired wretch sullies my palace. Tywin, that old fool, must be scheming to secure a favorable position for his only son. Forgive my candor, Your Majesty, but Duke Tywin has 2 sons, Jon Arryn interjected. Robert, sipping his wine, burst into laughter. Does the imp count as a man? Perhaps half of one. Tywin has committed heinous acts, and now the consequences have arrived. That little abomination is his greatest shame, huh? I would love to see that child and witness just how deformed he is. Suddenly struck by a thought, Robert commanded the servant to immediately summon Tywin's youngest son to the capital without delay. But, Your Majesty, the child is only 5 or 6 years old, Jon Arryn protested. Robert, exhilarated, downed several more cups, declaring, The more Tywin attempts to hide his ugly blemish, the more I shall expose it, allowing his precious son to meet all the lords and ladies in King's Landing. A reasonable justification will be necessary, Your Majesty, Jon Arryn replied. Just like with Jaime. The reason shall be to accompany his unfortunate sister. Cersei will undoubtedly go to great lengths to conceal this imp, sparing him from embarrassment. Once she is preoccupied, she will cease to disturb me. Jon Arryn smiled. You are consistently forthright regarding the Queen. Robert's smile faded. Cersei is significantly younger than I, strikingly beautiful, of noble lineage, and quite compassionate. However, she bears the Lannister name. Each time I behold her golden hair and eyes, I am reminded of her brother and father. I detest those gilded, mane-like dogs who will stop at nothing for their own gain. Were she unassociated with the Lannisters, devoid of her father's avarice, perhaps I would regard her more favorably. Jon attempted to counsel him. Yet, Your Majesty, the Queen may bear you an heir. You ought to accord her the dignity she deserves. Robert raised his eyebrows high, questioning whether I truly wished to share a bed with her. Each time we engaged, her cries were as sharp as those of a she-dog. Jon Arryn hesitated to speak of their common adversary, the Lannisters, yet felt a peculiar sympathy for the girl caught in this union. Robert continued to down copious amounts of wine, pondering for whom he undertook all these endeavors and to what end. The woman I loved had long departed from this world. What significance did it hold if I ruled over the 7 kingdoms? Upon my death, I could not bequeath the throne to the child of Lyanna and me. I possessed everything, yet felt utterly devoid of worth. Jon Arryn had begun to show signs of age. Observing King Robert, it was undeniable that Lyanna was a beauty of unparalleled renown, rarely gentle, yet not lacking in fortitude and bravery. If His Majesty truly could not let go, once we vanquished the lions, he might wed one of Ned's daughters. A nephew resembling an uncle would yield a niece akin to her aunt. Robert frowned at this suggestion. What are you saying, my father? Ned's eldest has just been born. Do you expect me to marry a daughter who has yet to be brought into the world? I loved Lyanna, not a mere semblance of her. Jon Arryn chuckled, acknowledging his slip of tongue. The Robert Baratheon of over a decade ago was not the same as the man before me now. Though he had begun to exhibit signs of indulgence in drink and pleasure, he still possessed a robust physique from diligent exercise, coupled with the ambition and discernment intrinsic to a king. However, a decade later, he had succumbed to despair, drowning in oblivion, growing increasingly tyrannical and unapproachable. Robert found little amusement in life, plagued by emptiness and restlessness. He often sought solace in wine, hunting, and the company of courtesans, seemingly believing that only by occupying his time could he escape his anguish. Jon Arryn, hunched with age, approached him, stating, "Your Majesty, your drinking has escalated alarmingly." He stepped forward, took the letter, broke the wax seal, and presented it to Robert. Robert received it and tossed it aside. "Lyanna is no longer of this world. She is gone, and I cannot reclaim her, a regret I shall carry for eternity. Yet, had my Lyanna lived, the Baratheons could have allied with the Starks. A long-held desire of mine. There is no more perfect match than that of the House of the Stag and the House of the Wolf, noble lineage that could ensure the kingdom's lasting peace. My disdain for the Lannisters runs deep. One day, I shall see them utterly eradicated." Jon Arryn remarked that there were many irrevocable losses. Lyanna Stark was deserving of her name, and Ned would surely mourn his sister. "If your Majesty wishes for an alliance between our houses, let the next generation fulfill it. Ned Stark has just welcomed a son named Robb. It is time for you to consider progeny as well." The implication was unmistakable. Robert shook his head in resignation. "I already have many children, 4 sons and 6 daughters, as far as is known." Jon Arryn furrowed his brow. "Do bastards count as children, your Majesty? Are you proposing to marry the daughter of a mistress to your brother's son?" Robert reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I was merely jesting. I shall arrange for my brother or my children to ally with the Starks." In the War of Nation-building, Stark emerged as a founding hero. However, Ned remained impervious to the allure of wealth, status, or lands. He simply withdrew into the north, refusing to emerge. Yet, it is precisely his contrast to the Lannisters' insatiable greed that renders him a trustworthy brother, deserving of my gratitude. Align Jon nodded, having grown up alongside Ned. "You possess the deepest understanding of his character and integrity. Please bestow a title upon his eldest son. Do not allow the lowly-born bastard to tarnish their lineage." Robert waved his hand dismissively. "That was merely jest. A bastard holds no significance, just a trifling matter. I shall do my utmost. In addition to Ned's eldest, I will grant titles, lands, and honors to each of his children. His son shall hold a rank just below mine, while his daughters shall receive the same titles and treatment as my own daughters." Align was pleased with this outcome, stroking the white-bearded king's benevolent influence over his vassals. "Father's merits will bless his descendants. I shall write to Ned, urging him to father more children to take advantage of your Majesty's generosity." "Ha!" Robert chuckled. "The North is far too frigid and economically underdeveloped. To support Ned in raising his children, let us continue to reduce taxes. This year, I shall waive them entirely." Align Jon laughed even more heartily. "Your Majesty is indeed wise." Robert nodded. "As for you, my foster father, your eagle's nest shall also be tax-exempt for a year." Align Jon then presented an unremarkable letter from Tywin Lannister. "He is a slippery individual, not to be trifled with, your Majesty. We must be on high alert in dealing with him." Contemplating this, Robert tore open Tywin's letter, frowning increasingly with each line, until he ultimately ripped it to shreds. "That old fox. I fear Tywin's intentions differ markedly from our initial assumptions," Jon Align advised. Robert gritted his teeth. He did not even mention sending his son to war. Jon Align nodded. "It is evident he anticipated your Majesty's stance, hence his silence on the matter. He must be scheming to carve out a share elsewhere. The old lion is far more cunning than the young cub, and he will not approach you, like the queen, only to encounter setbacks." Robert took another gulp of wine, pondering the prospect of funding all military expenses and provisions. Jon Align interjected firmly, "Absolutely not. The conflict with the Dothraki holds historical significance. We cannot allow the Lannisters to usurp the glory. It is common knowledge that the Lannisters excel at amassing wealth, particularly from warfare. The spoils of a single battle could yield tenfold the investment." Robert nodded. "Then which family possesses this capability?" Jon Align replied directly. "The Arryn family of Eagle's Nest and the Stark family." Robert nodded in agreement, but remained apprehensive. The loyalty of these two families is unquestionable, as is their military strength. However, their economic power is rather nebulous, one located in the frigid expanse of the north, the other in the steep, narrow peaks. Neither is a wealthy domain. Jon Align continued. "Let the Arryns and Starks take the lead, while we persuade House Tyrell of Highgarden to cover the remaining military expenses. Offer them some incentives. They could secure a third position in this endeavor, thus achieving both fame and fortune. Robert nodded decisively. Let it be so. I shall send my brother Stannis to lead the campaign. He has been dissatisfied with me for some time, so he too shall receive a taste of reward. The military expenses shall be borne by your 3 houses. As for the Lannisters, I am well aware of their inexhaustible wealth. Thus, the taxes in the Westerlands have been increased. Jon was delighted that his family had secured a lucrative opportunity and ceased his objections. Consequently, the decree was swiftly issued, and Stannis marched his army towards Pentos to eradicate the Dothraki, a people of the horse who had already invaded Pentos to pillage. Although the Dothraki were few in number, they were born warriors, fierce and relentless, teaching Stannis several hard lessons in the ensuing stalemate. In the heat of battle, each soldier fulfilled his role, and among them was a veterinarian named Semingo, who aligned himself with Stannis' forces. He showcased his remarkable skills in treating horses, gaining widespread acclaim. Word spread of the horse Dr. Semingo, whose talents became almost legendary, with tales suggesting he could revive even the most mortally wounded steeds. Despite the initial setbacks faced by the armies of the Seven Kingdoms, the unwavering support from the nation provided an inexhaustible supply of reinforcements and provisions. In stark contrast, the Dothraki were at a primitive stage regarding logistics and medical aid. As time dragged on, the situation became progressively unfavorable for the Dothraki tribal forces. Their deep-seated affection for their horses compelled them to prioritize the acquisition of plunder before retreating, leading to the capture of the esteemed horse Dr. Semingo. A resourceful man, Semingo continued to serve diligently even under new masters. Although deprived of wealth, he was grateful to remain alive and, as a prisoner, dedicated himself to healing the horses of the Dothraki. The steeds of the plains surpassed those of the Seven Kingdoms in quality and vitality. In this new environment, Semingo flourished, earning a reputation for his unparalleled ability to heal horses, further solidifying his status as a revered figure. Some superstitious Dothraki even began to refer to him as the horse deity, believing him to possess divine powers over equines. Consequently, the Dothraki treated this veterinarian with great respect, taking him and his family along during their migrations. Meanwhile, Stannis, preoccupied with the wealth of Pentos, had yet to concern himself with the fate of a mere veterinarian on the battlefield. His own fiefdom was harsh and remote, ruled by Robert, a man of excessive caution who, despite being his blood brother, treated him as a potential foe, despite Stannis' numerous contributions on the battlefield. This thought gnawed at Stannis, prompting him to seek an audience with someone. As for Semingo and his family, they followed the Dothraki on their erratic journeys for several years. The lifestyle of the nomadic tribes was primitive, in stark contrast to the comforts of living in a 2-story wooden house and enjoying entertainment in Pentos. Semingo's family, consisting of his wife and 2 children, suffered from rickets, and as a veterinarian, Semingo felt powerless to alleviate their human afflictions. Coupled with a deep longing for home, it became increasingly apparent that life among the Dothraki was unsustainable for their livelihood, leading the family to contemplate escape. However, during his escape, he was discovered. Saming witnessed the Dothraki warriors brutally assaulting his wife, followed by the gruesome act of beheading her. His beloved children were then cruelly strung up with a curved blade. Driven to madness, Saming was left alive by the Dothraki solely for his skills as a horse healer, capable of curing any ailment that afflicted their steeds. Yet, in his despair, Saming resolutely refused to serve the Dothraki. In an attempt to exploit his abilities, they kept him imprisoned, employing both threats and temptations, offering him beautiful wives and inflicting torturous beatings, including the severance of his tongue. Nevertheless, Saming's heart remained steadfast. Even after prolonged captivity, he would not yield, seizing every opportunity to escape. The wedding celebration of Drogo and Daenerys presented a recent chance, but alas, he was recaptured by Drogo. Victoria and Jaime, upon hearing this tale, sighed in sorrow, though Jaime gently restrained Victoria's arm to prevent her from uttering words better left unsaid. Jaime inquired what Drogo desired from them. The warrior replied directly, insisting that the horse healer continue to tend to their horses. A glance exchanged between Victoria and Jaime revealed a shared sense of pity for Saming, leading to a moment of decision. Saming lay listlessly upon the damp earth, while Drogo towered over him, remarking that were it not for the horses, he would have already strung his intestines from a flagpole. The surrounding Dothraki warriors erupted in raucous laughter, brandishing their weapons in chaotic revelry. Saming could offer no response, his breath shallow and labored, his eyes barely open, his spirit waning further. Jaime approached the prostrate figure. proposing that if he were willing to impart his healing techniques to the Dothraki, he might secure his freedom. Saming emitted faint sounds, struggling to raise his head. His voice disjointed and lacking coherence. He opened his mouth in vain, empty and unable to articulate a word, yet his refusal to divulge his methods was unmistakable. Jaime turned to signal Victoria, who nodded and stepped forward to address Drogo. Saming's dulled eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, as though the long-standing darkness was pierced by the dawn. Cautiously lowering his head, he strained to listen to their exchange. "Great Drogo," Victoria began. "This stubborn wretch will only bring you trouble if he remains within your tribe. He has not changed his mind in all these years, and it is unlikely he ever will." Drogo regarded this woman, a friend of his wife, contemplating whether to grant her request. "You require a skilled horse healer. Yet I believe it would be more stable and reliable for the tribe's brethren to tend to their own horses rather than relying on outsiders." Drogo's eyes, shaped like inverted triangles, took on a menacing glare at her words. A sheen of cold sweat had formed on Victoria's brow, yet she pressed on, undeterred. "I possess a collection of medical texts sourced from the palaces of the Seven Kingdoms, undoubtedly surpassing the inept and insipid horse doctor. Allow me the honor of presenting them to you." The Dothraki, valuing words as precious commodities, remain illiterate. However, perspectives have shifted. In this era, medical literature is woefully underdeveloped, rendering items from royal courts exceedingly rare and valuable. Victoria paused, realizing that the Dothraki, lacking written language, would find it challenging to study medicine from such texts. She stepped back, exchanging glances with Jaime, and gently posed her concern. One cannot forsake an innocent soul on the vast Dothraki plains in the effort to save another. Jaime's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight as he chuckled, suggesting that the seemingly inconsequential individual might serve a purpose. "Curious," Victoria inquired. "Who could that be? Do we know such a person?" Jaime reminded her of the translator they had captured. "Oh, you mean Yura?" Victoria exclaimed, a light dawning upon her. "Indeed, this is fortuitous. He was sentenced to death by my father and fled to the fringes. I intended to bring him back, yet could not disregard my father's decree. This presents a splendid opportunity for atonement. If we can resolve this matter, he may absolve his transgressions and have a legitimate reason to return to the north. Furthermore, I could offer him a fitting role, allowing him to avoid a life of wandering and exile." "Jaime, you are truly kind," she said, gazing at him with starry eyes. Jaime, feeling akin to a puffed-up pufferfish, had initially wished to leave Yura to fend for himself on the plains, yet now found himself considering a way out for him. Victoria playfully clung to his arm, swaying slightly. "You are the best. Yura possesses commendable swordsmanship and a noble heart. He simply erred once. Should we not extend a helping hand?" Jaime, unable to resist her charm, capitulated, conceding, "Whatever you say will be done." He mused inwardly about the many harsh and frigid terrains in the north, contemplating sending Yura to the snow-laden primordial forests for logging. Suddenly, Victoria interjected with enthusiasm, declaring her fondness for the ice and the vast, dense forests of the north. "You must sculpt ice for me, and we shall also embark on dog-sledding adventures." Jaime's heart soared with joy, eager to comply. "Very well, let us go together." After a tender moment, Victoria resolved to attend to business, seeking out Drogo Cow to advocate on behalf of the horse doctor. "Cow, I possess medical texts that can not only heal horses, but also alleviate human ailments. Moreover, I have a suitable candidate who can serve as your translator. Once he has translated the works, your people will also learn medical practices. At that time, may I request that you return the translator to my side?" Drogo Cow considered this proposal and found it quite advantageous. The horse doctor, Samingo, was competent solely in equine medicine and had long refrained from serving himself, rendering him a rather useless entity, flavorless yet too valuable to discard. This woman was willing to exchange knowledge of healing both humans and horses and provide a translator. Nothing could be more favorable. "Very well," Drogo Cow nodded, and Victoria exhaled in relief. Samingo was once again confined under strict supervision, while James and Victoria took their leave. Did he agree? James was aware that the odds were slim. "I intend to exchange the medical manuscript leaked from the palace." James halted. "A manuscript? Such a precious item. How could it possibly be in circulation?" Victoria, with a mischievous smile, declared, "If I say it exists, it exists." With that, she continued on her way. James restrained her. "Are you planning to deceive Zaejeko? He's quite a decent fellow. There's no need for that." Victoria retorted, "The mountain man has his own clever schemes." With a giggle, she dashed towards her tent, and James had no choice but to follow. Upon returning to the tent, Victoria ordered the heavy drapes to be drawn and all candles extinguished, plunging the interior into darkness. She flopped onto the bed, pulling a silken cloth over her eyes. Ready to sleep. James, observing the pitch-black tent, set down his sword and approached her. You've only just awakened. How can you sleep so soon? Victoria pulled the covers over her head and mumbled, to obtain the manuscript, one must fall asleep. James moved closer, tugging at the covers. Don't cover your head. It's not good for your health. Don't pull. How can I sleep without covering myself? I'm not only wide awake, but a bit excited as well. Victoria insisted, fiercely clutching the corner of the blanket. With a firm pull, James managed to wrest the covers away, pushing Victoria to the side and taking the central position. He reached out to her. Come here, let me hold you and lull you to sleep. Victoria's eyes sparkled with laughter, and she suddenly blushed, exclaiming, All right, I'm coming. She shot toward him like a tiny cannonball, causing James to momentarily gasp, and they both erupted in laughter. Victoria believed James was merely a braggart, incapable of soothing anyone to sleep. However, when his deep voice began to narrate a story, her eyelids grew heavy. He was a master at lulling children to slumber. She watched his subtly moving Adam's apple, felt the gentle vibrations in his chest, and admired his long eyelashes, not merely brushing against her. It was his melodious and tranquil voice that soon lulled her into a tranquil state, her body instinctively relaxing. James held her with such care that she effortlessly melted into his embrace, feeling a profound sense of security. Today, we shall tell the tale of the girl with the donkey skin. In the dim light, Victoria's eyes began to glaze over, and a pang of bittersweet longing emerged within her as she thought. James must have often soothed Joffrey, Tommen, and Mizera to sleep. When would she be able to bear him a child, allowing him to fully escape his past? Lost in these thoughts, Victoria suddenly stumbled, her foot catching on an inconspicuous little nest, nearly causing her to fall. Outside the realm of dreams, James sensed a sudden tremor in Victoria's body, surmising something amiss, and tightened his embrace, continuing with the story. The king, having lost his wife, wished to marry his adopted daughter. The daughter, unwilling, requested a gown made of moonlight and another of sunlight, which the king readily granted. The adopted daughter ultimately demanded the king's donkey, whose ears would shed a plethora of gold and silver treasures each night as it slumbered, asserting that only by acquiring this could she marry him. The king, in a heart-wrenching decision, slaughtered the donkey, the very source of his kingdom's wealth. The fairy then instructed the adopted daughter to don the donkey's skin, and, adorned in 2 skirts, she fled. With a mere stamp of her foot, she could summon all the riches produced by the donkey. Hence, she came to be known as the Donkey Skin Maiden. Victoria was sound asleep, her eyelids motionless, her breathing steady and rhythmic. James lowered his head, meticulously observing his wife. From their first encounter, he had recognized Victoria's beauty, yet never had he experienced such a breathtaking and exhilarating allure. Victoria's skin was as fair and smooth as that of a newborn, with delicate, fine fuzz adorning her face, rendering her endearingly charming. She possessed the innocence of a child coupled with the exquisite beauty of a siren. In any gathering, she would invariably be the most striking, the one to capture attention first. Her nose was petite and refined, and her lips, of vivid crimson, curved as though perpetually smiling. 2 deep dimples graced her cheeks, sweet enough to elicit a kiss. James, unable to restrain himself, tenderly kissed his sleeping beauty. Unaware of the world around her, Victoria felt the cool sea breeze, her clothing thin and insufficient against the chill, causing her cheeks and ears to flush with warmth. She gazed at the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar island, exploring its confines. The landscape was littered with white waves and dark stones, devoid of any signs of flora or fauna, save for the sound of the wind howling. A cavern appeared before Victoria, resembling a dark maw, imbued with an aura of mysterious unknowns. Summoning her courage, she ventured inside. Within, the air was moist, not overly dry, devoid of any foul or fishy odors, instead filled with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of ambergris. A long, pitch-black corridor unfolded, seconds ticking by, the path seemingly endless. Victoria staggered within, swaying unsteadily as if her body were beyond her control, each step feeling like an insurmountable distance. Yet, the journey felt interminable, the darkness profound and unfathomable. Testing her patience, suddenly, it felt as though her head had exploded with fireworks. The dark realm was instantly enveloped in golden light, as if the shadows had never existed. Blinded by the brilliance, Victoria shielded her eyes, and after a considerable moment, she cautiously peered through her fingers. Before her stood a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding an aura of authority without anger, radiant in its golden splendor. Its robust, towering horns reached skyward, while its dragon whiskers curled powerfully like vines. Its gaze was piercing, With antler-like horns, a camel-like head, rabbit-like eyes, a serpent-like neck, a clam-like belly, fish-like scales, eagle-like claws, tiger-like paws, and cow-like ears. Atop its head hovered a golden elixir the size of a fist, the source of the radiant light. The dragon, illuminated by the radiant light, delicately grasped a modestly sized, bound book with its claw, savoring it intently. Its sharp talons could easily penetrate the pages, while two sinuous whiskers danced nearby, occasionally dipping into the dragon's mouth to moisten and facilitate the careful turning of the pages. The aroma of true dragon's saliva wafted through the air. As Victoria marveled at the dragon's golden tail and shimmering scales, the Dragon King's eyes, gleaming like brass bells, scanned her with an intense gaze. Standing not far from the golden pool, Victoria was suddenly confronted by a head larger than a human's, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Perhaps the anxious beating of her heart disturbed the Dragon King, for he opened his great maw, uttering words that resonated like the thunderous fall of boulders. Echoing through the cavern. "You have arrived, my child. I should have anticipated this. You are unlike others, possessing a unique sharpness and your own thoughts. I can no longer restrain you, nor would I wish to." As expected, his voice bore the weight of age. Victoria cautiously stepped forward. "I know you are a dragon, and I am familiar with you. Perhaps I meet you in every dream I have. But why must you erase my memories?" The Dragon King gazed deeply into her eyes, his lids heavy with wrinkles, and leaned closer. "The heart that loves is often met with sorrow, my child. Some memories are better left forgotten. Only by letting go can one find joy." Devoid of memories, Victoria pondered what she had to be troubled about. "How could I possibly encounter you?" The great golden dragon replied with delight. "Your soul is of the bloodline of Huaxia. You are all my descendants. Wherever you may be, I shall protect you, my children." Victoria felt an overwhelming sense of acceptance and safety. "If you are in need, I shall appear to shield you. However, this is not Huaxia. I cannot draw nourishment from the earth and sea, and my strength is considerably diminished." Victoria contemplated the Light King worshipped by Stannis and the Red Priestess, who also required the offerings and prayers of their followers, as did the sorceress. She yearned to ask if the restoration of his power depended on gathering followers or offering sacrifices. Yet, inexplicably, she hesitated to regard the dragon god in such a manner. The dragon god, enveloped in golden light, exuded an aura of righteousness. With an exaggerated flourish, he indicated his refusal of such trivialities. "I seek not those superficial matters. I unconditionally protect my children." Victoria was astonished. "You know my thoughts?" The dragon god feigned mystery, uttering profoundly, "My child, I know all." With a solemn nod that caused the golden elixir atop his head to sway, Victoria could not help but feel an inexplicable amusement. She decided to be forthright. "Grandfather Dragon God, I wish to request a medical book from you. I aspire to disseminate its knowledge to save a poor soul." In a moment of benevolence, the dragon deity stirred, his long, robust tail sweeping across a corner of the cavern, revealing a modest, shadowy wooden bookshelf. With a gentle pinch of his tail, the cabinet door opened, leaving Victoria astonished. Despite its size, the dragon's tail exhibited a dexterity surpassing that of human hands. The golden appendage delved into the chaotic void of the cabinet, meticulously selecting tomes until it finally emerged with a box of books, nearly half her height. It was placed before Victoria with care, and the dragon intoned, "Child, you have only just begun to study the comprehensive mirror for aid in government. You have yet to explore the realms of astronomy, geography, medicine, and runes. Since you have shown a need, I shall advance your studies." Victoria gazed at the towering stack of books, asking, "Grandfather Dragon, may I take them with me?" The dragon's expression turned solemn, radiating an air of dignity, yet the rhythmic swishing of his tail and the swaying of his whiskers betrayed his amusement. The whiskers shook in unison. "Is it not permissible to take them outside, Grandfather Dragon?" she inquired again. The dragon replied, "You cannot carry these items beyond this place, but you may commit their contents to memory." Feeling a pang of guilt as she regarded the substantial volume of texts, Victoria swallowed hard. "May I study equine medicine? It is urgently needed." The dragon, adopting a more austere demeanor, declared, "Learning is a significant endeavor in life. One must not be daunted by challenges. You must absorb all the knowledge contained within these books." Victoria, hesitant to voice dissent, nodded in acquiescence. Seeing her earnest dedication to learning, the dragon's countenance softened with pleasure. "In recognition of your kind intentions and your desire to save lives, I shall make an exception today. Let us commence with this particular book. My life has limits, yet knowledge is boundless." Contrary to Victoria's expectations, after a brief slumber, she awoke with the entirety of the book imprinted in her mind. Before departing, Victoria produced 3 dragon egg flower stones gifted by Daenerys. Grandfather Dragon, may I leave these with you? I fear for their safety outside. The dragon, with a prominent nose and large, bell-like eyes, scrutinized the stones. They resemble serpent eggs. Very well, find a corner to conceal them. After securing her precious treasures, Victoria was suddenly enveloped in darkness for a fleeting moment. When her senses returned, she felt a heaviness in her body, finding herself back in the realm of reality. She wearily opened her eyes, her head throbbing as if churned in a vat of glue. Victoria, are you awake? James asked, noticing her pallor and the vacant expression in her eyes, which were shrouded in an overwhelming fatigue. Each dream left her burdened with an influx of information, rendering her sleep more exhausting than restful. Years of insufficient rest had taken their toll, explaining her frail condition. Victoria swayed slightly, struggling to rise. James quickly grasped her arm, inquiring, what has drained you so? I have received too much information. Quickly, bring me paper and a pen. However, this posed a dilemma, as the Dothraki possessed no written language, leaving her without the means to record her thoughts. It appeared her only recourse was to return to the camps of the Lannisters and Starks. The practice of medicine must be meticulously documented, and thus the use of pen and paper is indispensable, with several copies to be preserved. After all, would the creations of the dragon god be anything less than exceptional? James suggested that Victoria take a moment to rest, but she shook her head, deciding against it. Sleeping only to learn new concepts later seemed less prudent than returning to write everything down. While the knowledge etched in one's mind may remain unforgotten, it is far better to complete tasks at hand. The two then sought out Zorgakeo to explain their reasoning, fabricating a tale of returning to the military camp for medical texts, preparing to bid farewell. Daenerys, noticing Victoria's pallor, rode alongside her for a stretch before embracing her and parting. Perhaps it would be challenging for them to meet again. Daenerys felt a deep reluctance, while Victoria reassured her that with the ever-changing circumstances, the future held infinite possibilities, and they would undoubtedly reunite. Despite the poignant farewell, the two ultimately parted ways. As for Samingo, Zorgakeo held great trust in him, waving him off with the assurance that he could send the translations and medical texts later. Sir Roderick Castle had also been thoroughly enchanted by the charm of the grasslands in recent days, indulging in fine wine and gourmet food. As they departed, he bid a warm farewell, leading the frail Samingo slowly back to the military camp, while Victoria and James hastened their return. From a distance, a blue-eyed child named Gavin spotted them, joyfully shouting and fervently waving his hat. It's them. The Lord and Lady have returned. Oh, how wonderful. They've been away for several days, and now they are finally back. Victoria heard him from afar, her ears tinged with warmth. The ability to bring joy to others and to have someone earnestly await one's return was an exquisite feeling. She smiled secretly, and James, gently kissing her from behind, remarked, "You have no idea how beloved you are. I had to wrest you away from many admirers." Victoria playfully glanced back. Is that so? Then my options are plentiful, and you must treat me even better, lest I decide to run away. James complied willingly. The two rode into the camp, where James dismounted first and then lifted Victoria down. Gavin, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, energetically circling Victoria. His exuberance made James a bit envious, who nudged her with his elbow. This lad lacks awareness. It was I who fed him when he was starving and took him away from the village to find a better life. Has he forgotten my contribution? As Gavin's voice echoed, others in the encampment emerged to greet them. The Lord has returned. The Lord has returned. Someone exclaimed. And the lady is here as well. Shouldn't it be the lady? How could you speak so? Do not tarnish my lady's reputation. It is proper to call her my lady and him my lord. But those are matters for later, came the retort. Humph. Sir Roderick interjected. He has returned as well, and I intend to share a few drinks with him. The lion-hearted commander, Joyce, quickly approached. My lord, you have been away executing Targaryens for quite some time. James shot him a glance, dismounted, and then lifted Victoria down once more. There were some delays outside. Is everything at the camp well? Joyce, following closely, reported that the soldiers dispatched to Pantos had already slipped away quietly, and the soldiers along with the villagers digging for saltpeter had made considerable progress. Victoria interjected, inquiring about the quantity of saltpeter collected. Joyce, meticulous in her work, replied that there were 1,700 boxes, with over 900 empty boxes currently being manufactured and filled. The nearby vines and tree bark had all been exhausted. Victoria nodded and turned to James, stating that we would probably stay for another 5 days, urging him to expedite the process. James nodded, and Victoria led the way into the tent. James turned back, mentioning the individual we brought back, who possesses excellent skills in equine medicine, advising them to take care of him. It would also be fine to let the blue-eyed one attend to him. Upon entering, both Missanthe and Maggie were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions a mixture of surprise and joy as they rushed to welcome Victoria. Victoria inquired about her brother's condition. Lord John, despite the blast's impact, was in good health and had been able to rise from bed 2 days ago. Feeling bored, he was currently engaged in construction at the saltpeter mine. Curiously, she had never encountered such a substance before and pondered its utility. Victoria, taking a cloth, wiped it once more, finding it significantly cleaner. This rare mineral could fetch a handsome price. If utilized properly, it would be worth more than gold and gems, but if mismanaged, it would be no more valuable than dirt. There are a few other locations in Westeros where it is produced, albeit in smaller quantities and on others' territories, making this site far more advantageous for unrestricted extraction. Missanthe gasped in astonishment. More valuable than gold and gems? How should it be used? Victoria, with an air of mystery, replied, alchemy, turning stone into gold, and deftly shifted the topic, knowing that she alone possessed the secrets of such transformation. Others may recognize the saltpeter mine but would be unable to exploit it, thus placing Victoria in a uniquely advantageous position in this regard. Maggie, with her boisterous demeanor, exclaimed, Madam, you are all-knowing, truly remarkable. I hold you in great esteem. Missanthe, remarkably agile, served tea, arranged snacks, and fetched water for the two, efficiently managing it all with a smile, leaving little opportunity for Maggie to intervene. Her presence in the tent was like a flurry of activity, yet her organization was impeccable, rendering Maggie utterly at a loss for what to do, as her efforts were unnecessary. Maggie, flustered, retrieved a small knife from her waist and sliced a few pieces of melon on the table, offering them to Victoria, who, feeling thirsty, took a bite and was pleasantly surprised, laughing, This is delicious, Maggie. James also prepared to take a piece when Victoria suddenly voiced her desire for some hot water. James halted and went to pour it. Maggie, overwhelmed with excitement, found herself at a loss for words. Miss you. Yet, it was Missanthe who reacted the quickest, her eyes brimming with emotion, smiling as she said, The Lord and Lady have returned. I will pour the water. She wiped the stool and assisted Victoria in sitting down, pouring water from a silver kettle into her hands. As Victoria prepared to hand the water to James for him to refresh himself, Missanthe had already swiftly poured a cup of wine for him. The wine was too strong, irritating to the throat. Victoria frowned. Maggie, contemplating her next move, took a deep breath, but found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. She trembled slightly as she held a glass of water poured for Victoria. Missanthe displayed a gentle demeanor, lowering her gaze and smiling as she acknowledged her understanding. With a nimble turn, she bent her knees to receive James' wine cup, gracefully splashing some behind her. Maggie stepped back, though her dress was still splattered a bit. Missanthe's eyes curved with gratitude as she glanced at Maggie, accepting the silver cup from her hands, offering it to the esteemed guest. After drinking, James led Victoria inside to rest. Missanthe instinctively approached to assist her in removing her jewelry and coat. She didn't forget to nudge Maggie, winking. You've come at just the right moment. The lady values cleanliness. Hurry and boil some water. Oh, I'll go right away, Maggie exclaimed, eager to comply. Missanthe caught her arm, lowering her voice. I only let you do this because I see you're clean. You mustn't let anyone else do it. Do you understand? The lady's affairs cannot be taken lightly. Maggie's face beamed with appreciation. Missanthe smiled again. Make sure to boil plenty of hot water. And then prepare 9 dishes, 4 meat and 5 vegetarian, along with 3 pastries. Before that, bring milk and goat's milk, 1 barrel of each. Maggie wondered aloud. How can the lady drink so much? Missanthe puffed out her cheeks. My dear Maggie, who understands serving better, you or I? Realizing her humble background, Maggie shrank her head. I shall follow your instructions. Missanthe nodded. I'll give you the lady's discarded clothes later. They need to be cleaned thoroughly. Just focus on these tasks for now. I'll call for you when I remember something else. Oh, Maggie, it seems the lady cannot do without you for even a moment. Maggie counted on her fingers, her mind racing as she busily attended to her duties. Missanthe slipped back in quickly. Victoria was already lying on the feather pillow, her eyes darkened, clearly suffering from a lack of rest and a headache. James had provided her with a pillow, and their heads were close together. James inquired, what happened to that melon? Maggie's knife wasn't clean. It must have cut raw meat, onions, and potatoes, so the flavors all mixed together. Oh, mountain girl, do not be angry with her. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. Understood. Fetch that pen for me, and this evening, copy the book to assist me. James nodded and went to open the box for parchment and quill. Missanthe leaned closer, speaking softly as she gently massaged Victoria's scalp, offering her thoughtful care to alleviate her fatigue. Victoria waved her hand, indicating it was unnecessary. Missandei pouted, but I'm quite good at this. I wish to take care of you. Victoria's lips curled into a sweet smile, though she struggled to maintain it, thanking Missandei. I'm not as exhausted as you. Could you please fetch Jorah for me? I wish to confirm something with him. Missandei stole a glance at James, who was laying out the paper, and deliberately lowered her voice, asking now, call him to the main tent. His eyes seemed somewhat unfocused, as if he were about to engage in something clandestine. Victoria, straining to rise from the feather bed, urged, go quickly, while things are still calm, summon him to discuss matters. Of course, I shall go at once. Missandei gracefully slipped out, her figure quietly vanishing. To reach the prisoner's cage, one must pass through the kitchen, where a thick cloud of smoke and flying ash can be felt from afar, accompanied by waves of oppressive heat. Missandei paused momentarily, her back straightened, as she observed Maggie bustling about inside, her face adorned with a proud smile. She waved through the window, prompting Maggie to emerge with a bloody leg of lamb. Grinning widely as she asked if the young lady had called her over, Missandei smiled gently, taking small steps closer. Yet there was no physical contact between them despite their proximity. Upon noticing this, Maggie felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her attire was ragged and worn. The same burlap dress she had donned while seeking aid from the army, now blackened and gray, with frayed elbows and worn seams. She had just been busy stoking the fire and fetching water, convinced that only by exerting herself would the young lady be pleased. She had carried several buckets of water and chopped large logs for boiling, all by herself. Covered in soot and drenched in sweat, she was now preparing the lamb, the scent of blood permeating the air. The thought of approaching the young lady felt daunting. Even standing too close to Missandei made her feel as though she tarnished someone so exquisite. How radiant Missandei appeared, her fair skin complemented by a delicate orange-yellow gauze dress. The crisp sound of her silver bangles ringing harmoniously and a faint, alluring fragrance surrounding her, Maggie felt there was no comparison. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She instinctively took a step back. Missandei noticed and, with a playful smile, stepped forward to link her arm with Maggie's, gently leaning against her. Maggie, the lady adores you. She just mentioned to me that you are skilled both inside and out, while I am utterly useless, and the lady sent me out here. Maggie could hardly dare to hope for such affection, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful person. Filled with enthusiasm, she declared, I shall tell the young lady of your merits. Only I know, Missandei, that you are the best, so gentle, attentive, and capable. If the lady does not wish for you to remain inside, then come and cook with me. My dishes are praised throughout the village. Missandei's cheeks flushed with warmth as she replied, Maggie, you are too kind. You are the most virtuous woman I have ever met. You are my role model. And I truly admire you. You are so talented. The lady just praised your roasted lamb. In her excitement, Maggie thrust the skinned leg of lamb toward Missandei, exclaiming with a rough voice, I am just about to prepare it. Her pride was evident in her demeanor. Startled, Missandei instinctively jumped back, regaining her composure while chuckling inwardly at Maggie's clumsiness, letting out a small huff. She then softly remarked, Not that, dear Maggie. The lady desires a whole roasted lamb. One leg is hardly sufficient. Hurry now, and fetch a sheep. Realizing the urgency, Maggie panicked. Oh no, I won't have time to kill a sheep now. With that, she rushed off to the pen in search of a tender lamb. Missandei, arms crossed and eyebrows raised, observed the small stains of sheep's blood on her dress. Clicking her tongue in mock disapproval before pretending they were non-existent and continuing toward the prisoner's quarters. Jorah sat idly within, impeccably dressed and in good spirits, though Victoria merely restricted his movements while providing for all his other needs. Missandei approached, crouching beside him with her knees drawn to her chest. Jorah turned to her and inquired, What brings you here? Is there something amiss? Missandei bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I had not intended to intrude, knowing you would prefer to avoid me. A pang of guilt washed over Jorah. Missandei feigned strength, yet the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. She attempted to sound cheerful, saying, Well, who could forget that you saved me? At the mention of the lady's return, Jorah's eyes sparkled with hope. It seems she has been away for several days, merely executing a Targaryen. Why the delay? How long has she been back? Is she well? Missandei felt a wave of nausea, her breath catching in her throat as she swallowed hard, maintaining her pretense of strength, both radiant and melancholic. I mentioned you were still confined, having been imprisoned for quite some time, unable even to move. She thought of you and wished to see you. Jorah rose abruptly, his tone earnest. Take me to her at once. Missandei sighed, and Jorah's fervor waned considerably, guilt flooding his heart. At over 30, what had he not experienced? What remained to be understood? I am sorry, Missandei. She smiled gently, though I reminded the lady of you. She is truly a remarkable woman, so beautiful and wise, deserving of admiration from all, even the likes of Lord Lannister. Jorah found himself at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with silence and awkwardness. His brow furrowed in distress, unable to summon any joy, his heart heavy. Take me to her. Missandei tenderly requested the keys from the guard, carefully assisting Jorah out and brushing off the dust. Let us hurry. Once we finish our conversation, the lady and the lord will need their rest. We should not delay their matters. She playfully winked, her cheeks flushed, lightly touching Jorah's arm. With a somber expression, Jorah walked in silence, unable to muster a smile. After announcing their presence, Missandei and Jorah entered the tent. Victoria was engaged in conversation with Jaime. Is that village safe? Are we too close? Jaime pointed at the map, contemplating the proximity's advantages and disadvantages, emphasizing the importance of controlling intelligence sources to prevent leaks. Victoria looked up and smiled. You have arrived. Jorah stood rigidly, feeling the weight of awkwardness, particularly with the golden-haired Lannister present, the tent saturated with a stifling tension. Jaime did not even glance up. Jorah's posture was stiff, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly uncomfortable. Victoria found his demeanor peculiar. Typically, Jorah was forthright and gracious. Missandei took a few steps closer, gently saying, Madam, the person you seek has arrived, and I have brought him to you. This broke the oppressive silence. Victoria nodded. You always handle matters with such prudence. Jorah, how do you fare? Jorah's lips remained stubbornly sealed, and he strained to close his eyes, preventing the sight of the enormous feather bed from intruding upon his vision. He remained silent, yet this time, Victoria was prepared for his reticence. She held no disdain for my old friend. There was a matter at hand that only he could resolve. Jorah continued to withhold his words, but his demeanor softened slightly, the weight of his burdens lifting just a fraction. Victoria recognized that he was listening. Our journey would span several days. Besides executing Targaryen, we would also conduct business in Pentos, dealing with confidential matters that necessitated a trustworthy translator and overseer, particularly one adept in a rare script. After much contemplation, I deemed him the only suitable candidate. Jorah parted his lips to speak, but his attention was diverted by the sight of Lannister lounging in a chair, stretching and relaxing his arms. Missandei approached him with sealed letters, which Lannister methodically opened, discarding some on the floor while incinerating others. This distraction caused Jorah to miss his opportunity to respond. Victoria scrutinized his expression, convinced of Jorah's reliability. If you are willing to endure some hardship, you will be rendering me a great service. I shall implore my father to pardon your mortal sins, allowing you to atone for your misdeeds, restoring your surname and familial honor, granting you re-entry into House Mormont, and providing you with ample remuneration. Missandei trembled slightly as she passed the letter, her excitement palpable, momentarily caught off guard before resuming her task. In this world, family and paternal ties held immense significance, often determining one's fate, be it life or death, lowly status or noble glory. At last, Jorah spoke, his voice tinged with unrest. My lady, I am deeply moved. I do not expect Lord Stark to forgive my transgressions. Victoria measured her words carefully. My father indeed places great weight on principles. However, your mission is of utmost importance, and your service will undoubtedly outweigh your past sins. Moreover, you have liberated yourself from a wretched marriage, and I believe you shall not err again. My father would be inclined to show mercy and facilitate your redemption. My lady, may I request an additional boon? Jorah's eyes sparkled under the light. Jaime raised an eyebrow, shaking his head slightly. Pray tell, I am all ears, Victoria urged. I wish to pledge my loyalty to you, to become your knight and protector. Victoria considered declining, but Jaime, reclining with his legs propped on the command table, interjected. I offer you an opportunity to swear fealty to us. Even Missandei took a step back, bewildered by Jaime's leniency towards a rival. For most men would seek to eliminate any competition. Only Victoria understood the rationale behind his actions. Jorah asserted firmly, I shall only pledge my loyalty to the lady, with no ties to Lannister. Jaime tossed aside his parchment and quill. To swear allegiance to her is to swear allegiance to me. Do you comprehend? The Starks will never ally with the Lannisters. Abandon such hopes. Jorah managed to voice this sentiment, while Jaime's gaze turned menacing. I shall reserve a corner for you at the wedding. Victoria felt a sense of gloom, grappling with unavoidable matters that demanded her attention. She interrupted the conversation between Missandei and Jorah, sending the latter back to rest and instructing him to return the following morning. Missandei hastily pulled Jorah away to a secluded tent where the sky seemed vast, allowing for a much-needed breath of relief. Taking a deep breath, Missandei patted her chest and couldn't help but vent her frustrations. Jorah, why did you utter those words inside? You nearly terrified me, do you realize? You almost got me into trouble. Yora remained silent, his gaze fixed on the tent, which loomed uncomfortably, and he pondered the evils that might unfold under the cover of night. With a self-deprecating scoff, Missandei laughed. Here I am, wallowing in self-pity. Who could blame me for my humble beginnings as a servant? Congratulations, Lord Mormont, on your inheritance. You will likely succeed in the endeavors entrusted to you by the lady, and a bright future awaits you. Yora recalled that it was this woman who had mentioned him to the lady, thus granting him an opportunity to redeem himself. Thank you. Missandei, were it not for you, I might still be without prospects. Missandei regarded him with a sidelong glance, suddenly disinclined to maintain her pretense, allowing a hint of her playful nature to surface, ultimately shattering her composed facade. Then show me the benefits, you know, in our line of work. We never trust mere words. Yora felt a pang of guilt towards her. I will remember your kindness, Missandei. I have a sum of money waiting for me in Winterfell, and I shall ensure you receive it upon my return. Missandei's expression turned numb as she yawned, the corners of her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to spill. Are you truly so unwilling to share the lady's promised reward with me? Must I wait until later? Yora looked at her earnestly, his eyes bright and resolute. I do not seek the lady's wealth. My only desire is to protect her. Missandei scoffed, bemused by the notion that Lord Lannister would permit him to remain by her side. Mentioning that individual caused Yora's brow to furrow in pain, and he was reluctant to elaborate, knowing well his loyalty to the lady was already established. He turned to leave. To what extent does that loyalty extend? Jaime understood the fervor in Yora's gaze, having experienced similar emotions himself. To safeguard Victoria, he would willingly sacrifice his life. Jaime, too, would protect Victoria. However, he was acutely aware of the myriad dangers that loomed in King's Landing, worrying that he might inadvertently neglect his responsibilities. Victoria was defenseless, her frail body rendering her vulnerable, susceptible to the machinations of those with ill intent. Jaime understood his sister's cunning ways and aimed to fortify Victoria's defenses, with the foremost consideration being unfaltering loyalty, even at the cost of life. Only those with such unwavering allegiance could remain by their master's side without the fear of being swayed by bribes, turned into weapons aimed against their own. Yora bit his lip and expressed to Missandei, I am grateful for your repeated kindness. I shall give you all my money. When you arrive in Winterfell, you may purchase a house and employ a few servants to care for you. Alternatively, if you wish to come to Bear Island, I have a home there as well, and my brothers will look after you. Missandei shook her head, her silken skirt swirling gracefully. She was suddenly overcome with the desire to dance, stretching her body upon the verdant grass, gently spinning in circles, the smooth fabric brushing against Yora's face like a fragrant breeze, delicate and sleek. Is this what Winterfell is like? I have paid a mere pittance, and the officers generously rewarded me, with promises of more to come. Yora began to discern the items around him. They were all Lannister goods. On this continent, high-end merchandise is often referred to as Lannisters' produce. There is no doubt in Yora's mind that the opulence and extravagance of this land are solely the domain of the Lannisters, who lavish effort on exquisite products. Missandei covered her face with silk, inhaling deeply, utterly enraptured. These are wonders I have never seen, even in the presence of Illyrio, the so-called governor of Pentos, or the leading merchants of free trade ports. I have shared their beds, men and women of all ages. Yora was overwhelmed with shock, his complexion paling. What is it with women? Missandei tilted her head, as if she had heard a jest. I can serve them well, even the pets of nobles, horses and dogs. I can handle them all. Yora's heart churned in despair, the weight of the sky and clouds pressing down upon him. Missandei noticed his turmoil and feigned a cheerful demeanor. What? Do you look down upon me? Yora, at a loss, silently wished for her to refrain from uttering apologies. Yet Missandei was determined to express her indignation, glaring at Yora as she pronounced, I am a girl of respectable standing, not one born to be a courtesan. It was human traffickers who sold me into this life, subjecting me to all of this. I wish to be like Victoria, born as a lord's daughter, reared in privilege, destined to marry the wealthiest heir. Having once been a trafficker, Yora faced a moral reckoning, his conscience seemingly scorched by volcanic flames. He could not bear to confront the truth, fleeing as if escaping from a flood. Missandei watched him retreat in panic, laughing more audaciously. No one is born wretched, nor destined to be a courtesan. Everything is forced upon us. Refusing clients leads to assault. Not selling smiles results in beatings. Disobedience brings lashes. And if one cannot fetch a good price, they fear being sold to the butcher. Missandei scorned Yora, clad in armor and wielding a sword, daring yet cowardly. You profit from human trafficking, your hands stained with the blood of women and children, blood that is wrung from our kind. You squander, feast, and revel through the night. Oblivious to the plight of us, sold like livestock, forever barred from seeing our families, subjected to abuse and violation. The wealthier you are, the more depraved you become. The bloodier the money you possess, the greater your fortune. Then you, the elite, take that blood-soaked wealth to pity us, to perform charity, all to enhance your own reputations. Yora could bear no more. He had already fled, leaving Missandei alone, laughing heartily, hands on her hips, unrestrained. Her mouth gaped wide as she let out a tremendous yawn. Ah, still knights, are they? Just hearing of it is daunting. What of us? Courtesans are braver than knights, ha. I shall henceforth bestow upon myself the titles of Shadow Knight and General of the Rear, ha. Missandei's expression grew increasingly stern. If one must sell, then one ought to fetch a fair price. The loyal guards of House Lannister possess treasures that even the governor of Pentos cannot procure. Why should I venture to the frigid lands of Winterfell or Bear Island? Can one truly erase the past simply by reforming? I am a woman who knows nothing beyond the trade of flesh. In Winterfell and Bear Island, can I cultivate the land or hunt? I too aspire to be virtuous. No one is born a harlot. It is society that denies us a path to live. Accepting your patronage, you're a Mormont. What if you were to perish? Where then would I find such a benevolent benefactor? Women of our kind do not tend to live long, beset by various ailments and hardships. I have witnessed opulence and cannot swallow the bitterness of poverty. Since death is inevitable, why not indulge in pleasure before the end? Since we are to sell ourselves, why not do so to the affluent? Having vented her frustrations, Missandei composed herself and returned to her gentle and harmless demeanor. This is indeed a necessary skill, and Missandei possesses a particular talent for it. She ventured into the kitchen to inspect Maggie's progress. Maggie worked swiftly and with considerable strength, declaring that she would manage alone. The lamb was already beginning to take shape. With just a bit more time, it would be ready. Maggie was drenched in sweat, her coarse clothing clinging uncomfortably to her. Yet she persevered, striving to prepare several dishes. Missandei felt pleased and inquired about the milk and goat's milk. Has it come to a boil? Maggie, her head wrapped in a haphazard cloth, nodded eagerly. Leave it to me. I always remember what you say. It's boiling now. Upon glancing up, Missandei indeed saw 2 large pots on the stove, each containing 20 to 30 pounds. With a shift in her gaze, she remarked to Maggie, I did not sleep well last night. My hands are cramping today, and I have no strength at all. How can I lift them? As she spoke, she grew so anxious that tears began to flow. I am already disfavored by the lady. Now she will surely accuse me of incompetence and send me to clean the stables. Maggie approached and patted Missandei's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I have the strength. I shall carry them for you. With that, Maggie turned and summoned all her might, lifting the pots of milk in 2 trips. The scorching milk hissed and billowed steam. As they made their way to the main tent, Missandei offered numerous flattering remarks. 34 pounds might seem heavy to Missandei, but for Maggie, accustomed to labor, it felt manageable, until the scalding milk burned her hands. She gritted her teeth against the searing pain, her face reddening. The short distance felt as arduous as a 20,000-mile trek. The piercing agony was unbearable. Initially, Maggie managed to converse with Missandei, but soon fell silent. Missandei's expression shifted as well, from one of amusement and teasing to a more subdued and fearful demeanor, perhaps out of pity for a good person being cruelly burdened by another. Maggie, simple-minded to the point of foolishness, evoked both disdain and admiration. Missandei halted her steps, exclaiming, Oh, look at my foolish brain. The lady and the lord are in the room, and here we are, hastily interrupting their good fortune. The lady will be displeased. Maggie, my dear simpleton, what do you still carry the bucket for? Put it down. Upon hearing this, Maggie finally set the bucket aside, and as soon as her hand left the steam, she felt a sense of relief. As Missandei glanced around, she noticed several officers residing in the nearby tent, some of whom were her subordinates. My dear simpleton, leave the bucket here and follow me directly into the tent. She skillfully rummaged about, lifting a few articles of men's clothing. Missandei seized several gold coins and tucked them into her pouch, eventually discovering a bottle of medicine. Fool, come here, she called gently, using her slender fingers to dab the medicine onto the back of Maggie's hand. Maggie, timid and evasive, protested, This is the officer's medicine. How can people like us use it? Missandei, I know you mean well, but let us leave first. Missandei raised an eyebrow, urging her to overcome her hesitation. With repeated application, you'll grow accustomed to it. The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war, and ultimately, Missandei managed to apply the medicine to Maggie. Maggie chuckled, feeling the cool, green layer of ointment on her hand, which emitted a refreshing sensation. This is truly remarkable. I've never seen anything like it. Missandei smiled. You have yet to encounter many wondrous things. Once we reach Junlin, your eyes will be dazzled by treasures. Now, let us proceed with our tasks. As she lifted the curtain to exit, Missandei was suddenly embraced by a man who laughed mischievously. Let me go, Fiki, she protested, not wishing to expose herself in front of Maggie. However, the man continued. I am Camisto. Watch how I deal with you. Despite having endured some unwelcome advances, Missandei pushed him away with determination. Wake up, you foolish brain. The lady and lord return today, and we must attend to them. Dare not hinder me, or you shall face military discipline. Camisto paused, realizing the lord's return was indeed imminent, and refrained from further mischief, though he retorted, Fine, but just wait. I will settle this with you in a couple of days. Missandei laughed heartily as she departed, casually taking 2 large tea trays. These are still clean. I shall take them. Then, she emerged with Maggie, placing the trays atop the bucket to prevent the steam from escaping, insisting that Maggie carry it. Upon reaching the main tent, Missandei restrained Maggie from entering, signaling her to observe the decorum. Have I not served in grand households before? You must heed my guidance. The lord and lady hold different statuses. Thus, Maggie sat outside, dazed, while Missandei carried 2 buckets of milk inside. Entering quietly, Missandei observed Victoria and Jan, who were leaning against the table, analyzing the terrain and arranging subsequent matters. Here, we shall produce the medicine. This area will serve as accommodation for the villagers, while this space will provide concealment and vigilance. This spot can store fire and medicine, and if transport is required, we can use this route. Missand poured the warm milk into the basin for the face and the foot, gently approaching, my lady. You should come and soak your feet with the master. It will help you relax. James pushed Victoria aside, saying, You go first. I'll take care of the rest. You have matters to attend to later. Victoria nodded, complaining about the overwhelming number of tasks, feeling truly overwhelmed. James chuckled, Then let us tackle them one at a time. Your current task is to soak your feet. Missand brought over the basin of milk, and Victoria paused, a barely perceptible frown crossing her face. Wasn't it supposed to be plain water? Missand, somewhat proud, remarked that the Lannister family always used fresh milk, which is excellent for the skin, as she had heard from the officers. While many suffered from hunger and cold, some indulged in washing their feet with milk. Some collapsed on the winter streets, crying of the unbearable cold, while through thin windows, others sat indoors clad in fur coats, grumbling about the oppressive heat. Victoria considered their luxurious ways and realized it was indeed plausible. She instructed Missand to take it away, stating that she did not possess such extravagant habits and requested plain water instead. Missand was taken aback. My lady, this is very beneficial for your skin. Your status allows you to enjoy it. Victoria's response was curt, Go change it. But it has already been prepared. Wouldn't changing it be wasteful? Missand protested. I do not tolerate disobedience around me, Victoria asserted. Missand trembled, realizing her mistake, and hurriedly gathered her things to leave. Outside, Maggie was still waiting for news, hoping to speak with Victoria and grow closer to her. However, Missand rushed out, her expression indicating distress. Maggie approached, concerned, What's wrong? Did the lady allow me to enter? Missand, irritated, forcefully pushed the milk and goat milk towards her chest, declaring, The lady is very displeased with you. It has gone cold and carries an unpleasant odor. Who would want to use it now? Maggie was taken aback. This is perfectly good. It hasn't gone cold. We rushed here without pause. What shall we do? Missand added fuel to the fire. The lady is angry and said she no longer wishes to see you. Hurry and fetch clean water. You can't even handle a small task. What use are you with such a foolish mind? Maggie's eyes reddened, filled with grievances. Since the lady's return, she had not rested, boiling water, cooking, chopping wood, slaughtering sheep, carrying buckets, roasting meat, and washing clothes. Alone, she was overwhelmed, yet received no words of gratitude. She felt a surge of frustration, blaming Victoria for her predicament. Why waste good water when one could wash with milk? It had just boiled and is still not hot enough. It's not the inconvenience that bothers me, but the wastefulness is detestable. How many people go their entire lives without a sip of milk, and she uses it to wash her feet? Upon hearing this, Missand was taken aback, and Maggie's spirit flared, seeking confrontation with Victoria. Missand understood that these words were merely her attempts to curry favor, and she was not equipped to withstand such direct confrontation. Underestimating Maggie, a simple country girl, she quickly devised a plan. She chuckled softly, leading Maggie to a secluded spot, instructing her to kneel and exclaiming, What did you just say? You insulted our master. I shall immediately report this to the Lord, who will punish you severely, 50 strokes of the rod, and then cast you out of the camp to be devoured by wolves. You are forbidden from serving the mistress any longer. Maggie, trembling, fell to her knees, hastily denying any wrongdoing. I did not mean it. I was merely speaking in anger. Missandei forcefully pulled away Maggie's hand, declaring, You harbor treachery against our master, and I will not hesitate to expose you. Maggie, in a fluster, slapped her own face repeatedly. Utterly distraught. I swear to the heavens, Missandei, you must believe me. I was only speaking in a fit of rage. Please, do not tell the mistress. In a bid for self-preservation, Missandei feigned concern, stating, I know you are a good person, loyal to the mistress, but you left your words half-spoken. She raised her silk sleeve to cover her lips, feigning terror and suspicion. What else could Maggie do? She repeated her pleas, her words a monotonous echo. As her simple mind struggled to grasp the complexity of the situation, grasping Missandei's leg, she wept bitterly, recounting her tragic past, how she had grown up, how she had come to serve the mistress, and how she admired her, attributing to her a glimmer of hope. Her ramblings were a disarray of emotion, tears streaming down her face. Missandei, irritated, found the incessant whining deafening. After confirming that Maggie would not dare contest her, she finally relented. You are to speak of this matter no more and avoid the mistress as much as possible, do you understand? This is for your own good. If the mistress ever recalls your misdeeds, she has myriad ways to deal with you, leaving you in a state of despair. Now fear not. I have taken care of everything. As long as I am here, no one will mistreat you. Should the mistress scold you, I will stand in your defense. Trust me. Maggie, go and boil some water for the mistress's use. Maggie, unable to discern any further nuance, absorbed Missandei's words as if they were gospel. Missandei instructed Maggie to bring 2 buckets of milk into her room, and seizing the opportunity, she decided to try washing her face and feet with the milk in solitude. The experience was indeed extraordinary. It provided not only a physical sensation, but also a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. Reclining on her bed, the milk had cooled, releasing an unpleasant odor, with the fat clinging to her feet. Yet, Missandei continued to stir the fresh milk with her feet, marveling at the day she could wash her feet with such luxurious fare, something others could not even dream of using. Such is the unpredictable nature of fate. As long as I can please the mistress, I shall possess even more in the future. Meanwhile, Maggie hurried back to roast the lamb and boil water. By the time dinner was ready, believing she had angered Victoria, she dared not deliver the meal herself, instead sending Missandei in her stead. Missandei entered, serving with attentiveness and agility, naturally earning her a reward as James tossed her several gold coins, leaving her feeling quite pleased as she stepped back. James held a dagger, selecting a few tendons from the roasted lamb's hooves to offer Victoria, before settling down to partake in the meal himself. The staple consisted of roasted mushroom donuts accompanied by a thick, creamy porridge, which required the mashing of oats and chestnuts, followed by the addition of milk, birds' eggs, wheat bread, and broth, further seasoned with almonds, raisins, sugar, and orange-flavored water. The side dishes included fish sautéed in olive oil, fried venison with fragrant mushrooms, smoked lamb ribs, cured wild boar tongue, wild asparagus with thin slices of ham, cheese and onion-stuffed cabbage rolls with shredded chicken, yogurt made from mare's milk, and meat, complemented by a salad of cabbage, broccoli, and cucumbers. Bright red pomegranates, golden-skinned sweet melons, and vibrant green limes accompanied the plump, glistening purple grapes. Nearby stood a roasted lamb, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. After several days of indulging in roasted lamb on the grasslands, James and Victoria found themselves uninterested in it today, choosing instead to enjoy the other dishes, leaving the lamb forlornly behind. Your maidservants are either too clever or too foolish, James mused. Should we replace them all? We could select more suitable ones upon our return to King's Landing. Let us just allow Victoria to serve me food. It seems satisfactory now, despite her cunning. At least she hasn't delayed our meal. After we finish, I shall retire, striving to produce the medical texts as swiftly as possible. James expressed concern. Are you certain your body can withstand this? You haven't had a proper rest in ages. We ought to devise a means to prevent the thoughts in your mind from disturbing you at night. No worries, Grandfather Dragon King will protect me. He will oversee my health. I have contemplated your words, yet there are countless tomes with the fruits of wisdom from Grandfather Dragon God, and it would be a pity not to learn from them. He would be displeased too, for he has a penchant for books. Yet, no amount of wisdom can surpass your health. Victoria, you should reflect on my counsel. Victoria smiled. Well, I could study for a few days and rest for a few days. It wouldn't hinder either endeavor. After their meal, they withdrew, with Victoria quickly entering a state of slumber, finding herself once more on that desolate island, the only sound being the crashing waves. It seemed to her that this little island appeared significantly smaller than before, the surrounding waters harboring an ominous air. Drawing from previous experiences, Victoria navigated deftly to the cave, where the old Dragon King sat, his head tilted, one dragon leg crossed over another, illuminated by the golden essence, engrossed in a small book, utterly captivated. "Grandfather Dragon King, I have arrived," Victoria called out after a moment, noticing that the book-obsessed dragon was lost in a trance, oblivious to her presence. She reluctantly broke the silence. And the old dragon, caught up in his reading, felt a shift in the air, radiating an intensified golden glow, which flickered erratically upon her interruption. "A child has come. I must attend to her, even though my book remains unfinished." The old dragon remained still, one eye and his whiskers continuing to coordinate with the text, his whiskers occasionally spitting as he turned the pages with fervor. The left eye reluctantly detached from the book, casting a glance at Victoria, while the left dragon whisker pointed in that direction, "Having organized everything for you. You may copy or read at your leisure, just do not disturb my reading." Upon finishing this statement, the left eye and the left dragon whiskers swiftly retracted, adhering back to the pages. Victoria found the old Dragon King's obsession with books to be bizarrely endearing. Thus, she tiptoed over, capable of reading 10 lines at a glance, memorizing effortlessly, and writing with remarkable speed. However, the volume of books provided by the old Dragon King was overwhelming. It was entirely unfeasible to transcribe them all. Victoria could only rapidly flip through the pages, her gaze connecting momentarily, leading to immediate comprehension and understanding. She selected important excerpts from the sea of texts. Outside the realm of dreams, James was wholly engrossed, diligently assisting Victoria's actions, continuously handing her pens and turning pages. Their collaboration was seamless, and they engaged in this repetitive, mechanical labor throughout the night. When dawn broke the following day, Victoria's hand finally ceased its motion, her body swaying as she collapsed. James's heart skipped a beat, fearing something was amiss. As Victoria fell directly down, her eyes too weary to open, she reached out and touched James's face. "I am fine, just need rest. Please hand over the medical text to a trustworthy individual and make several copies for our own use. One copy for Jorah. Let him seek out the Horse King and return upon success. If Dr. Ma is willing to ally with us, provide him with a copy as well." After speaking, she fell into stillness. James, filled with concern, stepped outside to instruct Joyce carefully before returning to the tent to rest alongside Victoria. Victoria remained motionless, her head heavy and mind foggy, while James, having passed the night in tension as he handed her books and pens, was equally fatigued. The two lay in silence until the sun rose high in the sky. It was only then that Victoria felt an urge to awaken, squinting her eyes as she lay in bed, lost in thought. After a while, she nudged James with her elbow, saying, "I wish to commit a most audacious misdeed." James mumbled, groggily acknowledging her words. Victoria urged him to continue sleeping, rising to dress and step outside for some sunlight. As she reached the entrance of the tent, the curtain was lifted, revealing Miss Anne's broad smile, which bore an overly eager charm. She had been waiting there for quite some time. "Madam, are you hungry? Would you like me to bring you some rice porridge and pickles?" "No, thank you, Miss Anne. I do not wish to eat anything just yet. Madam, the breeze today is quite refreshing, and the sun is mild. The hillside is adorned with wild flowers, and the fragrant air is intoxicating. Shall I accompany you for a stroll?" Saying this, she linked her arm with Victoria's. Victoria smiled, appreciating the kind gesture. "Miss Anne, what was Jorah's attitude towards my suggestion after he left yesterday?" Miss Anne's eyes twinkled with intelligence, as she seemed to have come to an understanding and was more than willing. "You should confirm that once more." Miss Anne pouted, stamping her foot. "I scolded him for his rude remarks in the tent yesterday, and after arguing with him when I sent him back, I now feel a bit embarrassed to go see him. I scolded him for quite some time. Although he is my savior, I turned to Victoria and inquired, 'Where's Maggie? Call for her.' 'Very well, my lady,' Miss Sandy I responded as she approached the guard, instructing him to find my dear sister Maggie and inquire about Jorah Mormont's stance. The guard acknowledged her command and was about to depart when Miss Sandy I called him back. 'Wait a moment. Maggie can be a bit playful. She may not be in the tent, perhaps out frolicking, or possibly in the kitchen indulging in food. Or look for her where the wine is stored. Oh, tell her to be more attentive to her duties towards the lady. She shouldn't behave like a child who refuses to grow up. If I don't worry, who will?' Her words were pronounced loudly enough for those around to hear. She further directed that Jorah should not come to see me. If he wished to discuss this matter, he should go to Jaime, who would make the necessary arrangements. If he chose not to go, then so be it. Once this was settled, Victoria expressed her desire to meet with her brother, inviting me to accompany her. Missandei joyfully agreed to join, and indeed, the scenery was delightful, effortlessly lifting one's spirits. As Victoria and Missandei made their way towards the saltpeter mine, they found Jon Snow and Sir Roderick overseeing the villagers and soldiers as they excavated. Victoria occasionally paused to observe the grassland closely. Suddenly, a tuft of dark red, almost black, fuzzy plant caught her attention. "Do you see that?" She pointed. "Weeds? They look rather peculiar and unattractive," Missandei remarked, her brows arching alluringly. "Let us gather some." With that, she lifted her skirts, mindful of the ground as the long hems of women's dresses easily collected dirt. The stems are of no use. It is the fruit that holds great value. Juicing it can lend luster to the hair, making it glossy and dark, Victoria noted, quickly plucking a few clusters. The individual fruits felt like grains of rice but were slightly softer. When squeezed, they released a drop of dark juice, revealing a deep crimson hue that, due to its richness, appeared black, with a faint tangy aroma. Missandei, intrigued by this little treasure, suggested, "Let us gather more to take back." Indeed, Victoria agreed. And soon they had wrapped a generous bundle. "Where's Maggie? I haven't seen her," Victoria mused, gazing tenderly at the delicate blue cloth in her hands, gently tracing the patterns with her fingers. Missandei frowned slightly. "I called her up early, thinking she would assist you, but she was sound asleep. Let her rest a while." "You are quite attentive." With a smile like a mischievous little mouse, Missandei continued, "Did yesterday's meal suit your taste? I nearly cut my hand." She gestured with her right hand to indicate the spot, recalling how the sharp blade had nearly grazed her flesh. "However, for the sake of serving you, my lady, all is worth it." Victoria's smile deepened. "On our way back, you may purchase whatever you desire." Missandei beamed, her excitement palpable as she circled around Victoria. "Then I shall buy a great many things." "Very well, purchase whatever you desire." Rising to her feet, Victoria continued her journey, gathering various stems, leaves, and roots along the way. This can soothe the skin, while that can dispel impurities. It can be utilized during baths. Curious, Missandei inquired. "What are the names of these treasures?" "They are known as gourds, snake's vine flower, coxcomb, tiger's claw grass, arrowroot, and bitter greens." After securing her finds, Victoria pondered over the names: shampoo grass, moisturizing flower, skin rejuvenating vine, and beauty flower. Such melodious names. Missandei, cautious and intrigued, carefully stowed away her items, her eyes sparkling with the thought, "Will using them grant eternal youth?" Victoria waved a handkerchief, proclaiming, "These things possess great power." The two continued on their path, occasionally plucking suitable plants they encountered. "Missandei, are you familiar with our route back?" "I have long since figured it out. We shall first reach the moonlit forest, head towards Crabclaw Peninsula, and swiftly reach Blackwater River, flowing downstream to reach King's Landing." Missandei's face radiated with vitality and hope, reminiscent of an innocent girl eagerly anticipating the ball of the morrow. "Missandei, aside from King's Landing, do you wish to dwell elsewhere? Winterfell in the north, or Bear Island of House Mormont?" Victoria inquired lightly. Missandei's demeanor shifted, the foliage partially concealing her expression as she lowered her gaze. "What about Castle Black and Goldtooth City?" She responded, her eyes innocently fixed upon Victoria, silent yet expressive. "Perhaps the lands of my maternal family, the Tullis and River Run?" Missandei simply chuckled, her beauty accentuated by her charm. Victoria, amused, gently asked, "Do you wish to accompany me back to King's Landing?" Missandei nodded vigorously, her spirit ignited. "I shall go nowhere else but stay with you, my vow upon the grass." "Very well, let us proceed. King's Landing is eternally alluring. Will you and the Lord marry upon your return?" Missandei, though not of noble birth, had heard of political unions and displayed a hint of concern. "Indeed, we shall wed upon our return. This matter cannot be delayed," Victoria replied, her heart heavy with worry. "My lady, if we encounter obstacles, we must devise countermeasures in advance," Missandei suggested. Victoria nodded, contemplating various strategies, both diplomatic and combative, offensive and defensive, mutually beneficial and destructive, dignified and shameless. "We shall take it one step at a time." Missandei, somewhat perplexed yet trusting, nodded. "I believe the Lord will indeed be fortunate to marry you." The conversation turned somber, and the subsequent journey fell into silence. Despite Missandei's efforts to uplift the mood, Victoria remained uninspired. Upon reaching the vicinity of the saltpeter mine, smoke billowed, and shouts echoed as hundreds toiled, their bare torsos dusted with a pale yellow powder that was somewhat pungent. "Brother, how is your health?" Jon Snow, taken aback, replied, "What brings you here?" "I am now free of troubles, thanks to Missandei's care. I must express my gratitude." Jon Snow, oblivious to the subtleties of affection, has rendered Miss Sandye's efforts futile on several occasions. Yet, there is little to be done. The siblings exchanged a few idle words. Victoria, the saltpeter mine is nearing completion in just a few days. With the army present, and Sir Roderick and the Lannisters around, you will be safely escorted to King's Landing. Upon hearing this, Victoria felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she prepared for parting. John, however, appeared remarkably at ease, reassuring Victoria that King's Landing does not welcome bastards, and thus, he was ill-suited for such a place. He had intended to escort her. But upon hearing Sir Roderick's account of her connection with Jaime, he felt a reluctant trust in him. Even if he proved unreliable, the Stark army remained, ensuring Victoria's safety, which in turn eased his own worries. He declared his intention to join the Night's Watch at the Wall, where his aspirations and dreams awaited him. Victoria envisioned John evolving from a mere soldier of the Night's Watch into a commander, ultimately becoming the king beyond the Wall, discovering love with Ygritte. Yet, she understood he would also face trials and tribulations, for hardship often accompanies growth. In a moment of emotional turmoil, Victoria expressed her struggle with words, exclaiming that each person has their own life, and she could not intrude upon theirs. However, she implored, "Brother, if you miss us, return. If I miss you, I will seek you out." Overwhelmed by the multitude of sentiments within her, she threw herself into John's embrace. Though we may be scattered across the lands, our hearts remain eternally intertwined. A lone wolf perishes, while a pack thrives. This truth shall never change. John's eyes mirrored 1,000 unspoken words as he gently held his sister, affirming that each must follow their own path, albeit for a time they must part. "We shall forever be siblings." Suddenly, a deliberate cough broke the moment, as Jaime rode over, signaling the two to separate. Reluctantly, John stepped back, whispering about Jaime's possessiveness. He exaggeratedly retreated a few paces, much to Jaime's satisfaction, who dismounted with a disgruntled tone, stating, "First thing in the morning, that insufferable person came to bother me. I sent him off to the Dothraki plains." Missandei's expression dimmed slightly. Victoria then mentioned that Jorah had agreed. "Indeed, who could let such a splendid opportunity slip away? I instructed him not to meet you, but to proceed directly. Jorah was meticulous and competent. She estimated he would accomplish his task within 6 months." Missandei interjected, "My lady, are you suggesting that Jorah could return within that time frame? You shall soon see him again, perhaps even before 6 months have passed. We will meet once more in King's Landing," she replied. With that, Jaime led Victoria for a stroll across the plains, quietly savoring the beauty of nature, plucking a flower to tuck behind her ear, eliciting a sweet smile from her. Hand in hand, they wandered aimlessly, resting by the stream, and upon reaching a hilltop, sang a song. Horses graze in the southern hills, clouds drift by the water's edge. Jaime's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with melody, while Victoria remained his most devoted listener. Victoria's keen eyes spotted some grass by the stream, which she meticulously gathered. "What is this? The scent seems off." James has long been acquainted with medicinal herbs and possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding them. Victoria, wielding several sword-like plants, inquires about the peculiar ones resembling quinine, which seem unrecorded in any pharmacopoeia. Could they be poisons? A contemplative glint flickers in James's eyes as he questions her intentions. "What do you intend to do with them?" "I plan to use them for nefarious purposes, a most audacious act," she replies. "Can you utilize them?" "I did not possess such skills previously, but after perusing the tome of the Dragon Lord last night, I now do. Indeed, I am the sole possessor of this knowledge." James nods thoughtfully. "Go ahead. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "I assumed you would try to dissuade me," she chuckles, tossing a few vials of poison onto his chest before plopping back down onto the grass. "Victoria, you are free to pursue whatever endeavors you desire, and I shall support you." "Such grandiloquence," he retorts. "Whom do you intend to target?" Just as Victoria prepares to respond, James waves his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Let it be a surprise. Knowing too much diminishes the thrill of life. However, it shouldn't involve me. If you treat me poorly, I shall use it all on you," she declares, half seriously, yet capable of following through on her words. Poor herbs, destined to remain unutilized for all eternity. Upon encountering a bustling market along the way, she expresses her desire to procure additional herbs and tools, asserting that preparations must be made discreetly to leave no trace. "And I shall ensure you have a delightful time. We will meander our way back, revealing just how indispensable I truly am." With a playful caress of his face, Victoria beams, "You are so kind. Soon, I shall require your assistance, though it may necessitate some sacrifice on your part." With that, she lunges forward to plant a kiss upon him. James, elated, embraces Victoria and playfully presses her down, and the two engage in a playful tussle for a while. Gasping for breath, Victoria finally pushes him away. I need you to perform in a little play with Miss Misa. On the road, James furrows his brow, sensing it might not be a prudent idea. Isn't this going to require significant sacrifice on my part? Are you truly willing? Victoria pinches her fingers together, just a minuscule amount, and I too shall make sacrifices. James ponders deeply. No, it must entail a considerable sacrifice. Thus, I shall reclaim my dues from you first. With that, he resumes his playful advances. The two revel in their frolic until the midnight hour before returning to their camp. Days pass, and the saltpeter mine is nearly exhausted. Jorah ventures to the Dothraki plains to serve as a translator, disseminating medical knowledge. 500 soldiers remain concealed in the vicinity of Pentos, poised to assist when the time comes. James, Victoria, Sir Roderick, Commander Joyce, the blue-eyed Gavin, Maid Misa, Maggie, and the physician Mashini, alongside 500 men and over 100 villagers, prepare to break camp, carrying several thousand boxes of saltpeter back to King's Landing. The villagers and saltpeter will be left in a secret hamlet, neither too distant nor too close to the capital, to manufacture and guard explosives. As the army prepares to depart, Jon Snow, riding alone, bids farewell to Victoria. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, parting still evokes a profound sense of melancholy. Jon encourages her. We shall meet again. I wish you all happiness. Victoria gazes at her brother. Be cautious as you head north. You too shall discover your own happiness. But should you find it, guard it well to avert unforeseen misfortunes. You often ponder too much. The Night Watcher's vow is to refrain from marriage, fatherhood, and landholding. I do not dwell on such matters. Change always occurs when we least expect it. Brother, if it comes to pass, you must safeguard her. Love is both sudden and fragile. Do not be so pessimistic, Victoria. Victoria smiled at James, then turned to Jon, saying, Brother, we shall all have favorable outcomes. The siblings exchanged a brief embrace before parting ways. Jon also embraced Sir Roderick, then rode to James's side. I hope you treat my sister well, otherwise, I shall not rest until I seek retribution. His words were earnest, laden with veiled threats. Undoubtedly, if James were to betray Victoria in the future, Jon would not hesitate to take his life. James, pleased, accepted his brother-in-law's hostility, declaring, I love her more than my own life. His hand clasped tightly with Victoria's. A sweet responsibility like no other. Jon nodded solemnly before departing, while James and Victoria, accompanied by their retinue, set forth on the journey back to King's Landing. What awaited them there? Joy, happiness, sorrow, or terror? The road home was long and arduous, with mountains and rivers to traverse. Should they encounter a market, James would take Victoria to explore. On this day, they arrived at a bustling town. After days of marching through desolate wilderness, this vibrant town seemed to spring forth like mushrooms after rain, filling the travelers with delight. The first sight was the irregularly winding cobblestone streets, stretching endlessly before them. Crowds thronged the narrow lanes, flanked by makeshift stalls where eager vendors clamored for customers, their bodies swaying as they sought to entice passers-by with their wares. Gavin, with his blue eyes, stood in stunned silence, his gaze transforming into a tranquil lake. Missandei, swept up in the fervent atmosphere, found herself irresistibly drawn into the lively market. Victoria then tossed a bulging purse across the crowd to her. It brimmed with gleaming golden dragons. Missandei felt the overwhelming weight, heavy enough to momentarily steal her breath. My lady, is this all for me? Missandei's mind was a whirlwind. I am but a female slave, a mere servant. I do not deserve this. All of it is yours. This is the promise I made to you, and the time has come to fulfill it. Victoria smiled. Spend it all, otherwise, you shall not return. Missandei quickly accepted this request, deeply bowing in gratitude before leaping into the sea of joy. With her hands nearly unable to hold the golden dragons, she could buy 2,000 of her own kind. Yet now, it was all at her disposal, provided she could please her lady. With an endless supply of coin to follow, Missandei could hardly contain her eagerness to indulge. This was something she had never imagined. The throngs pressed close. Silks brushed past her head, and her feet stumbled over spilled perfume as she was jostled against jewels. Missandei laughed wildly, her cheeks aching with joy, her hands raised in celebration. I have money. I have money. Countless coins, an abundance of wealth. I am rich. The enticing aroma of grilled meat and exquisite bread wafted through the air, leaving Missandei oblivious to everything but the joy that money could bring. Victoria bestowed upon the blue-eyed Gavin 100 silver moons and 20 golden dragons to Maggie. Missandei saved my life, and I have fulfilled my promise. This is what you both deserve. Spend it all, or do not return, Victoria declared, forcefully pressing the money into their hands. Gavin grasped the coins tightly, speechless. Casting a glance at Maggie. Blushing, Maggie stammered, unable to articulate her refusal, insisting it was too much. After several exchanges, Victoria, unable to withstand their protests, directly handed the money to Gavin. Listen, Gavin, take Maggie shopping. The money must be spent today. Please do not make me repeat myself. Gavin's eyes sparkled with excitement, breaking into a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. As you wish, milady. The various leaders each found their own amusements, drinking, gambling, or reveling in pleasures. Once the chaos subsided, James finally had the opportunity to leisurely explore the surroundings with Victoria. Luxurious, delicate, and intricate fabrics adorned with cascading lace. A gilded carriage drawn by 3 horses, carefully cradled spices and peppers, and heaps of golden necklaces adorned with rubies crowded the corners. Multi-layered pearls, coupled with vividly colored gemstones, became the favored treasures. Gilded statues and ceremonial vessels were ubiquitous, while plump, oily merchants held golden dragons aloft to assess their worth, biting into them to verify their authenticity. The ostentatious and extravagant items were clearly favored, as tall, pristine oak furniture was lifted overhead, casting shadows over the bustling crowd. Golden and silver chalices and plates, along with exquisite gloves, were snatched up in droves. Music and merriment were equally cherished. Barrels upon barrels of brandy and red wine were yet to be transported when carts laden with beer and vodka arrived. A group of 8 young women, clad in vibrant garments, danced in harmonious rhythm, the wind lifting their skirts. Timber, livestock, oars, vegetables, figurines, leather shoes, belts, masks, and a kaleidoscope of paintings and feathered umbrellas filled the marketplace. Pipes, checkered fabric, crystal orbs, duck liver tea, cheese, caviar, and jams were all in abundance. Tulip seeds and wooden shoes were on display. Everyone reveled in the festivities, enchanted by the glimmering gold and silver jewelry, while bricks of tea and pottery caught the eye. Individuals with green eyes and red-haired men vied for furs, while fair-skinned and dark-skinned individuals competed to outbid each other for a beautiful slave. Mountains of flowers, feathers, bracelets, cloaks, and an array of hats adorned the stalls, with passing officers sometimes purchasing small gifts for their wives. A burly, dark-skinned merchant, his head wrapped in a colorful scarf, donned a bright orange long shirt and proudly displayed 8 large golden rings on his fingers, boasting of his finest possessions: a Dawn snuff bottle, 2.5 meters of blood coral, a 1-meter-wide glass mirror, a half-man-high crystal chandelier, and a 50-meter cashmere carpet woven with golden and silver threads. Suddenly, some individuals expressed their discontent regarding my collection of Dothraki rhinoceros horns and the ivory bracelet from Dragonstone, as well as the magnificent deep-sea pearls. A noble seated in a palanquin scoffed disdainfully, proclaiming his possession of diamonds and colored gems from the Lannisters, asserting that such treasures could never be compared. The haughty palanquin swiftly glided away. Armor and spears are the favored adornments of men, while jewelry and fine fabrics are the necessities for women. Merchants of livestock and candle makers exchanged brotherly camaraderie, while the acrobatic troupe showcased their unique talents in a small realm of their own. A young child, barely of age, climbed the flagpole that towered 8 meters high. Occasionally, a muscular man, bare-chested, took a swig of liquor and exhaled flames from a torch, while another wielded a whip, cracking it with a resounding pop that seemed to echo in the hearts of the onlookers. Each thrilling moment elicited gasps of astonishment from men and women alike, and with every gasp, a shower of copper coins scattered across the ground. Several children, around 5 or 6 years old, engaged in this very act, crawling about with small cloth bags strapped to their chests. Their dark little hands tirelessly gathered the rewards strewn across the earth. Amidst the throng, the child nimbly leapt and climbed the flagpole. The crowd, with hands clasped to their chests, watched in rapt attention as he ascended higher, the pole becoming increasingly slender and bent, threatening to snap with a single misstep. Victoria observed intently, her heart gripped with anxiety. Suddenly, the child plummeted from the heights, inciting a wave of panic among the spectators below. Most averted their eyes, grimacing in fear, fingers tightly pressed against their faces. "Oh no, he is falling. Help! Help!" Even Victoria, caught in the tension of the moment, instinctively recoiled, fearing the sight of bloodshed. James, standing behind her, held her firmly, urging her not to move, even nudging her forward. "Look, look." The surroundings fell silent, save for his unusual demeanor. Victoria trembled with fright, her body quivering uncontrollably. "I cannot bear to watch." James chuckled heartily from behind. "You must look. or I shall tickle you." As he playfully pried her hands away, they struggled for several moments. Ultimately, Victoria, unable to resist, cautiously peeked through one half-closed eye. To her astonishment, she gasped, "He was unharmed. He is safe. Truly wonderful." In an instant, joy surged within her. But then she pondered. Why was he an old man? How had I failed to notice that? Amidst the earlier chaos, I had assumed the performer to be a mere child due to the throng, but upon closer inspection, I discerned the strands of gray intermingled with his red hair and the weathered lines upon his face that belied his age. He was, in fact, a diminutive dwarf, rendered incapable of labor, forced to earn a living within the acrobatic troupe since childhood, leading others to mistake him for a mere boy. With Victoria's exclamation, the once terrified crowd, believing a tragedy had unfolded, found the courage to peer closer. What a splendid sight! The dwarf's legs entwined around the flagpole, gripping it with both steadiness and strength. With a powerful thrust of his waist and abdomen, he swiftly flipped himself upright, eliciting waves of applause from the enthralled crowd. The sound of clapping surged from all directions as coins rained down onto the ground. Victoria was captivated, thoroughly enjoying the unexpected suspense of the performance. James, displaying his generosity, tossed a handful of gold coins towards the children, declaring that they would love the performance from the troupe. As a wealthy patron arrived, the small owner of the troupe hurried over, performing an exaggerated hat tip, while several children presented fresh flowers to Victoria. Among them were roses, lilies of the valley, and a delicate milan, all exuding a delightful fragrance. As the performance concluded, more and more spectators were dazzled by the shimmering gold coins on the ground, and whispers began to circulate among the audience. "Who is this young lady? I dare say, she is more beautiful than even the queen." "Huh? Have you even seen the queen? What right have you to make such a comparison?" "Why, of course I have. My relatives have conducted business in King's Landing, and they have spoken of the queen as the most radiant beauty among the 7 kingdoms, more enchanting than any fairy." "But if you say so, this young lady—" Someone interjected, "You know nothing. This young woman is astonishingly beautiful. Even the gods would be moved. The queen is over 30. Naturally, she cannot compare to this maiden's youth. Have you seen her sparkling eyes? One glance, and you would be utterly entranced." Victoria, lacking any martial prowess, remained oblivious to their whispers, her sincere applause for the little acrobat unwavering. The acrobat, glistening with sweat, bowed gratefully to the surrounding patrons. When he reached Victoria, he was taken aback. Never had he received such admiration from someone so ethereal. A bit timid, he worried about making a mistake, appearing somewhat awkward. He tightly clutched the frayed hem of his worn garment, casting anxious glances around as if trying to diminish his embarrassment. Yet, Victoria radiated warmth and approachability. She removed a silver chain from her attire, meticulously crafted, and handed it to him. "You are truly remarkable, an exceptional acrobat." The little acrobat's eyes sparkled. "Miss, do you truly mean that? Did I really perform well?" Victoria nodded emphatically. "Your performance was the most captivating and splendid I have ever witnessed." The little acrobat, nearly breathless with excitement, exclaimed, "You can tell just by looking at you that you are of noble birth and have seen much of the world. Even you say I am impressive." His lips trembled with joy. Victoria's smile was warm. "You are indeed extraordinary, surpassing the average. Just ask him." Her gaze turned towards James, who understood her cue. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Such high standards are seldom observed in King's Landing." Compared to Victoria, he appeared insincere and dismissive. However, the little acrobat was lost in his elation. "Oh, King's Landing. Look at them. They are both so extraordinary. Their entire demeanor speaks of their uncommon origins. Such generosity. Surely they must be nobles. I am convinced of it." On the other side, a little dwarf's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You see," he exclaimed, "in King's Landing, our capital, there are hardly any who perform acrobatics better than I, right?" James, uninterested, chose to remain silent. Victoria interjected, "Indeed, I believe you possess exceptional talent." The murmurs around them grew louder, filled with envy and jealousy. Their discussions became a distraction, dampening James's enthusiasm for the outing. He draped his arm around Victoria's shoulder, gently guiding her away from the throng. The little dwarf, witnessing the departure of his patrons, felt a pang of reluctance. He was particularly diminutive, perhaps only reaching the level of Victoria's abdomen. Straining with all his might, he squeezed through the crowd and called out, "Miss, do you think I could make a name for myself in King's Landing?" Taken aback, Victoria pondered the complexities that determine an individual's success: ability, luck, timing, and recognition. It was a delicate matter to address. Feeling somewhat awkward for igniting the dwarf's ambitions yet unable to assure him of a bright future, she merely replied, One must dare to strive and persevere through darkness. One day, transformation may come. As she spoke, she removed her ruby gold bracelet and handed it to him, saying, "Good luck." Victoria and James gradually left, as the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. Human nature often reveals itself in such moments. When someone's window is shattered, others cannot resist throwing stones. If you are of high status, even those without vested interests will treat you with deference. Thus, the crowd respectfully ushered the two away, only to turn and mock the dwarf. Huh, a wretched creature akin to a dog, daring to dream of King's Landing. How shameless. Doesn't he realize his own appearance? A grotesque monster that still dares to harbor delusions. Laughter erupted. Perhaps this creature might actually achieve something in King's Landing, even rise to prominence. The spiteful taunts and fierce expressions from the onlookers caused the little dwarf to shrink back, lowering his gaze. From beneath his hair, he furtively observed the crowd, too intimidated to speak further of his fanciful dreams. The spectators, curious, questioned him. "What do you mean, good sir? Pray, do not keep us in suspense." With the crowd's eyes upon him, he adjusted his robe, stroked his beard, and, feigning seriousness, cleared his throat. "What you may not know is that a dwarf is a punishment from the heavens, a mere oddity. King's Landing boasts an abundance of gold, silver, and beauty. Yet dwarfs are scarce. Though our little town is prosperous, it pales in comparison to King's Landing. Indeed, the opulence of King's Landing is unmatched," he continued, his small eyes glinting. "In King's Landing, everything is abundant, yet dwarfs are few. If this dwarf were to venture there, surely he would either be first or second. Haha, the Lannisters possess everything, wealth to rival nations, a queen renowned across the 7 kingdoms, and formidable Kingsguard. But alas, they have a dwarf among them. It is said that it was King Robert who summoned him intentionally. Ha ha ha. The jest of this old fellow is both fresh and amusing, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter among the crowd, each individual infecting the next, as if they had all succumbed to a delightful madness. The more one laughed, the more the hilarity seemed to escalate, leading to an irresistible cacophony of laughter. Victoria, acutely sensitive, felt the arm encircling her shoulders stiffen momentarily, instantly raising her inner alert. Indeed, James halted, turned back, and a dispassionate smile graced his lips. He approached the bespectacled man who had originally spoken, standing firm before him, and reiterated, "Is it amusing?" James's golden eyes seemed to shimmer with a greenish light, transforming into slitted pupils. The man, sensing something amiss, stammered, This, I haven't finished." But before he could complete his sentence, James's sword swiftly severed his trachea. The man's incredulous scream pierced the air as he arched his neck backward, retreating while bellowing. Blood gushed forth like a torrent, splattering across the ground. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the onlookers before a wave of screams erupted, a cacophony that resonated painfully in their ears. "Good heavens, what has transpired?" He continued to bleed profusely. Hey, my fingers won't move, my legs are stiffening. Is there a doctor? A life is at stake. Summon the guards. Where are they? Chaos ensued, with people scattering in every direction. The captain of the guard soon approached with an air of arrogance, flanked by over 30 fierce subordinates. With a grim visage, he bellowed, shaking off any semblance of authority. "Who dares commit murder here? You lot, apprehend them. Oh dear, who has summoned this harbinger of doom? Run, the Grim Reaper has arrived." The scoundrel with a cowardly disposition, infamous within the precincts, sent the crowd into a frenzy, fearing the repercussions of capture. The throng hastened their pace, while the guards charged through, trampling the elderly, women, and children, careening recklessly past small innocents. James, unperturbed, moved to shield Victoria from the impending chaos, standing casually as he awaited the captain, whose squinting eyes were fixed upon him. With a glance, he withdrew a golden lion emblem from his breast. "Your discussions regarding the crown are too casual, bordering on irreverence." The captain, familiar with the emblem yet never having encountered it in person, hesitated, unable to discern the authenticity. He nonetheless recognized that the demeanor of these two was not easily imitable. Though not fully convinced, he acknowledged that they were not mere commoners, but rather noble individuals, and thus adopted a more submissive posture. Bowing slightly, with a forced grin, he scrutinized the pure golden hair and eyes, addressing them with exaggerated respect, flattering the Lannister name. Regardless of whether they were indeed Lannisters, the mere association with that surname denoted prestige. James acquiesced, though he was disinclined to engage in conversation. The cross-eyed captain chuckled, as if the silence surrounding him was the greatest accolade he could receive. Indeed, Lord Lannister's admonitions were justified. "It is our rural locality that lacks proper discipline, and the lowly commoners have dared to offend you, my lord. I shall return immediately to apprehend them and ensure they meet their just desserts. Jaime nodded and continued to stroll with Victoria. The captain, filled with excitement and sorrow at the prospect of promotion, bowed repeatedly, bidding farewell with fervent gestures. My lord. Take care, take care. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your commands, and I will never forget your kindness. It was perplexing what kind of favor Lannister had bestowed upon him that made him so eager to serve. The peculiar old woman had turned the place into a hub of gossip, prompting the crowd to disperse, leaving the once bustling street eerily empty. Jaime felt a twinge of remorse for interrupting Victoria's leisurely outing. Yet, she expressed her appreciation for the reduced crowd, enjoying the tranquility as they walked hand in hand. Engaged in conversation, they paused at deserted stalls, examining trinkets, taking what they fancied, leaving behind gold dragons as payment. Victoria selected numerous items, gathering charming little gifts for her friends and family, a thoughtful gesture indeed. As they wandered further, the throng began to increase, and Victoria approached a lavishly decorated shop. The glimmering enamel, gold leaf, and mother-of-pearl failed to capture her interest, and she was about to leave when she noticed something intriguing. What is this? Jaime beckoned the shopkeeper to reveal it. The proprietor, astute and jovial, presented a magnificent crystal orb, a treasure from Dorne, boasting a full 4 inches in diameter. He could hardly contain his pride as he spoke. Victoria examined it closely. Indeed, the orb was resplendent, radiating brilliance and shimmering colors, evoking the essence of the round, lustrous treasures her dragon adored. As she contemplated its allure, the dragon god within her mind began to exclaim with delight, I like it, I like it. Bring me a few plump pigs. I shall be pleased. Victoria nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to procure a few swine. They exited the shop and ambled leisurely through the streets. Victoria broke the silence, asking, Do you have fondness for Tyrion? Jaime anticipated this question. Had it come from Cersei, Tywin, or any of his close associates? He would have answered without hesitation, dismissively remarking that Tyrion, a dwarf cursed from birth, brought shame upon the family. However, when faced with Victoria, Jaime never hesitated to reveal his true feelings. I am his brother and bear the responsibility of caring for him. He deliberately chose the term brother rather than elder brother. His emotions for Tyrion were complex. He cared for him and worried for him, not out of a sense of duty as the future head of the family, but because he regarded him as a sibling. But I've heard you seldom show him kindness. Tyrion feels he cannot approach you. The disdain that the little imp faced from his kin had long since reached the north. Jaime glanced at the 3 flowers gifted by the street performers and grimaced. He has brought shame upon the Lannister name, causing our mother's death, earning our father's contempt, and inciting Cersei's hatred. I cannot afford to disappoint either my father or Cersei. Victoria was sharp, questioning whether disliking what others disliked was her fate. James, stealing a glance at Victoria, suddenly cast aside all he held, allowing it to crash to the ground, and opened his arms to embrace her. With utmost sincerity, he declared, But you are the exception. Regardless of who likes or dislikes you, my love for you remains unperturbed. Victoria chuckled softly. Your ability to navigate turmoil is profound. If you say so, I shall be vexed and ignore you. James held her tightly, his gaze earnest as he gently replied, Regardless of my actions, right or wrong, I wish for you to communicate with me. Please, never disregard me, even if what you say may be mistaken. Victoria opened her eyes to him, a hint of inquiry evident. James swiftly halted, clearing his throat with gravity. Victoria is always right. Should I harbor doubts, it must certainly be my error. Satisfied, Victoria cupped his face, saying, Come, let me reward you, and pressed her soft, red lips against his in a tender kiss. As they continued on their way, Victoria bounced playfully towards James, asking, Why does Cersei despise Tyrion? Is it related to her prophecy? Victoria feigned ignorance. What prophecy? The witch Cersei once encountered foretold that she would ascend to the throne. They exchanged a glance, fulfilled. She would bear 3 children. Another glance, fulfilled, causing James to feel a twinge of guilt. She would become queen but would be supplanted by another queen. A glance exchanged, no signs yet. As long as the Lannisters thrived, Tywin and James would not allow anyone to undermine Cersei's position. Victoria's gaze revealed her understanding that both James and his father had misinterpreted the prophecy. The queen who would replace Cersei was not referring to Robert's infidelity, but rather that another queen would conquer her. The 4th prophecy stated that when Cersei wept, her brother would strangle her to death. They exchanged smiles as Victoria mused, Cersei suspects Tyrion? Thus, I must guard against him. While I harbor feelings for Tyrion, I cannot permit him to act against Cersei. Suddenly, Victoria stepped forward, tightly wrapping her arms around James's neck, asking, What about me? Am I before or after Cersei? James was prepared for this question, having contemplated it countless times. Victoria, I shall never deceive you. I love Cersei because she is my sister. We shared a womb. She is part of me. But I also love you. You are my wife, the meaning of my life. Before you, I cannot conceal that you are secondary to Cersei, and when I think of her, I cannot simply cast her aside. You both are my responsibilities. I cannot separate you. Although Victoria did not receive the answer she desired, she felt no anger. Understanding James, she recognized that Cersei had not committed many grievous acts, and James had yet to find redemption. His inability to let go of Cersei was genuine, and she was relieved that he had not lied to her. Victoria bestowed another kiss upon him, deftly sidestepping the topic at hand. It was not yet the appropriate moment, as circumstances were in perpetual flux. As she gradually intensified her significance in Jaime's heart, it would become considerably simpler for him to address the matter after Cersei's self-inflicted misfortune. Tyrion must have suffered greatly at her hands. While Cersei's temperament was indeed somewhat volatile, Tyrion's cleverness often allowed him to deliver unexpected retorts, leaving Cersei momentarily flustered. Jaime chuckled softly, the recollection of these two stirring something tender within him. Regardless of the situation, Tyrion remained his brother. In the conflicts between Tyrion and Cersei, he would unhesitatingly side with Cersei. Yet, should any other commoners mock Tyrion for his stature, Jaime would swiftly sever their heads without a second thought. Family was sacred. Only family could be trifled with. Upon our return to King's Landing, I shall introduce you to Tyrion, he said, but he is already acquainted with me. We met in the north. My dear, adopted different guise, approach him as his sister-in-law, and he shall not concoct schemes to torment you, throwing snot on me. He hasn't indulged in such childish antics since he was 5. Suddenly, Victoria felt an unfamiliar sensation beneath her feet, having unknowingly stepped on something. Engrossed in their conversation, they had wandered into a dim alley. Jaime was taken aback, swiftly gathering Victoria into his arms. Fortunately, she had not sustained any injury, merely a momentary fright. You beggar. Do you not have any eyes? Jaime's voice was laced with fury. This woman has shattered my poor beggar's bowl. I shall starve today. The old woman, wrinkled and diminutive, leaned against the rough stone wall, her frail form and crippled legs exuding an inexplicable aura. Victoria felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing her carelessness had destroyed the poor woman's means of sustenance. I apologize, it was not intentional. I shall compensate you with a bowl and some additional recompense. Would that be acceptable? Bring me the bowl, immediately. Jaime's displeasure was palpable. Who are you shouting at, old woman? Victoria waved her hand. It was my fault. After a moment's contemplation, she wondered where to procure a bowl. She retrieved a beautifully carved golden bowl she had purchased for the nobles of King's Landing. Madam, may I offer this to you? She said, bowing slightly as she extended the bowl. The old woman suddenly grimaced, her gnarled fingers pinching her nose. How foul! The stench is unbearable. Victoria's face flushed with embarrassment. She had only ever been told of her beauty, her intelligence, her enchanting presence. Never had anyone remarked upon an odor. She opened her mouth to respond, but the beggar, swarmed by flies, thrust her head back and recoiled. Oh dear, the stench is suffocating. I am going to be sick. I have never encountered such a foul creature. I cannot bear it. I cannot bear it. Victoria felt both embarrassed and anxious. As she caught a whiff of the fragrant powder, questioning why there was any foul odor to humiliate her like this. James, infuriated, kicked out in frustration, muttering something about teaching her a lesson. With all his might, he delivered a powerful kick. While it could have been fatal, the frail beggar woman remained unscathed, cheerfully proclaiming that he too smelled, though perhaps slightly better than the woman who was both filthy and foul. One could detect your stench from 100 miles away. She jested. James rolled his eyes in exasperation, recalling how just yesterday he had enjoyed a romantic bath with Victoria, who insisted on applying fragrant honey to him, leaving him smelling delightful. Noticing something amiss, Victoria sensed the beggar woman was peculiar. James's kick could not go unanswered, and the woman's audacity in speaking like that was unacceptable. Suppressing her discontent, Victoria calmly addressed the elderly woman. Madam, it was improper of me to knock over your bowl, and for that, I sincerely apologize. She crouched down, looking into the woman's eyes. I am willing to compensate you. Would that be acceptable? The beggar woman seemed to tolerate the overwhelming stench for the sake of monetary compensation. James, feeling as though he had been stabbed, was silenced by Victoria's gaze. She produced all the money she had and offered it. I am truly sorry. The beggar woman eagerly accepted, demanding more. Victoria observed the elderly figure, noting her diminutive stature and fox-like face, all hunched up. Rising to her feet, Victoria borrowed from James's purse, revealing a large, gleaming bag of gold. The beggar woman seized it, exclaiming ferociously, I want more. I want more. Her sharp tongue was indeed formidable. Victoria realized that this beggar woman was truly strange. Feeling a twinge of fear, she offered the treasure she had collected throughout her shopping trip. All of this is for you. The beggar woman laughed uncontrollably, insisting on more. Who goes there? Victoria frowned, unconcerned about the items, for the Lannisters and Starks had ample wealth. Yet, the origins of this elderly woman troubled her. Observing Victoria's attitude, James exhaled in dissatisfaction, tossing his ring at the beggar woman's face. This is nothing compared to what you were demanding, old woman. Do not take advantage of our generosity. The beggar woman quickly accepted the ring, shouting for more. Victoria frowned, realizing she could not indulge her further. The voice of the dragon god echoed in her mind, urging her to observe the woman's bowl. Stealing a glance, Victoria was astonished to see the bowl, which she had previously shattered, now restored to its pristine condition, with not a single crack in sight. Suddenly, she felt a weight at her waist as the dragon god imparted a gift upon her. She looked to find he had given her a substantial gold ingot, weighing at least 10 pounds, which felt burdensome. Handing it to the beggar woman, she stated, "This is for you." James, bewildered by the sight of the massive ingot, was filled with confusion, but now was not the time for explanations. After receiving the gold ingot, the beggar woman beamed in delight, no longer demanding anything further. Victoria cast a furtive glance at the bowl on the ground, which not only remained intact, but shimmered with vibrant hues. It seemed as though something had finally reached completion. The beggar woman's demeanor was no longer marked by disdain and insatiable greed. Instead, she appeared content and tranquil. Victoria shook her sleeves, while the beggar woman wrinkled her brow and pinched her nose, exclaiming the stench was unbearable. Victoria, with a smile, inquired, "Why do you think we smell so foul?" "I can't detect any odor." The beggar woman, cradling a gold ingot, grinned and rubbed her parched cheeks against the treasures, expressing that the foul scent of fate, even the stench of the soul, paled in comparison to what ordinary people could perceive. This chilling remark about the scent of fate elicited a disdainful response from the beggar woman, who criticized the affluent, adorned in gold, standing above the masses, wielding power, yet oblivious to the decay of their own destinies, which emitted a foul odor. Truly repugnant, she declared, the worse your fate, the more rancid the decay. She pointed at Victoria, proclaiming, "You, my dear, are particularly foul." Victoria retorted, "So, you suggest our unpleasantness stems from our misfortune or our decay?" The beggar woman, lost in her own intoxication with the gold, seemed in utter chaos. Victoria, filled with trepidation, feigned composure, insisting, "I do not believe you. Provide me with evidence." The beggar woman, offended by the audacity of the young girl to question her, resolved to demonstrate her claims. With a slap of her thigh, the bowl suddenly brimmed with thick, crimson blood. The beggar woman trembled violently, as if inundated with a torrent of revelations, and upon opening her eyes, she proclaimed without embellishment that a flash of golden light had indeed appeared. "Allow me to reveal your prophecy," she began. "First, you will conceive twice, but bear only one child. Your illegitimate offspring will be stolen by your husband and fed to a wild boar. A lion and a wolf will contend for him." James furrowed his brow tightly, gripping Victoria's hand, urging her to disregard the madwoman. "Second, you possess a heart that does not beat, a nose that does not breathe, eyes and ears that cannot see or hear. Third, you will lose your father in the forest, your mother in the flames, your brother in the soil, your power in the sea, and your lover in wealth. You will face betrayal in the sunlight and abandonment in darkness. Fourth, when you attain everything, you will find that you have lost everything." "Victoria, this is utterly absurd. You wretched fool." The long silent dragon god spoke, cautioning, "Child, refrain from using such vulgar language. What she speaks is the truth." A wave of chilling panic and palpitations surged through Victoria, sensing something was amiss. The dragon god hastily reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall assist you, just as I have countless times before." Victoria, terrified and on the verge of tears, realized this was no mere prophecy, but a terrifying curse. "Granny, is there any way to save me?" The dragon god discreetly slipped her a hefty piece of gold, weighing at least 20 pounds. Victoria hurriedly took it to the beggar woman, who embraced it with uncontainable excitement. "What could make you fragrant?" James was filled with skepticism. He had no possessions left, save for 3 flowers gifted by the acrobat troupe. He took the 3 flowers, a rose, which disappeared upon being tossed into the bowl, a lily of the valley, which vanished just the same, and a myrtle, which met the same fate. "Ah, the air finally improved, for I was nearly suffocated just moments ago." "Quickly, continue." "There remains an unpleasant odor." James and Victoria exchanged glances, realizing they were out of flowers, yet had not fully lifted the curse. Frustrated, Victoria implored the dragon god, "Please, grant me gold." The dragon god remained silent, for gold could not resolve their predicament. In a moment of desperation, Victoria tore the golden brooch from her attire and extended it to the beggar woman, who vehemently swatted her hand away, refusing the offering. As the vapor in the bowl gradually dissipated, the two found themselves at a loss. Just then, the sound of shuffling footsteps approached. "Mother, I've received a reward from the Lord. We have fare now. Once I reach King's Landing, I shall earn enough to support you." Victoria could hardly believe her eyes as a timid dwarf scampered around the corner, his oversized shoes dragging along as he ran. Clutching a large loaf of bread and a piece of meat, with a tulip tucked beneath, Victoria dashed forward, snatching the tulip from his grasp and flinging it into the bowl, which then completely dispelled the remaining smoke. A wave of relief washed over Victoria and James, providing a physiological ease. The little dwarf stood in shock, wondering why the lady had seized his flower. Upon seeing the bread and meat in his hands, he smiled again. "Thank you, miss, for your and the young master's generosity. I can finally afford something decent for my mother. I am but a dwarf, incapable of labor, so I must rely on my mother to beg for our sustenance." Victoria was taken aback by this coincidence. "But today is different. You have bestowed upon me a fortune, allowing me to buy meat for my mother, and she can feast. I shall travel to King's Landing, where the nobility will take a liking to me, and I shall earn plenty for my mother's needs. The flowers I picked earlier were meant as a gift for you, but by the time I returned, you had already departed. Fortunately, fate brought us together again." Victoria hesitated, questioning, "Is this truly your son?" Suddenly, she noticed that this exceedingly petite woman seemed affected by dwarfism as well. Upon closer inspection, she could indeed discern a resemblance between them. The dwarf chuckled, scratching his head. "Why do you ask about my mother, miss? She is deaf, mute, and blind, knowing nothing of the world. We just spoke to her at length." Victoria observed that the beggar woman appeared no different than before, yet she lacked any remarkable presence. In a crowd, she would scarcely draw attention. Looking down, they saw that countless treasures of gold and silver had vanished without a trace. The bowl was merely an ordinary, filthy vessel for begging. Shock registered in the eyes of both Victoria and James, and it was only when the little dwarf called out to her a few times that they regained their composure. Victoria pondered, "Are you planning to go to Junlin? We can offer you a ride and assist you in finding work. Would you be willing?" Meanwhile, she intended to observe the beggar woman more closely. The little dwarf, filled with delight, realized that in this era, embarking on a journey required more than mere wealth. One could easily fall victim to robbery or worse. "What is your name?" he inquired eagerly. "I am called Ada, and I am more than willing to accompany you to Junlin." The common folk often lack proper names. Thus, it was settled. Dwarf Ada, accompanied by his mother, joined Victoria's caravan back to Junlin. As for the ransom, it was unnecessary, for James had generously rewarded the talented performers, leaving the troop's master unexpectedly affluent. He had no need to earn more and promptly disbanded the group. This circumstance solidified Ada's resolve to journey to Junlin. Victoria and James, weary of the marketplace, returned to their camp. In subsequent observations, the beggar woman proved to be nothing more than an ordinary individual, exhibiting no further peculiarities. Feeling fatigued, Victoria rested her head on James's lap as he gently massaged her. A weighty melancholy enveloped her, a sentiment James comprehended. He could only reassure her that all was but an illusion. If it were not, they would face all adversities together, eternally united. Their bond deepened as they remained together until the following day, when the revelers began returning one by one. Most of the men had squandered their money in pursuit of entertainment. Missand returned, exuberant and spirited, laden with 5 large trunks filled with an array of treasures: gold, silver, jewels, garments, food, and amusements. She had exhausted her funds, and even those of several newly acquainted gentlemen. Her charm was her means of earning. To her, the essence of life lay in expenditure. Whether useful or not, everything was worth purchasing. Money unspent was akin to a blank canvas, susceptible to theft or misappropriation by others. One must strive to treat oneself well. Wealth could be likened to a beloved spouse, while poverty meant one belonged to someone else. Victoria offered no comment. But Missand had brought gifts for her and James, expensive and exquisite, barely befitting their stature. Victoria graciously accepted, smiling in thanks, and reciprocated with more treasures for Missand, yet felt little interest in the gifts, as they already possessed in abundance. After a considerable time, Maggie and the blue-eyed Gavin returned, somewhat bashful, having spent all their money without bringing anything back. Maggie chuckled awkwardly, while Gavin, ever clever, presented several large bouquets of tulips. "Madam, We have no way to repay you and know you lack for nothing. These are tokens of our village's goodwill, hoping to adorn your dwelling." With the incident of the beggar woman fresh in their minds, James and Victoria felt a flutter of unease, yet were momentarily uplifted by the sight of flowers. Victoria rushed forward, cradling the blooms in her arms and urging James to hold them tightly, inhaling their fragrant essence. In a buoyant mood, one may find the inclination to inquire about how you have spent your funds. Maggie, with her countenance a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, soon revealed that young Gavin, despite his tender years, possessed a remarkable acumen. He consolidated his own money, Maggie's resources, and the villagers' funds, and ventured into the marketplace to engage in trade. With meticulous accounting and a keen sense for opportunity, he astutely multiplied their capital threefold within a single day. Victoria, upon hearing this, was astounded to discover a commercial prodigy among them, recognizing the potential for future endeavors. Naturally, questions arose regarding the fate of their newfound wealth. Gavin scratched his head and recounted their ventures. "We earned a substantial sum, of which we only utilized a mere 1/50th to treat each villager to a splendid meal at the finest establishment. Each individual also received fabric, as Maggie's sewing skills would ensure that, en route to King's Landing, everyone would don a fine garment, economical yet practical. The remainder of our earnings was invested in weapons and various tools, securing our livelihoods in the new land." James regarded them with newfound respect, casually perched on a stool, hands resting upon his knees. "Well done, young lad. Your foresight is commendable. How much have you earned? I shall reward you tenfold." Maggie's cheeks flushed with excitement. She felt a sense of pride in having participated in such an endeavor. "Sir, we cannot accept this money. We have already received so much. It would be inappropriate to take more." James admired Maggie's integrity and Gavin's economic savvy. Victoria, equally pleased, encouraged them. "Take it. The Lannisters are never short of coin. You are fortunate to have earned it from a master in commerce." Blue-eyed Gavin, however, felt a mix of apprehension and desire to accept. Victoria urged him, "Go ahead, Gavin. I believe in your abilities, and we have quite a journey ahead to King's Landing. Can you not multiply the funds once more?" "I eagerly anticipate it." With her encouragement, Gavin stood tall, his eyes sparkling as he declared, "I assure you, I shall succeed." Yet, Maggie interjected, "What are you saying? We cannot accept this money. The Lord and Lady have already given us so much. We are undeserving of such generosity." Gavin, undeterred by her misunderstanding, remained focused on Victoria with excitement. "Go rest. After such labor, you deserve respite. We shall depart in 5 hours." With that, Gavin and Maggie quietly withdrew. As Maggie drifted off in a drowsy haze, Gavin sat before an empty table, lost in thought. Though he was illiterate, he struggled to grasp numbers and was mentally calculating further avenues for profit. Meanwhile, James felt a sense of impending conflict. "Could you not reconsider your misguided notions?" Victoria, clutching his sleeve, retorted, "I too must make sacrifices. It is not only you who can feign affection for Miss Missandei. I too must exhibit my own infatuation." James grew more agitated. "Absolutely not. I cannot permit my wife to pursue another man." "Hush, it is merely a strategic pretense," she replied. As a temporary measure proved futile, the matter could only be set aside. Victoria instructed Maggie to bring in a small copper pot and a stove into the tent, where she spent the night meticulously concocting the medicinal herbs. The pungent, bitter, and foul scents wafted through the air as Victoria, initially relying on the pharmacopoeia, cautiously experimented, treading carefully as if crossing a river by feeling the stones beneath her feet. Her movements were deliberate, and James, though inexperienced, assisted her by passing materials, checking the heat, bottling, grinding, and cutting the herbs. Their silent collaboration flourished under the dim light as they prepared the medicine, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Time slipped away unnoticed until Missandei entered with a bowl of meat soup, her smile gentle yet playful. "My lady, it is nearly midnight. Do drink some soup to warm yourself." Victoria lifted her head, feeling a stiffness in her neck, and smiled, admitting she had become so engrossed that she lost track of time. James took the bowl and offered her a few sips, inquiring whether it was too hot. Victoria nodded, noting a hint of saltiness. Missandei's expression shifted immediately as she stepped forward, hastily deflecting blame onto Maggie. "It is always like this. Whenever she makes soup, something goes awry. While my soups are always just fine." James, uninterested in hearing such complaints, went to fetch water. Missandei fell silent, refraining from further argument, and discreetly observed Victoria's reaction. James hurriedly procured the water, insisting that they postpone further preparations for the medicine until the next day. If necessary, they could extend their stay. Victoria accepted the warm cloth, jesting, "I fear I might not be able to contain the letters urging your return." Upon glancing at the mailbox piled high with correspondence, James waved dismissively. Who can predict the journey? Early or late, it matters not. Victoria, with a playful smile, urged, Aren't you in a hurry to return? She grasped his shoulder, peering curiously from behind. James, nonchalant, replied that a few more days of enjoyment would be delightful. Victoria suddenly furrowed her brow. But what if I wish to return? I miss my father and siblings. Then we shall set out tomorrow, he assured her. In the future, whenever I wish to venture out, you can accompany me. Very well, James replied, before curling up to sleep. Victoria relayed the message to Miss Sandii. They would depart the following day. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, joy mingled with sorrow. Despite the late hour, revelry continued unabated, showcasing opulence. King Robert reclined upon the Iron Throne, raising his goblet in jubilant celebration among his lords. With a tipsy demeanor, he recounted tales of his exploits. I jumped off my horse and smashed Rhaegar Targaryen's foul face to bits. His enthusiasm was palpable as he seized a jug of wine, smashing it down upon a platter of succulent grapes. Just like this, one blow after another, ha ha ha. A golden-haired Lannister servant cautiously offered him another cup, which he drained greedily, laughing and lamenting. I shattered that Targaryen bastard, yet he sullied my Lyanna. All members of the court were present, and when Ned Stark heard the king mention his sister, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Lyanna had once been poised for a promising match, only to be led astray by a man, ultimately bringing shame upon her family and losing her own life in the process. Littlefinger Peter Baelish sat upright, savoring the exquisite red wine, scrutinizing Ned Stark through the blood-red liquid, lost in contemplation. Even now, despite the gray in our beards, I find myself unable to attain what you acquire with such ease. As a nameless commoner, Baelish had ascended to the position of master of coin through sheer determination. Aided by women and the chaos of the times, such a rise is indeed rare. Yet, with a self-deprecating smile, he shook his head, acknowledging the superiority of others. How ironic that some attain positions and possessions that I could never dream of, and they do so with reluctance. Littlefinger mused to himself. I have long admired Catelyn. Yet after marrying her, Ned fathered a bastard. Is the chasm between individuals truly insurmountable? What I yearn for, others can so easily cast aside. Varys, clad in soft-soled shoes, approached, hands clasped behind his back. Baelish, why do you sulk in solitude? Should you not join the merriment? He inquired. His round face glowed in the candlelight as his gaze followed Baelish, ultimately resting on the furrowed brow of the hand of the king. Ned Stark appeared out of place at the raucous feast, listening to a confidant's report, deeply dissatisfied with the king's extravagant expenditures and lavish lifestyle. Sensing Varys's insinuation, Littlefinger feigned drunkenness to dismiss him. Had he not been inebriated, he would have been more inclined to engage in discourse. However, on this night, all were intoxicated. The speaker was inebriated, and the listener was equally so. To whom do drunken words matter? They are mere ramblings, hardly worthy of seriousness. Littlefinger circumvented Varys and ventured into the garden. Upon exiting, he nearly collided with a lurking figure. Suddenly, the effects of alcohol evaporated, replaced by a rush of clarity. Standing tall, he bowed to Prince Joffrey. Why not greet the king? Joffrey, concealed in the shrubbery, gazed longingly at the revelry within the palace, captivated by the atmosphere of indulgence and merriment. Joffrey remained still, and Baelish deduced the reason. To ingratiate himself with the future king, he subtly alleviated Joffrey's apprehensions, encouraging him to join the festivities. Your Highness, having attended to the queen's ailments for days, your father misses you greatly. Now that the queen rests, why not spend time with him? Before he could finish, Joffrey's face lit up, reveling in the suggestion. You are quite right. I shall accompany my father. With that, he strode purposefully toward the Iron Throne, laughter bubbling forth before he even reached the steps. Father! Father! Joffrey exclaimed, unconsciously extending his arms as if yearning for an embrace. Yet, Robert remained oblivious, engrossed with a voluptuous red-haired courtesan, stripping her bare and commanding her to kneel, relentlessly striking her backside. This is how I crushed Rhaegar Targaryen, he proclaimed. Father Joffrey's voice had diminished slightly. The sight of the plump courtesan's reddened skin evoked feelings of disgust and fear within him. Father, I have come to keep you company, Joffrey declared, asserting his presence amidst the revelry. Robert, inebriated, spilled his drink upon the courtesan's tresses, exclaiming, What manner of creature is a Targaryen? The courtesans erupted in laughter, unabashedly exposing their bosoms. Yet Joffrey felt no appreciation for the scene before him. Instead, he was overwhelmed with nausea at the sight of their blemished skin, which appeared to him as grotesque tumors sprouting from their bodies, intensifying his repulsion. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and the stench of alcohol, and Joffrey felt on the verge of vomiting amidst the throng of revelers. with their numerous arms resembling gigantic candles flickering in the chaos of song and laughter. A throbbing pain pulsed in his head, exacerbated by the incessant movements of the courtesans' bodies that obstructed his search for his father. "Father, I am not feeling well," Joffrey murmured softly, akin to a child seeking attention, exaggerating his discomfort in hopes of garnering more affection. However, this delicate plea for sympathy was lost upon his coarse father, who remained oblivious to his presence despite Joffrey's striking golden hair. Robert continued to bellow, "What is a Targaryen?" while the courtesans giggled uncontrollably, their laughter mingling with the raucous atmosphere, a disarray of merriment beneath the mighty hammer of King Robert. The revelers were intoxicated, laughing heartily, when a young courtesan, seemingly inexperienced, attempted to entice Prince Joffrey in a moment of laxity. She was youthful, her form still tender, and as Joffrey observed her approach, he found her attire indistinguishable from nudity, failing to stir any semblance of desire within him. Disheartened, he realized his father remained oblivious to his presence. The scene felt chaotic. Adults were preoccupied with their own affairs, and the noble women had long departed, leaving only drunken men behind. Joffrey sat beside the throne, listlessly watching his father revel with the courtesans, a hollow feeling gnawing at his insides. Varys approached and bowed, addressing him, "Your Highness." Joffrey, feeling discontent, dismissed him with a wave of his hand, indicating for him to depart. Varys sidled away, careful not to obstruct the future king. "Your Highness, it is too hot and noisy here. Perhaps you should return to your chambers to rest. The queen must be missing you dearly." "I merely stepped out for some air," Joffrey retorted, sprawling languidly in his chair. Varys poured him a drink, which Joffrey accepted. "Half the time my uncle has been missing, my mother has been ill. I detest his incessant rambling." It was well known that the bond between the queen and Lord Lannister was profound, and such actions were not without justification. Joffrey seemed to struggle with comprehension, suddenly sitting upright and hurling his goblet towards Varys, his brows arched high. "I miss my uncle as well, and I worry for his well-being. Yet, the Raven has come bearing news multiple times. He is safe and en route back, bringing gifts for me. Why does my mother remain so skeptical? Her mind clouded with incessant worry? Can the Golden Lion seal be counterfeit?" Joffrey, vexed, raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation, lamenting how insufferable women could be. Following his gaze, Varys observed the king thoroughly engrossed in merriment with several entertainers, yet any attempts at counsel fell on deaf ears. "Once Lord Lannister returns, the queen shall regain her health. Your Highness, there is no need for concern." Joffrey dismissed him with indifference. Meanwhile, Ned's furrowed brow deepened. As a man of unwavering integrity, he found himself ill at ease in such a debauchery-laden environment, akin to a pristine white falcon ensnared in a den of crows. This place was utterly unsuitable for him. Yet driven by brotherly loyalty, by the weight of duty to his sovereign and his people, he endured. His loyal retainers urged him to remain composed, but eventually, he could contain himself no longer and forcefully pushed aside a hand, striding purposefully towards the Iron Throne. In his haste, he nearly trampled one of the entertainers' hands, oblivious to the abundance of them cluttering the space beneath the table. Upon his arrival, King Robert instinctively frowned. "Enough. We shall speak of matters tomorrow." Ned's expression darkened further. "Your Majesty, you have already squandered 500,000 golden dragons this week. Speak to Baelish about finances. He is the master of coin," Robert retorted dismissively. "We are already in dire straits. We must. If we lack funds, we shall impose taxes." Ned interjected. "The burdensome levies have driven the people to despair. I am the king. I shall do as I please." Robert's brow furrowed, embodying the essence of tyranny. "Your Majesty, it is already a tithe. 1/10 of all earnings go to taxes. The populace is on the brink of insurrection. Then let us send troops to quell them. Let their heads adorn the pikes." At that moment, Robert caught sight of Joffrey and remarked to his son, "Those who disobey shall find themselves impaled on pikes." Joffrey, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to partake. Ned continued to argue against this tyranny. Robert, suppressing his fury, pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Should rebellion arise, we shall suppress it with force. If we lack coin, seek Lannister's aid, and do not disturb my revelries." Ned's countenance darkened further, nearly devoid of respect for the king. All of this could be avoided. If only we ceased hosting such extravagant and meaningless feasts. He stepped closer to Robert, asserting, "If we refrain from such excesses, this court would be rid of many golden-haired and gilded figures that you detest." Robert's disdain for the Lannisters momentarily cleared his mind, as if he hesitated. Yet, in that instant, Joffrey, like a young lion, leapt from his seat and struck Ned fiercely in the chest. "You dare incite discord? My mother and I are of golden hair. What grounds do you have to malign my lineage?" Joffrey's audacity was palpable. Yet he could not be oblivious to the profound impact that kinship and lineage wield over one's destiny. I am the golden-haired one, you ungrateful Stark. Joffrey seethed with anger. What brings you here? It was only then that Robert realized his son had arrived, hastily waving his hand to intimidate Joffrey. Ned is my brother. Your uncle. You should leave. Joffrey's face was a mask of defiance and resentment. Robert, infuriated, commanded him to return to his golden-haired mother. Joffrey, with eyes reddened, clenched his fists tightly, biting his lips in frustration. He attempted to plead, mentioning his mother had been bedridden for months since his uncle's mishap. Father, could you go away? It's better if she dies of her illness. Throughout my life, aside from Lyanna, I have never considered marrying another woman. If it weren't for the need for an heir, do you think I would willingly lie with her? Leave now. Joffrey, pale with fear, felt humiliated and pained, and he fled in tears. Witnessing his son weep as he ran, Robert could barely contain his fury. Ned, you seek trouble, and I have taken out all my ire on him. Ned, equally uncomfortable, disapproved of Robert's behavior. Your Majesty, we must cease this indulgent and extravagant lifestyle. Robert, fuming with indignation, turned away, ordering, bring the hand of the king back to the Hand's Tower. As Ned was taken away, Littlefinger was provoked into laughter by a sensuous dance, ultimately laughing to the point of tears, exhibiting a somewhat arrogant satisfaction. This lavish feast continued for half a month. As gold and silver turned to mere earth, mountains piled high, Tywin Lannister persistently funded the king. The Lannisters, rich in gold mines, boasted unparalleled wealth and countless riches. With merchants and fleets at their disposal, Ned saw clearly that the Lannisters, as the shrewdest of merchants, would always demand repayment for their debts. Each gold dragon spent by the king deepened their influence within the court. Robert gradually lost the people's favor, and such opulence could only be sustained through the Lannisters. Upon Robert's death, with Joffrey still a child, the queen would surely act as regent. Thus, the commands of the Baratheon dynasty would transform into those of the Lannisters, and the Seven Kingdoms would fall into the Lannisters' grasp, that accursed old man Tywin. Later, Ned Stark, undeterred, continued to counsel the king against excessive luxury. Robert, in turn, sought every opportunity to host grand feasts. Ned's 6 legitimate children, excluding his bastards, were scattered, aside from Robb, Bran, and Rickon, who remained in the north. His daughters Sansa and Arya were in King's Landing, while Victoria was en route back. Regardless of their presence, the king hosted grand banquets under the pretense of bestowing titles and honors upon them. 6 lavish feasts were held over 6 days, totaling 36 days. Robb was granted the title of Marquis, second only to a prince. Bran and Rickon were made earls, only to be elevated further upon reaching adulthood. Sansa and Arya were both honored with the title of princess, receiving lands and gold as rewards. However, the treasury minister, Baelish, had a hand in these matters, and the lands and gold were not truly advantageous, appearing splendid yet lacking in genuine benefit. Ned, imbued with a sense of righteousness, perceives the nation as a tempestuous sea, battered and fraught with wounds. He believes that his children should not possess excessive wealth amidst such turmoil, and he persistently implores the king to retract his decree. The king, however, is too preoccupied to attend to these matters, dismissively delegating everything to the master of coin. Pettyfinger, ever opportunistic, seizes the moment to strip Ned Stark's children of their rewards, leaving them with mere titles devoid of any tangible benefits. Unable to endure Ned's unyielding counsel, the king refrains from hosting feasts, retreating instead into the woods for hunting. Initially, this escapade brings him satisfaction, yet the exertion of hunting proves taxing. Robert has transformed into a corpulent figure, weighing over 300 pounds, struggling to fit into armor, which has necessitated the hurried crafting of several oversized suits. It seems that the king's expansion outpaces the efforts to accommodate him. Day after day spent in the wild stands in stark contrast to the opulence of court life, leaving Robert in a sullen mood. As he contemplates reinstating lavish banquets, Ned's furrowed brow looms over him, igniting a crimson flush of frustration. After a mere 10 days, Robert finds himself seething like a molten iron orb. He erupts, declaring, "I must hold a feast. Anyone who dares oppose me shall find their head mounted on a pike." Ned stands firm against him, having thwarted the king's wishes on no fewer than 50 occasions, each confrontation escalating their discord. Ned feels on the brink of collapse, fully aware that this time, the king might indeed threaten his very life. Should he submit or maintain his stance? Torn between his roles as a vassal, a brother, a husband, a father, and the Lord of the North, he recognizes that should he falter, the North would descend into chaos, preyed upon by rival houses. His children, Still mere cubs, would be defenseless. Should he perish, his family would surely suffer. Caught in this internal struggle, Ned is at war with himself, grappling with profound dilemmas. Ultimately, he removes the brooch of the hand of the king, exhales slowly, and kneels before the monarch in the grand hall. Robert Baratheon, you foolish swine. You have lost the astuteness and valor of your days on the battlefield over a decade ago. However, as your childhood brother, as these words leave his lips, the surrounding courtiers are rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief that anyone would dare speak thus to the king. Ned's eyes reflect his anguish and turmoil. I loathe your debauchery. Yet as your brother, Robert Baratheon, I declare my opposition to any banquet you wish to host. You may slay me now. With that, he resolutely closes his eyes, adopting a posture of resignation. The weight of responsibility bears heavily upon him, before the nation and his brother, despite his concern for his delicate wife and young sons. He ultimately makes his choice. Robert sits upon the Iron Throne, his gaze lingering on Ned for what feels like an eternity.